Chapter 1. A System? Unnecessary. Teacher Gu, wait a moment. On the afternoon of July 4th, 2021, as Gu Zhan, who was not on duty for evening study, was preparing to leave Sangnan No. 2 High School, he heard the call of the grade director. Turning towards a voice, Gu Zhan saw a plump, middle-aged man jogging toward him. He gave a slight nod to the director. "Director, are you looking for me?" The director handed Gu Zhan a resume. "Tomorrow, a transfer student will be joining your class. Here are his details." Gu Zhan accepted the document. The director continued. "The resume contains the address of the student's home. When you head home later, please pay a visit. I've heard that this child has some issues with his eyesight. You might want to find out what's going on." Gu Zhan nodded, understood. The director patted Gu Zhan on the shoulder, saying, "I leave it in your capable hands." He brushed past Gu Zhan and quickly departed. Gu Zhan glanced at the resume. The student's name was Lin Xie. His eyes narrowed slightly. So it is him. When he had heard the director mention issues with eyesight, Gu Zhan had suspected it might be Lin Xie. Who is Lin Xie, you ask? He is the protagonist of the book Learning to Slash Gods in a Mental Hospital. As for Gu Zhan, he had transmigrated into the world depicted in this book 2,000 years ago and had yet to meet the original protagonist. Gu Zhan folded the resume and tucked it into his pocket before promptly leaving the school. He did not take the route to Lin Xie's home first. Instead, he returned home for dinner. For Gu Zhan, meeting the protagonist paled in comparison to the importance of having a meal. Before long, he arrived at his residence building 3, Unit 1, Room 201, Huadong Community, New District. Upon entering, Gu Zhan noticed the coffee table in the living room was askew, with items that had been on it scattered across the floor. He frowned slightly. How did the table become misaligned? It had been perfectly fine before he left for the day. His gaze quickly focused on one of the table legs. The coffee table had 4 legs, and one of them was partially broken. The misalignment was due to the Shiva's grievance he had used to prop up the table leg being pulled out from beneath it. The pulled-out Shiva's grievance still bore a tuft of fur. The culprit was identified. It was the feral cat from the community that had entered through the window. Gu Zhan felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating setting a trap at home to catch a feral cat and test its flavor as he walked over to retrieve the Shiva's grievance. As he held the Shiva's grievance in his hand, his thoughts drifted back 9 years. On the afternoon of October 24th, 2012, just after moving to Sangnan City, he had felt a terrifying rule of annihilation descending from above. At that moment, Gu Zhan lamented his misfortune. How could he have forgotten such a crucial matter? As a transmigrator who had read the original text, he was well aware of what this meant. The rule of annihilation stemmed from the supreme artifact, Shiva's grievance. The power of Shiva's grievance was sufficient to erase everything currently residing in Sangnan City. Although eliminating him, the master deity who had lived from the Han Dynasty to the present, would require an enormous cost, it was not impossible to achieve. Life is singular thus. Gu Zhan dared not gamble with it. Under the stimulus of crisis, Gu Zhan unexpectedly entered a state of oblivion. With all his might, he unleashed a punch that transcended the laws of the supreme deity. This punch, imbued with an overwhelming force, seemed to devour mountains and rivers, shaking the very heavens. This singular blow propelled Gu Zhan into the realm of immortality, engraving his martial law into the fabric of the heavenly path, elevating it to the highest principle. This punch reversed the tides of fate, shattering the annihilation that descended from the wrath of Shiva. Once the law of annihilation was obliterated, the remnants coalesced in the sky, forming a tattered scroll of sheepskin that floated down beside Gu Zhan. Newly ascended into the highest realm, his foundation was unsteady. He picked up the fragmented scroll and hastened away from Sangnan, seeking a secluded mountain to stabilize his realm, where he meditated for 8 years and 7 months. It was only in May of this year that he emerged from his retreat. Gu Zhan's spirit returned from reminiscence to the present as he gazed at the tattered sheepskin scroll in his hand, reflecting, "I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your intent to annihilate Sangnan, I might never have reached the pinnacle of divine existence in this lifetime." 2 millennia ago, shortly after Gu Zhan traversed to the Han Dynasty, he fortuitously acquired a tome titled The Art of Body Forging Through Heavenly Thunder, which allowed him to ascend to the celestial realm through the power of heavenly thunder. This technique was formidable but bore 2 significant drawbacks. Firstly, Each instance of body forging through heavenly thunder was a life and death trial endured, and one would advance falter, and one would perish. Fortunately, his fortune favored him, and after enduring 14 trials of heavenly thunder, he successfully ascended to immortality, stepping into the realm of the supreme deity. Secondly, the cultivation of this technique required the use of heavenly thunder that was superior to oneself to make progress. However, upon entering the supreme deity realm, he discovered that no such heavenly thunder existed in the world capable of aiding his forging. It was only 9 years ago that he realized he had been misled by those who understood this technique. Or rather, those individuals had misconstrued its essence. It turned out that the materials suitable for body forging were any forces that were several times stronger than oneself. This force had little to do with whether it was manufactured by divine beings. Heavenly thunder was merely a descriptor, not a specific reference to thunder from the heavens. In the minds of people, whenever a powerful attack was mentioned, thoughts often turned to lightning strikes. The annihilation law from Shiva's wrath embodied this very force. Thus, had he summoned a supreme deity like Yuanshi, Tianzuan a millennium ago, to fully annihilate him, perhaps he would have already ascended to the highest realm. Guzhan folded the remnants of Shiva's wrath a few times and tucked them beneath the table. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. Suitable host detected the counterattack system is beginning to binding successful. This system is the counterattack system. As long as the host adheres to the system's requirements, collecting negative emotional energy, referred to as negative energy, or completing designated tasks, a counterattack can be achieved. With the assistance of this system, ascending to the highest realm of divinity shall be effortless. Now, commencing task issuance. Task 1. Please eliminate a young Caikun within 3 days. The corners of Guzhan's mouth twitched uncontrollably at that moment. No, he had already ascended to the highest realm. Why was this system appearing now? And to top it off, it wanted him to slay a young Caikun. Guzhan wore a look of exasperation. System, have you made an error? It is currently the year 2021. He continued, the Caikun cubs you instructed me to eliminate were already extinguished over 2 millennia ago. Not to mention, even the grass atop the grave of Caikun could encircle the earth. The host is jesting. How could the system possibly err in such matters? Please ensure the Caikun cubs are slain within 3 days or face severe repercussions. Guzhan's expression darkened. I shall reiterate, Caikun perished 2,000 years ago. The system does not err. Please eliminate the Caikun cubs within 3 days. Seeing the system's obstinacy, Guzhan opted for brevity. This task is beyond my capability. Host, please consider your words carefully. Otherwise, you may self-destruct. Guzhan merely scoffed at the system's threat. He felt no fear. What significance did a system that could merely elevate a host to the pinnacle of divinity hold? Guzhan replied coolly, I cannot do it. You are forcing my hand. Self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Self-destruct failed. Hiss, you have already stepped into the realm of the supreme deity. How could you possibly achieve this without the aid of my system? The reversal system was left in shock, disbelief, and confusion. Negative energy 111. Since the reversal system, once bound, cannot be unbound unless the host perished, it had its own objectives in seeking out a host. To preserve its performance, it was compelled to adopt a more conciliatory approach towards Guzhan. I apologize. I shall rectify this immediately. Task bug has been fixed. Task updated. Task 1. Please take a set of photos for Zhong Ming. Reward 1,000 negative energy. Guzhan was astounded. Such a haphazard system. Changing tasks at will? He firmly rejected the proposal. Get lost. I have no need for you. Why should I undertake your tasks? The system was utterly dismayed. Oh, the reversal system wept bitterly. Negative energy 666. Chapter 2. The system's humiliation. The system took a deep breath if it could. Dear Master Gu, please do not be hasty in your refusal. This system can assist you in transcending dimensions. Ah, what an impressive deception. Guzhan rolled his eyes. I would be a fool to believe you. You cannot even obliterate a mere supreme deity. Yet you expect me to trust that you can help me transcend dimensions? The transcendence to higher dimensions represented a realm more formidable than that of a supreme deity, a powerful state that transcended this world. This system indeed cannot, but the one who created this system can. Let me put it this way. That individual is currently gathering the memories of this world. This includes, but is not limited to, visual memories, emotional memories, and object memories. Thus, should you complete 648 tasks or collect a certain quantity of negative energy, that individual will assist you in transcending dimensions. Jiu Zhan wore an expression of disbelief. Observing this, the system promptly manifested a unique interface before him, visible solely to his eyes. The interface displayed 4 prominent characters' treasure pavilion of truth. Merely casting a cursory glance, Gu Zhan found himself entranced by the treasures within the pavilion. Leading the array were the primordial spirit embryo, an assortment of supreme grade and divine grade artifacts, alongside various forbidden items. The prices of these items were all marked with 3 question marks. The most captivating of all was a milky white longsword. From this sword, Gu Zhan sensed an aura that did not belong to this real man aura of ascension. The milky white longsword caused his pupils to constrict slightly. Noticing this, the system hurriedly interjected, "Can you now believe what this system has to say? Did I not mention that you must gather negative energy? The currency for transactions in the treasure pavilion of truth is indeed this negative energy. In other words, as long as you possess sufficient negative energy, you can exchange it for everything within this pavilion. That sword, imbued with the power of ascension, is the key to your becoming an ascendant." Gu Zhan, being a supreme deity himself, felt assured that the milky white longsword genuinely contained the power of ascension. However, he pondered why everything in the pavilion was marked with 3 question marks. He voiced his curiosity to the system, which replied, "This is due to the insufficiency of negative energy in your possession. Once you accumulate a sufficient amount, those question marks will transform into monetary values." Gu Zhan nodded slightly and fell into contemplation. Although he had already reached the realm of the supreme deity, the highest level within this world, he could not claim invincibility. Firstly, there were other supreme deities in existence, and secondly, an even more formidable entity lurked within this realm, Azathoth. Though Azathoth resided in this world, his realm surpassed that of this plane, corresponding to the previously mentioned ascendant realm. As a reader of the original text, Gu Zhan was acutely aware that Azathoth's objective was to devour this world. To counter Azathoth, the cosmic will of this world engaged in a protracted game of wits within the confines of the divine mental hospital. Since the inception of the first game, this world has undergone over 100 million cycles of dream reincarnation. Gu Zhan understood that the current cycle he inhabited was destined to culminate in failure, heralding the restart of the dream reincarnation. Should the world reset, he, having traversed into this cycle, would vanish without a trace. Such an outcome was not what Gu Zhan desired. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Azathoth during this reincarnation, should the slightest possibility arise. The sole path to achieving this goal was through ascension. Although Azathoth had already become the sovereign of this universe, even if he ascended, it did not guarantee he could defeat him. However, not ascending would certainly lead to his defeat. Gu Zhan had previously shattered Shiva's wrath with a single punch during his time as a supreme deity after ascension. It was not beyond reason that he could deliver a fatal blow to Azathoth with a single strike. He decided to cooperate with the counterattack system. Nevertheless, prior to formalizing their collaboration, Gu Zhan needed to clarify one matter. He inquired, "How, pray tell, does one acquire this negative energy you speak of? Is Master Gu willing to cooperate?" "Thank you." Negative energy, abbreviated as negative power, serves as the currency of the Truth Pavilion. As long as you can evoke negative emotions in others, you will reap negative power. Wasn't my mindset shattered by you moments ago? That certainly generated negative energy. The Truth Pavilion maintains a system log, you may refer to it. Gu Zhan, having comprehended the method of acquiring negative energy, chose not to examine the system log. Task 1 involves taking a photo shoot for Zhong Ming, correct? Indeed. Gu Zhan nodded. Curiosity piqued about the esteemed individual mentioned by the system. He inquired, "Who is that esteemed individual? And why is there a need for the memories of this world?" "The esteemed individual cannot be observed, touched, or defined." Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. "An ascendant, perhaps? It would make sense if this entity could assist him in ascending. They must indeed be an ascendant." Unable to extract further information about the esteemed individual, he lost interest in pondering the matter. After conversing with the counterattack system, he perceived it as a somewhat privileged salesperson. When faced with the easily manipulated, it acts as a master when confronted with someone like him. It swiftly transforms into a subordinate. Guzhan deemed this counterattack system a disgrace within the realm of systems. At that moment, he recalled some details concerning the tasks and asked, "You mentioned I must complete 648 tasks, correct? Is this 648 the upper limit of tasks?" "Yes, it is the upper limit. Thus, every task must be fulfilled. By the way, tasks are grouped in sets of 4. If not all are completed, you will be unable to receive new tasks." Guzhan's lips twitched. "Is that really the rule? Can it be altered?" "Apologies. This is the decree of that esteemed individual." Guzhan rolled his eyes. "Fine, forget I asked." After concluding his dialogue with the system, he prepared a simple dinner for himself. Not too much, just 3 dishes and a soup. After satisfying his hunger, Guzhan resolved to embark on task 1, heading directly to the Peace Affairs office where Hong Ying worked. As for the home visit task assigned by the Grey Director, he planned to attend to it after completing task 1, time permitting. Though failure to complete the director's task would result in a salary deduction, he remained indifferent. Having lived for over 2,000 years, Guzhan had previously occupied himself with various pursuits, from serving as a village head and a general to frolicking in the heavenly palace with the Monkey King. During the southern and northern dynasties, he even indulged in a brief taste of emperorship. His recent position as the homeroom teacher of Class 2 at the second high school was merely an attempt to experience a different life and pass the time. To him, salary held little significance. Before long, Guzhan arrived at the Night Watcher's base in Songnan City, the Peace Affairs office of Team 136. Chapter 3. Young lady, care to shoot a film? Guzhan observed the peace office, shrouded in darkness. A slight frown creased his brow. Had they closed for the day? That seemed unlikely. Typically, the 136 squad worked until 10 in the evening. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With Lin Chia transferring to the second high school tomorrow, it implied that the Phantom Mask Group had commenced its activities in Songnan City. The 136 squad must have collectively mobilized to eradicate the Phantom Mask Group. With a resigned sigh, Guzhan acknowledged that, in the absence of Hong Ying at the peace office, he would have to make his way to Lin Chia's residence. Searching for someone in the vastness of Songnan was certainly not his forte. Although Guzhan was a supreme deity, he lacked a divine realm. More accurately, his divine realm was himself. He could shatter the vengeful Shakti with a mere punch and obliterate the outer god's dream of annihilation. Yet he could not sense targets within a divine realm as some deities did. Despite honing a similar ability, termed alertness, through countless battles over the past 2 millennia, he could only perceive nearby entities that harbored animosity or murderous intent towards him. If they showed no interest, it proved challenging to detect them. As a supreme deity, it lacked a certain gravitas. It must be said that no god is perfect. With strengths come weaknesses. While Guzhan had acquired formidable offensive capabilities, he was deficient in other areas. Moreover, even if he could sense their location, he could not discern their appearance as Lin Chia could within her mundane divine realm. It was futile to rely on this ability to locate Hong Ying. Fortunately, Lin Chia resided in the Old Town, and if memory served him correctly, the primary battleground for the 136 squad tonight was also in the Old Town. If fortune smiled upon him, he might just encounter the 136 squad. Thus, Guzhan proceeded towards Lin Chia's home, following the address on the student resume. Shortly after entering the Old Town, a crimson barrier suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Observing this, Guzhan's lips curled into a slight smile. Was this the standard prohibition notice of the Night Watchman, revealing an unrestricted void? It seemed luck was on his side. Perhaps he would meet Hong Ying tonight. At that moment, boom, boom, boom. Nearby, the sound of explosions erupted. It appeared that a skirmish was underway. Guzhan narrowed his eyes, surmising that it must be the 136 squad engaged in combat with the Phantom Mask. And without a doubt, the one confronting the Phantom Mask was likely the very person he sought, Hong Ying. Among the entire 136 squad, only Hong Ying exhibited such an extravagant and fierce fighting style. Like a nimble leopard, Guzhan sprinted towards the source of the explosions. He refrained from running at full speed. for unleashing his full potential would create a sonic boom powerful enough to shatter the windows of nearby buildings. While the old town might not be densely populated, causing harm to the flora and fauna was undesirable. Nevertheless, even at a restrained pace, he moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to a wraith. In the eyes of an ordinary person, the figure of Guzhan was hardly visible. They could only perceive a shadow. On an empty street, a spirited young girl clad in a red tracksuit, wielding a spear engulfed in flaming rose-colored fire, was engaged in combat against several grotesque, towering monsters with tails. This valiant girl was none other than Zhong Ming, the primary combat force of Team 136, possessing the forbidden attire known as the Rose Fire Feather Garb. The repulsive creatures she faced were the ghost-faced ones. Despite their numbers and size, they were no match for Zhong Ming's prowess. With a graceful flourish of her flaming spear, she swiftly dispatched half of the ghost-faced ones. The remaining monsters, witnessing her formidable skill, promptly fled. With a commanding shout, Zhong Ming intensified the flames consuming her spear, hurling it toward the retreating foes. The spear shot forth like a rocket, embedding itself among several of the monsters. An enormous explosion ensued, scattering the ghost-faced ones in disarray. Satisfied, Zhong Ming brushed her hands together, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. Mission accomplished. She dashed to retrieve her spear from the ground. Just as she was about to leave this area to assist her teammates elsewhere, Guzhan emerged unexpectedly from a nearby alley. Upon spotting him, Zhong Ming's expression shifted dramatically. How could there be an ordinary person in the void of the unguarded realm? Guzhan recognized Zhong Ming immediately, a smile creeping onto his lips. His guess had proven correct. It was indeed her. As he prepared to greet her, suddenly, a manhole cover exploded nearby, and 3 ghost-faced ones surged forth from the sewer. Instinctively, Zhong Ming aimed to throw her spear at them, but quickly realized that such an action might inadvertently harm the ordinary man. Resigned, she gripped her weapon and charged toward Guzhan and the monsters, urgently urging him, "You need to run now." Just as her words left her lips, one of the ghost-faced ones, grinning wickedly, swung its massive arm toward Guzhan's head. Zhong Ming's heart sank. She was too far away to reach him in time, and a look of despair crossed her face. To her, it seemed that Guzhan, this ordinary man, was doomed. However, the outcome was astonishing, even shocking. With an expressionless demeanor, Guzhan effortlessly raised his hand, seizing the monster's wrist with precision, and, like a whip, flung the creature to the ground. Thud! The impact caused the earth to crack beneath it. Guzhan's intervention could be likened to unleashing the ocean. Had he exerted his full strength, not only would the mere ghost-faced man have perished, but even the likes of Tsang would have been swept away. Yet, even with this restrained display, it was enough to leave Zhong Ming's mouth agape in astonishment. Her steps involuntarily faltered. Was he jesting? The ghost-faced man, hunched over, would stand at least 2 meters tall with a weight exceeding 200 pounds, and yet he was flung to the ground as if he were but a chick? What terrifying strength! Your might has astounded Zhong Ming, negative energy 30. What left Zhong Ming even more astounded was yet to come. After Guzhan smashed the ghost-faced man into the ground, the other 2 ghost-faced men immediately launched an attack against him. In plain sight of Zhong Ming, Guzhan proceeded to tear the ghost-faced man asunder, splitting him in 2, with viscera spilling across the ground. Grasping one half in his left hand and the other in his right, he wielded the dismembered body as a weapon, swinging it left and right, sending the other 2 ghost-faced men flying with a swift whoosh. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Ming gasped in disbelief. The act of tearing apart a ghost-faced man was something even she, a superpowered individual, could not accomplish. Yet, this seemingly ordinary man executed it with remarkable ease. No, it could not be. How could an ordinary person possibly rend a ghost-faced man? Thus, this individual before her must also be a superpowered being, perhaps an undiscovered illegal superhuman. While she contemplated Guzhan, he suddenly addressed her. "Hey there, with such beauty, why not consider acting?" Zhong Ming. Your words have left Zhong Ming utterly bewildered. Negative energy 666. Chapter 4. The masked demon torn asunder like paper. Zhong Ming found the young man before her to be quite peculiar. He had the audacity to inquire if she would like to participate in a photo shoot. Given that Gu Zhan had previously remarked on her beauty, her mind instinctively conjured images of something inappropriate for children. This unsettling thought made her feel as though she had encountered a deviant. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she pointed to her head and exclaimed, "Good sir, is there something amiss with you?" Gu Zhan cleared his throat. Ahem. My earlier phrasing was somewhat flawed. What I meant to convey is that you possess striking beauty, and I will be delighted to capture a set of portraits of you. Hong Ying took a wary step back, convinced that this man was indeed a pervert. Surely, he didn't intend to photograph her and then retreat to his bed at night, indulging in unsavory thoughts about her image. She resolutely declined. No, thank you. At that moment, a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted from 3 directions. Evidently, the other members of Team 136 had encountered the masked demon as well. With no time to engage further with Gu Zhan, Hong Ying turned to assist her comrades. Gu Zhan surmised her intent. Are you off to support your teammates? How about this? I shall assist you in vanquishing the masked demon, but afterward, you must permit me to photograph you. Hong Ying responded with disdain. I have already stated that I have no need for a photo shoot. As for defeating the masked demon, my teammates and I can handle it without your help. You, an unauthorized superhuman, should remain where you are and await the conclusion of the battle. With that, Hong Ying dashed away. Gu Zhan watched a retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. How strange. These days, young girls seem to relish taking selfies. Given Hong Ying's boisterous nature, one would expect her to be more receptive to my offer. At the very least, she should have inquired why I wished to photograph her. After a brief contemplation, although he had not secured an agreement with Hong Ying, he resolved to assist Team 136 in dispatching the masked demon. Only by eliminating this foe could Gu Zhan revisit the topic of the photo shoot with her. He retrieved a small black jar from a quaint gray ring worn on his right middle finger. This ring, known as the Caikun ring, was a gift from Gong Yangwan, bestowed upon him 2 millennia ago to persuade him to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Naturally, after several years of service, he had departed due to the upheaval in the Heavenly Palace. The black jar appeared rather ordinary, yet contained a brew made from the blood of the white tiger, a concoction Gu Zhan had borrowed from the Jingzhen run during his tumultuous time in the Heavenly Palace with the Monkey King. The blood of the white tiger, derived from a divine beast, exuded a fragrant aroma that held a lethal allure for over 90% of the mysteries in this world. He intended to use the enticing scent of this white tiger blood to draw all the masked demons within the formless void to his location, thereby resolving the matter in one fell swoop. With determination, Gu Zhan uncorked the jar. The moment the stopper was removed, a rich fragrance of tiger blood wafted forth. Upon inhaling the aroma, Gu Zhan couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling an insatiable craving surge within him. The fragrance is not merely mysterious, it is utterly irresistible, even to the divine, for it is simply too enchanting. However, this blood wine of the white tiger is a precious small jar that Gu Zhan is reluctant to consume. After all, the Jingzhen and he are still caught in a century-long cycle of reincarnation. Should he indulge in this blood, he would find himself without the means to procure a second jar. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the fact that extracting blood from the white tiger to brew wine would diminish its cultivation, and there is little left at Jing's disposal. Gu Zhan's rapport with Jing is quite amiable at present, making it rather unseemly to seek out further. Borrow from him. The alluring aroma of the white tiger's blood swiftly wafted through the night breeze, permeating every corner of the old city within the infinite domain. The ghostly-faced beings, currently engaged with Team 136, upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, abandoned their immediate foes and converged towards Gu Zhan. The members of Team 136, startled by the sudden retreat of their adversaries, exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why the ghostly beings had chosen to flee. It seemed the air was imbued with an oddly tantalizing scent that stirred their appetites. However, there was no time to ponder the fragrance. They promptly pursued the retreating ghostly figures. Before long, 13 ghostly beings came rushing from various directions, swiftly surrounding Gu Zhan. As a result, Gu Zhan caught sight of the members of Team 136 in pursuit of the ghostly beings. There were 3 men. Due to the myriad advertisements for the Peace Affairs office plastered across the streets of Songnan City, he instantly recognized their identities: Captain Chun Mai, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan, and team member Wen Qima. Upon witnessing the ghostly beings rushing toward the young man, Chun Mai and his companions were taken aback, completely bewildered as to why such an individual could attract so many ghostly beings. Could it be that this young man possessed a forbidden domain, one that draws in the ghostly entities? They immediately commenced their observation of Gu Zhan, but detected not the slightest trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. This indicated that the young man before them might be an ordinary person, or perhaps not. Yet, he likely was an ordinary person. Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened as he pressed a button on a Bluetooth earpiece nestled in his right ear. Old Zhao, you made an error. There is an ordinary person in the infinite domain. A middle-aged man's voice soon echoed through the earpiece. No way. I collaborated with the police this afternoon to clear the area. Chun Mai interjected, Xiangnan, let's not dwell on that now. Our priority is to rescue that ordinary person. Suddenly, Wen Qima's expression shifted dramatically. It's too late. Just as he uttered these words, the 13 ghostly beings, their eyes glinting with greed, lunged toward Gu Zhan. The faces of Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan transformed in an instant. The young man was doomed. They envisioned Gu Zhan being overwhelmed and torn to shreds by the ghostly beings. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond their expectations. In their eyes, Gu Zhan appeared frail, not particularly thin, but not overweight either, possessing an air of delicate vulnerability. Yet it was this very individual who performed an astonishing spectacle before their eyes, tearing apart the ghastly figure as if it were a mere shadow. The ghoul appeared utterly feeble before the youth, who could effortlessly lift the 200-pound creature as if it were a mere chick, ready to rend it asunder. 13 ghastly figures, a full 13, were swiftly and effortlessly obliterated by the youth in mere moments. The ground was strewn with the dismembered remains of the ghastly figures, scattered haphazardly. Hiss! Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima gasped in disbelief. What is happening? Where does he derive such strength? To tear apart such a formidable ghoul with such ease is simply absurd. Chun Mai is continuously astonished by you. Negative energy 30-30-30. Wu Xiangnan is continuously astonished by you. Negative energy 30-60-30. Wen Qima is continuously astonished by you. Negative energy 60-60-60. Chun Mai turned to Wu Xiangnan. Xiangnan, did you sense the presence of a forbidden domain when he tore apart the ghoul? Wu Xiangnan subtly shook his head. No, but given the circumstances, it is highly probable that this individual possesses a strength-based forbidden domain. Such domains are relatively unique, as they do not manifest external mental energy upon activation, and may not even require mental energy at all. At that moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan approached, halting beside Chun Mai and his companions. The 2 girls immediately caught sight of the scattered remains of the ghastly figures, their faces paling in shock. How revolting! The sight of the scattered remains of the ghastly figures nauseates Hong Ying, negative energy 98. Si Xiaonan finds the sight of the scattered remains somewhat distasteful. Negative energy 1. Upon noticing Hong Ying's arrival, Gu Zhan smiled and waved at her. Hong Ying, could you perhaps consider allowing me to take a set of photographs for you, given the number of ghastly figures I have dispatched? His words rendered the minds of Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Si Xiaonan momentarily blank. Photographs? Hong Ying flushed crimson, stomping her foot in exasperation. You pervert. Haven't you had enough? I've already said, I will not take any pictures. Chapter 5. A punch from 9 years ago changed everything. Chun Mai turned to Hong Ying and inquired, Hong Ying, what does he mean by want to take a photo shoot? Hong Ying, visibly irate, recounted to her teammates the earlier incident where Gu Zhan expressed his desire to photograph her. She concluded with a remark, that guy must be a freak. Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and even Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a curious blend of intrigue and bemusement. Their gazes towards Gu Zhan shifted, growing increasingly laden with meaning. Noticing their reactions, Gu Zhan furrowed his brows, beginning to sense that his actions might indeed come across as somewhat bizarre, without context or consequence. He had approached someone out of the blue with a request to take their pictures. Undoubtedly, anyone in such a situation would question the individual's sanity. He realized he had left Hong Ying with an exceedingly unfavorable impression. It seemed that the completion of his task would need to be postponed. The matter of photographing Hong Ying required careful consideration. After all, he could not simply force her into it, could he? Though Gu Zhan was no paragon of virtue, he was far from being a rogue or a scoundrel. He chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Chen Mai observed this and furrowed his brow slightly before calling out to Gu Zhan, "Friend, please do not depart just yet." Gu Zhan paused, glancing back at Chen Mai. "Do you have something to discuss?" Chen Mai nodded slightly and took a couple of steps closer to Gu Zhan. "Based on our observations, you are an extraordinary individual, correct?" Gu Zhan shook his head in denial. No. He considered himself a celestial being now, no longer merely an extraordinary individual. However, Chen Mai mistakenly assumed that Gu Zhan was reluctant to admit to his abilities for fear of trouble and continued, "Whether you acknowledge it or not, your powers are beyond the ordinary, which places you in the realm of extraordinary individuals. All extraordinary individuals in the world fall under our jurisdiction, namely the Night Watch organization. Therefore, I need you to accompany us back for registration." Gu Zhan was not inclined to waste his time at a peacekeeping office for any registration, nor did he appreciate being managed. The hour was merely 8 in the evening, not too late, and he still had time to visit Lin Xie. He shook his head at Chen Mai. "Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." Disregarding Chen Mai further, he turned to leave. Chen Mai's expression darkened slightly, and he drew 2 star knives from the black box he carried. He addressed Gu Zhan's retreating figure in a low, stern voice. "As the captain of Team 136, it is my duty. I cannot allow an unauthorized, extraordinary individual like you to roam freely. I will say this once more. Return with me to the base immediately, or I shall not be polite." Gu Zhan continued on his way, seemingly unperturbed by Chen Mai's words. Chen Mai sighed in resignation. "Alas, you have rendered us significant assistance tonight, and I truly did not wish for matters to escalate to this point. Since you remain obstinate, I have no choice but to take offense." He activated his Forbidden Domain Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with an ominous wind, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Before him loomed an imposing and colossal palace, the entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Yama's Hall. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zhan finally halted his steps, feeling a slight ache in his head. To be candid, as a devoted fan of the original work, he harbored a fondness for Team 136 and had no desire to engage in conflict with them. However, it appeared that without a confrontation, Chen Mai would not permit him to depart. Yet, despite Chen Mai's aggressive approach, Gu Zhan sensed no hostility emanating from him. It seemed that Chen Mai merely wished to escort him back. Turning to face Chen Mai, Gu Zhan noticed that despite the aura of the Chuan realm surrounding him, it was merely a fade. Chen Mai had suppressed his own realm, and his true strength was that of an initiator in the Klein realm. This revelation caused Gu Zhan to raise an eyebrow, though he soon found solace in understanding the situation. 9 years prior, he had shattered the annihilation laws of the vengeful Shiva with a single punch, thereby preventing Tsangnan City from being erased. Consequently, the miraculous city constructed by Lin Xie using the mortal realm had never materialized. At that time, Chen Mai, who was only at the Chuan realm, had not been permanently bound by the mortal realm, and over the past 9 years, it was only natural for him to have improved. Gu Zhan reflected, astonished that his desperate strike for survival had significantly influenced the narrative of the original story. Nevertheless, as a fan, he found this outcome rather delightful. Upon realizing he had traversed into the world of divine slaying, he had contemplated rectifying the regrets left in the original work. Unfortunately, he had arrived during the reign of Lu Che's son, Emperor Zhao of Han, Lu Fuling. Not only was he unable to mend those regrets directly, but he also lacked the opportunity to meet Lin Xie, who had already severed his ties to fate and concealed himself within the River of Time. Gu Zhan recalled that had it not been for his later encounter with Ganyang Wan, he would have remained oblivious to his arrival in the world of divine slaying. After acquiring the thunderous body refinement technique, he vowed to survive until the present in order to address the regrets he had nurtured while reading the original work. However, pondering Chun Mai's talent, it was hard to believe that after 9 years, he had only reached the initial stage of the Klein realm. Surely, he could have attained its pinnacle. After all, at this juncture, the captain of Team 006 from Shangjing City, Xiaopinga, was already at the peak of the Klein realm. Could it be that Chun Mai's prolonged stay in Sangnan had deprived him of the finest cultivation resources? Why, indeed, had Chun Mai chosen to suppress his realm and remain in Sangnan City? Was it possible that 9 years ago, he had failed to complete the mission of investigating the desecrator? Or was there another underlying reason? Unbeknownst to Gu Zhan, the reason for Chun Mai's presence in Sangnan was intricately linked to him. As Chun Mai opened his own restricted space, he noticed Gu Zhan across from him, surprisingly. Lost in thought, this left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Indeed, one is underestimated. Chun Mai expressed his dissatisfaction with your distraction, accumulating negative energy. He shook his head slightly, thinking that Gu Zhan, in his youthful arrogance, believed that awakening the powers of the Forbidden Ruins rendered him invincible. A cold smile crept across his face. Brother, losing focus during battle is hardly a commendable habit. Gu Zhan, snapping back to reality, offered a calm smile and candidly remarked, Against you, I could fight with my eyes closed, let alone being distracted. Chun Mai's lips twitched. This young man, how audacious. His words not only provoked Chun Mai, but also irritated others, including Wu Xiangnan, who adjusted his glasses and muttered, Truly, a young bull knows no fear of tigers. When Chima sighed deeply, alas, the captain intended to suppress this fellow, but now that he has spoken, he may well face some trials. Xiaonan watched Gusan, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She felt a certain inscrutability about him and worried. Can the captain truly win? Hong Ying's delicate face displayed incredulity as she exclaimed, Xiaonan, what nonsense are you uttering? That is the captain. He alone can hold his own against us. So how could he possibly lose to a newcomer who has only recently awakened? Unbeknownst to them, as they had never paid attention to Gu Zhan and sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, the members of Team 136 had tacitly accepted that he was indeed a newcomer with a recent awakening. Hong Ying rallied Chun Mai, Captain, teach this insufferable brat a lesson. Chapter 6, directly slammed to the ground, bang. Beneath Chun Mai's feet, an immense force erupted, causing the ground to crack under the impact. He surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Gu Zhan. The distance between them was a daunting 20 meters, yet for Chun Mai, it was traversed in the blink of an eye. His figure shot forth, arriving in close proximity to Gu Zhan in an instant. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade, the cut severing flesh, the strike cleaving the soul. The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 037, Black Wu Chang, possessed a peculiarly sinister ability, categorized as a magical attack, capable of severing lifespan above and soul beneath. Those struck by Chun Mai's assault might escape with mere surface wounds, yet their souls would endure devastating blows. As Chun Mai unleashed his strike, Gu Zhan too made his move. He rapidly raised his arm, fingers poised, and flicked at Chun Mai's 2 celestial blades in quick succession. Though there was a discernible order to Gu Zhan's actions, in Chun Mai's perception, the 2 flicks occurred simultaneously, akin to a swift ascent. Chun Mai felt 2 immense forces surge from the blades, jolting his hands and numbing his grip to the point of insensibility. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He understood that those who wielded the power of the Forbidden Ruin possessed formidable strength, yet this individual before him exhibited an absurdly overwhelming might. Chun Mai's heart trembled. Negative energy 30. Despite his regular strength training, Chun Mai prided himself on being nearly on par with the typical wielders of power in the Forbidden Ruin. However now, in the face of Gu Zhan's strength, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Chun Mai felt a surge of helplessness. Negative energy 60. Just as Chun Mai contemplated uttering a word to Gu Zhan, a massive palm came crashing towards his face. Before he could react, his visage was firmly grasped. Subsequently, an overwhelming force emanated from Gu Zhan's palm, and Chun Mai's head was unceremoniously slammed into the ground. Chun Mai was left dumbfounded. Negative energy 98. The battle concluded. Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shima, Ong Ying, Sik Xiaonan. From a distant rooftop, the sniper Lung Xian observed in stunned silence. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. What? This is how it ends? Wasn't it promised that the captain would dominate the opponent? How is it that the captain finds himself pinned to the ground instead? Wu Xiangnan felt a surge of apprehension towards you. Negative energy 60. When Shima harbored a hint of fear, negative energy 98. Hong Ying's jaw dropped in astonishment. Negative energy 98. Si Xiaonan perceived your strength. Negative energy 6. Lung Xian gasped in disbelief. Negative energy 60. With a sniper rifle aimed at Gu Zhan's head. Lung Xian inquired over the comms. Do you require fire support? Chen Mai, pinned by Gu Zhan, remained silent yet exchanged a glance with Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan understood immediately. Whispering in response, do not act recklessly. Lung Xian understood. Gu Zhan did not keep Chen Mai pinned for long, releasing him and lifting him as one would chick, placing him back on the ground. Chen Mai's lips twitched, filled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Gu Zhan brushed off the dust from Chen Mai's uniform and gently straightened it, murmuring, I hold your team 136 in high regard. Let today's matters rest here. Should you act against me again, I shall not be so lenient. He winked at Hong Ying and turned to leave. Chen Mai gazed at Gu Zhan's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought, before glancing at the two starry blades that had been flicked away by Gu Zhan, which dispelled any thoughts of confronting him with full force. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, he sensed that even if he were to unleash his entire strength, he might still not prevail against this individual. Who exactly is this person? It was astonishing that such a formidable figure lurked within the seemingly unremarkable Sangnan city. One could only hope that he was not affiliated with the ancient god cult. Wu Xiangnan and the others hurried to Chen Mai's side. Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly. Are we just letting him go? Chen Mai tilted his head to regard Wu Xiangnan. Would you prefer to apprehend him? Wu Xiangnan replied, I merely mentioned it in passing. You need not take it so seriously. When Shima displayed concern, is it truly wise to allow an illegal superpower user to roam freely in Sangnan City? Chen Mai placed his right hand on the back of his neck, cracking it twice. From what I can discern, he does not seem to be a malevolent individual. Let us prioritize the task at hand. Once we conclude our work, I shall report this individual's situation to our superiors and seek their counsel. The group responded in unison, understood. Half an hour later, Gu Zhan arrived at Lin Chie's home, following the address listed on his resume. He pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, a youthful voice called from behind the door. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal a young boy, strikingly reminiscent of Jiao Junin, albeit much younger. Gu Zhan instantly recognized the boy's identity as Yang Jian, who was still in the cycle of reincarnation. Presently, Yang Jian was known as Lin Chie's younger brother, Yang Jin. When Gu Zhan had previously stirred up trouble in the heavenly palace alongside the Monkey King, he had formed a strong bond with Yang Jian. As Gu Zhan recognized Yang Jian, Yang Jin, too, recognized him, his mouth agape in astonishment. Holy cow, the one-punch saint. A Yang Jin, Shoket, negative energy 98. A flood of distant memories surged within Yang Jin. 2,000 years prior, Gu Zhan had led a rebellion at Huaguo Mountain alongside Sun Wukong. Niao Mo Wang, Jiao Mo Wang, Peng Mo Wang, Shirtua Wang, Miho Wang, and Yuran Wang. Sun Wukong was known as the great sage equal to heaven. Niao Mo Wang was the great sage of peace. Peng Mo Wang was the great sage of chaos. Shirtua Wang was the great sage of mountain moving. Miho Wang was the great sage of wind. Yuran Wang was the great sage of spirit driving. Gu Zhan was known as the one-punch saint. Together, they were referred to as the 8 great sages of Aolai. The Jade Emperor, upon learning of this rebellion, was incensed and commanded Yang Jian and Neza to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to quell the uprising at Huaguo Mountain. Yang Jian and Neza had fought against Gu Zhan and Sun Wukong for 3 days and nights without a clear victor. One of the most profound impressions that Gu Zhan had of Yang Jian was the moment before the battle commenced. Gu Zhan, from the summit of Huaguo Mountain, delivered a punch that pierced the heavens, causing 30,000 celestial soldiers to plummet to the earth like dumplings. Gu Zhan gazed at Yang Jin and smiled gently. I should call you Yang. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Jin hurriedly interjected, I am Yang Jin. May I inquire your name? Just as Gu Zhan was about to respond, a slightly stooped middle-aged woman approached. As she walked, she admonished Yang Jin. Xiao Jin, how many times have I told you? Do not casually disclose your name to strangers. Gu Zhan recognized her as Wang Fong, the aunt of Lin Xie. Wang Fong pulled Yang Jin protectively behind her and, with a wary expression, inquired, May I ask who you are? Gu Zhan nodded. I am Gu Zhan, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 2 at San'an No. 2 High School. I have been entrusted by the head of the grade to conduct a home visit for Lin Xie. His introduction, however, did little to allay Wang Fong's suspicions. She did not permit Gu Zhan enter the house and queried, I visited your school this afternoon. Why did I not see you? How can you prove your identity? Chapter 7. You are indeed the complete supreme deity. Gu Zhan produced his work ID, stating, I visited the Education Bureau this afternoon, hence my absence. Here's my ID. Please take a look. Lin Xie's aunt took the ID, scrutinizing it with a skeptical expression. Are you truly Chie's homeroom teacher? Gu Zhan responded with a hint of exasperation. If this ID cannot validate my identity, then I am at a loss. Which teacher did you coordinate with this afternoon? I can initiate a video call with him to authenticate my identity. Upon hearing Gu Zhan's words, Lin Xie's aunt began to trust his identity, for if it were false, a simple phone call would unmask it. She returned the ID to Gu Zhan, her demeanor brightening. So you are indeed Chie's homeroom teacher. Please come in and have a seat. She ushered Gu Zhan into the living room and called out to her room. Chie, your homeroom teacher has arrived. Come out and meet him. Before long, a boy with dark, tousled hair emerged from a room, cradling an exceedingly unattractive black dog with a rough coat. This boy was none other than Lin Xie, the protagonist of the original narrative. Surprisingly, it was not Lin Xie who reacted first to Gu Zhan, but rather the dog in his arms. The black dog, upon seeing Gu Zhan, bared its teeth and barked incessantly, lunging as if to pounce on him. Lin Xie's aunt found the dog's behavior peculiar. What has gotten into Xiao He today? It has never reacted this way when we have guests. She admonished, Xiao He, this is Chie's homeroom teacher. You need to stop barking. The only ones aware of the reason behind Xiao He's hostility were Xiao He itself and Yang Jin. The dog's fierce reaction stemmed from Gu Zhan's past remarks over the last 2 millennia about wanting to use Xiao He, the celestial hound, for a dog meat hot pot. After receiving a reprimand from Lin Xie's aunt, Xiao He ceased its barking but continued to glare at Gu Zhan with palpable animosity. Gu Zhan then shifted his gaze to Lin Xie. 9 years prior, his decisive blow had shattered the annihilation laws of the goddess of destruction, which had prevented Lin Xie from harnessing the power of Michael to create a miraculous city as described in the original story. Thus, in his perspective, if Lin Xie had inherited Michael's power, he must possess an immense force within him. After all, Lin Xie had received the true divine power of the supreme deity. However, to Gu Zhan's astonishment, he sensed no formidable strength emanating from Lin Xie. Could it be that his intervention had thwarted Lin Xie from becoming Michael's agent? No, that cannot be. Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes. Although there was no overwhelming power within Lin Xie as a supreme deity, he could still discern the principles of Michael resonating within him. This indicated that Lin Xie was currently passively operating within the realm of worldly divinity. Thus, the truth may be that, due to the fact that the city of Sangnan was not obliterated by the wrath of Shiva 9 years ago, Michael did not directly imbue Lin Xie with power, instead opting to make Lin Xie his sole agent. Yet, why has Lin Xie still lost his sight? Moreover, Lin Xie's some explicitly details his history of mental illness. Gu Zhan pondered briefly and arrived at the answer. Although Lin Xie did not receive Michael's divine power, it stands to reason that he must have exchanged glances with Michael, which could explain the loss of his eyesight. Lin Xie adamantly proclaimed to others that he had seen angels on the moon, which led to his classification as mentally ill and his subsequent admission to the Sunshine Mental Hospital for treatment. Gu Zhan's punch 9 years prior not only altered Chenmai's fate, but also impacted Lin Xie, a fragment of will from the fifth universe. The future, it seems, has become elusive. Nevertheless, it matters little. regardless of how the future unfolds, as long as it does not entail the awakening of Azathoth. He is confident he can resolve any trouble with a single blow. At that moment, Gu Zhan suddenly contemplated a question, thinking to himself, "System, does that esteemed individual not require the memories of this world? Why has no task related to Lin Xie been issued?" Recalling the words of Lord Zhan, the little one is unaware. Gu Zhan smirked. Indeed, this system is merely a humble clerk. How could it possibly comprehend matters pertaining to that esteemed individual? He mused in his mind. System, you truly are ineffectual. The counterattack system suffered a blow, negative energy 198. Following the invitation of Lin Xie's aunt, Gu Zhan settled onto the sofa in the living room. Lin Xie's family sat across from him. The home visit commenced in earnest. Having read the original work, Gu Zhan's understanding of Lin Xie likely surpassed even Lin Xie's own. However, he still symbolically posed a few questions, such as why he had been sent to a mental institution and the nature of his blindness. The home visit concluded swiftly. Gu Zhan took his leave. No sooner had Gu Zhan stepped out of the building where Lin Xie resided than he was called to a halt by Yang Jin and Xiao He. "Stop, great sage." Woof woof. Gu Zhan paused, glancing back at Yang Jin and Xiao He. "Is there something you need?" Yang Jin nodded slightly. "Indeed. There are a few matters I wish to consult with you. Are you available now?" Gu Zhan tossed his head. "I know of a rather good fresh produce store. Would you care to join me for some salmon sashimi?" Yang Jin pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "All right." Moments latte. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, entered a fresh produce store named Hengshalai and took a seat. Gu Zhan promptly ordered 2 pounds of salmon belly sashimi. Yang Jin stopped the waiter. "Wait a moment, half a pound of that should be pan-seared. I'm not particularly fond of raw food." Xiao He woof woof. Gu Zhan glanced at Xiao He. "You want a pan-seared too? You're a dog after all. Shouldn't dogs eat raw food?" Xiao He raised his chin slightly, displaying a proud expression, as if to say, "I am a divine beast." Gu Zhan smiled lightly and ordered an additional pound of salmon sashimi to prepare a pan-seared salmon. Yang Jin displayed an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Are you really planning to consume 2 pounds of sashimi yourself? Great sage, you truly have a penchant for this delicacy." Upon reuniting with an old friend, Gu Zhan maintained a remarkably casual demeanor, responding, "Indeed, I have a particular fondness for it." Having traversed this world for over 2 millennia, Gu Zhan had grown somewhat indifferent to the myriad aspects of existence. In this realm, only a select few things still piqued his interest, with one of the foremost being the pleasure of gastronomy. For Gu Zhan, the joy derived from flavors remained unwavering, even after 1,000 years. Among the plethora of culinary delights, the combination of wasabi and salmon sashimi stood out as one of his absolute favorites. Yang Jin scrutinized Gu Zhan from head to toe, soon revealing a look of astonishment. "Goodness, you are, in fact, the complete deity." Chapter 8. The Thunderous Body Forging Technique. Gu Zhan smiled faintly. "Was there to find strange? Do not forget, ever since I followed Monkey Brother to wreak havoc in the Heavenly Palace, I have always been a wild deity. Unlike you, I do not require the sustenance of spiritual energy, hence I have not aligned myself with any faction. Therefore, a century ago, when the deities of the heavenly court transformed into the national pillar and entered the cycle of reincarnation, the celestial sovereign did not notify me at all. It was only much later that I recalled this matter." Yang Jin and Xiao He both exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. Yang Jin smiled sincerely. "It brings me immense joy to see you in this era." Gu Zhan nodded. "I am quite happy as well. By the way, where is Neza?" Yang Jin shook his head slightly. "I am not certain. We have not been in contact since reincarnation." At that moment, the waiter brought 2 pounds of sashimi to the table. Gu Zhan, familiar with the routine, prepared a bowl of soy sauce infused with a lethal amount of wasabi, picked up a thick slice of salmon belly, dipped it into the sauce, and placed it in his mouth. An intense flavor erupted in his mouth like an explosion, racing through his senses and inducing a sensation akin to enlightenment. Gu Zhan grinned widely, refreshing. Seeing Gu Zhan enjoying his meal so heartily, Yang Jin felt tempted to try some raw fish as well, yet he ultimately refrained from picking up his chopsticks. Gu Zhan shot him a glance. "Such a delectable dish. And you, old fellow, do not know how to enjoy it." Truly a waste of your long years. Yang Jin lifted his chin slightly. Who are you calling old? I, Yang Jin, am barely over 10 years old. I'm not an old man, you're the old one. Guzhan laughed heartily. Since the deities of the Great Xia had entered the cycle of reincarnation a century ago, he had seldom laughed so joyfully as he did today. After his laughter subsided, Guzhan inquired, "What do you wish to ask me?" Yang Jin straightened his expression. "Great sage, when did you arrive in Songnan?" Guzhan replied, "On the morning of October 24th, 9 years ago." Yang Jin's spirit jolted. "I did not expect you to arrive on the 24th. Guzhan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why?" Yang Jin glanced around and lowered his voice. "May I ask you, are you aware of the events that transpired 9 years ago?" Guzhan nodded. "You are referring to the Divine War, I presume?" As a traveler from another realm, he was indeed aware of this incident, but at that time, he did not know the specific location of the Divine War, hence he did not participate. Yang Jin's demeanor shifted again. 9 years ago, the king of Olympus, Zeus, foreseeing the future, discovered a blasphemer. Thus, he rallied other divine nations to launch a divine war against the Great Xia, with the intent to eradicate that blasphemer. The night watchmen of the Great Xia fought valiantly in the Eastern Sea, ultimately preventing all enemies from breaching the nation's borders. However, before one of the invading deities, Gaia, was sealed by the night watchman, she utilized the supreme artifact to annihilate Songnan. Yet, as the annihilation decree descended, it was shattered by a force from the ground to the sky, allowing Songnan to escape disaster. I wish to inquire about a matter. Since you were in Songnan at that time, do you know who struck and shattered the erasure law? Guzhan pointed at himself. I did. Yang Jin responded. Great sage, I am discussing serious matters. Guzhan tilted his head. I am also answering with utmost seriousness. Yang Jin furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head slightly. It cannot possibly be you. Guzhan, Yang Jin, with a serious demeanor, stated, I previously mentioned that Gaia employed a supreme artifact, and the erasure law is also of the highest order. Yet, you are merely a main deity. Even if your power surpasses that of most main deities, you cannot contend with such a supreme law. As a friend, Guzhan elaborated, I too did not anticipate that I could shatter the erasure law. At that moment, sensing danger, I merely unleashed my strongest attack. After breaking the erasure law, I ascended to the realm of the supreme deity. Yang Jin could not contain his laughter and burst out, Great sage. Brother Gu, after a century apart, you have become quite humorous. The celestial sovereign once stated that the heavenly thunder forging technique you practice has a ceiling, which is the pinnacle of the main deities. You have no opportunity to reach the realm of the supreme deity. Furthermore, if you truly were supreme deity, why have I not sensed the aura of such a being emanating from you? Guzhan, seeing Yang Jin's disbelief, grew weary of further explanation. Perhaps this was the prejudice of the human heart, an insurmountable mountain. People are inclined to believe only in what lies within their comprehension. From his perspective, must he strive to prove himself to others for their belief? No, he need not. Yang Jin continued to prattle on. Let me guess why you're so eager to take credit for that incident. It is for face, is it not? To show off before me and Xiao He. Two old friends, correct? Guzhan had once heard that when one does not wish to argue, a simple acknowledgement suffices. He nodded. You are right. Yang Jin laughed. Did I strike a chord? However, you are now a complete main deity, and your perception must surpass mine. I hope you can keep an eye on the situation in Songnan. Should you uncover any information regarding that esteemed individual, be sure to inform me. Guzhan shrugged. Assist you. What do I gain from it? Yang Jin, what would you like in return? Guzhan's gaze drifted toward Xiao He. Both Yang Jin and Xiao He felt a chill from his look. Yang Jin quickly scooped Xiao He into his arms. That is out of the question. Guzhan gave Yang Jin a disinterested glance. It is not such a monumental request. 100 years' worth of salmon sashimi will suffice. Yang Jin gestured in agreement. Thereafter, the two refrained from discussing events from 9 years prior, instead reminiscing about many past tales. In this relaxed and joyful atmosphere, they consumed all the salmon, then parted ways. After Guzhan departed, Yang Jin and Xiao He exchanged glances, observing Guzhan's receding figure. Xiao He remarked, Master, I believe your assessment of Guzhan based solely on the aura of the supreme deity is rather unscientific. Let us not forget 2 millennia ago, prior to Guzhan's strike at Huagua Mountain, you dismissed him as an ordinary individual, failing to sense the main deity aura within him. Had it not been for this oversight, which prevented the 30,000 heavenly soldiers from dispersing, they would never have descended to the mortal realm. Thus, I posit that Guzhan might indeed be the one who shattered the wrath of Shiva 9 years ago. After all, both the time and place align. And as a body cultivator, Guzhan's strength cannot be measured by conventional standards. Yang Jin shook his head slightly. I certainly do not draw conclusions based solely on an aura. Xiao He continued. Do you recall that after the tumult in the heavenly palace, the celestial master commented on Brother Gu, stating that he lacked spiritual roots and was unable to absorb spiritual energy? Therefore, Brother Gu's current accomplishments are attributed solely to the heavenly thunder body refining technique, which allowed him to forcibly ascend to the main deity realm through the unconventional method of refining his body with heavenly thunder. The celestial master assuredly declared that Guzhan's achievements are unprecedented and unparalleled, yet his limitations are confined to the pinnacle of the main deity realm. The essence of the heavenly thunder technique lies in the refinement through heavenly thunder, and once Guzhan entered the main deity realm, there exists no force surpassing heavenly thunder to further refine his body. Can the words of the celestial master, with such profound attainment, be erroneous? Chapter 9. The Primordial Elder and the Peace Affairs Office. Captain's Office. Chunmai retrieved a rather unremarkable special mobile phone from his drawer and dialed a number. This phone could only connect to one specific number, the one belonging to Yi Fan, the Supreme Commander of the Great Xia Night Watch. The call was almost instantly answered. Yi Fan, surprised, exclaimed, "My, it has been quite a while since you last called me, hasn't it?" Chunmai nodded, "Indeed. I called today to report on a matter of significance." Yi Fan, intrigued, inquired, "What matter?" Chunmai carefully considered his words. "Since the divine war 9 years ago, upon your assumption of command, you assigned me to infiltrate Songnan. You tasked me with 2 objectives, to continue the search for the blasphemer and to locate the one who shattered the curse of Shiva. Both matters are of utmost importance. And to avoid drawing attention, you instructed me to disguise myself as an ordinary night watchman." Yi Fan acknowledged, "That is correct. So, your sudden call today is regarding the individual you have found?" Chunmai shook his head. "I may have identified the one who shattered the curse of Shiva. The situation is as follows." He elaborated in detail on matters pertaining to Guzhan. In conclusion, Chunmai added, "This individual possesses unfathomable strength. I felt utterly powerless in his presence." Yi Fan asked, "Do you suspect he is the one from back then?" Chunmai nodded. "It can only be said there is a possibility." Yi Fan pondered for a moment. "Based on your description, my perspective is as follows. The one who acted 9 years ago, capable of obliterating the curse of Shiva with a single strike, must possess extraordinary power. His realm likely rivals that of the legendary immortals of the Great Xia. Such a person would undoubtedly be enigmatic in every action. Moreover, according to your account, this individual seemed rather ordinary and unassuming. If he is indeed that formidable being, then, with his strength, he could effortlessly annihilate all the ghost-faced men or even reduce Songnan to ashes with a mere gesture. Yet, as you described, he first lured the ghost-faced men and then eliminated them one by one." Chunmai, upon hearing this, could not help but slightly nod, recognizing the validity of the Supreme Commander's reasoning. Yi Fan continued, "Nevertheless, even if the person you speak of is not that great being, he remains exceptionally remarkable. Although you did not detect any fluctuations in his mental energy, those endowed with power-based abilities typically do not rely on mental strength. For instance, take Han Jinlong. Confined in the fasting facility, he exemplifies this principle, given that he could overpower you in combat. While you may not have exerted your full strength, his battle prowess is certainly comparable to that of a Sea Realm expert." Chunmai subtly nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case. Yi Fan advisit. Utilize your connections within the police to conduct a thorough investigation into that young man. If his background proves to be untainted, then extend an invitation for him to join the Night Watch." Chunmai's lips twitched slightly. Although he had only recently interacted with the young man, he had no belief that the lad would willingly join the Night Watch. Chunmai let out a bitter smile and remarked, That lad won't even cooperate with the registration process. How could I possibly invite him to join the night watch? Yi Fan replied, that is precisely your dilemma. You must find a solution yourself. With that, Yi Fan ended the call. Chen Mai felt a sense of frustration. Chen Mai harbors deep resentment towards you. Negative energy 111. Guzhan. The following morning, after having breakfast, Guzhan stepped out of his home and boarded bus number 11, heading towards the school. After 3 stops, an unassuming elderly gentleman boarded the bus and took a seat beside Guzhan. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, Guzhan's lips twitched slightly. This old man seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be Yuan Shilao Deng? Of course, it might just be a coincidence in appearance. Guzhan averted his gaze. However, as he did so, the old man turned his attention towards him. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked, Young man, is your surname Gu? Guzhan's expression sharpened. Could it be? This old man truly is Yuan Shilao Deng? He tentatively inquired, Are you Yuan Shilao Deng? The old man's face darkened. In this lifetime, I am 2,000 years your junior. You are the one who should be called Lao Deng. It appeared that the old man had indeed confirmed his identity as the Yuan Shi Tianzun. However, Yuan Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? Among the 3 great heavenly lords, aside from Ling Bao, who created the true self reincarnation, the other 2 do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, while the deities of the great Xia experienced a 100-year reincarnation, you must merely be suffering from a diminished cultivation, right? Nevertheless, what a small world it is. Yuan Shi Tianzun scrutinized Guzhan. It has been a century. You are still alive? Guzhan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This old Deng certainly has a sharp tongue, doesn't he? He retorted, It has been a century. How is it that your cultivation has regressed? Yuan Shi Tianzun's lips twitched. You, my boy, are as infuriating as ever. Yuan Shi Tianzun is somewhat angered. Negative energy 30, Guzhan shrugged. We are equally matched. After a brief pause, he added, It's odd. I often take this bus, yet I have never encountered you before. Yuan Shi Tianzun replied, I usually walk, but last night I indulged in beer and overindulged in seafood, resulting in a touch of gout. Guzhan. Yuan Shi Tianzun continued, Guzhan, when did you arrive in Songnan? Guzhan raised an eyebrow. Are you inquiring about the matter of Shiva's resentment? Yuan Shi Tianzun was not surprised that Guzhan was aware of this, for he believed that if Guzhan had been present during that incident, he would undoubtedly know of it. He explained, 9 years ago, a mysterious master intervened, shattering Shiva's resentment and disrupting my plans. You, being the only deity with the strength of a main god in Songnan during the Divine War 9 years ago, I must ask you, did you perceive who was behind the attack at that time? Guzhan sighed deeply. Here comes that question again. He pondered for a while before replying. If I were to claim that I was the one behind it, would you believe me? Yuan Shi Tianzun paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Do you truly think I would? It is not my intent to undermine you. The day you were repaired was marked by thunderous roars, destined to lead you into the realm of the supreme deity. To survive under the annihilating laws of Shiva's wrath, one must either accept the protection of equally supreme artifacts, such as my own intention to safeguard Yangjian, Howling Sky, and Neza with a supreme artifact, or, as exemplified by that enigmatic expert, directly shatter the curse of Shiva's resentment. The individual who seeks to dismantle Shiva's curse must possess a level of power that at least aligns with that of a supreme deity. Though Guzhan and the primordial supreme being were acquainted, their bond did not run as deep as that with Yangjian. Observing the supreme being's skepticism, Guzhan refrained from further elaboration. If you choose not to believe, so be it. The primordial supreme being paid little heed to Guzhan's words. For as one of the 3 pure ones, he held unwavering confidence in his own judgment. The divine thunder, indeed a formidable technique that even he admired, bore a conspicuous flaw. It alone could not propel a practitioner into the supreme realm, as no energy could surpass the divine thunder in refining the body. After a moment of contemplation, the primordial supreme being spoke, My strength will not be restored until next year. Might I request you, during this year, to keep a vigilant watch over Songnan, to see if you can uncover the whereabouts of that powerful individual? Guzhan nodded in response to the primordial supreme being. And as a slight smile graced his lips under the latter's hopeful gaze, he replied, I cannot. This declaration nearly left the primordial supreme being breathless, pushing him to the brink of exasperation. The primordial supreme being was exasperated by you. Negative Energy 198, Chapter 10. The Illusion of Lin Chia. Upon arriving at the school, Guzhan spotted Lin Chia accompanied by his aunt, who had brought him there. Guzhan approached them with a warm smile and said, Ms. Wang, you are here to see Chia off. Lin Chia's aunt, upon recognizing Guzhan, beamed with delight. Ah, it's Teacher Gu, she exclaimed. Guzhan continued, allow me to take Lin Chia inside. With no objections, Lin Chia's aunt entrusted him to Guzhan's care. After his aunt departed, Guzhan led Lin Chia into the school. Shortly, he brought Lin Chia to Class 2 of the second year, introducing him to the students. Upon learning that Guzhan had brought the nephew of the lady who had distributed eggs to them the previous day, the students greeted Lin Chia with friendly smiles. As Guzhan surveyed the class, he mused to himself, I am merely a formidable brute with overwhelming strength. Though esteemed, I cannot discern which of these children has already become a progeny of the Nandu serpent demon. Guzhan commenced his journey with maximum martial prowess, but possessed negligible other abilities. However, as the narrative unfolds, he would gradually enhance his skills, becoming increasingly formidable. The reasons for his lack of skills over the past 2 millennia will be elucidated later. Guzhan reflected that had he been a teacher at this school a few years earlier, he would have undoubtedly assisted these unfortunate children. Yet this world holds no what-ifs. 9 years prior, upon ascending to the highest realm, Guzhan had secluded himself in the mountains, only recently emerging. Meanwhile, the Nandu serpent demon had been entrenched in the school for several years, having nearly infiltrated it completely. His gaze eventually settled on Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao. That night, they would encounter the masked phantom on their way to escort Lin Chia home, and they would meet a cruel fate at its hands. These two could indeed be saved. It was not out of a sense of martyrdom, rather as their teacher, knowing they were destined to fall victim to the masked phantom while possessing the means to rescue them. Remaining indifferent would reflect poorly on him. It would suggest he was incapable, and a man cannot admit to such inadequacy. Since the first period of the day was not his class, Guzhan left the classroom after dropping off Lin Chia. Following that, Lin Chia's experience mirrored that of the original narrative. Students in Class 2 expressed great enthusiasm towards him, treating him with utmost kindness. During this time, Lin Chia learned of his aunt's visit the previous day to deliver eggs, and he felt deeply touched. As the day swiftly passed, after the evening study session, the students of Class 2 surrounded Lin Chia like sentinels as they exited the school. Many classmates claimed they were headed in the same direction and offered to walk him home. Guzhan had been waiting at the school gate for some time, and upon seeing Lin Chia emerge, he cheerfully remarked, Are you all accompanying Lin Chia home? Then I shall join as well. Upon realizing that their homeroom teacher intended to accompany them, the students hastily concocted various excuses to disperse, leaving only Guzhan and Lin Chia together. Guzhan waited here primarily to rescue Jiang Qian and Wang Xiao. Since they had chosen not to escort Lin Chia, it spared him considerable trouble. Guzhan then addressed Lin Chia. Chia, your eyes merely cannot bear the light, correct? If that is the case, you may return home on your own. He was aware that Lin Chia possessed mental radiation, allowing him to see more clearly than an ordinary person at close range. Lin Chia responded, perplexed, What? Teacher, do you have some sort of issue? Although he was not accustomed to being escorted and had no desire for such attention, Guzhan's actions left him bewildered. Lin Chia is speechless. Negative Energy 30. Guzhan's decision to refrain from accompanying Lin Chia stemmed from his understanding that nothing would befall him that night. Conversely, the appearance of the ghost-faced man might facilitate Lin Chia's awakening of the divine ruins. He had no need to intervene. Lin Chia waved his hand at Guzhan and said, Teacher Gu, well, farewell. Just as Guzhan was about to bid Lin Chia goodbye, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Task 2. Capture the moment of Lin Chia's awakening. Reward 500 negative energy. Guzhan's lips twitched in disbelief. What? System? Are you jesting with me? Why choose this moment to issue the task? If this world were a novel, The current scenario would be akin to a reader praising the narrative for not casting Lin Xie as a mere ward. Yet, the system delivered a swift counter, compelling him to accompany Lin Xie, thus inviting criticism that the story had devolved into a caretaker narrative. Seeing Gu Zhan's frustration, the system hastily clarified, "Please calm your anger. This task was randomly drawn from the task box. I assure you, it was not my intention to complicate matters for you. Moreover, it merely involves taking a photograph. You can certainly choose not to intervene, my lord." Gu Zhan found some merit in the system's explanation, and his anger dissipated significantly. Noticing Lin Xie was about to walk away, he hurriedly caught up. "Classmate Xie, I reconsidered. Although your eyes should be fine at night, for safety's sake, I shall accompany you." Lin Xie, slightly bewildered, thought to himself, "What? This homeroom teacher must be quite eccentric." Lin Xie is further perplexed. Negative energy 60. Despite finding Gu Zhan's behavior odd, he felt reluctant to refuse the class teacher, so he nodded in agreement. Thus, Gu Zhan and Lin Xie walked together. Approximately 10 minutes later, they encountered the first ghost-faced man near a large drainage pipe. In order to ensure Lin Xie could awaken smoothly, Gu Zhan had no intention of intervening. Therefore, upon spotting the ghost-faced man, he let out a terrified scream, "A ghost," and promptly hid behind Lin Xie. Lin Xie was taken aback, thinking, shouldn't the teacher be protecting the student at this moment? Lin Xie was utterly speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of negativity. What left Gu Zhan a loss for words was the fact that the ghostly figure, upon laying eyes on him, displayed an expression akin to disbelief before turning and fleeing in haste. The ghost had shared a brutal scene of its own demise through a peculiar mechanism, and Ghost No. 0312 was now terrified, retreating in panic, accruing further negativity. Gu Zhan thought, no way. He was determined not to let the ghost escape, for if it did, how could Lin Xie ever awaken? In his anxiety, he noticed Lin Xie was even more agitated. With a frantic expression, Lin Xie shouted at the ghost, "Why are you running away? Stop! Come here and fight me." Gu Zhan was left bewildered. Is this Lin Xie really this fierce before his awakening in the original story? Unbeknownst to Gu Zhan, Lin Xie was brimming with excitement upon encountering the ghost. 9 years prior, his consciousness had been drawn to the moon, where he conversed with an angel named Michael. The angel had furrowed his brow and uttered a cryptic phrase. "To find you requires but a miracle, but you are not the only one. What shall we do about our agreement?" "Very well. Let us first make you my sole agent." Thus, Lin Xie became Michael's envoy, receiving the realm of the mundane, the divine domain of mortal affairs. Michael briefly explained the functions of the divine domain and the concepts of the sacred ruins and forbidden grounds. Upon returning to consciousness, Lin Xie shared this knowledge with his family, only to be deemed delusional and subsequently confined to a psychiatric hospital. For 9 years, Lin Xie tirelessly studied the divine domain, striving to enhance his mental faculties. However, due to a lack of specialized training and the immediate restraints imposed for any erratic behavior within the hospital, his progress was minimal. Recently, however, he had experienced a significant surge in his mental power, feeling that the miraculous energy of the divine domain was now accessible to him multiple times. He prided himself on having gained some strength and yearned to encounter supernatural events, eager to prove to others that he had not been lying all along. And now, an opportunity had arisen. He could not only engage in a battle with the ghost, but could also have the timid Gu Zhan bear witness to his prowess. Little did he anticipate that upon seeing him, the ghost would be so frightened that it would flee. It seemed he had become formidable indeed. Chapter 11. Awakened long ago for Lin Xie, the inability to confront the masked specter was indeed a source of regret. Yet, witnessing his own formidable strength, which was sufficient to frighten the specter away, brought him a measure of self-satisfaction. Just as he was about to utter a word to Gu Zhan, he suddenly observed that Gu Zhan, who had been cowering behind him in sheer terror, leaped forth like a mighty monkey. Gu Zhan's speed was astonishing. Even with the mental radiance of the mortal realm, Lin Xie could scarcely catch a glimpse of Gu Zhan's fleeting figure. This revelation caused his pupils to constrict in astonishment. How swift is Teacher Gu? Such velocity was beyond that of an ordinary person. Could it be that Teacher Gu possessed superhuman abilities as well? In the blink of an eye, Gu Zhan darted to the side of the masked specter and, with a single swift motion, sent the specter crashing to the ground. A look of sheer terror spread across the specter's face. Mass Spectre number 0312. Fear, negative energy 98. Gu Zhan seized the specter's head and turned a stride back. The specter flailed its arms in a desperate struggle, but to no avail. It felt as if Gu Zhan's fingers were like iron nails, firmly affixed to its skull, rendering it utterly incapable of escape. Mass Spectre number 0312. Unaware of its impending fate, filled with dread, negative energy 60-60-60. Observing Gu Zhan effortlessly subduing the specter, Lin Xie suddenly realized that the reason the specter fled upon their first encounter was not out of fear of him, but rather fear of Teacher Gu. Lin Xie felt a twinge of jealousy, negative energy 30. Disregarding the specter's struggles, Gu Zhan continued to grip its head, dragging it towards Lin Xie. In order to fulfill Task 2, Gu Zhan needed to ensure that the specter engaged Lin Xie in combat. Lin Xie, gazing at the formidable Teacher Gu, was about to inquire whether he too was a superhuman when Gu Zhan unceremoniously tossed the specter 5 meters in front of him. Lin Xie was immediately engulfed in confusion, unsure of Gu Zhan's intentions. Mass Spectre number 0312. Gu Zhan commanded, "If you wish to live, then kill the lad before you." The words left Lin Xie utterly astounded. What? Teacher Gu intends to kill me. His mind was awash with questions. After knowing Gu Zhan for merely 24 hours, he was bewildered as to why the latter would wish him harm when he had never wronged him. In a flash, a thought struck Lin Xie. Could it be possible that Teacher Gu, through some means, had discerned his identity as the agent of Michael? Perhaps Teacher Gu coveted the power of the divine and sought to eliminate him through the specter, thereby assuming the mantle of Michael's new agent? Such absurd reasoning sprang to his mind, yet he could not help but ponder it. After all, divine beings do not select their agents lightly. How could one simply usurp the role by eliminating the current agent? If such an act were to occur, it would be a miracle to escape divine retribution. As Lin Xie contemplated this justification he deemed reasonable, a surge of anticipation began to blossom within him. He was eager to test the power of the mundane divine realm he had long acquired, along with another ability he had recently obtained. Raising his left hand, he violently tore away the black satin blindfold, his eyes snapping open to reveal a blinding golden radiance. An aura of peak enlightenment emanated from his being, unleashing an immensely powerful, invisible pressure that surged forth from his gaze, firmly suppressing the ghastly figure before him. Lin Xie lifted his right hand, brandishing his cane, and licked his lips, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You wish to kill me? It won't be that simple. Prepare yourself. With a surge of strength in his right arm, he hurled the cane towards the ghastly figure standing 5 meters away. Simultaneously, he activated the mundane divine realm, orchestrating a miraculous event where the cane pierced through the ghastly figure's throat. As the ghastly figure contemplated whether to heed the threat posed by Gu Zhan and eliminate the young man before him, a flash of golden light surged forward. Instinctively, it attempted to evade, yet the golden light seemed to possess a precision-guided mechanism. No matter how it maneuvered, escape was futile. With a piercing sound, the blunt end of the cane Lin Xie had thrown penetrated the ghastly figure's throat, resulting in its immediate demise. Gu Zhan, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a look of astonishment. Peak enlightenment? It appears this young man awakened the divine realm of Michael 9 years ago. But how did he remain at this stage? Given his talent, it would not be surprising for him to have entered Klein by now. Could it be that Michael only bestowed the divine realm upon him without imparting the methods of cultivation? If he has relied solely on his own exploration to reach the threshold of the pool realm, that would be commendable. Gu Zhan suddenly felt a headache coming on. According to the original narrative, Lin Xie was supposed to awaken the divine realm under the coercion of the ghastly figure. Yet reality had shifted dramatically due to that punch he threw 9 years ago. How could this task still be accomplished? When Gu Zhan first encountered Lin Xie yesterday, he had been preoccupied with searching for Michael's power within him, neglecting to consider Lin Xie's own realm. Had he noticed this detail earlier, he would have felt compelled to chastise the system after it issued the task today. Nevertheless, it was not too late for reprimand. Just as Gu Zhan was about to voice his discontent, the system interjected. Detected an error in Task 2. The system has submitted a request to the Task Arbitration Agency. Request approved. Task 2 has been replaced with engage in combat with Lin Xie, with unchanged reward amounts. When a task issued by the system does not align with reality, it may request an error arbitration from the Task Arbitration Agency. Provided sufficient evidence is presented, the arbitration can be granted, allowing the system to draw a new task from the task pool. The previous task of eliminating the young cub of Kujuan was executed in this manner, ultimately resulting in the successful replacement of Task 1 with the task of photographing Hong Ying. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. The system certainly possessed a strong will to survive. After effortlessly dispatching the ghostly figure, Lin Xie could not help but allow a slight smile to grace his lips, a subtle expression of triumph. He felt that his strength was not significantly inferior to that of Master Gu. With a stride that exuded indifference, he approached the lifeless body of the ghostly man, deftly retrieving his cane. Like a skilled swordsman, he flicked the cane with elegance, sending the bloodstains splattering onto the ground beside him. Raising the cane, he pointed it menacingly at Gu, his demeanor cool and composed as he declared, "Master Gu, do you think you can rely on a ghost to eliminate me? Such delusions. You shall not supplant me to become the new agent of Michael. Now that your minion lies dead, it is time for you to face the consequences. This very day, next year, shall mark your demise." Chapter 12. Ferocious Seven Knights on the Other End. Team 136 located the traces of the Ghostface King and the remaining Ghostface individuals. Zhao Kongsheng, wielding a notice board, activated the boundless domain in the designated area of the Old Town. Once the boundless domain was established, he squatted beside the notice board, intending to light a cigarette, when he was interrupted by the voice of Wu Xiangnan in his earpiece. Wu Xiangnan reported that the Ghostface King had exhibited remarkable vigilance, leaving his subordinates as bait while he fled towards the southeast, currently outside the scope of the boundless domain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng wasted no time, grasping the star blade and hastening towards the southeast, hoping to intercept and disrupt the Ghostface King. In the southeast of the Old Town, beside a large drainage pipe, Lin Xie stood with a blind cane, confronting Gu Zhan. Lin Xie proclaimed that the same day next year would mark the anniversary of Gu Zhan's demise. Upon hearing this, a slight smirk crept upon Gu Zhan's lips. Just as he had heard from the system that the second task had been altered, Lin Xie had the audacity to provoke him. It seemed he was eager to assist in fulfilling his mission. A teasing expression appeared on Gu Zhan's face as he remarked, "Lin Xie, you certainly possess a bold demeanor. If you wish to kill me, then come at me." Lin Xie retracted his blind cane and assumed a combat stance, intoning Star Night Dancer. Beneath the night sky, the profound essence of the night's laws enveloped him, illuminating his form with a subtle, ethereal glow. Upon invoking the Star Night Dancer, Lin Xie transformed into a shadow, advancing towards Gu Zhan with an almost imperceptible speed. Gu Zhan felt a flicker of surprise within. Star Night Dancer? What a remarkable feat! The narrative had scarcely begun, and Lin Xie had already evolved into a dual divine agent. Yet it made sense. 9 years prior, when Lin Xie became the agent of Michael, he had also obtained the Divine Psychiatric Hospital from the Memorial. He became its second director, housing several immensely powerful deities. The Star Night Dancer was a skill derived from Nyx, the goddess of the night, who resided in the first ward of the hospital. According to the lore, Nyx's chamber could only be accessed by Lin Xie upon entering the threshold of the lamp. Now, on the verge of touching the threshold of the pool realm, it was unsurprising that he had opened Nyx's door and acquired the Star Night Dancer from her. It remained uncertain, however, what stage Nyx's treatment was at or how many of her skills Lin Xie had mastered. Incidentally, Gu Zhan and Nyx were old acquaintances. Empowered by the Star Night Dancer, Lin Xie swiftly closed the distance to Gu Zhan, given Gu Zhan's prior ease in dealing with the Ghostface individuals. Lin Xie dared not underestimate him. Otherwise, he could simply create a miracle to eliminate Gu Zhan without the need for close combat. L'un qui chose mille engagement. as he lacked complete confidence in relying solely on a miracle to defeat Guzhan. The miracles of the mortal realm exerted a significant toll on one's mental fortitude. The mental toll it exacts is several times that of the Night Dancer. Therefore, adhering to the principle of conserving mental energy in the face of an unknown adversary's strength, he opted to engage in close combat first, to gauge Guzhan's true capabilities before employing a more targeted strategy. Should Guzhan prove formidable, he would retreat; otherwise, he would strike him down with miraculous force. Lin Xie wielded his cane with vigor, aiming a fierce blow at Guzhan's forehead. Enhanced by the Night Dancer's power, not only was his speed of movement rapid, but his strike was equally swift. Thus, the speed at which Lin Xie swung his cane would be imperceptible to an ordinary observer. Previously, while witnessing Guzhan's speed in evading the ghost masked man, Lin Xie had only concluded that Guzhan possessed great strength. However, speed in running did not equate to quick reflexes. Hence, Lin Xie was quite confident in the success of his strike. To his astonishment, as the cane descended, Guzhan raised his right hand with an alacrity that matched Lin Xie's own, extending his index and middle fingers. With a crisp clang, Guzhan effortlessly caught the cane between his fingers. Lin Xie's heart jolted at this revelation. He had not anticipated that Guzhan's reaction speed could rival that of his own, bolstered by the Night Dancer's enhancement, especially at night. The Night Dancer's prowess was renowned for increasing in potency under the cover of darkness. Yet in this moment, Lin Xie found himself at a disadvantage against Guzhan. This realization shattered his earlier assumption that they were evenly matched. Guzhan might indeed surpass him. Lin Xie is astonished. Negative energy 98. Attempting to withdraw the cane from Guzhan's grasp proved futile. Guzhan's fingers were like iron pincers, rendering it impossible to extricate. Resolutely abandoning the cane, Lin Xie resorted to using his fists and feet for his assault. Speed equated to power. When a person's velocity reaches a certain threshold, it can generate formidable force. Under the Night Dancer's influence, Lin Xie's strikes were capable of immense power. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, attacking Guzhan from all angles. As he continued his relentless assault, Lin Xie emitted strange cries, each movement leaving behind afterimages. However, Guzhan remained composed, effortlessly blocking all of Lin Xie's attacks with merely his left hand. The more Lin Xie attacked, the more alarmed he became. Lin Xie continues to feel astonished. Negative energy 30-30-30. After 5 minutes of relentless offense, Lin Xie began to tire. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the back of Guzhan's hand, propelling himself 6 meters backward before landing gracefully on the ground. Guzhan, resembling a master of martial arts, casually placed his previously defensive left hand behind his back, discarding the white cane he had held in his right hand to the side. Lin Xie's gaze flickered as he conjured a miraculous spectacle, summoning the cane back into his grasp through a trajectory defying the laws of physics. Guzhan regarded him with an amused expression, noting, "You possess more skill than I anticipated. However, is this truly all you can muster? With such abilities, you cannot hope to vanquish me." A heaviness settled in Lin Xie's heart. He realized he could not outmatch Guzhan. Fleeing would be futile, for Guzhan's speed was on par with his own. In this dire predicament, it appeared that only one course of action remained, to forge a miracle that, by all conventional reasoning, should be impossible yet was, against all odds, attainable. That was to pierce the enemy's heart with the cane. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xie once again assumed a combat stance, summoning every ounce of remaining mental energy from his mind SC. Chapter 13. A beautiful misunderstanding. Lin Xie intended to wield the rolling pin, resembling a blind man's cane, to forge a miraculous end for Guzhan. However, when a moment of action arrived, he found himself ensnared in hesitation. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old youth. He could strike down monsters without a shred of mercy. Yet taking a human life proved insurmountable. Moreover, the act of murder would inevitably summon a cascade of troubles, such as the arrival of law enforcement. In light of this, Lin Xie ultimately altered his aspiration from creating a miracle that would pierce Guzhan's heart with the cane to one that would instead incapacitate his legs. If he could merely injure Guzhan's legs, the latter would surely lose his ability to move, allowing Lin Xie to escape unscathed. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xie successfully conjured the miracle. Yet, just as he was about to unleash it, he felt an overwhelming rush of blood surging through his body, accompanied by a wave of nausea and vertigo. He retched violently, followed by a torrent of crimson spilling from his lips. His vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Gu Zhan, witnessing this, felt no surprise and understood the cause of Lin Xie's sudden blood loss and fainting spell. This reason was straightforward. Lin Xie's attempt to wield the miracle of Michael against the supreme deity had resulted in a backlash from the very laws he sought to manipulate. Had this miracle been crafted by Michael himself, Gu Zhan would have been at risk of severe injury or even death. Yet, it was Lin Xie, a mere mortal, who endeavored to confront one of the highest echelons of divine beings, ultimately leading to his own demise. Fortunately, Lin Xie had softened his intent, opting to incapacitate Gu Zhan instead of seeking his death. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been merely unconsciousness, but a catastrophic explosion at the very spot. From Gu Zhan's perspective, he was relieved that Lin Xie had not dared to kill him. Otherwise, should Lin Xie have chosen to unleash a lethal miracle, the world would have faced an untimely reset. With a wistful sigh, Gu Zhan felt a tinge of helplessness wash over him. It seemed necessary to mend the relationship with Lin Xie moving forward. He mused that he could not afford to have Lin Xie, in a fit of anger, truly enact a fatal miracle that would reset the world, as it would result in considerable loss for him. He turned his attention to a lamppost 10 meters away, where he noticed a robust silhouette lurking in the shadows. Gu Zhan had sensed the presence of someone approaching 3 minutes prior, but the individual had merely concealed themselves behind the lamppost, casting longing glances while Gu Zhan dealt with Lin Xie, thus going unnoticed. Now that Lin Xie was unconscious, it was time for this person to reveal themselves. "Friend behind the lamppost, have you enjoyed the spectacle?" Gu Zhan inquired. No sooner had he spoken than a scruffy middle-aged man donned in a night watchman's uniform emerged from behind the lamppost, carrying a black box. Upon seeing this individual, Gu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kongsheng? Indeed, the newcomer was Zhao Kongsheng, one of the few ordinary members of Team 136, tasked with assisting as a watcher. Gu Zhan now directly called out Zhao Kongsheng's name, not because he recognized him by his attire, but because he genuinely knew Zhao Kongsheng. Approximately a month prior, Gu Zhan had visited a rather informal foot massage establishment where he serendipitously encountered Zhao Kongsheng receiving a back massage. Due to Zhao Kongsheng's lack of spiritual power and his ordinary appearance, which bore no distinctive traits, Gu Zhan did not recognize him at that time. However, after several subsequent encounters at the same place and time, Gu Zhan felt a sense of affinity and introduced himself. It was then that he discovered this frequently visiting massage enthusiast was none other than the illustrious Zhao Kongsheng from the original narrative. If you're a fan of Zhang Shun, whether through the novel or the anime, you might have forgotten Chen Mai and Wu Xiaonan. Yet, you will undoubtedly remember one name, Zhao Kongsheng. These three characters have been woven throughout the entirety of the original story. In the narrative, Lin Xie joined the Night Watchers because of Zhao Kongsheng, and ultimately, before Zhao Kongsheng's son, Zhao Zhongbin, he executed a remarkably stylish strike that obliterated Azathoth. As Zhao Kongsheng approached Gu Zhan, he remarked, "Teacher Gu, you are truly adept at concealing your talents." He gestured towards Lin Xie, adding, "Although I am merely an ordinary person, I have developed a discerning eye. This young man must be a superpower user, perhaps even possessing an exceptionally rapid attack speed. Yet you easily withstood all of his assaults. Despite having known Zhao Kongsheng for a month, the latter had not disclosed his profession. Although Gu Zhan was aware of Zhao Kongsheng's role, he feigned ignorance at that moment. He subtly indicated Zhao Kongsheng's attire and said, "Old Zhao, how can you accuse me? You are the one who is truly skilled at hiding. I did not expect you to be a night watcher." Zhao Kongsheng paused for a moment, astonished. "You actually know about the Night Watchers? Could it be that you too?" Gu Zhan shook his head. "I'm not a Night Watcher. I have merely had dealings with your colleagues." Given their amicable relationship, he briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, So you are the pervert that Hong Ying mentioned. Gu Zhan's expression darkened immediately. That is a rather beautiful misunderstanding. Zhao Kongqing nodded in agreement. Since that pervert is indeed you, then it must be a misunderstanding. Anyone who can share a foot massage and back rub with me cannot possibly be a pervert. Gu Zhan's lips twitched. Your reasoning lacks any persuasive power. He glanced at Lin Xie. Since Zhao Kongqing was present, it would be prudent to hand Lin Xie over to the Night Watchers. Just as Gu Zhan was about to address this matter, he heard some commotion from a short distance away, likely caused by another ghost-faced figure. After all, in the original story, it was indeed two ghost-faced beings that attacked Lin Xie that night. Gu Zhan decided to eliminate the other ghost-faced entity first, before discussing Lin Xie's situation with Zhao Kongqing. He casually told Zhao Kongqing to wait a moment before swiftly transforming into a fleeting shadow and vanishing. Zhao Kongqing momentarily failed to comprehend the situation, but when he finally did, he was astounded to see Gu Zhan returning, this time holding the severed head of a ghost-faced figure. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback. How formidable Gu Zhan was! In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched a ghost-faced adversary. Zhao Kongqing in shock. Negative energy 30, Gu Zhan nonchalantly tossed the head onto the ground. As Zhao Kongqing gazed at the head lying there, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gu Zhan truly deserved his reputation as a force to be reckoned with. Gu Zhan gestured toward Lin Xie, saying, "This lad is Lin Xie, who has just transferred from the 6th High to our school. He is my student. He possesses 2 additional identities, one as a defiler and the other as the agent of the Seraphim Michael. I am entrusting him to you now. Farewell." With that, Gu Zhan turned and vanished in an instant. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, "Wait, old Gu, are you a ghost? How do you come and go without a trace?" Chapter 14. A person of noble morality. As Gu Zhan departed, the system notified him of the successful completion of Task 2, granting him a reward of 500 negative energy. At that moment, the system issued Task 3, acquire the skull of the Ghost-Face King, reward 800 negative energy. Gu Zhan's lips twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. System, could you please issue a more reasonable task? Thus far, he had encountered 3 tasks, with only the sparring with Lin Xie seeming remotely normal. The first task, to take a photo shoot for Hong Ying, left him branded as a pervert. "Dear sir, I am wronged." Oh, it is not that I wish to assign you unreasonable tasks. They're randomly drawn from the task pool, the system explained. I have no control over this. Moreover, the task content is personally drafted by that esteemed individual, and I am not in a position to decide. Curious about this esteemed individual mentioned by the system, Gu Zhan inquired, "Could you summarize him in a single sentence?" After a lengthy pause, the system responded, "A person of noble morality." Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. A person of noble morality? The system held that esteemed individual in high regard. Suddenly, he felt an urge to meet this individual. However, if that esteemed person were a higher dimensional being, meeting them would likely not be a simple task. As Gu Zhan was about to leave the old district and head home, the system reminded him, "By the way, sir, the Ghost-Face King should be in the old district, right? I suggest you tackle the task first. If you can deal with the Ghost-Face King tonight, there will be no need to remember this matter in the future, correct?" Gu Zhan rolled his eyes. "Finding someone is my least proficient skill. Unless the Ghost-Face King harbors animosity towards me, I have no idea where it is hiding. Rather than waste time searching for it, I would prefer to indulge in some stinky tofu at the night market. Besides, in 2 or 3 days at most, the Ghost-Face King will likely reveal itself, and I can deal with it then." "Very well. You are the master. Your word is law." In the southeast direction of the old district, where Lin Xie lay unconscious, his multiple identities, especially as a blasphemer and agent of Michael, left Zhao Kongqing at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Zhao Kongqing raised his right hand and pressed a button on a Bluetooth earpiece, calling the captain. Captain Chen Mai of Team 136 quickly responded, "Old Zhao, what happened?" Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Xie. "No incident has occurred. I have some matters to report to you." Chen Mai replied, "I am currently pursuing the Ghost-Face King." "But go ahead, I'm listening." Zhao Kongqing nodded and proceeded to recount the circumstances involving Lin Xie and Gu Zhan. embellishing his long-standing acquaintance with Gu Zhan and their frequent foot massages together. After all, Gu Zhan had effortlessly defeated Chen Mai the previous night, and having such a connection certainly bolstered his standing. Zhao Kongchang spoke candidly. Yet on the other side, Chen Mai, who was pursuing the Ghost-Face King, found his mood considerably soured. Fortunately, Zhao Kongchang's mention of the blasphemer quickly diverted his attention entirely to that subject. However, a sense of unease settled within Chen Mai. The pursuit of the blasphemer was one of his two covert objectives during his infiltration into Songnan. Yet, whether it pertained to the blasphemer or the formidable being who shattered the wrath of Shiva with a single blow, both matters were classified as top secrets among the Night Watchers. Logically, Zhao should not have been privy to such information. Yet now, Zhao had informed him that he had discovered the blasphemer. Just as Chen Mai lost sight of the Ghost-Face King, he halted in his tracks. As he searched for traces of the Ghost-Face King, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old Zhao, how did you come to know about the blasphemer?" Zhao Kongcheng replied, "It was Gu Zhan who told me. Based on my understanding of Gu Zhan, he is a man of integrity and unlikely to lie. By the way, what exactly is this blasphemer that Gu Zhan mentioned? It sounds formidable." Chen Mai's expression darkened. "Old Zhao, the blasphemer is a closely guarded secret of the Night Watchers. I urge you to forget about it from this moment forth." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. He and T realized the blasphemer held such significance. It was indeed a top secret of the Night Watchers. He hastily reassured Chen Mai, "Captain, rest assured, I shall promptly forget this matter." Chen Mai responded, "I trust you." Zhao Kongcheng then asked, "Captain, how should we handle Lin Xie?" Chen Mai instructed, "Take him back to the office for now." Zhao Kongcheng found this arrangement reasonable, but was concerned, as Lin Xie was still a child with a family in Songnan. Given the late hour, if Lin Xie did not return home soon, his family would surely become anxious. Zhao Kongcheng voiced his worries to Chen Mai. After a moment of silence, Chen Mai remarked, "Gu Zhan is Lin Xie's mentor, correct? Since you have a good rapport with him, reach out to Gu Zhan to resolve this matter." With that, Chen Mai ended the communication. At the scene of the pursuit of the Ghost-Face King, after meticulous searching, Chen Mai finally uncovered some clues and set off in a specific direction. As he pursued, his thoughts drifted back to Lin Xie. He never anticipated that one of the two tasks that had burdened him for 9 years would find resolution this very night. Lin Xie truly lived up to the title of blasphemer, having become the agent of that Mika-El. Mika-L's divine ruin was classified as the mundane divine domain of Forbidden Ruin Sequence 003, an exceptionally powerful entity among the various divine ruins. Tonight, he stumbled upon a treasure. However, why did Gu Zhan entrust Lin Xie to us? At Lin Xie's place of unconsciousness, Zhao Kongcheng took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Damn it," he thought, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Had he known that the captain would delegate the troublesome matter to him, he certainly would not have mentioned his acquaintance with Gu Zhan earlier. It felt somewhat embarrassing to seek assistance from someone so soon after their departure. Zhao Kongcheng, cigarette in mouth, hesitated before finally dialing Gu Zhan's number. Fortunately, having recently exchanged contact information with Gu Zhan spared him from potential humiliation this evening. If he had been unable to reach Gu Zhan, his earlier boasts about their camaraderie would have been revealed as mere bravado. The call connected swiftly. "Old Zhao," Gu Zhan's voice came through. Zhao Kongcheng, with a sheepish expression, replied, "Brother Gu, may I discuss a matter with you?" "Go ahead," Gu Zhan encouraged. Zhao Kongcheng briefly outlined his wish for Gu Zhan to speak with Lin Xie's parents. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan recognized it as a responsibility inherent to the homeroom teacher, especially since he had entrusted Lin Xie to the Night Watchman. He indeed bore some obligation to address the situation regarding Wang Fong. Thus, he acquiesced to Zhao Kongcheng's request. Zhao Kongcheng, elated, exclaimed, "Thank you, old Gu. I'll treat you to a foot bath in a few days." After finishing the call with Zhao Kongcheng, Gu Zhan proceeded to Lin Xie's home, yet unexpectedly. Chapter 15. Overexertion, yet unexpectedly. Gu Zhan casually explained that he needed to tutor Lin Xie, and Wang Fong believed him completely. One must say, The authority of a homeroom teacher is indeed quite powerful. He thought that if he were to embellish the incident where Lin Xie had provoked him and report it to Wang Feng upon Lin Xie's return, he would undoubtedly receive a well-deserved beating. Of course, such a malicious act was not something Gu Zhan would entertain. In the Peace Affairs office, in the reception room, Lin Xie lay sprawled on a black leather sofa in a state of unconsciousness. Han Ying and Si Xiaonan crouched beside him, observing Lin Xie while chattering away. Is this truly the agent of the Seraph? He appears rather ordinary. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Shimao, Lung Xian, and Zhao Kongchang sat on another sofa, reviewing the events of the night's battle. The four quickly concluded their discussion. Wu Xiangnan summarized thus: the outcome of tonight's operation is that the Ghost-Faced King escaped while all the ghost-faced individuals were eliminated. When Shimao interjected, Captain Wu, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions at this point. After all, the captain pursued the Ghost-Faced King, did he not? Given the captain's strength, I am certain that the Ghost-Faced King cannot evade capture. Lung Xian and Zhao Kongqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chimai returned, looking disheveled and covered in dirt. Wu Xiangnan and the others turned their attention to Chun Mai, perplexed by his appearance. Wu Xiangnan asked, Captain, did you go for a bath in a dirt mound? Chun Mai's lips twitched. You're the one who bathed in a dirt mound. The situation unfolded thus. Just as he was about to capture the Ghost-Faced King, that fellow unexpectedly released a hallucinogenic gas, allowing him to escape while Chun Mai was left in a disheveled state. The others were left in a haze of confusion. Wait, is the Ghost-Faced King akin to a weasel? Isn't his realm supposed to be the Ghost-Faced land? How does he possess the ability to release a hallucinogenic gas? Fearing that his team would delve too deeply into the matter of the gas, Chun Mai hastily redirected the conversation to Lin Xie. His disheveled state was certainly not due to the Ghost-Faced King's antics. The truth was rather difficult for him to articulate. About an hour prior, he had pursued the Ghost-Faced King to the front of an unfinished building, realizing that continuing the chase would lead him to the outskirts, where he would have no means to apprehend the Ghost-Faced King. He decided to reveal his full strength when he saw no one around and no surveillance in sight, striking the Ghost-Faced King down in one swift motion. However, in his overexertion, he collapsed the unfinished building, leading to debris obstructing his path and allowing the Ghost-Faced King to escape. Truly a humiliating mishap. Perhaps it was the prolonged suppression of his abilities that had rendered him unpracticed. Chun Mai approached Lin Xie and turned to Zhao Kongcheng. This is the agent of the Seraph you mentioned? Zhao Kongcheng nodded. Indeed. Chun Mai inquired, how long has he been unconscious? Just as Zhao Kongcheng was about to respond, Lin Xie's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Captain, Lin Xie has awakened. All eyes were drawn to Lin Xie, having only encountered Gu Zhan before his unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he mistakenly regarded Chun Mai and the others as accomplices of Gu Zhan, which left him in a state of shock. A sense of alarm surged within Lin Xie. Are you all accomplices of Gu Zhan? Chun Mai shook his head slightly and promptly produced an identification badge from his pocket for Lin Xie to inspect. We are not allies of Gu Zhan. This is my identification. Take a look. We are Night Watchers, an organization akin to law enforcement within the realm of superpowered individuals. Upon examining the badge, which bore an official seal, Lin Xie felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze swept across Chun Mai and the others, and he thought to himself, this world is indeed far more complex than it appears. These individuals before him, much like himself, possessed extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You are the police overseeing superpowered individuals? I need to report a crime. Chun Mai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, do tell. Lin Xie sat up, declaring, I wish to report Gu Zhan. He is an evil, superpowered individual. He intends to kill me and usurp my position as Michael's agent. Chun Mai and the others erupted into laughter. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, saying, Classmate Lin Xie, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. Not in regard to Gu Zhan's intent to harm you, but rather, the selection of agents by deities does not solely hinge on strength. Thus, even if Gu Zhan were to kill you, it does not guarantee he would become Michael's agent. In fact, should he eliminate you, he might face retribution from Michael. Lin Chia's expression turned puzzled. Is that so? So my status as an agent cannot be easily usurped. But then it raises questions. If Gu Zhan's objective is not to replace me, why did he attack me? Zhao Kongcheng interjected. Classmate Lin, you may harbor some misconceptions about Teacher Gu. To be candid, it was Teacher Gu who entrusted you to us. Based on my understanding of him, his intention in battling you was likely to provide you with a challenge. After all, you must have noticed, while you are indeed powerful, there remains a significant gap between you and Teacher Gu. If he truly wished to kill you, he would not have needed to resort to such measures. Lin Chia pondered this seriously and found himself in agreement with Zhao Kongqing's assessment. Upon reflection, during his assault on Teacher Gu, the latter had not retaliated, but rather had focused solely on defense. Perhaps he had indeed overthought the situation. However, the truth remained elusive, and he resolved to confront Teacher Gu directly upon returning to school. Chen Mai smiled. Has the misunderstanding been cleared? Then let us discuss matters of importance. Lin Chia was taken aback. Matters of importance? Chen Mai nodded and proceeded to succinctly outline the regulations governing superpowered individuals. After listening, Lin Chia furrowed his brow slightly. Are you saying that after becoming a superpowered individual, if one does not join the Night Watchers, one is considered an illegal superpowered individual? Chen Mai nodded. Your understanding is not entirely incorrect. Of course, if you're willing to sign a lifelong agreement to refrain from using your abilities, that is also an option. However, you will still be monitored to prevent any temptation to misuse your powers for malevolent purposes. After all, you are an agent of divinity, possessing extraordinary and perilous abilities within the realm of mortals. Lin Chia fell into contemplation. To be candid, he had no desire to join any night watch. He merely wished to safeguard his humble abode. Yet, according to the assertions of the individual before him, should he refuse to join, his abilities would be curtailed, which would render them effectively non-existent. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Chia. I have a question. Chen Mai smiled. Go ahead. Lin Chia fixed his gaze on Chen Mai. Is Teacher Gu also a night watchman? Chen Mai immediately discerned Lin Chia's line of thought, his expression darkening slightly. No. A subtle smile graced Lin Chia's lips as he blinked innocently. So, he is an illegal superhuman, then? Given that Teacher Gu has already misused his powers, shouldn't you impose some form of punishment? Perhaps. Apprehend him? His words prompted the members of Team 136, excluding Zhao Kongcheng, to recall an exceedingly unpleasant incident that had transpired the previous night. From Chen Mai's negative energy, 30-30-30. From Wu Xiangnan's negative energy, 666. From Wen Qima's negative energy. Gu Zhan, Chapter 16. Old Gu, you are betraying us. Faced with Lin Chia's inquiry, the members of Team 136 were rendered speechless. Observing their silence, Lin Chia stood up and declared, I am unaware of the circumstances between you and Teacher Gu. However, since he has utilized his abilities and you have not apprehended him, you are not entitled to detain me. It is quite late, and I must return home. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Wu Xiangnan cast a glance at Chen Mai, signaling for forcible detention. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mai subtly shook his head in response. Lin Chia exited the Peace Affairs office. Once Lin Chia had departed, Wu Xiangnan inquired with confusion, Captain, why do we not detain that kid? Chen Mai turned, taking a seat upon the sofa. That lad is an agent of Michael. As long as he does not associate with those from the ancient God Church, he will undoubtedly be our ally. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to create animosity with him. Wu Xiangnan still believed that they should have directly detained Lin Chia and then persuaded him gradually. However, since the captain had made a decision, as the vice captain, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. What shall we do next? He asked, after a thoughtful pause. Chen Mai looked toward Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, you brought Lin Chia here. The task of persuading him falls to you. Zhao Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, then patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. Chen Mai raised an eyebrow. So confident? In that case, since you have a good relationship with Gu Zhan, perhaps you could also persuade him to join the Night Watchers, as the higher-ups wish for his involvement. Zhao Kongqing's expression faltered slightly as he assessed his rapport with Gu Zhan, concluding that it should not be overly difficult, and thus he agreed. He resolved to wait for Lin Chia, at the second high school the next day and invite Gu Zhan for a foot massage in the evening. At Lin Xie's home, upon his return, he was promptly questioned by Wang Fong about the whereabouts of the black satin. It was only then that Lin Xie remembered he had discarded it. After a moment's reflection, he decided to cease pretending to be blind. For the past 9 years, he had feigned blindness as he struggled to control Michael's divine power, which posed a risk of harming those around him. However, after his recent battle with the Phantom Mask and Gu Zhan, Lin Xie discovered he could now freely manage the ebb and flow of his divine power without the fear of inadvertently inflicting harm. Thus, he informed his aunt that he could suddenly see and discarded the black satin. Wang Fong was overjoyed at this news, while Yang Jin offered his congratulations to Lin Xie repeatedly. Little Black barked excitedly in response. Wang Fong declared that she would prepare a splendid feast the following day to celebrate Lin Xie's newfound sight. The next day, after leaving home, Lin Xie did not head to school, but instead made his way to the Sunshine Mental Hospital. His motives were twofold. Firstly, the treatment progress of Nike's had stagnated for quite some time. Lin Xie sought to consult Dr. Li to explore potential methods to advance Nike's treatment. He felt that the night watchman he encountered last night would not easily let the matter rest, and he might very well come to the school today in search of him. Lin Xie decided to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, Gu Zhan was savoring a pancake while strolling. Upon reaching the vicinity of the second middle school, he spotted a man of African descent, more precisely, a middle-aged man with a youthful demeanor, sneaking in the shadows beside the school gate, resembling a figure of African origin. Was that not old Zhao? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhan deduced why Zhao Kongsheng was lurking here. Zhao Kongsheng was likely waiting for Lin Xie, just as in the original story. The night watchman proved to be quite ineffective. Having delivered Lin Xie right into his grasp, he still failed to secure him. In fact, in the original narrative, Lin Xie's involvement with the night watchman stemmed from old Zhao. It was due to old Zhao's sacrifice that Lin Xie, in a rather melodramatic fashion, declared his intention to aid Zhao Kongsheng and protect Daxia for a decade. Judging by the progression of events, old Zhao was destined to sacrifice himself the day after tomorrow. Should he intervene and save him? After all, this fellow would eventually be resurrected. With this thought, Gu Zhan entered the school. To his surprise, he discovered that Lin Xie had not attended school all day. This was unexpected. Just as in the original narrative, Zhao Kongsheng was indeed waiting at the school gate for Lin Xie. But why was Lin Xie absent today? Could he still be unconscious? Gu Zhan resolved to visit Lin Xie's home to check on him. As he exited the school, he spotted Zhao Kongsheng, who had been lurking in a corner, suddenly darting out in pursuit of a slender figure. That figure was none other than Lin Xie, who had skipped school for the day. Well, it appeared Lin Xie's absence was not due to unconsciousness. There was no longer a need to visit Lin Xie's home. Watching Zhao Kongsheng's receding figure, Gu Zhan had already arrived at a decision regarding whether to save Zhao Kongsheng. His answer was clear: yes. The course of this world had undergone a significant transformation due to the punch he threw 9 years ago. Who could say if Zhao Kongsheng would be resurrected if he perished in battle? If Zhao Kongsheng ultimately did not come back to life, would that not leave a gap in his wish to make amends? As for whether Zhao Kongsheng's rescue would prevent Lin Xie from joining the Night Watchman, that was beyond his concern. Knowing that Zhao Kongsheng would not encounter any danger that night, Gu Zhan headed toward the market. Only one event was destined to unfold that evening. Zhao Kongsheng would enlighten Lin Xie with a plethora of information, only to be met with Lin Xie's unyielding rejection. At the market, Gu Zhan purchased a pound of eggs, 2 tomatoes, 2 green peppers, half a pound of pork, a pound of greens, 3 tails of beef, zucchini, and a bottle of Lao Bai Gone. Upon returning home, he prepared himself a meal of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, sauteed greens, and a beef soup with zucchini, totaling 3 dishes and a soup. He opened the Lao Bai Gone and indulged in a delightful feast. At 8 o'clock in the evening, as Gu Zhan sat on the sofa watching television, he received a call from Zhao Kongsheng. "Old Gu," Zhao Kongsheng inquired, "are you busy?" Gu Zhan shook his head. "Not busy, what is it?" Zhao Kongsheng replied, "I invite you to a foot massage. I heard that a few newly graduated female college students have arrived at Yunding Foot Spa." Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. Was the sun rising in the east today? This frugal Zhao, who was usually so meticulous, actually extended an invitation for a foot massage. Of course, while Zhao might be thrifty in daily life, he never hesitated when it came to significant matters. For instance, if you found yourself in trouble and needed to borrow money from him, he would lend it without a second thought. However, persuading him to treat you to a meal was akin to climbing a mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Guzhan deduced the true motive behind Zhao Kongqing's invitation for a foot massage. Undoubtedly, Zhao was intent on enlisting him as a negotiator for the night watchman. At present, Guzhan had no inclination to join the night watchman, having already experienced life in the exorcism department. Compared to the exorcism department, the night watchman merely boasted slightly more advanced equipment. In essence, there was little difference. It hardly seemed worthwhile. Teaching at the second high school seemed far more appealing, as the students with their imaginative minds could bring him much joy. Thus, Guzhan politely declined Zhao Kongqing's invitation. In response, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, "Old Gu, you are betraying the revolution." Guzhan, uninterested in his theatrics, promptly ended the call. Zhao Kongqing, feeling quite dejected, suffered a loss of morale. Chapter 17. Another peculiar task the following day at San'an No. 2 High School. The first class of the morning was taught by Guzhan, who arrived at the classroom early. Shortly after his arrival, Lin Xie entered. Upon seeing Guzhan, Lin Xie greeted him warmly as Teacher Gu, completely devoid of the hostility he had displayed the previous night. Guzhan nodded in acknowledgement, pondering to himself, why is Lin Xie no longer hostile? Could it be that the night watchman explained something to him? The students of Class 2 were taken aback to see Lin Xie without his customary black silk blindfold today. Once seated, Li Yifei leaned in towards Lin Xie and remarked, "Xie, I heard there was a deranged serial killer in the old district the other night. When you didn't show up yesterday, I thought perhaps you had fallen victim to him." Li Yifei's words momentarily stunned Lin Xie. In truth, he had not encountered a deranged killer, but rather a ghost. It seemed the night watchman had misrepresented the ghostly murder incident as the work of a serial killer. Casting a calm glance at Li Yifei, he replied nonchalantly, "If there truly were a deranged killer, I would actually welcome the encounter." Li Yifei was left bewildered. Is this guy out of his mind? He actually wants to meet a serial killer. The morning swiftly passed. By afternoon, the sky grew unexpectedly overcast. The school broadcast announced that heavy rain would fall later, resulting in the cancellation of evening study sessions for all students and faculty. This news sent the students of the second high school into cheers of delight. During the fourth period, the anticipated rain began to fall, though it was merely a moderate downpour. As soon as the class ended, Lin Xie dashed into the rain, clutching his backpack, and hurried home. Guzhan followed closely behind. If all went according to plan, the Ghost King would appear near Lin Xie's home that evening. Thus, by simply trailing Lin Xie, Guzhan could accomplish Task 3, obtaining the Ghost King's skull. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xie reached home, while Guzhan found shelter under a nearby eave to evade the rain. Just as he settled in, he faintly heard Lin Xie shouting from within the house. "Zhao Kongqing, what are you doing in my house?" Guzhan possessed exceptional hearing, a boon granted by the thunder refinement technique. This enhancement not only bolstered his physical abilities and realm, but also sharpened his auditory and visual senses to a degree that could be described as extraordinary compared to the average person. Upon hearing Lin Xie's exclamation, he then caught the sound of Wang Feng's reprimand. "Wang Feng, little Xie, how can you be so rude to a teacher?" "Zhao Laoshi, I apologize on behalf of little Xie." Zhao Kongqing replied, it's all right. "Xie, shall we discuss this in your bedroom?" Lin Xie responded curtly, "Let us go." Guzhan did not continue to eavesdrop on their conversation, as it mirrored the original narrative closely. Zhao Kongqing attempted to reason with Lin Xie, appealing to his emotions, and even presented some money in an effort to persuade him to join the night watchman. However, the outcome, as expected, ended in failure. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Kongqing appeared at the entrance of Lin Xie's corridor, holding a black umbrella and wearing an expression of melancholy. He unfurled the umbrella and stepped into the rain, then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Guzhan, observing Zhao Kongqing's retreating figure, knew that he would not venture far before encountering the Ghost-Faced King, prompting him to follow. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Task 4. Capture a photograph of Zhao Kongsheng preparing to use the ghostly invocation. Reward: 500 negative energy. The emergence of this task caused him to abandon his intention to pursue Zhao Kongsheng. Gu Zhan pondered the content of Task 4, his face revealing a look of exasperation. Yet another peculiar assignment. The reason he suddenly chose not to chase after Zhao Kongsheng was that he understood that attempting to do so would not yield a photograph of Zhao Kongsheng preparing to invoke the ghostly invocation. Everything was unfolding as per the original narrative. It was predictable that Lin Xie would soon utilize a bat to discern that Zhao Kongsheng was in peril and would rush to find him. Gu Zhan merely needed to accompany Lin Xie at the appropriate moment to capture the scene of Zhao Kongsheng about to invoke the ghostly invocation perfectly. Before long, Lin Xie indeed dashed out of the corridor, heading in the direction Zhao Kongsheng had departed. Without further delay, he pursued Lin Xie. At Lin Xie's residence, Yang Jin leaned against the window, gazing out at the torrential rain, her small face etched with worry. At that moment, Xiaohe suddenly lifted his nose to sniff the air, exclaiming in surprise. Yang Jin inquired, "What is it, Xiaohe?" Xiaohe replied, "Master, I believe you need not be concerned about Brother Qie." Yang Jin looked at Xiaohe, questioning why. Xiaohe explained, "I just caught a whiff of the great sage's scent. It seems the sage has lingered nearby for quite some time and is now pursuing Brother Qie." Yang Jin's expression shifted. "Why is the great sage here? And why is he chasing my brother?" "Ah, I understand now. The great sage, being the master deity and my brother's homeroom teacher, likely sensed the presence of the Ghost-Faced King and is deliberately remaining close to protect my brother." Xiaohe nodded slightly. "That explanation is quite reasonable." Yang Jin sighed in relief. "With the great sage present, my brother will undoubtedly be safe. Given the great sage's prowess, I estimate that even all the mysterious beings in Daxia combined would not be a match for him. After all, he is the one who once sent 30,000 heavenly soldiers plummeting to the mortal realm with a single blow. In the old city, within the boundless void, Zhao Kongsheng, resolutely determined to protect Lin Xie's modest home, was sent flying by a creature with a skeletal face, crashing heavily against the barrier. The barrier remained unyielding, yet he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng was already drenched in blood, gravely injured. The impact nearly shattered his bones. He possessed little strength left to continue battling the Ghost-Faced King. Nevertheless, when he looked at the Ghost-Faced King, a hint of defiance and mockery remained at the corner of his mouth. Just then, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly heard Lin Xie's voice coming from behind him. Lin Xie urged him to open the barrier, desiring to fight alongside him. Zhao Kongsheng was astonished by how Lin Xie had managed to find this place. However, the ominous Ghost-Faced King before them was a formidable entity from the mysterious realm of Chuanjing, far beyond what Lin Xie, a mere Lantern Realm practitioner, could contend with. Thus, it would be better for him to face the Ghost-Faced King alone. Although Zhao Kongsheng was gravely injured, he was not one to resign himself to despair. He still possessed a hidden trump card. From his pocket, he retrieved a seal inscribed with the characters of his name. Within this emblem lay a forbidden object, known as the Ghostly Deity's Call. By inserting the Ghostly Deity's Call into his body, he would temporarily gain extraordinary strength. Yet, the drawback was stark. This forbidden object would drain his physical potential, and once utilized, it would lead inevitably to death. Chapter 18. Old Zhao. Grant me joy in the realm of the unbound void. Lin Xie anxiously pounded on the barrier. At that moment, Gu Zhan approached him, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Xie, what are you doing? Why don't you enter?" Upon seeing his teacher, Lin Xie's face lit up with hope. He understood that Gu Zhan possessed formidable strength, and, with him present, perhaps they could save that person tonight. However, the prerequisite was to shatter this damned barrier first. With a wry smile, Lin Xie replied, "Teacher Gu, it's not that I don't wish to enter, but this barrier is rather sturdy, and I can't." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Gu Zhan raise his right hand and lightly tap the barrier with his middle finger. The barrier cracked like glass, and then, crash, it shattered. Lin Xie was utterly astonished. Having previously struck the barrier himself, he was acutely aware of its resilience. It was not something that could be destroyed by mere brute force. Yet now, Gu Zhan had merely poked it with a finger, and the barrier had disintegrated. Teacher Gu is incredible. Lin Xie was left in shock, negative energy 98. Within the unbound void, Zhao Kongqing rose from the ground and struck a dashing pose, preparing to employ the ghostly invocation. However, he was startled by the sharp sound of the barrier collapsing. He was momentarily taken aback. How could the barrier of the unbound void have shattered? Zhao Kongqing puzzled. Negative energy 30. Turning to gaze at the barrier, he immediately spotted Gu Zhan beside Lin Xie, his eyes brightening. He recognized Gu Zhan's immense prowess. After all, he had once subdued their own captain. Gu Zhan's presence signified that the outcome of the night was already decided. As someone devoid of the void's restrictions, Zhao Kongqing had long harbored envy towards Chun Mai and the others. Therefore, he had vowed long ago that if the opportunity arose, he would certainly utilize the ghostly invocation. He yearned to discover his own void. For instance, today, facing dire circumstances with Lin Xie's small home at his back, he could invoke it. Yet, despite this desire, if he could avoid utilizing the ghostly invocation, he would prefer to refrain, as he still had a wife and children to care for. A soft sigh escaped Zhao Kongqing's heart. Perhaps he would seek another opportunity. Just as he was about to set aside the ghostly invocation, he saw Gu Zhan pull out his phone and suddenly shout at him, "Don't move." Gu Zhan's loud voice startled both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing was filled with questions. "Teacher, you." Gu Zhan activated the camera. "Old Zhao, maintain that pose, I'm going to take your picture." Zhao Kongqing was rendered speechless. Lin Xie shared a look of bewilderment. "What? We face a grave threat, and you're taking pictures? Can we not show some respect for the ghostly king?" Gu Zhan's disregard for the ghostly king's presence and his eagerness to snap a photo only served to infuriate the ghostly king. With a furious roar, the ghostly king unleashed his power, lunging at Gu Zhan like a cheetah. As Gu Zhan beheld the ghost-face king approaching, a flicker of displeasure crossed his visage. Without a glance in the creature's direction, he executed a downward kick, sending the ghost-face king sprawling to the ground, its face buried in the dirt. The ghost-face king felt a deep sense of grievance, accumulating negative energy. Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing were taken aback, particularly Zhao Kongqing, who was utterly astonished. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet failed to even graze the ghost-face king's fur, ultimately being compelled to summon the ghost god. Such a formidable adversary was easily bested by Gu Zhan. Truly, he was the man who had once pinned their captain to the ground. One word, impressive. Gu Zhan casually lifted his foot and gave the ghost-face king's head a light kick, causing it to slide back like a skateboard, skidding nearly 10 meters away, its teeth gouging a small trench in the ground. Gu Zhan regarded the creature with indifference. "I have no time for you now. Behave yourself." Initially, the ghost-face king felt disrespected by Gu Zhan and, in a fit of anger, had attacked him. But now, as it found itself humbled, it quickly recognized Gu Zhan's true identity. Wasn't this the fierce individual who had dispatched its kin with ease just days prior? Fear gripped the ghost-face king, and it accumulated even more negative energy. Realizing it was outmatched, it decided that flight was its best option and scrambled to escape. Lin Xie's expression turned urgent. "Teacher Gu, that creature intends to flee." Gu Zhan merely shook his head. Why would it seek to suffer further? He instructed Zhao Kongqing, "Maintain your stance and toss me the knife." Impressed by Gu Zhan's overwhelming prowess, Zhao Kongqing complied without hesitation, relinquishing the blade to him. Gu Zhan seized the knife and hurled it toward the fleeing ghost-face king. With a resounding explosion, Zhao Kongqing's star blade shot forth like a missile, propelled by Gu Zhan's formidable martial prowess. As it soared, the star blade sliced through the air, creating a razor-sharp wind that tore through the cement ground, ultimately passing beneath the ghost-face king's body and embedding itself into the earth. The lower half of the ghost-face king was utterly shredded by the blade's cutting edge, leaving a gruesome mess behind. With a thud, the upper half of the ghost-face king collapsed onto the sanguine remains below, rendering it incapable of escape. The ghost-face king was left in a state of shock, bewilderment, agony, and despair, accumulating a substantial amount of negative energy. Gu Zhan's effortless act of dispatching the creature left Lin Chia in awe. At that moment, he held Gu Zhan in the highest regard, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Teacher Gu, you're incredible." Zhao Kongcheng also found Gu Zhan's display extraordinarily impressive, though unlike Lin Chia. He felt a pang of envy alongside his admiration, having no access to the Forbidden Realm. Upon noticing Zhao Kongcheng's envious sentiment, Gu Zhan paused momentarily and then inquired within his mind, "System, is there any item that could aid Zhao in awakening the Forbidden Realm?" "Indeed there is. In the Truth Treasury, there exists a pill known as Loki the Good. Upon consumption, one can transform into Loki and wield the extraordinary ability of that esteemed figure, words manifesting into reality, thereby assisting Zhao Kongcheng in awakening the Forbidden Ruins." Gu Zhan opened the Truth Treasury and, as instructed by the system, searched for the pill. Soon discovering it indeed, named Loki the Good. He found it peculiar that such a distinguished figure would choose to name the pill in such a manner. What an odd individual. The price of this so-called Loki the Good pill was not marked with 3 question marks, but rather a hefty sum of 11,888 negative energy. Upon inspecting his balance, Gu Zhan noted that, excluding the continuous production of negative energy from the Ghost Face King, he possessed a mere 992 negative energy, a pitiful amount indeed. Given his inability to afford it, he resolved to await a more opportune moment. For him, the most pressing matter at hand was to accumulate negative energy swiftly in order to ascertain the price of that exquisite ivory longsword. Gu Zhan once again aimed his phone at Zhao Kongcheng. "Old Zhao, bring me some joy." Chapter 19. Deep breathing. Dizziness is normal. Zhao Kongcheng instinctively smiled at Gu Zhan. Only after doing so did he realize the peculiarity of his action. Wait, why was he smiling at old Gu? Such behavior would render him rather foolish. He turned to Gu Zhan and exclaimed, "Old Gu, what on earth are you doing?" At the moment Zhao Kongcheng was smiling, Gu Zhan had already taken a photograph of him. Task 4. Capture a photo of Zhao Kongcheng about to use the Ghost Goddess call. Task accomplished. He received a reward of 500 negative energy points. Gu Zhan grinned at Zhao Kongcheng, stating, "Of course, I wanted to capture a moment of you looking utterly disheveled and foolishly grinning as a keepsake." Zhao Kongcheng fumed. "Gu Zhan, you lack moral integrity as a teacher." "You scoundrel." From Zhao Kongcheng. Negative energy 111. Lin Chia, amused by the exchange between Gu Zhan and Zhao Kongcheng, burst into laughter. Upon hearing Lin Chia's mirth, Gu Zhan pondered for a moment, deciding to lend a small favor to his foot-bathing companion. He was not one to meddle in affairs, yet he never hesitated to assist a friend. Although his acquaintance with Zhao Kongcheng was brief, the latter's temperament resonated well with him. Friendship is not necessarily defined by the length of time spent together. Often, those who have only known each other for a few months can feel more comfortable than friends who have known each other for years. For instance, prior to the uproar in heaven, he and the Monkey King had only just met but had formed an instant bond. Later, during battles against the Heavenly Court, he had also quickly connected with Yang Jian and Neza, both of whom he had just met, sharing a mutual respect and camaraderie. Gu Zhan shot Lin Chia a glare, and his authoritative demeanor as a mentor surged forth, causing Lin Chia to involuntarily shudder. He admonished, "Are you still laughing? Old Zhao is merely a mortal, yet he is valiantly battling the Ghost Face King. Do you think this is for what reason? It is to safeguard your entire world, your little home." He gestured toward the emblem in Zhao Kongcheng's hand. "Do you know what this is?" Lin Chia, bewildered, shook his head. "The Night Watchman's emblem?" Gu Zhan nodded but soon shook his head again. "It is indeed an emblem, but within it lies something known as the Ghost Goddess Call. Once activated, it can unleash a person's potential, granting them immense power for a brief period. However, utilizing the Ghost Goddess Call will deplete the user's potential, essentially a means of fighting by burning one's life force. The user of the Ghost Goddess Call is destined to perish." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia's pupils contracted sharply as he turned abruptly to Zhao Kongcheng. "Zhao, why would you go to such lengths?" Zhao Kongcheng, taken aback, responded, "What on earth is Zhao Danxin?" Lin Chia smiled apologetically. "My apologies. I was reminded of the tale of Zhuge Liang playing the lute during the Empty City stratagem and misspoke. Zhao Kongsheng was left speechless. After a brief pause, Lin Xie continued, Zhao Kongsheng, why must you go to such extremes? Gu Zhan gave Zhao Kongsheng a meaningful glance, implying, the atmosphere has been set. Whether you can handle Lin Xie now rests upon your own capabilities. Immediately, he approached the Ghost-Face King, crouching beside him. He gently raised his right hand to caress the crown of the Ghost-Face King's head, yet refrained from directly lifting the cranium. Gu Zhan intended to first listen to the conversation between Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie, and only after they concluded their dialogue would he unveil the Ghost-Face King's skull. The rationale behind this was simple. He feared that hastily exposing the Ghost-Face King's cranium might draw the attention of Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie, thereby disrupting the romantic ambience he had endeavored to create for them. Zhao Kongsheng engaged in a sincere and profound exchange with Lin Xie, 2,000 words omitted, and ultimately, he once again extended an invitation for Lin Xie to join the Night Watchman. With a wistful sigh, Lin Xie replied, I am not fond of owing favors, especially those that are difficult to repay, such as yours. Very well, to repay your kindness, I shall agree to join the Night Watchman, but this will be a trial. If I find it displeasing, I shall leave at any moment. Zhao Kongsheng could only smile wryly. Your words carry a hint of youthful arrogance, though they indeed reflect the sentiments of someone your age. Let me clarify. The Night Watchman is a legitimate organization, governed by its regulations. It is not as simple as you leaving at will. Lin Xie shrugged nonchalantly. That is not your concern. My ability to leave is my own affair, and if I cannot, that too is my problem. Seeing the conversation reach such a juncture, Zhao Kongsheng chose not to press further and instead turned to express his gratitude towards Gu Zhan with a meaningful glance. Of course, Gu Zhan remained turned away from him and Lin Xie, rendering Zhao Kongsheng's gratitude somewhat futile. Nevertheless, the appreciation Zhao Kongsheng felt for Gu Zhan was genuine, transcending the boundaries of time and space. With Zhao Kongsheng having successfully won over Lin Xie, Gu Zhan felt a sense of joy for this ordinary man who resonated well with him. He gently stroked the Ghost-Face King's cranium and, under the terrified gaze of the Ghost-Face King, smiled, Little ghost, what I am about to do may cause you some discomfort. However, do not worry. It will soon pass. Now, follow my instructions. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is to be expected. As he spoke, Gu Zhan suddenly exerted force with his fingers, and with a resounding crack, the Ghost-Face King's cranium was forcibly removed. Task 3. Acquire the Ghost-Face King's cranium completed. Gu Zhan received a reward of 500 negative energy points. The gruesome scene of Gu Zhan lifting the Ghost-Face King's skull brought immense psychological distress to Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie, prompting them to uncontrollably retch. Received Zhao Kongsheng's resentment, negative energy 666. Received Lin Xie's resentment, negative energy 30. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, pondering, wait, why is the system's narrative always so inconsistent? Do not worry. The system is currently optimizing the narrative for a more intuitive portrayal of the content. Of course, disregarding the facts, wouldn't a stronger randomness in the narrative be more entertaining? Gu Zhan was left speechless. Once again, I find this system unreliable. It is riddled with errors. Modifications are one thing, but the incessant revisions of this text are quite another. At that moment, he gazed at the skull in his hand, which suddenly transformed into countless luminous specks, swiftly merging into the surrounding space. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Was it that esteemed individual who had taken the skull of the Ghost-Face King? Perhaps it was for the best, sparing him the trouble of pondering how to preserve the skull. Gu Zhan rose and nodded slightly to Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie, saying, You two carry on. I shall take my leave. Without awaiting their response, he brushed past them. Zhao Kongsheng, observing Gu Zhan's retreating figure, resolved to seize the moment and spoke up. Gu Zhan interjected, not interested. Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, What? I merely intended to invite you to join the Night Watch, but I haven't even finished my proposition yet. Why the abrupt rejection? Received Zhao Kongsheng's resentment. Negative energy 98. Gu Zhan quickly distanced himself. On his way home, he encountered the members of Team 136, who had come to offer support. However, due to their unfamiliarity and the fact that Hong Ying harbored disdain for him, Guzhan refrained from conversing with them. Meanwhile, Team 136 was focused on aiding Zhao Kongsheng and had no time to acknowledge Guzhan. Thus, their interaction was limited to a brief exchange of glances, which sufficed as a greeting before they each continued on their respective paths. Chapter 20. In his heart, Chen Mu cursed vehemently. The members of Team 136, Chen Mu, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonin, quickly reunited with Zhao Kongsheng. Upon seeing Zhao Kongsheng gravely injured, they were filled with concern. Hong Ying, noticing the blood that drenched Zhao Kongsheng, felt her eyes well up and was the first to inquire, "Old Zhao, are you all right?" Despite his serious injuries, Zhao Kongsheng was in good spirits, especially with the demise of the menace known as the Ghost-Face King and the recruitment of Lin Qiye. He smiled broadly and reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm tough as nails." Wu Xiangnan shot Zhao Kongsheng a disapproving glare, his tone laced with admonition. "Still smiling? You should know better than to defy orders and confront the Ghost-Face King alone." Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, retorting, "Old dog Xiangnan, given old Zhao's condition, can't you utter a word of concern?" When Qima interjected, glancing at Hong Ying, "I believe Captain Wu is merely expressing his concern for old Zhao in his own way." Hong Ying cast a sidelong glance at Wen Qima. "Aren't you being a bit too meddlesome?" Wen Qima offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Chen Mu surveyed the scene, noticing Lin Qiye's presence, as well as the lifeless form of the Ghost-Face King, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He turned to Zhao Kongsheng and asked, "Old Zhao, what transpired here?" Zhao Kongsheng recounted the events briefly, explaining how he had faced off against the Ghost-Face King alone, but was utterly outmatched, intending to use the Ghost God summon. Suddenly, Guzhan and Lin Qiye had burst onto the scene, with Guzhan swiftly dispatching the Ghost-Face. In the aftermath, Lin Qiye agreed to join the Night Watchers. However, in Zhao Kongsheng's retelling, he omitted the part about Guzhan taking a photo of him and assisting in the recruitment of Lin Qiye. The former was left unmentioned to preserve his dignity, while the latter was avoided out of consideration for Lin Qiye, who stood nearby, disclosing it might instill an uncomfortable feeling of being manipulated. Though Zhao Kongsheng appeared rugged, he was in fact quite meticulous, an embodiment of the phrase, rough on the outside, delicate within. Chen Mu sighed, "I owe Guzhan a significant favor." Zhao Kongsheng shook his head slightly. "Not just one, but two. I'll explain the other later." Chen Mu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Zhao Kongsheng turned his attention to Hong Ying. He felt that since Guzhan had not only saved his life, but also aided him in recruiting Lin Qiye, he ought to express his gratitude. Thus, he addressed Hong Ying. "Hong Ying, while I don't understand why Guzhan insisted on taking your photos, could you consider allowing him to photograph you, given that he saved my life?" For Hong Ying, although she shared no blood ties with the members of Team 136, she regarded each of them as family. Therefore, Guzhan's act of saving Zhao Kongsheng warranted her gratitude. However, the prospect of a photo shoot left her feeling quite embarrassed. With a gentle sigh, she replied, "Old Zhao, let me think it over." Chen Mai turned to Lin Qiye and said, "Qiye, since you are willing to join the Night Watchers, it would be prudent for you not to return home for the time being." Lin Qiye's brows furrowed instantly. "Not going home? My aunt and the others will be worried." Chen Mai smiled slightly. "You need not fret about that. We have our ways to resolve the matter." Although Lin Qiye felt some resistance within, she ultimately decided to follow Chen Mai's advice, thinking of her choice to join the Night Watchers. The following morning, Guzhan arrived at the second high school and encountered Chen Mai at the gate. Chen Mai approached him and greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Gu." Guzhan frowned slightly. "Hasn't Qiye already agreed to join the Night Watchers? Why are you still loitering around him?" Chen Mai shook his head. "Teacher Gu, you've misunderstood. I am here to seek you out." Guzhan was speechless. So, the 136 squad was done dealing with Lin Qiye and had turned their attention to themselves, hadn't they? He decisively refused. "Not interested." Chen Mai appeared surprised. "I haven't even said anything yet." Guzhan shot him a look that clearly conveyed, "I see through your intentions." Only then did Chun Mai realize what Gu Zhan was rejecting. He shook his head slightly. Teacher Gu, you are mistaken. I am not here to recruit you. Gu Zhan, displeased, replied, so I was merely being self-important? Farewell. Chun Mai's expression darkened. Was Gu Zhan truly that difficult to deal with? He couldn't recruit him, yet he was still unhappy? Feeling the weight of Gu Zhan's displeasure, Chun Mai intercepted him. Teacher Gu, could you please hear me out? Gu Zhan, visibly impatient, urged. Make it quick. I still have to go to work. Chun Mai nodded and conveyed his purpose. He sought Gu Zhan for two main reasons. First, to express gratitude for saving old Zhao and assisting in recruiting Lin Xie. Second, to request Gu Zhan's presence at Lin Xie's home to help fabricate a story for her. Gu Zhan felt a twinge of confusion. In the original narrative, it seemed Chun Mai had not enlisted the help of school teachers. He retorted when asking for favors. One ought to display some sincerity. How about this? If you convince Hong Ying to agree to a photo shoot, I will assist you. Chun Mai's face displayed helplessness. Hong Ying is merely my teammate. She is not my possession. I have no authority to command her for a photo shoot. Without a word, Gu Zhan turned to leave. Chun Mai hurriedly called out, Teacher Gu, while I cannot issue that command, I can persuade her. After all, I am the captain of the 136 squad. I do have some influence. The system's task release rules dictate that 4 members must form a group to complete a set before new tasks are issued. Currently, Gu Zhan had completed the second, third, and fourth tasks of the first group, leaving only the first task, which troubled him greatly. Despite having lived for over 2,000 years and experienced myriad lives, he was indeed not skilled in dealing with women. In other words, although Gu Zhan had garnered numerous admirers throughout history due to his personal charm, those affections were often unreciprocated. He himself was not adept at wooing women. Thus, persuading Hong Ying to agree to a photo shoot posed a challenge of hellish proportions for Gu Zhan. Consequently, Chun Mai's promise held considerable allure for him. Gu Zhan nodded, conceding, very well, I shall assist you in fabricating this lie. Chun Mai breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to deal with this difficult individual. A curious expression crossed his face as he inquired, May I ask one more question? Gu Zhan replied curtly, no. The corner of Chun Mai's mouth twitched. Receiving Chun Mai's resentment, negative energy 30, Chun Mai protested, no way. I must ask another question, otherwise it will be challenging to persuade Hong Ying. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. Then why not simply ask? Why waste words? Chun Mai muttered a string of profanities in his mind. Chun Mai became frantic. Negative energy 198. After adjusting his emotions, he asked, May I inquire why you are so insistent on photographing Hong Ying? Please answer this question truthfully. If your intentions are as sordid as Hong Ying claims, then I cannot assist you. This question proved to be quite difficult to answer. Gu Zhan pondered briefly, conjuring an appropriate rationale, and then articulated his response. Chapter 21, The Challenge Task, Gu Zhan. To be frank, I am actually an editor at a magazine. I find Hong Ying both beautiful and spirited, which is why I wish to photograph her for a photo shoot. Chun Mai looked at him with skepticism. May I inquire which magazine you edit for? With a composed demeanor, Gu Zhan fabricated a response. I'm a part-time editor for Beauty magazine. Chun Mai sensed no deceit in Gu Zhan's words and thus believed him. Consequently, Gu Zhan requested a leave of absence from the school and accompanied Chun Mai to Lin Xie's residence, where he informed Wang Fong that Lin Xie had been selected by a special forces unit and would be enlisting, never to return. With Gu Zhan, the homeroom teacher, corroborating the story, the credibility of Chun Mai's claims magnified significantly. Furthermore, with Chun Mai possessing various documents, Wang Fong was easily convinced. After resolving matters concerning Lin Xie, Gu Zhan directly followed Chun Mai to the Peace Affairs office. The members of Team 136 were quite astonished by Gu Zhan's arrival, initially assuming that he had been persuaded by Chun Mai. Upon inquiry, they soon learned that Gu Zhan had merely come to photograph Hong Ying. Subsequently, Chun Mai appealed to Hong Ying both logically and emotionally. Here, 1,000 words are omitted, and ultimately succeeded in persuading her. Naturally, Chun Mai's ease in convincing Hong Ying was heavily influenced by Zhao Kongqing's request the previous night. After agreeing, Hong Ying remarked to Gu Zhan, For your saving of old Zhao. A subtle smile graced Gu Zhan's lips. Excellent. With this, the task could be accomplished. Zhong Ming, you should have mentioned earlier that you were a magazine editor. Had I known, I would have praised your discerning eye rather than mistaking you for a pervert. Where shall we shoot? In the office, perhaps? By the way, your magazine doesn't require revealing outfits, does it? Guzhan chuckled. Fear not. We are a reputable magazine that does not rely on sensationalism to attract attention. Zhong Ming sighed in relief. That is reassuring. As Guzhan prepared to capture images of Zhong Ming with his phone, the system's voice rang out. Challenge task has been released. If the esteemed Sir can have Zhong Ming pose as instructed, the method to acquire the milky white longsword will be upgraded. From being purchasable solely through negative energy, it will now be obtainable by completing 5 challenge tasks. Will the esteemed Sir accept the challenge? Guzhan was slightly taken aback. A challenge task indeed? This method of acquiring the milky white longsword through challenge tasks appeared more reliable than exchanging it for negative energy. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the challenge was random or governed by fixed rules. If it were the former, accepting the challenge would be unnecessary, as randomness is too capricious. He voiced his inquiry. Esteemed Sir, this challenge task begins after the first completion. For every 4 sets of tasks you complete, a challenge task will appear as the first task in the subsequent set. Guzhan contemplated the implications. According to the system, completing 4 sets of tasks would result in a challenge task appearing in the first task of the next set. This meant he only needed to complete 65 tasks to fulfill the 5 challenges and obtain the milky white longsword imbued with the power of dimensional elevation. Why did Guzhan toil tirelessly to complete his tasks? Was it not ultimately to transcend to a higher dimension? Although that milky white longsword is merely one of the keys to ascension, even if he were to obtain it now, he might not be able to ascend directly. However, since it is indeed one of the critical elements, he must acquire it. It is true that one could exchange negative energy for items without undertaking challenging tasks. Yet, even a trivial item like the good guy from Loki requires over 10,000 units of negative energy. One can only imagine that the price for the milky white longsword, imbued with the power of ascension, would be astronomical. Thus, in comparison, completing 5 challenging tasks offers a far better cost-to-benefit ratio. Guzhan believed that the 60-plus tasks were not particularly difficult, considering that only a few days had passed since encountering the system, during which he had already completed nearly 4 tasks. Without further hesitation, Guzhan resolved, I accept the challenge. A wise choice. Task 1. Please take a set of portraits of Zhong Ming, now upgraded to a challenge task. Task 1. Challenge, please capture 10 different poses of Zhong Ming according to the specified 10 actions. Sir, would you like to view the action references? Guzhan thought. Send them over for me to see. The system interface materialized before him, displaying 10 action references. Upon a mere glance, Guzhan realized that this challenge was beyond his capabilities. The 10 actions provided by the system were overwhelmingly embarrassing. Even he, having lived for over 2 millennia, felt a tinge of redness upon viewing them. It was evident that Zhong Ming would be utterly incapable of accepting such requests. To put it plainly, among the 10 actions, only the first, sitting like a duck, was remotely acceptable. The rest were simply indefensible. Fortunately, the system did not require the model to dress provocatively, or this world would undoubtedly face immediate censorship. Nevertheless, the die was cast. There was no turning back. Guzhan steeled himself and proceeded to describe the 10 actions to Zhong Ming. Upon hearing his description, Zhong Ming crossed her arms and recoiled like a startled rabbit. Her fair face flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, What kind of legitimate magazine are you running, Guzhan? I see now that I have not misjudged you. You are indeed a genuine pervert. Received Zhong Ming's indignation, negative energy 30-30-30. After berating Guzhan, she turned to her teammates, seeking their support. However, to her astonishment, she found Lao Zhao, Wen Mo, and Lin Shi giving Guzhan a thumbs up, their expressions reflecting a shared admiration. Zhong Ming's face turned crimson as she formed a large X in front of Guzhan with her hands, declaring, I will not take this portrait. Received Zhong Ming's fury. Negative energy 198. Guzhan foresaw this outcome and felt a headache coming on. He turned to Qinmu Yi, hoping the latter might intercede on his behalf. Chun Muyi shrugged at Gu Zhan with an expression of helplessness. Gu Zhan withdrew his gaze, lost in contemplation. Had he not accepted the challenge task earlier, Task 1 would have been easily completed. Yet now that he had accepted, failing to complete Task 1 would leave him forever ensnared within its confines. Thus, this task must inevitably be accomplished. Alas, it seems I must cast some significant stakes to persuade Hong Ying to reconsider her stance. After all, to ascend to a higher dimension, he must complete the task at hand. In the original narrative, the outcome of this cyclical dream was a failure. Subsequently, the world underwent several reboots before Lin Chia finally managed to vanquish Azathoth. Once the world resets, Gu Zhan's demise is assured. For in a rebooted world, there will no longer be a Gu Zhan who traverses through. Even if there were, he would not be the same. The substantial stake Gu Zhan intends to wager is his allegiance to the Night Watchers. For Gu Zhan, whether or not to join the Night Watchers is of little consequence. He had previously declined, merely finding the organization as tedious as the Exorcism Bureau. Now, he feels that joining poses no issue. After all, should he ever tire of it, he could simply depart. Besides, collectively, the Night Watchers would be incapable of besting him. As for adhering to the regulations of the Night Watchers, rules are merely made to be broken. Even if he were to join, as long as he remains disinclined, no one could impose restrictions upon him. Gu Zhan then expressed to Hong Ying, "If you agree to the portrait, I shall join the Night Watchers." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying responded with words that were nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 22. He can pin me down and strike in the face of the substantial offer presented by Gu Zhan. Hong Ying, without a moment's hesitation, coldly retorted, "What does your joining the Night Watch have to do with me?" While Hong Ying remained indifferent to Gu Zhan's proposal, there were others who were not, such as Chun Mai. He found Gu Zhan's gestures somewhat humiliating, yet the filming process was not overtly lewd and seemed somewhat acceptable. Thus, this individual, who had just declared his inability to assist Gu Zhan, quickly changed his mind after the enticing offer was made. Chun Mai gazed at Hong Ying, his words piercing straight to the heart. "Hong Ying, I did not wish to coerce you into this matter. However, I would like to offer a suggestion. You have witnessed Gu Zhan's strength firsthand. He can pin me down and strike. I firmly believe that with his addition to our ranks, the casualty rate among the Night Watch will undoubtedly decrease significantly. If you can persuade him to join, you shall be hailed as a benefactor of the Night Watch." A benefactor? Hong Ying's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that although Gu Zhan's poses were somewhat embarrassing, they remained within an acceptable range. Furthermore, he did not require her to disrobe. Posing was manageable and did not expose much flesh. As long as she satisfied Gu Zhan's filming requirements, she could easily become a benefactor of the Night Watch. At that moment, Chun Mai added, "If Gu Zhan joins the Night Watch, I will apply for a spark medal on your behalf." Upon hearing of the medal, Hong Ying immediately ceased her hesitation, exclaiming, "No problem. Leave this matter to me." Subsequently, Gu Zhan took a series of photographs of Hong Ying, much to the delight of the men in Team 136. He successfully completed his first challenge task. Within the Truth Treasury, the price of the milky white longsword was reduced to 1/5. Next, Gu Zhan needed to accomplish 4 more challenge tasks to obtain one of the keys to ascension. He mused to himself, "This method of undertaking tasks is quite favorable. At least there's a clear goal." Standing before Gu Zhan, Hong Ying placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence as she inquired, "Now that the photo shoot is complete, will you join the Night Watch?" Gu Zhan nodded slightly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I keep my promises." Hong Ying made a scissor gesture towards Chun Mai, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, Captain, I am now a benefactor of the Night Watch, right?" Chun Mai smiled and nodded, "I will apply for your spark medal tonight." Hong Ying, with a playful spirit, responded, "Captain, with such a significant achievement, shouldn't there be additional rewards besides the medal?" As the eldest member of Team 136, Chun Mai had always regarded his team members as his own children. At that moment, Hong Ying's demeanor resembled that of a child. He chuckled, such as, "On Ying replié. For instance, you could cook dinner tonight." Chun Mai agreed with a nod. "Certainly, I will cook tonight, both as a reward for this benefactor and to welcome Gu Zhan and Lin Chia to the Night Watch." Upon hearing that Chun Mai would personally prepare dinner, Not only was Hong Ying elated, but the other members of Team 136 shared in her joy. Gu Zhan found himself anticipating dinner. Eating was one of his few passions and one of the rare sources of joy in his long life. Having read the original work, he was aware of Chun Mai's culinary prowess and was eager to finally experience it firsthand. Chun Mai called for Wu Xiangnan, as well as Gu Zhan and Lin Qiye, to gather in his office. Looking at Gu Zhan and Lin Qiye, Chun Mai stated, "There are some matters I must discuss with you both. Although you have agreed to join the Night Watch, this does not imply that you are officially members yet. At present, you are merely provisional or temporary recruits. There will be a new recruit training session at the beginning of next month in Beijing, which will last for a year. You must successfully complete this training to be considered official members." Gu Zhan nodded slightly, already aware of the upcoming recruit training, which he knew would be rather tedious. Lin Qiye, however, seemed to look forward to the training session Chun Mai mentioned. Since becoming the agent of Michael, he had been forced to pretend to be blind due to circumstances beyond his control. This FAAD had made it exceedingly difficult for him to partake in collective activities. Thus, one could say that, aside from the time spent in a mental institution 9 years ago, Lin Qiye's life had been remarkably monotonous. He patted his chest and declared, "So it's the new recruit training? No problem, I will pass it with flying colors." Gu Zhan cast a glance at Lin Qiye, feeling somewhat puzzled by his demeanor. In the original narrative, Lin Qiye was portrayed as a young man with a mature and composed personality, occasionally exhibiting a mischievous streak. Yet, the Lin Qiye before him seemed somewhat juvenile, lacking a touch of that steadiness. Gu Zhan mused to himself, "I never expected that punch I threw 9 years ago would have such a profound impact on Lin Qiye." At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Gu Zhan's mind. Task 5. Long-term participate in new recruit training until its conclusion. Reward: 10,000 negative energy. Long-term tasks are not bound by the 4-task grouping rule. Upon completing tasks 6, 7, and 8, you may claim a new set of tasks. Task 6. Defeat Wang Mian in the training camp and compel him to say 3 times in front of Yuan Gang, "I am Wang Mian, and I have no face." Reward: 1,000 negative energy. Gu Zhan was slightly taken aback. 2 tasks issued at once. Moreover, one was a long-term task. However, what on earth was task 6? It was not only peculiar but also rather abstract, bordering on, and scrupulous. Wasn't the system supposed to indicate that the esteemed individual was of high moral standing? Yet, whether it was the challenge from task 1 or this current task 5, it all seemed to suggest a certain moral ambiguity from that esteemed individual. While Gu Zhan was lamenting the character of that esteemed individual, Chun Mai spoke up again. "There is still nearly a month until the new recruit training begins. Since you two have only just joined, to prevent you from embarrassing Team 136 during the training, I have decided to provide you with a special." As Chun Mai spoke, he found himself amusing and chuckled. Lin Qiye was merely a novice, but what need did Gu Zhan have for special training? The training comprised 3 components: combat training, Forbidden Realm training, and firearms training. Among these, Gu Zhan required no instruction in 2 areas: combat training and Forbidden Realm training. Training for combat, Gu Zhan could easily overpower him, rendering any training unnecessary. As for the Forbidden Realm, Gu Zhan was a pure strength-type superpower user. The Forbidden Realm was essentially his own body, requiring no special preparation. Regarding the 3rd component, firearms training, this was relatively insignificant for superpower users. Mastery of the first 2 areas sufficed, as firearms were only effective against lower-tier mysteries. In high-level combat, the efficacy of firearms diminished considerably. Contemplating this, Chun Mai altered his approach. He turned to Lin Qiye and said, "Qiye, since you are new, to spare you from embarrassment during the rookie training, I shall provide you with special instruction." Lin Qiye, bewildered, glanced at Gu Zhan and asked Chun Mai, "Why am I the only one receiving training? Does teacher Gu not require special instruction?" Chun Mai nodded. "He can easily overpower me, hence he does not need it." Lin Qiye remained speechless. Chapter 23. Are you still considering eating the poor monk? Gu Zhan, upon concluding his matters with Chun Mai, took his leave. Chun Mai gazed at Gu Zhan's retreating figure, hesitating to speak. Lin Qiye, after Gu Zhan vanished from the office, furrowed his brow and asked, "Captain, why is Teacher Gu able to return to the public's attention?" Chun Mai gently shook his head in response. "You may be misunderstanding. The primary reason for not allowing you to return home is to conduct a special training session before the intensive training begins. Once the training commences, you will be away for a year and a half. It is better if you do not return home for now." Teacher Gu, however, does not require such training. Though he expressed this verbally, internally he felt somewhat helpless. "I too wish to keep him here, but I'm incapable of doing so." That night, Gu Zhan visited the Peace Affairs office for a meal, savoring the dishes prepared by Chun Mai. Indeed, as depicted in the original narrative, they were quite delightful. One would not expect that Chun Mai, a robust man, shared the same meticulousness as old Zhao. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Gu Zhan resigned from his position at the second high school, citing the upcoming new recruit training, which would last for a year. It was evident that requesting a year's leave from the school was out of the question. Thus, it was more practical to resign in advance, resolving matters at once. This way, prior to the new recruit training, Gu Zhan could pursue activities of his own desire, unencumbered by school affairs. He had already contemplated what he wished to engage in before the training commenced. As Gu Zhan was still within his probationary period and had not garnered much favor or merit within the school, his resignation was met with only a few token words of retention from his superiors before being approved. He was not even required to handle any handover tasks. The entire process was remarkably smooth. After resigning, he bid farewell to his students and swiftly exited the school premises. Gu Zhan's subsequent plan was to travel. He intended to explore various places before the new recruit training began. Of course, his excursions were not motivated by a desire to admire scenic beauty. After 2 millennia, what landscapes had he not seen? Rather, he sought to indulge in local delicacies and satiate his palate. Once the new recruit training commenced, he would be confined to the training camp to fulfill a long-term mission, with no opportunity to venture elsewhere. Moreover, the cuisine at the training camp would be far from exquisite. Particularly in the initial phase, he would have to subsist on primitive fare, akin to wild beasts. Now, the question remained, where should he embark on his journey first? Task 7. Acquire the golden alms bowl of Master Jinshan. Reward, 500 negative energy. Task 8. Capture a photograph of Bai Li Pongwan performing a pole dance. Reward, 500 negative energy. Gu Zhan. I'm truly at a loss. Just as I began to contemplate my travel plans, the system abruptly intervened, sparing me the mental strain and directing my path. Master Jinshan is currently located at Jihua Mountain in Qizhou, Anhui, while Bai Li Pongwan is in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. These two places are indeed commendable destinations. Gu Zhan thoughtfully deliberated and decided to make Jihua Mountain, which is relatively close to Cangnan, his first stop, while reserving the more distant Guangshan for his final destination. After making his decision, he promptly returned home to terminate his rental agreement for the house he currently occupied. Following a brief tidying up, he proceeded directly to the train station. There were quite a number of trains from Cangnan to Qizhou, allowing Gu Zhan to effortlessly secure a ticket for a green train departing in 1 hour. While waiting, he couldn't help but reminisce about the old monk on Jihua Mountain, Master Jinchuan. In ancient times, Gu Zhan had shared a bond of life and death with this old monk, albeit it was Jinchuan's life that had been at stake, rather than his own. As for the details, let us set them aside for now. Overall, his relationship with Jinchuan was tolerable, though the monk left an unfavorable impression on Gu Zhan due to his incessant prattling. He wondered if the reincarnated Jinchuan remained as loquacious as ever. One phrase that resonated most with Gu Zhan was, "Humans are born of humans. Demons are born of demons." At noon, Gu Zhan boarded the train bound for Qizhou, arriving at 7:30 p.m. Given the late hour, he sought out a nearby inn for the night. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding, he finally set off for Jihua Mountain. At 9 a.m., Gu Zhan arrived at Jihua Mountain. As it was not the peak tourist season, the mountain was relatively devoid of visitors, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. He jogged along the winding paths of the mountain and swiftly reached the summit. At the peak, he beheld an ancient temple, which had been renamed from Jihua Temple to Lane Temple. Gu Zhan was taken aback. What is this? Why was the name of the ancient temple crossed out, and replaced with Lane Temple. Without a doubt, this is the handiwork of Jin Chuan. Just then, a verbose voice reached Gu Zhan's ears. Following the sound, he spotted an elderly monk clad in robes, exuding an aura of divinity, standing beside a large incense burner at the temple's entrance, attempting to sell a string of prayer beads to a young couple. The old monk chattered on. "My dear lady, behold these prayer beads. They are large and round. They can ward off evil and ensure your safety and smooth sailing. Even demons dare not approach you. Such a remarkable item. Only 998 yuan. Truly a bargain, fair and square. As the abbot of Lane Temple, I speak only the truth. You must believe me. Purchasing these is certainly a wise choice." The young couple, evidently tourists, displayed unmistakable resistance to the old monk, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Once the monk finished his monologue, the young man among the couple scoffed. "Old monk, had you spoken less and appeared more profound, I might have been convinced. As you said, 998 yuan is not exorbitant. But your current demeanor is hardly befitting of an abbot. Where have you ever seen a master so loquacious? I have encountered many frauds like you. Come on, Xiaomi, let us leave." Upon finishing his words, the young man swiftly took his girlfriend's hand and strode away. Jin Chuan watched the swiftly departing couple and sighed wistfully. Alas, they truly lacked discernment. This prayer bead of mine is indeed a rare treasure, embodying immeasurable Buddhist power. Their refusal to purchase it is quite perplexing. Gu Zhan approached the old monk, smiling as he walked. "Master Jin Chuan, it has been over 1,000 years, yet you remain as verbose as ever." Upon hearing Gu Zhan's voice, the old monk, Master Jin Chuan, was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to face Gu Zhan, his expression shifting to one of sheer horror as he fled in haste, exclaiming, "By the Buddha of the Western Paradise! You, a mighty sage, how is it that you persist in haunting me? Over a millennium has passed, and you still wish to feast upon my essence." Upon sensing Master Jin Chuan's fear, negative energy, 328 Gu Zhan. Chapter 24, Gu, are you a bandit? With a sudden surge of power, Gu Zhan's legs propelled him forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing before Master Jin Chuan startled. Jin Chuan raised his hand, striking towards Gu Zhan with a powerful palm. Great might, heavenly dragon. With a swift motion, Gu Zhan deflected Jin Chuan's hand, retorting, "You are clearly Tang Sung, yet you resort to Fa Hai's techniques?" Realizing that his recently regained strength as a main deity was insufficient against the might of the great sage, Jin Chuan resigned himself to the situation, adopting an expression of surrender, as if to say, "Do as you please." Gu Zhan, bemused, replied, "There is no need for such theatrics. I am not here to consume you." "Oh, how could I even think of such a thing? I have no interest in human flesh. Did I not explain before? My intention was never to impersonate the Green Bull demon to capture you. I merely indulged in a moment of gluttony, consuming a leg of Lao Jun's Green Bull, which compelled me to assume the guise of the Green Bull demon, becoming a trial on your journey." "Master Jin," Chuan inquired, "you truly did not come to feast upon this monk?" Gu Zhan rolled his eyes, gesturing toward the nearby peak. "Shall I shatter a mountain to verify your continued existence?" Jin Chuan, with his hands raised in a gesture of peace, responded, "There is no need for such extremes." Upon confirming that Gu Zhan indeed had no malicious intent, he exhaled deeply. "Ah, you have truly frightened this monk." He continued, "By the way, I observe that the great sage seems untroubled by the cycles of reincarnation." Gu Zhan nodded. "Regarding that matter from a century ago, the celestial sovereign did not inform me. Thus I did not undergo the century-long reincarnation like you all." Master Jin Chuan's eyes widened in understanding, and he waved his hand. "Please, great sage, enter the temple for a discussion." Noticing the sudden shift in Jin Chuan's demeanor, Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. "Why have you ceased your incessant chatter? No more trivialities?" Jin Chuan shot him an exasperated glance. "Is it not exhausting to speak so much? Besides, my earlier verbosity was merely a performance." Gu Zhan, taken aback, asked, "A performance? A performance of whom? Yourself?" Jin Chuan nodded. "People often extol the virtues of immortals. Yet, It is only after attaining Buddhahood that I realized being mortal is preferable, unbound by stringent precepts. Thus, upon entering reincarnation, I wish to reclaim my true self. Gu Zhan queried, "Have you reclaimed your true self?" Master Jin Chan smiled enigmatically. As the dust settles, one cannot return. I can only indulge in role-play now. To others, I remain the same loquacious monk, but in the presence of old friends, such formalities are unnecessary. He refrained from voicing his concern that excessive chatter before Gu Zhan might lead to trouble. In the past, when he was captured by Gu Zhan masquerading as the Green Bull Demon, his excessive talking had resulted in many beatings. On the arduous journey for scriptures, out of the 81 tribulations, only a few ferocious creatures genuinely sought to devour him. The rest were merely performing their duties in the mortal realm and posed no real threat. Only after being captured by Gu Zhan did the real beating begin. Master Jin Chan led Gu Zhan into the Grand Hall of Great Heroism. Before a colossal statue of Buddha, he observed a youth with disheveled hair, clad in a purple t-shirt and blue jeans, kneeling in earnest devotion. Gu Zhan surmised that this lad was likely Chao Yuan, though he could not be entirely certain. So he inquired of Jin Chan, "Who is the youth kneeling before the statue of the Buddha?" Jin Chan's expression darkened. "What do you mean, the statue of the great hero?" "That is the Buddha Shakyamuni." Receiving Master Jin Chan's ire, negative energy 98, Gu Zhan smiled slightly. "I was merely jesting. I certainly know that is Shakyamuni Buddha. However, I still wish to point out that if it is called the Grand Hall of Great Heroism, why is it not dedicated to the great hero?" The corners of Jin Chan's mouth twitched uncontrollably at that moment. Does the Jade Void Palace house the Jade Void? Does the Qinqing Palace house Qinqing? Does the Cunning Palace house Cunning? Noticing Jin Chan reverting to his loquacious self, Gu Zhan decided to refrain from further jesting. After all, he had come here with a request for Jin Chan and could not afford to anger him into refusing to grant his wish. Gu Zhan said, "No more jokes." "Who is that youth?" Master Jin Chan replied, "That child is called Chao Yuan. He is a pitiful boy." Gu Zhan squinted. Indeed, that youth was Chao Yuan. Master Jin Chan addressed Chao Yuan. "Chao Yuan, come here and pay your respects to the great sage." The youth, who had been lost in meditation, stood and approached Master Jin Chan, his expression somewhat dazed as he bowed to Gu Zhan. "I have met the great sage?" Master Jin Chan assured him, "Do not doubt. He is indeed the great sage you are thinking of." Chao Yuan's gaze sharpened. "The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong?" Master Jin Chan clarified, "What I mean is, this gentleman is the true great sage, but he does not specifically refer to my great disciple. After all, many were called great sage in those days." Chao Yuan appeared puzzled. What on earth was a great disciple monkey? Jin Chan continued, "This gentleman is the great sage who caused a ruckus in heaven alongside Wukong in the journey to the west." Chao Yuan trembled slightly. "Master, are you saying that this person before us is a divine being?" Master Jin Chan nodded. "Yes, he is a genuine divine being." Chao Yuan scrutinized Gu Zhan earnestly, observing that he appeared to be around 25 years of age, refined in demeanor, yet devoid of any ethereal aura, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notion of a celestial being. The key point was, there were no gods in the Great Xia. He suspected that Master Jin Chan was jesting with him. After all, this Master Jin Chan was truly serious when he needed to be profoundly wise at times, yet often prone to be a bit verbose and playful. Chao Yuan thus addressed Master Jin Chan. "Master, you are jesting." Master Jin Chan hesitated, wanting to explain to Chao Yuan that Gu Zhan was indeed a divine being, yet fearing that excessive words might disrupt the plans of those powerful individuals. After all, the optimal moment for the return of the divine beings to the Great Xia had not yet arrived. Chao Yuan is indeed a crucial element in the grand scheme, and should he learn of the divine presence into Xia, it may not bode well. Master Jin Chan signaled to Chao Yuan that he could continue his devotions. Chao Yuan inclined his body slightly towards Gu Zhan before returning to the meditation cushion to resume his focused worship. Master Jin Chan then led Gu Zhan to a side hall. Once seated, Master Jin Chan inquired, "May I ask, esteemed sage, what brings you here?" Gu Zhan addressed the matter directly. "I require your golden bowl." Master Jin Chan's body trembled at the implication. Are you referring to the golden bowl that the Tang Emperor gifted me during my quest for enlightenment? Gu Zhan nodded affirmatively. Master Jin Chan took 3 steps back in disbelief. You do not need to beg for alms. Why would you want the bowl? Absolutely not. This bowl has accompanied me since my journey to the West, and it represents my sole connection to the past. I cannot part with it. Gu Zhan regarded Master Jin Chan with a serene expression. I shall have that golden bowl, so propose your terms. Enraged, Master Jin Chan leapt from the ground. Damn it. If I were not at a disadvantage against this fellow, I would have thrown Gu Zhan out today. Master Jin Chan erupted in expletives. Gu, are you a bandit? Gu Zhan replied, perhaps. Master Jin Chan. Receiving Master Jin Chan's ire. Negative energy 198. Chapter 25 Encountering the Phoenix Team, though rebuked. Master Jin Chuan found himself at a loss when confronted with Gu Zhan's menace. Among the myriad reincarnated deities, his recovery was notably swift. Before the centennial mark, he had already regained strength comparable to that of a newly ascended deity. With such power, Master Jin Chuan could traverse the Great Xia with ease. However, in the presence of Gu Zhan, he felt woefully inadequate. To put it plainly, even at his zenith, he would not withstand a single blow from Gu Zhan, let alone in his current state. Uncertain of why Gu Zhan had set his sights on his golden bowl, Master Jin Chuan realized that since Gu Zhan had made up his mind, his sole consideration now was how to gracefully relinquish the bowl. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan and decided to entrust the matter to Gu Zhan. Thus, he addressed Gu Zhan. This humble monk has a task I wish to entrust to you. Great sage, should you accomplish it, I shall willingly present the golden bowl to you. Gu Zhan regarded him with an inquisitive expression, urging him to elaborate. Master Jin Chuan continued, it is as follows. I require you, great sage, to journey to Shizhong in Chaoyang County and resolve an enigmatic matter. This enigma is a manifestation of grievances, possessing the powers of ghosts and deities, and cannot be slain by mere mortals. Currently, this entity lies dormant, expected to awaken in approximately a year. I had originally planned to confront it myself once I regain my full strength next year. However, since you have invited me to set conditions, I beseech you to eliminate this enigma. A flicker of curiosity crossed Gu Zhan's face. A ghostly entity born of grievances? I am intrigued to know what kind of grievance could bring forth such a creature. In the world of slaying deities, the distinction between mortals and deities is profound. Thus, for a mortal to ascend to divinity is no trivial feat, yet now an entity has emerged that, solely through its grievances, wields the power of ghosts and deities. Truly remarkable. Master Jin Chuan glanced towards the main hall and sighed softly. The predecessor of Chaoyang High School was Sajia Village, the very village where that child was born. Chao Yuan possessed the most potent forbidden ground beneath the divine ruins. Heiwang, Zhanmie. 11 years ago, Chao Yuan touched the scythe, causing the forbidden ground to erupt, resulting in the slaughter of all 172 villagers. The enigma you are to vanquish is the manifestation of the grievances of these 172 unjustly perished souls. Fortunately, due to the current depletion of spiritual energy, this enigma has not yet revived. Otherwise, it would have surely brought calamity upon the Great Xia. After all, in the present state of the Great Xia, devoid of divine guardians, the Night Watchers alone cannot hope to defeat such a being. Gu Zhan's understanding deepened as the origins of this enigma became clear. Yet he pondered, was this incident present in the original narrative? It was not. Was it omitted by Sanjiao? Or did his arrival precipitate the emergence of this enigma? Gu Zhan leaned towards the former explanation. Having heard the saying that the worlds depicted by authors are often fragments of a real existence, an author may inadvertently encounter that world, be it through dreams or other means, transforming it into inspiration, which is then woven into their narrative. Yet, how could a single author fully encapsulate the vastness of the world? Thus, this enigma remains largely as it is. Gu Zhan nodded slightly to Jin Chan. Very well. I shall undertake this matter. Master Jin Chan replied. With the prowess of the great sage, unraveling this mystery should pose no challenge. The true difficulty lies in locating it. Gu Zhan paused in surprise. What do you mean by that? Master Jin Chan continued. This mystery has slumbered in the crevices of the world since its inception. To vanquish it, one must either wait for it to awaken and emerge on its own, or draw it out. Gu Zhan furrowed his brow slightly. How might we draw it out? Jin Chan cast a glance toward the main hall. I do have an idea. This mystery is the manifestation of the grievances of 172 villagers who met untimely ends. The great sage need only bring Chao Yuan along and allow him to draw his sword near the vicinity of Chaojiang, number 13 middle school. By entering a frenzied state, he is likely to lure out the mystery. Gu Zhan nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a sound suggestion. Since this enigma is born of resentment, it would be eager to see Chao Yuan perish. Thus, the presence of the aura that once destroyed it would surely hasten its awakening. Master Jin Chan nodded in agreement. Precisely so. Therefore, the great sage should take Chao Yuan with him. With your presence, I trust that even in a state of frenzy, he will not cause any trouble. Gu Zhan affirmed his agreement. That very morning, he departed from Jihua Mountain with Chao Yuan, boarding a green train bound for Chaojiang County. In carriage number 13, Chao Yuan and Gu Zhan sat across from one another. After a prolonged silence, Chao Yuan suddenly addressed Gu Zhan. How should I address you? Should I refer to you as the great sage, like Master does? Gu Zhan tilted his head. Do you believe I am a deity? Upon uttering these words, a nearby woman cast a dubious glance at Gu Zhan. Received Zhang Lingling's disdain, negative energy 30 Gu Zhan. Chao Yuan shook his head slightly at Gu Zhan. I do not believe, for there are no gods in the great Xia. Gu Zhan shrugged. Then do not call me the great sage. My name is Gu Zhan. I was once a Chinese literature teacher at San'an number 2 high school. You may call me Gu Zhan, Brother Gu, or Teacher Gu. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Yuan opted to address Gu Zhan as Teacher Gu. Thereafter, Chao Yuan fell silent, refraining from further conversation. Gu Zhan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, the whispers of a few individuals reached his ears. Not that he was eavesdropping, but certain words captured his attention. A woman exclaimed, "This is infuriating. Why did the charter plane have to break down? Now I am forced to take this green train to Chaojiang County." A man replied, "Xia, do not be upset. It is unavoidable. Besides, the plane is not broken, merely undergoing routine maintenance. It is just unfortunate that this mission coincided so closely." The previously speaking woman, Xia Simeng, added, "Kong Shang, Zhuqing mentioned over the phone that a maritime mystery has allegedly appeared near Chaojiang number 13 middle school. I must say, when did such maritime mysteries require our Phoenix to intervene? This level of issue could easily be handled by the masked ones." The man who spoke earlier, Kong Shangdao, remarked, "Perhaps the masked one is preoccupied. After all, that particular squad is quite busy." Xia Simeng, with a tone of discontent, retorted, "Nonsense. Our Phoenix squad is the true night watchers, the busiest team. Mind you." Kong Shang was taken aback. "Xia team, please lower your voice. We might draw attention." Xia Simeng replied, "Apologies, apologies. I couldn't help myself." Gu Zhan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. To his surprise, during his journey to Chaojiang number 13 middle school, he encountered the renowned Night Watcher Special Squad known as Phoenix. The captain of the Phoenix squad, Xia Simeng, is a carefree, spirited blonde girl with a remarkable figure. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly unexpected is that the destination of Phoenix is also Chaojiang number 13 middle school. Chapter 26. The Heist on the Phoenix in the afternoon. Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan arrived at Chaojiang County. They arrived ahead of the Phoenix and took a cab to a location near Chaojiang number 13 middle school. Gu Zhan led Chao Yuan to a secluded area devoid of any surveillance, where he paused and instructed, "This will do. Draw your blade." A flicker of hesitation crossed Chao Yuan's face as he inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Gu Zhan affirmed. Chao Yuan turned his gaze towards the direction of the school. Voicing his apprehension, "I'm worried." Gu Zhan interrupted, "Jin Chan will entrust you to me, which affirms my strength. Trust me and draw your sword." Chao Yuan held great trust in Master Jin Chan, and upon hearing this, he nodded earnestly, standing still as instructed. 5 minutes elapsed, and both Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan exchanged glances of uncertainty. 10 minutes passed, and they continued their silent exchange. 15 minutes ticked by. Gu Zhan, unable to endure the stillness, urged, "Why don't you draw your sword?" Gao Duan Ziplit Sip Pisin E. I don't have a sword. Gu Zhan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You spoke so much earlier, yet you have no sword?" Chao Yuan looked innocently bewildered. "I thought you would provide me with one. After all, I cannot touch a blade, so how could I carry one?" Gu Zhan sighed, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning. The absence of a sword complicated matters, for he too lacked a weapon. Gu Zhan had developed his martial art 2 millennia ago, mastering the path through his fist techniques, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of power through them. As a celestial being who relied solely on his fists for combat, he naturally did not carry weapons. Thus, while his Caikun ring contained a plethora of items, it was devoid of any weaponry. With a deep sigh, Gu Zhan lamented, "Alas, I too have no sword. What shall we do?" Gao Duan Yin Guit. Gu Zhan pondered for a moment before proposing, "I have an idea. We can borrow a sword." Chao Yuan's eyes brightened. "Shall we borrow one from the school?" Gu Zhan shook his head slightly. "No, borrowing from the school would be too tedious. We will seek a sword from the Phoenix." Chao Yuan appeared puzzled. "The Phoenix is..." As they walked along the road towards Chaojiang, number 13 middle school, Gu Zhan briefly explained the nature of the Phoenix, revealing that it was one of the special teams of night watchers. They departed from the school gate and walked a considerable distance along the road before coming to a halt. Gu Zhan knew that the Phoenix's destination was Chaojiang number 13, and without a dedicated vehicle, it was highly probable they would arrive by cab as well. Thus, waiting on this side of the road was a sensible choice. Chao Yuan expressed his concerns. "Teacher Gu, are you sure you want to confront the Phoenix? They're a special team." Gu Zhan retorted, "Please be mindful of your wording. I am borrowing a sword, not stealing one." Chao Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had previously inquired whether Gu Zhan was acquainted with the Phoenix, to which Gu Zhan had replied with a resounding no. Given such circumstances, what reason would the Phoenix have to lend him a sword? Thus, was there truly a distinction between borrowing and stealing? However, upon observing Gu Zhan's steadfastness, Chao Yuan ceased his attempts at persuasion and contemplated whether he should assist Gu Zhan in the event of a confrontation. Soon enough, as Gu Zhan had anticipated, the Phoenix group appeared on the road. However, they did not arrive in a taxi. Instead, they assumed the guise of law enforcement, driving a police van. The driver was Kong Shang, with the golden-haired Summer Si Ming seated in the passenger seat, easily recognizable. Gu Zhan chuckled. "The Phoenix crew has arrived. Wait here. I shall borrow a weapon." Chao Yuan wished to further dissuade Gu Zhan, but sensed that his counsel would fall on deaf ears, so he simply nodded in silence. He sighed inwardly, reflecting that anyone acknowledged by Master Jinshan must possess considerable strength, yet even the mightiest would likely falter against a specialized team. It seemed that today, he might indeed have to draw a blade for Teacher Gu, even though he currently lacked a weapon. Yet as long as he could grasp one, he could transform. Chao Yuan turned his gaze towards the direction of Shursan Middle School, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Gu Zhan strode confidently down the center of the road. Approaching the police vehicle, the two parties soon encountered one another. Kong Shang slammed on the brakes, bringing the police van to a sudden halt. Summer Si Ming exchanged a glance with Kong Shang, both sensing a measure of resignation in each other's eyes. Although clad in police uniforms, they were not actual officers. Ordinarily, they would have every reason to ignore the individual blocking their path and head straight to Shursa Middle School. However, the predicament was that, despite not being genuine police, they were playing the part. The obstruction posed by Gu Zhan could signify some trouble. Thus, the Phoenix group had no choice but to address him. Summer Si Ming leaned out, calling to Gu Zhan, "Comrade, do you have a grievance?" Her words elicited a twitch at the corner of Kong Shang's mouth. "Captain," Kong Shang exclaimed, "you must be cautious with your words. Everything requires evidence. Who begins by asking if someone has a grievance?" Summer Si Ming stuck her tongue out at Kong Shang and turned to Gu Zhan, rephrasing, "Comrade, have you encountered any trouble?" Gu Zhan nodded and astonishingly declared a robbery. Summer Si Ming. Gong Shang. Other members of Phoenix. What? Is this young man out of his mind? How dare he attempt to rob a police vehicle? Received Summer Si Ming's bewilderment, negative energy 111. Received Kong Shang's bewilderment, negative energy 111. Received Phoenix. After uttering the word robbery, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Gu Zhan's mouth. He had misspoken. It was all Qiao Yuan's fault for incessantly mentioning robbery. Gu Zhan quickly corrected himself. Apologies, I misspoke. What I meant to say is that I wish to borrow something from you. Summer Ming and her teammates exchanged glances. Borrow something? What could the police possibly lend to an ordinary person? Nevertheless, since it was evident he was not attempting a robbery, they might as well inquire about what he wished to borrow. Perhaps he merely needed to relieve himself in these remote woods, but lacked toilet paper. Summer Ming then asked, "What do you wish to borrow?" Gu Zhan replied with astonishing boldness, "The Starry Blade." Upon hearing these words, Xia Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. The Starry Blade? This term is not something that an ordinary person could possibly know. Xia Ming exchanged glances with her teammates, prompting the members of the Phoenix squad to disembark. One of the logistics personnel discreetly placed his hand on the collapsible signboard. The fact that the other party was aware of the Starry Blade's existence suggested they were likely a superpowered individual, and probably not one of their own. If they were indeed one of their own, they could simply present the Night Watcher insignia without needing to waste words. Xia Ming, her expression grave, inquired, "Where did you learn about the Starry Blade?" Gu Zhan responded with startling audacity, "That is of no concern to you. All you need to do is lend me the Starry Blade. If you refuse, I will have to take it myself." His words immediately set off alarm bells among the members of the Phoenix squad. "What? You have quite the audacity, don't you? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of one of the 4 elite teams of the Night Watchers, the Phoenix squad?" Xia Ming smirked, revealing a cold smile, her fists colliding before her with a sharp crack. Her mental energy surged forth from her consciousness, coalescing into a transparent crimson veil that enveloped her form. Her golden hair danced without wind, propelled by the force of the red garment. She exuded the aura of someone at the pinnacle of the infinite realm. A provocative glint flickered in her eyes as she declared, "While I have not sensed any aura of a realm from you, the mere fact that you are aware of the Starry Blade indicates that you are no ordinary individual. It will not be so simple for you to borrow something from my Phoenix squad. I advise you to recognize your situation and leave at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you leave here utterly unrecognizable." In my recollection, the original text did not provide a detailed description of Phoenix's combat style, so all depictions of their fighting methods in this work are entirely creative reinterpretations. Chapter 27. You must belong to the ancient God sect. Gu Zhan remained completely unfazed by Xia Ming's threat, calmly stating, "I will count to 3. Relinquish the knife." Xia Ming scoffed, stubborn as ever. "If that is the case, then I shall not hold back today." With a resounding cry, a melodious phoenix call echoed through the heavens. The transparent crimson garment that enveloped Xia Ming rapidly expanded, transforming into the shape of a fiery phoenix. As the garment unfurled, she gracefully advanced, morphing into a series of blazing red silhouettes, charging towards Gu Zhan. The Phoenix Squad was named after the mythical bird because each member had been recognized by the Phoenix bloodline. Once one received this acknowledgement, they could wield a portion of the divine Phoenix's power. Gu Zhan stood a dozen meters away from Xia Ming. In an instant, she traversed the distance with an ethereal grace and closed in on him. With a swift motion of her right arm, the crimson garment morphed into phoenix wings, slicing towards Gu Zhan's throat like a blade of flame. This strike was imbued with searing energy and executed at an extraordinary speed. Uncertain of Gu Zhan's identity, Xia Ming had refrained from harboring intentions to kill. However, even so, should a normal person be struck by such an attack, they would either perish or suffer grievous burns. Qiao Yuan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of alarm. Despite his years of diligent training, his progress had been sluggish, constrained by the volatile nature of the Black King's blade. Nevertheless, he possessed extraordinary senses. Yet, as Xia Ming launched her assault, he could only perceive a faint crimson shadow, utterly unable to discern the nature of her attack. Is this the power of a special squad? Such remarkable speed? No. This strike, Gu Zhan cannot evade it, nor can he withstand it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed Gu Zhan springing into action. Faced with the oncoming assault, Gu Zhan appeared calm, casually raising his left arm to block the attack. With a sharp crack, Xia Ming's strike which had only allowed Chao Yuan to glimpse a fleeting crimson shadow, was effortlessly deflected by Gu Zhan. Chao Yuan's pupils constricted. Gu Zhan's speed of response surpasses even that. I could hardly see how he executed his counter. Is this the strength recognized by Master Jin Shan? Received Chao Yuan's astonishment, negative energy 30. After Gu Zhan easily thwarted Xia Ximing's attack, the members of the Phoenix Squad, including Kong Shang, displayed expressions of disbelief. Kong Shang remarked, "I didn't expect him to react so swiftly." A teammate named Zhang Miao shook her head slightly and retorted, "Humph. He merely fell into the captain's trap by taking that hit head-on." As soon as Zhang Miao's words left her lips, the Phoenix Wing garment on Xia Ximing's right arm suddenly transformed. In truth, Xia Ximing's attack consisted of two phases. The Phoenix Wings represented the first phase, and should it be parried, the second phase would immediately follow. The second attack proved to be the true lethal strike, possessing a power that far surpassed the first. A triumphant expression graced Xia Ximing's face as she declared, "Your arm shall be reduced to cinders." In an instant, the crimson gauze encasing her right arm transformed into a colossal maw of flames, its ferocity multiplying exponentially, consuming Gu Zhan's entire left arm. The members of the Phoenix team seemed to envision the horrific sight of Gu Zhan's left arm being scorched to charcoal. However, to their astonishment, despite being engulfed by the infernal maw, the amplified flames could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Gu Zhan's arm. Xia Ximing's eyes widened in disbelief, her brows furrowing in incredulity. Received Xia Ximing's disbelief, negative energy 60. Meanwhile, Kong Shang and Zhang Miao, along with other members of the Phoenix team, collectively gasped in shock. "Hiss! That fellow is impervious to the flames of the Phoenix? The captain's flames can evaporate a ton of water in an instant. Who on earth is he?" Received Kong Shang's astonishment, negative energy 30. Received Zhang Miao's astonishment, negative energy 60. Received. Realizing that the Phoenix flames could not harm Gu Zhan, Xia Ximing swiftly deduced that conventional attacks relying solely on her Phoenix bloodline would be ineffective against this formidable opponent. Thus, to subdue him, she had only two options: activate her Phoenix bloodline to temporarily enhance her strength, sacrificing herself in the process, or forego the Phoenix bloodline and engage in battle using the abilities of the Divine Ruins. Xia Ximing promptly made her decision. It was not yet time to resort to desperate measures, and activating the Phoenix bloodline was unnecessary. Utilizing Athena's Divine Ruins was the most cost-effective choice. As the representative of the Greek goddess Athena, she commanded Divine Ruins. Yet before she could fully articulate the name, Gu Zhan's left arm suddenly pierced through the infernal maw, smashing into her face. In the next moment, Xia Ximing felt an overwhelming force emanating from Gu Zhan's hand, one that she could not resist, as he slammed her head into the ground. Whoosh! The crimson gauze enveloping Xia Ximing dissipated in an instant, and the aura of the peak of the infinite realm that had been continuously released vanished without a trace. Xia Ximing was taken aback. Negative energy 98. Xia Ximing felt immense pain. Negative energy 198. Xia Ximing's composure shattered. Negative energy 328. Chao Yuan watched in astonishment as Gu Zhan effortlessly subdued a peak infinite realm expert, a wave of shock washing over him. Earlier, when Jin Shan had asserted Gu Zhan's prowess, he had harbored doubts, as Gu Zhan appeared exceedingly youthful. Chao Yuan had believed that even if Gu Zhan was strong, it was only in relation to himself, not the Phoenix team. Thus, when Gu Zhan had gone to intercept the vehicle, he contemplated whether he should assist him. However, witnessing the reality before him dispelled all of Chao Yuan's skepticism regarding Gu Zhan's strength in an instant. Upon receiving the shock from Chao Yuan, the mental state of Kong Shang and her companions transcended mere astonishment, plunging into sheer terror, for their captain had been instantaneously vanquished by the adversary. In that moment, the 8 members of the Phoenix team bestowed upon Gu Zhan an overwhelming surge of negative energy, albeit less potent than that generated by Xia Ximing, as they did not confront Gu Zhan directly. The ease with which he subdued a peak Wuyang realm cultivator suggested that the opponent's prowess must, at the very least, begin at Klein's level. Considering the entirety of the Night Watch, The number of clines is exceedingly rare, thus eliminating any possibility that this individual could be an ally. If this fellow is not one of the Night Watch and yet seeks to trouble us, then their identity becomes glaringly apparent. Kong Shang exchanged a glance with her fellow Phoenix team members. A single ominous name surfaced in each of their minds: the cult of the ancient gods. The individual before them was a pawn of the cult of the ancient gods, pinned to the ground. Xia Simeng exerted all her strength in an attempt to raise her head, but was utterly immobilized by Gu Zhan's overwhelming force. With a guttural roar, she exclaimed, "The recent spate of disappearances among the students of the 13th Middle School. Are you the one behind this?" Phoenix, heed the command, blood battle. Chapter 28. You are the moon Sephora. Gu Zhan remained indifferent to Xia Simeng's command for a bloodbath, with no intention of providing any explanations. The circumstances of today differed significantly from the previous encounter with Chen Mai. Back then, it was Chun who initiated the conflict. Today, however, Gu Zhan was the one to provoke first. If he wished to amicably discuss the matter of borrowing power with the Phoenix, he would first need to teach this group a lesson. Following Xia Simeng's orders, Kong Shang and the others sprang into action. 7 individuals donned the same crimson silk garments as Xia Simeng, while one deployed a pre-prepared void of no, anchoring it to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a towering golden cube, 100 meters high, materialized, encasing Gu Zhan, Chao Yuan, and the members of the Phoenix within. Gu Zhan seized Xia Simeng and tossed her towards Kong Shang and the others, declaring, "Here, Xia Simeng. Return her, or your combat effectiveness will be halved." As she hurtled through the air, a wave of humiliation surged within Xia Simeng. Received Xia Simeng's humiliation. Negative energy 98, Kong Shang and the others were struck by a mix of shock and confusion. It seemed their adversary possessed a profound understanding of the Phoenix's capabilities. The audacity to return Xia Simeng indicated a remarkable confidence in his own strength. He was likely a pinnacle human. As Xia Simeng landed before Kong Shang, they hurriedly caught her. Kong Shang relayed his assessment of Gu Zhan's strength to Xia Simeng. Upon hearing this, her expression turned gravely serious. She gazed at Gu Zhan and intoned, "The ancient God Church, the pinnacle of humanity. You are the oldest deity of the ancient God Church, the moon Sephora?" Gu Zhan chuckled in disbelief. "You certainly have quite the imagination." Exchanging glances with her teammates, Xia Simeng activated her Phoenix bloodline. She temporarily ascended to the Klein realm, while the others reached the pinnacle of the infinite realm. Xia Simeng then cried out to Gu Zhan, "Moon Sephora, listen closely. My team can now contend even with the main gods, so your days, as the pinnacle of humanity, are numbered." And then, half an hour later, the Phoenix team lay battered and bruised, sprawled across the ground. Xia Simeng stared at the golden dome of the void of no with a face full of despair, lamenting, "I never imagined that my illustrious life would culminate here." Kong Shang expressed regret. "Is the Phoenix team to be disbanded?" Ling Lin shouted at Gu Zhan, "Do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim, it matters not. If I beg for mercy, I shall consider you my grandson." Her words jolted the rest of the Phoenix team, who immediately adopted expressions of noble sacrifice. As Gu Zhan approached Kong Shang, she wore a bittersweet smile and remarked, "Are all the Phoenix merely delicate maidens? Is that why you chose to eliminate me first, so you and your companions can have your way with my sisters?" Kong Shang felt utterly despondent, accumulating a negative energy of 648. The humiliation and bitterness from the Phoenix girls amounted to a staggering 2624 in negative energy. Gu Zhan observed the system notifications floating before him, gaining a renewed understanding of the Phoenix group's imaginative capabilities. However, he paid no heed to these thoughts and directly approached Kong Shang. With the tip of his foot, he flicked the star knife beside Kong Shang into his grasp. Kong Shang helplessly closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. The other Phoenix members turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Gu Zhan weighed the star knife in his hand and addressed the Phoenix group. "I shall borrow this knife for a moment, and I will return it shortly." The Phoenix members were left bewildered by his words. Wasn't he the villainous leader of the ancient god sect? Shouldn't his next act be to brutally slay Kong Shang and then turn his attention to them? Surely they would rather die than submit. What was this nonsense about borrowing a knife? And the follow-up phrase, I will return shortly? The Phoenix members were visibly perplexed. Had they just been thoroughly defeated only for him to simply borrow a knife? They had suspected that borrowing the knife was merely a pretext for provocation. Yet it appeared he genuinely sought to borrow it. The Phoenix group was left speechless, accumulating thousands of negative energy points. Guzhan turned and tossed the knife toward Qiao Yuan. Whoosh! The star knife transformed into a silver streak, embedding itself firmly in the ground before Qiao Yuan. Guzhan instructed Qiao Yuan draw the knife. At that moment, Qiao Yuan was still lost in the memories of Guzhan's previous battle. It was only upon hearing Guzhan's voice that he snapped back to reality and noticed the knife before him. He was now profoundly in awe of Guzhan's capabilities. Could this individual truly be a deity? If he weren't a deity, how could he have so effortlessly vanquished such a formidable foe? However, this was not the time for such musings. What lay ahead for Qiao Yuan was to draw the star knife, enter the Black King mode, and lure out the entity lurking in the crevices of the world. He nodded slightly to Guzhan, then extended his hand to grasp the knife's hilt. With a gentle exertion of his arm, he withdrew the star knife. The moment the star knife was drawn, the upper half of Qiao Yuan's clothing was engulfed in black flames, and his expression morphed into a terrifying visage. A series of eerie cackles escaped his lips. Xia Ming and the others immediately recognized Qiao Yuan's transformation, their faces reflecting disbelief. Was this the Black King Annihilation? Why was the wielder of the Black King Annihilation here? Had he borrowed the knife solely to incite that boy's rampage? What was his motive? It was said that those who wielded the Black King Annihilation would lose all sense of kinship and go berserk. That boy was in danger. What were they thinking? That individual could single-handedly subdue all 9 of them. And once that boy went berserk, he would only reach the level of a pond, posing no threat whatsoever. As the Phoenix members were engaged in conversation, a sudden and thunderous crack echoed above them. Guzhan and the others instinctively lifted their gazes skyward. Beneath the resplendent golden dome of the Wujia Void, a fissure abruptly manifested in the air. This crack expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Approximately 5 seconds later, a sharp sound resonated, and the void shattered as though it were glass, giving rise to a black, eye-shaped aperture. Following this, a terrifying wave of malevolent energy surged forth from the black opening, descending ominously toward the ground. The first to react to this oppressive force was the Black King, Gao Duan. He raised the star blade high, shouting vehemently at the dark void above. Upon sensing the overwhelming malevolence, Xia Ming's complexion drained of color. This is divine might? What? The expressions of the other Phoenix members similarly transformed in shock. Kong Shang, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening today?" The ancient deity cult, the invasion of otherworldly beings. Clearly, he mistook the collective of resentment for an external god. Xia Ming struggled to rise from the ground, turning to Guzhan. Is your intention to summon these otherworldly beings? Guzhan offered no reply. His subsequent actions left Xia Ming's mind utterly bewildered. Chapter 29, a single punch to slay the outer god. And you call this a new recruit? As Xia Ming stood up, the other members of the Phoenix team struggled to rise as well. Guzhan tossed his phone to Xia Ming. Xia Ming. Guzhan subtly gestured toward the shattered void. Help me record a video later. Xia Ming's mind briefly faltered. Not a chance. I asked you a question, and you wanted to film it. Just as she was about to further interrogate Guzhan, he shook his head slightly. First, it cannot be considered an outer god. Second, I was entrusted to draw it out and eliminate it. Xia Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, but that is a deity. Have you lost your mind? Guzhan shrugged. It's nothing but a minor spirit. Just record a video of me dispatching that little demon. Xia Ming scoffed. Why should I help you film? Guzhan, if you don't, I will hit you again. Xia Ming. Furious, she retorted. You are so domineering. Let me tell you, even if that outer god devours me today, I absolutely will not record that video for you. Though she verbally refused, her actions betrayed her as she obediently opened the camera app and aimed it at Guzhan. Xia Ming's conflicting emotions left Kong Shang and the others exasperated. Just then, 7 or 8 tendrils of black mist suddenly emerged from the fractured void. The tendrils clutched the edge of the rift and executed a pull-up motion, revealing a massive arachnid creature that crawled out from the breach. This spider-like monstrosity bore a staggering 172 faces, each more grotesque than the last. Chao Yuan, how I loathe you. How could you be so heartless? The 172 faces each had their own mouths, all echoing the name Chao Yuan with a tone of deep resentment. However, at that moment, Chao Yuan had already entered the Black King mode, rendering the spider's vengeful utterances utterly ineffective against him. His sole action was to roar at the towering spider. As Xia Simeng recorded the video, she glanced at Chao Yuan, then at the colossal spider, and suddenly seemed contemplative. Kong Shang, perplexed, inquired, "Captain, is that kid who wielded the Black King's annihilation technique named Chao Yuan? It seems that the giant spider has some connection to him." Xia Simeng sighed softly. "I may have an inkling of what that giant spider is." With that, she recounted a rumor she had heard about an incident 11 years prior, when Chao Yuan went on a rampage and slaughtered a village. The Phoenix members listened in shock, unable to fathom that the wielder of the Black King's annihilation had such a dark past. Once the Black King went berserk, all actions were beyond the boy's control. It was likely that for the past 11 years, he had been mired in regret and anguish. As they gazed at Chao Yuan anew, a hint of compassion flickered in the eyes of the Phoenix members. Certainly, now is not the time for contemplation, for the colossal spider above has struck. Xia Simeng exclaimed, "It's coming." The enormous arachnid, with its 172 mouths, suddenly fused into a singular, monstrous maw. Its 8 appendages propelled it downward with tremendous force. Gu Zhan gazed calmly at the descending creature and waved his right hand dismissively. "Though you are souls wronged in death, you possess no right to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Allow me to offer you salvation." As the words left his lips, he clenched his right fist with vigor. Boom! The immense force and velocity compressed the air around his palm, producing a thunderous sound. The compressed air swiftly expanded, forming a dragon-shaped energy around Gu Zhan's fist. He then assumed a striking posture and, with nonchalance, launched a punch toward the descending spider. Yet this seemingly casual strike unleashed a force akin to that of a bomb. A massive dragon-shaped energy surged skyward, colliding with the colossal spider in an instant. Boom! The explosive sound echoed deafeningly. The detonation unleashed a violent shockwave, sweeping outward from the epicenter like a tsunami. On the ground, apart from Gu Zhan, everyone else was either pushed back a few steps or sent flying by the ferocious wave. The golden barrier of the boundless void shattered like glass under the impact. The loathsome spider, exuding an aura of divinity, was subdued by Gu Zhan's punch. The members of the Phoenix Squad, led by Xia Simeng, stood in stunned silence at the spectacle. Wow, so this is the true extent of his power? They thought. No wonder he was so assertive in his dealings. It seemed that during their earlier confrontation, he had held back too much. Had he unleashed this strike against them, the Phoenix Squad would likely have been reduced to mere dust in history. Received Xia Simeng's astonishment, negative energy 198. Received Kong Shang's astonishment. Negative energy 198. Received Lin Ling's astonishment. Negative energy 198. Received. With the threat of the vengeful spirits dissipated, Chao Yuan immediately turned his aggression toward Gu Zhan, only to be rendered unconscious by a single punch. Thus, Chao Yuan retreated from his berserk state. Gu Zhan then turned to Xia Simeng, his expression serene as he extended his right hand. "Hand me your phone." Still entranced by the breathtaking power of Gu Zhan's earlier punch, Xia Simeng mechanically handed over her phone. Gu Zhan took the device, perusing the video list to confirm that Xia Simeng had adequately recorded him. The result was she possessed remarkable filming talent. The angles were perfectly captured, portraying him in an exceptionally heroic light. Gu Zhan stowed the phone and approached Chao Yuan, retrieving the star blade from his grasp and tossing it to Kong Shang. "Here is your knife back." Kong Shang hurriedly caught the blade, eager to speak with Gu Zhan, only to see him hoisting Chao Yuan onto his shoulder and striding away without a backward glance. As Kong Shang observed, once Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan vanished from the sight of the Phoenix members, Xia Siming promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Yifan. The events they had just experienced were steeped in strangeness, surpassing the capabilities of the Phoenix to manage. Thus, Xia Siming felt compelled to immediately report the situation to the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. The call was quickly connected. Yifan, Xia Siming, Xia Siming, Commander, we have a serious situation. Yifan, what is it? Please elaborate. Xia Siming nodded and recounted the events that transpired from the moment they encountered Gu Zhan until his departure, providing a thorough report to Yifan. Yifan, Saundin Astonishit, remarked, based on your description, it seems the individual you encountered is Gu Zhan. How peculiar that he would head towards Jiang. Noticing that Yifan seemed to be familiar with Gu Zhan, Xia Siming eagerly inquired, so that person is named Gu Zhan? Who is he? Yifan replied. He is a new recruit who has just joined the Night Watchers and is preparing to participate in this year's training. Xia Siming. Gongshang. Zhang Miao Miao. Other Phoenix members. That is not the case, Commander. That fellow could defeat an outer god with a single punch. You call him a new recruit. Chapter 30. Chao Yuan becomes a disciple Yifan. By the way, what did you say Gu Zhan killed? Xia Siming, an outer god. Yifan, slightly astonished. Gu Zhan killed an outer god with a single punch? Are you certain he killed an outer god? Are you sure it was with just one punch? Did they not engage in a cataclysmic battle? His four inquiries left Xia Siming momentarily bewildered. Her not-so-quick mind took a good 3 to 4 seconds to reboot before she responded. I am certain. In the capital city, at the Night Watch headquarters, inside the Commander-in-Chief's office, Yifan fell into deep contemplation after receiving Xia Siming's affirmation. Today's incident had profoundly altered his perception of Gu Zhan. To kill an outer god with a mere punch? Could it be that Gu Zhan was indeed the formidable figure who shattered Shiva's malice 9 years ago? After a brief reflection, Yifan inquired of Xia Siming. Could you elaborate on the outer god that Gu Zhan allegedly killed? Or rather, from your perspective, are you absolutely certain that this being was indeed an outer god? Xia Siming took a full 10 seconds to reply. I was initially very certain, but now I find myself uncertain. Yifan, Xia Siming. The thing is, after the outer god appeared, Gu Zhan remarked that it was merely a little ghost, not an outer god. At that moment, I was completely taken aback by the outer god and did not ponder it deeply. So, upon reflection, I feel that the outer god we encountered today, when compared to my divine proxy Athena, is indeed quite different. It should be some creature that exists between God and mortal. Its strength is perhaps slightly superior to the pinnacle of humanity. She had misinterpreted Gu Zhan's words, leading to a misunderstanding about the vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits are born under the laws and, even if not powerful, still fall within the domain of divinity. Yifan, you are a divine proxy. Your intuition should not be mistaken. It is widely acknowledged that mortals cannot slay gods. They can only seal them, as evidenced by the divine war 9 years ago. The former commander-in-chief, Wang Qing, sacrificed himself to seal Gaia. If the being you encountered was truly a divine entity, then Gu Zhan should not have been able to kill it. Thus, the conclusion is that it must have been a mystery at the pinnacle of humanity. Xia Siming, is it possible, albeit unlikely, that Gu Zhan might be a god? Yifan, did you sense any divine aura when he acted? Xia Siming, no, I was merely overthinking it. Yifan posed another question. Siming, what is your impression of Gu Zhan? Xia Siming, that question is quite difficult to answer, Commander-in-Chief. What aspect do you refer to? Yifan pondered for a moment. For instance, his demeanor? Xia Siming instantaneously replied. He is simply a bandit. A bandit. You say, Yifan mused to himself as he concluded the conversation with Xia Siming. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the urban landscape outside. If the Phoenix were indeed facing an otherworldly deity today, then it would not be surprising if Gu Zhan could vanquish such a being with a single punch, reminiscent of that remarkable individual from 9 years ago. It is akin to this, if Jack Ma had never publicly exhibited his immense wealth. One would surely think him boastful if he claimed to possess assets in the hundreds of millions. Unfortunately, as Xia Siming stated, the mysterious arachnid form is not a genuine divinity, but merely a being slightly stronger than the pinnacle of humanity. Although Xia Siming may be somewhat scatterbrained and unreliable in her words and actions, her role as the agent of Athena lends her a degree of professionalism. and her judgments are unlikely to be fundamentally flawed. However, Gu Zhan is indeed astonishing. I had initially presumed his realm to be that of the sea boundary. Yet today, he has surprised me greatly. He is, in fact, a pinnacle of humanity. A human at the apex of martial prowess. He may be an unparalleled genius, overlooked by the Night Watchers, whose talents rival those of Zhou Ping. Now, with the deities of the Great Xia missing, individuals like Gu Zhan must be carefully nurtured by the Night Watchers. In the county of Zhao, after carrying Chao Yuan away, Gu Zhan walked to the county town, where he spent the night before returning to Jihua Mountain the following day. The next afternoon, Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan arrived back at Jihua Mountain. Gu Zhan took out his phone and showed a video recording to Master Jin Shan. Upon viewing the footage, Master Jin Shan returned the phone to Gu Zhan with a smile, remarking, "As expected of the great sage, you have truly not disappointed this humble monk." Gu Zhan extended his right hand, demanding, "Bring forth the golden bowl." A look of conflict crossed Master Jin Shan's face. Must the great sage insist on the golden bowl? Could it not be something else? Chao Yuan interjected, "Master Jin Shan, you often say that those who renounce the world do not speak falsehoods." Master Jin Shan replied, "You scoundrel, I have supported you for years, and now, after merely one outing with Gu Zhan, you have turned your back on me?" Having known Gu Zhan for over a millennium, Master Jin Shan understood his temperament well. Once Gu Zhan made up his mind, it was seldom altered. At least, he felt it was futile to attempt changing Gu Zhan's decision. With a deep sigh, Master Jin Shan retreated to the rear hall to fetch the golden bowl, reluctantly presenting it to Gu Zhan. A slight smile graced Gu Zhan's lips as he accepted the bowl. Thus, Task 7 was deemed complete. Task 7. Acquire Master Jin Shan's golden bowl completed. Reward, 500 negative energy. Following the system's notification, the golden bowl in Gu Zhan's hands disintegrated into particles and merged into the void. This extraordinary sight, while fascinating, did not perplex Master Jin Shan. He simply assumed the vanishing act was a special effect of Gu Zhan's spatial storage equipment. Having fulfilled Task 7, Gu Zhan had no intention of lingering further. Next, he would journey south to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in search of Bali Pang Pang. With that, he bid farewell to Master Jin Shan and turned to leave. Gao Zuan, watching Gu Zhan's departing figure, hesitated for a moment before rushing to the door and calling out, "Teacher Gu." Gu Zhan was taken aback and turned to Chao Yuan, inquiring, "Gao Ske, Yuan, is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon awakening this morning, a singular thought had emerged in Chao Yuan's mind. He yearned to take Gu Zhan as his mentor. He aspired to attain strength akin to Gu Zhan's, believing that with such power, he could master the formidable force of the Black King Zhong Ming. 11 years prior, Chao Yuan had been consumed by the rampage of the Black King, resulting in the massacre of an entire village and a police station, thus burdening himself with the weight of 333 lives lost. For over a decade, he had languished in a state of guilt and remorse. Though the Black King's upheaval was beyond his control, the fact remained that those lives were extinguished due to him. To Chao Yuan, the Black King Zhong Ming resembled a ticking time bomb, leaving him uncertain of when it might erupt again, potentially harming more innocent souls. The only way to prevent such tragedies from recurring was to gain control over this power. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yuan expressed his intentions to Gu Zhan. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly and fell into contemplation. After his transference, he had vowed to rectify certain regrets left by the original narrative. However, Chao Yuan was not among them, for in the original tale, he ultimately survived. Not only did he survive, but he also ascended to a higher realm. Nevertheless, the journey of Chao Yuan in the original narrative was fraught with profound suffering, a plight that evoked sympathy. Thus, it was indeed a minor regret. So, should he accept this apprentice? Chapter 31. The first disciple, Gu Zhan, contemplated that since he had arrived in the divine, slaying world, it would not be amiss to allow Chao Yuan to traverse this lifetime with greater ease. He wished for Chao Yuan to avoid the tragic fate depicted in the original narrative, where he was either being struck by a blade or was on the path to being struck, often at the hands of his own companions. Such a fate was undeniably grim. The name of Chao Zhai, the divine slayer, echoed like thunder. Gu Zhan had always held a fondness for this character during his readings. With this thought in mind, he smiled faintly at Chao Yuan and said, "Go ahead, bow down." Without hesitation, Chao Yuan knelt before Guzhan. Master Jin Chuan, witnessing this, was taken aback. From his perspective, he wished for Chao Yuan not to take Guzhan as his master. For Guzhan was none other than the formidable Fist Saint, a fierce figure who had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace 2 millennia ago and had dared to consume the leg of the celestial ox under the seat of the virtuous celestial master over 1,000 years prior. Who could fathom what profound impact Chao Yuan's decision to apprentice under Guzhan would have on his destiny? Chao Yuan was a pivotal piece in the grand designs of those illustrious figures. It was anyone's guess what calamities might ensue should his fate be altered. Though Master Jin Chuan felt compelled to prevent Chao Yuan from taking this step, the fear of retaliation silenced him. After all, even if the plans of those eminent figures were disrupted, the blame would fall solely on Guzhan, not him. Those great personages would not seek him out for retribution. Thud, thud, thud. Chao Yuan bowed 3 resounding times. Guzhan, smiling, helped him rise and resolved to impart the heavenly thunder body forging technique to him, believing that Chao Yuan was well suited for this art. By harnessing the power of heavenly thunder to temper his body, he would not only enhance his strength, but also fortify his physical form. As his physique grew robust, so too would his spirit and willpower. In this manner, Chao Yuan could gradually suppress or even subdue the Black King. After departing from the 9 who crossed out Thunder Sound Temple with Chao Yuan, Guzhan chose not to leave Mount Jiuhua immediately. Instead, he sought a nearby peak conducive to attracting lightning for seclusion. He intended for Chao Yuan to master the heavenly thunder body forging technique before they departed. After all, to embark on this training, one must summon lightning to strike oneself, a spectacle of considerable magnitude. Given that they would spend the next year in a training camp, it was hardly the ideal time for such rigorous practice. Once Guzhan identified a suitable retreat, he and Chao Yuan entered seclusion. He dedicated 7 days to teaching Chao Yuan the intricacies of the heavenly thunder body forging technique, ensuring he grasped every detail of the practice. Subsequently, 3 days later, a thunderstorm arrived. Guzhan instructed Chao Yuan to stand atop the peak, wielding an iron rod while vocally challenging the heavens. Unsurprisingly, he was struck by lightning. Guzhan believed that with Chao Yuan's current cultivation level, combined with the suppression of the Black King, he should be able to withstand the first bolt of lightning and successfully enter the practice. However, the outcome was catastrophic. Chao Yuan was obliterated by the strike. In his place, a towering black giant, bound by chains, emerged. This colossal figure was the true form of the Black King. As Guzhan was the only living being atop the mountain, the Black King immediately directed its wrath towards him, only to be met with another lightning strike. The Dark King loomed large, nearly piercing the storm clouds atop the mountain. If the thunderbolts did not strike him, whom would they strike? Yet, mere lightning merely diminished the Dark King's power. It could not extinguish his life. He withstood the tempest, believing he could finally teach Guzhan a lesson, but once again he attacked Guzhan and was soundly defeated, leaving him subdued, receiving the Dark King's frustration. Negative energy 30-30-30. The Dark King shrank in size, restoring the obliterated Chao Yuan. Consequently, Chao Yuan was revived, not only entering the realm of body refinement amidst the torrential thunder, but also ascending to the pool realm, observing the perfectly resurrected Chao Yuan. Guzhan reflected, "When Chao Yuan was reduced to ashes by the lightning, I regretted teaching him this technique. Yet, I had forgotten he possesses the Dark King's resurrection coin, rendering him essentially immortal." That afternoon, Guzhan departed from Jiuhua Mountain with Chao Yuan, purchasing tickets for the green train bound for Guangshan. By noon the following day, they arrived in Guangshan. Next, Guzhan aimed to fulfill Task 8, capturing the portly by Li performing a pole dance. As they emerged from the Guangshan station, Chao Yuan inquired, "Master, is there an ocean in Guangshan?" Guzhan countered, "Do you wish to see it?" Chao Yuan nodded slightly. "I've heard the ocean is vast and boundless. I have longed to behold it, but due to the Dark King's presence, I never had the opportunity." Such was a modest wish of the new disciple, which must be fulfilled. Hence, Guzhan took Chao Yuan by taxi to the scenic area of Dalmatia, where they strolled onto a beach to gaze at the sea. Indeed, the ocean appeared expansive, yet its vastness was limited. At the horizon, or rather several dozen kilometers offshore, loomed a colossal gray wall connecting heaven and earth. Standing on the shore, it seemed as though this wall encircled the entire realm of Xia. This wall was the mist unleashed a century prior by Odin from the Antarctic, set free by the key of the door, engulfing the world. Chao Yuan gazed at the wall, his expression one of mild astonishment. Master, did they not say the ocean was boundless? Why is there a wall ahead? Guzhan was momentarily taken aback. Did Chao Yuan not know of the mist? Of course. Chao Yuan was indeed unaware. This lad, burdened with blood debts since the age of 6, had been confined in a fasting institution for years before being sent to Jiuhua Mountain for training. Missing the chance to learn about the mist like other children, Guzhan proceeded to elucidate the matter of the mist to Chao Yuan. In conclusion, he lamented, "Since the spread of the mist a century ago, I have not seen the sea. From that time onward, the ocean has lost its beauty." He reminisced about a century ago, when the mist did not exist, and the sea was truly limitless. A century ago? Chao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he recalled the moment Guzhan dispatched a ghostly deity in an instant, uncertainly asking, "Master, are you truly a celestial being?" Guzhan nodded. "Indeed, Jin Shan did not deceive you. I am the very one who is the great sage with a single punch from journey to the west." A glimmer of fervor appeared in Chao Yuan's eyes. "I never anticipated that my master was truly a celestial being. Moreover, he has been immortalized in the classic Journey to the West, once causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace alongside the great sage, equal to heaven. Now, having taken Guzhan as his master, he has become a disciple of the divine." Chao Yuan felt increasingly confident about his complete control over the Black King. Curiously, he inquired, "Since my childhood, I have heard tales that our great Xia is devoid of deities. If my master is indeed a celestial, why does this rumor persist?" Guzhan briefly recounted how, a century ago, the gods transformed into the national steel to protect Great Xia. He lamented, "Had it not been for the gods sacrificing themselves to safeguard the living, Great Xia would now be engulfed by the same mist as other divine realms, suffering untold calamities." Chao Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The truth behind Great Xia's lack of deities is such." Amid his shock, he resolved within himself that his master's willingness to share such a confidential matter was a testament to his trust. Thus, he vowed not to betray that trust and would never divulge this secret. Chapter 32. Pink Shorts and the Great Yellow Duck. Guzhan and Chao Yuan lingered on the shores of Damsha Beach for over half an hour, preparing to depart. Chao Yuan inquired, "Master, will this fog dissipate?" Guzhan nodded. "Since it is the work of the divine, once that deity is vanquished, the fog shall naturally lift." Chao Yuan nodded earnestly, "Yes. We must defeat him to behold the most beautiful sea." Just as they were about to leave the seaside, a red flag, L5, sped into the parking lot ahead. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, the rear door was swiftly flung open, and a rotund figure burst forth from the passenger compartment. It was a plump young boy clad only in pink swimming trunks, straddling a large yellow duck float. He yelled joyously, "The sea! Here I come!" as he dashed toward the beach. Following the chubby boy's exit, a girl and 3 young men, donned in garish, superhero-like attire emblazoned with a prominent prohibition symbol, also disembarked. Each of these 4 youths radiated an aura of peak prowess from the Sichuan region. Upon spotting the chubby boy, Guzhan paused. The expanse of Guangshan is vast. One cannot stew it all together. Cough. That was a digression. Guangshan is highly developed, with a significant GDP. Hence, it is abundant in affluent individuals. In Guangshan, there are countless ostentatious young masters like that chubby boy, yet possessing 4 peak Sichuan guardians is a rarity, reserved for but one individual. That individual belongs to the foremost conglomerate in Guangshan, a group renowned even in the Daxia era, the Bailey Group, and he is none other than the heir of the Bailey family, Bailey Tumming, or simply Bailey Fatty. He is indeed the target of Guzhan's 6th mission, the man destined to perform on a steel pole. Chao Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Master, why are we not leaving?" Guzhan's lips curled into a slight smile. "An intriguing person has arrived. We shall wait a while longer." Chao Yuan paused, glancing at Bailey Fatty. "You mean that fat pig?" Guzhan nodded. Chao Yuan furrowed his brow. unable to comprehend why his master found that fat pig interesting. Yet he decided to heed Gu Zhan's words, trusting that waiting would prove worthwhile. Bailey Fatty ran toward the very stretch of beach where Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan stood. For this area was the finest in terms of visibility and illumination throughout the entire Damsha Beach region. Soon, Bailey Fatty brushed past Gu Zhan, whose gaze followed the rotund figure as it moved. In his mind, he mused, since I have traversed time to the era of Lu Che's son, Emperor Zhao of Han, during which Lingbao Tianzuan had already entered the cycle of true self, I am only familiar with the Yuan Shi and Dao De among the three pure ones. While I remain unacquainted with Lingbao, though this fellow is indeed a half-step ascendant, possessing the entirety of worldly memories and serving as a professional actor in playtime with Lin Chia, unfortunately, in the countless reincarnations of the past billion cycles, I have not existed, hence we remain strangers to one another. Since I have encountered Bailey Fatty here, it saves me the trouble of seeking him out. Gu Zhan began to ponder how to initiate a conversation with the rotund by Li Pang Pang and how to persuade him to perform a pole dance for his amusement. As he contemplated this, Bai Li Pang Pang leapt into the sea, perched upon his large yellow duck's swimming ring, splashing about merrily. Before long, emerald walls of a barrier suddenly unfurled around him, effectively ensnaring his four bodyguards, the formidable four elemental guardians of earth, fire, wind, and thunder. The guardians within the barrier gasped in alarm. Trouble. Assassins. Is this the No-Watch Void? Could it be the Night Watchman's traitors? The young master is in danger. We must swiftly break this accursed barrier. While the guardians exclaimed in distress, Bai Li Pang Pang in the water sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily paddled towards the shore and turned to flee. Just then, a streak of silver light descended from the heavens, materializing into a spear that pierced the ground directly in his path, causing the rotund figure to tumble backward in fright. Following this, a young man clad in a cerulean trench coat descended from above, his toes lightly touching the tip of the spear. He emanated an aura of the ocean realm. Bai Li Pang Pang's complexion drained of color, and he crawled backward, dragging his rear across the sandy beach, leaving a trench in his wake. The young man, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, Bai Li Tu Ming, do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape. Bai Li Pang Pang soon regained his composure. Having faced countless assassination attempts since childhood, he was no stranger to such peril. He attempted to perform a flip to rise, but failed. Undeterred, he tried once more, yet was still unable to regain his footing. The young man observed with an unimpressed demeanor. Bai Li Pang Pang finally surrendered and rose from the ground, brushing the sand from his body. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, Flee? How could I possibly run? State your name. The young man replied coolly, It matters not. But for your understanding, I shall oblige. I am Han Xiao Yun, the 13th seat of the followers. Without hesitation, Bai Li Pang Pang drew a grand sword from his swim trunks and waved it menacingly at Han Xiao Yun. I care not for your title. If you wish to harm me, it shall not be so easy. Prepare yourself, transform into 3,000. With that, his sword multiplied into several replicas, zipping toward Han Xiao Yun. The latter leaped from the spear's tip to the ground, not even glancing at the swords, and effortlessly gripped the spear's shaft, pulling it from sand. With a casual flick whoosh, a fierce gale erupted, scattering Bai Li Pang Pang's sword replicas and causing them to vanish upon impact with the ground. Bai Li Pang Pang's expression shifted to one of shock. So powerful. Without further ado, he summoned another artifact, Yao Guang, transforming it into a flying sword to make his escape. Han Xiao Yun regarded Bai Li Pang Pang with a hint of disdain, as expected of the Bai family, renowned for their collection of artifacts. Quite an impressive array, but alas, ultimately futile. He raised his left hand and pressed downwards towards Bai Li Pang Pang from afar, causing a fierce gust of wind to descend abruptly upon Bai Li Pang Pang's head, instantly flattening him to the ground like a turtle. Bai Li Pang Pang struggled desperately, but to no avail. Han Xiao Yun's lips curled slightly, revealing a chilling smile as he leisurely approached Bai Li Pang Pang, declaring, It is time for you to meet your end. Upon glancing towards the four guardians of forbidden objects, Bai Li Pang Pang's expression changed dramatically when he saw they were still ensnared within the barrier. Is this it? Am I truly destined to perish here today? He thought in despair. as Han Xiaoyun was about to reach Bai Li Pang Pang to deliver the fatal blow. Gu Zhan interjected, "My friend among the followers over there, this Bai Li Pang Pang, and I share a connection. Might I beseech you to grant me a favor and spare him?" Bai Li Pang Pang turned his gaze to Gu Zhan, perplexed. While the world knew him as Bai Li Tu Ming, why was it that this person referred to him as Bai Li Pang Pang? Moreover, according to the memories accumulated over countless reincarnations, the ensuing events should unfold with him using all his wit to buy time until the four guardians broke free from the barrier and joined forces to repel Han Xiaoyun. Who was this brother that suddenly appeared? Han Xiaoyun, on the other hand, had a far simpler thought. Who the hell are you? Do I owe you a favor? Chapter 33. The Supreme Deity, not to be insulted. Han Xiaoyun had already received news of Bailey Tumming's impending arrival at the seaside, so he had been waiting there early. He had thus noticed Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan and had observed the latter. Gu Zhan exuded no aura of cultivation or forbidden realms. The others seemed to have just entered the pool realm, yet also lacked the essence of the forbidden. Han Xiaoyun concluded that both Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan were merely ordinary tourists. Therefore, he paid them no mind. However, he did not anticipate that just as he was about to eliminate Bailey Tumming and claim a substantial bounty, one of those individuals he had disregarded would dare to meddle. Han Xiaoyun suppressed the rotund Bailey Tumming with a gust of wind, advancing towards Gu Zhan with his spear in hand, demanding, "Am I to give you face? Who do you think you are?" With a burst of air from beneath his feet, he propelled himself towards Gu Zhan, raising the surrounding sand like crashing waves. In dealing with an ordinary person like Gu Zhan, Han Xiaoyun deemed it unnecessary to expend too much mental energy, opting instead for a physical assault. The distance between them was not great, allowing him to close in on Gu Zhan almost instantly. Gu Zhan, however, showed little reaction to Han Xiaoyun's charge. Han Xiaoyun interpreted Gu Zhan's lack of response as mere obliviousness, merely an ordinary person who could not even react, yet still dared to interfere. He swung his spear at Gu Zhan, exclaiming, "Die." Bailey Tumming looked on with concern, wondering if Gu Zhan was truly unaware of the danger and urging him to dodge. Han Xiaoyun envisioned his spear piercing Gu Zhan's throat. Yet, to his utter astonishment, just as his spear was about to make contact, Gu Zhan suddenly moved. Gu Zhan's speed was astonishing, so swift that Han Xiaoyun could hardly comprehend how he had acted. With a deft motion, Gu Zhan raised his right hand, pinching the tip of Han Xiaoyun's spear between his thumb and forefinger with impeccable precision. A sharp clang echoed as Han Xiaoyun's thrust came to an abrupt halt in midair. Regardless of how hard he exerted himself, he could not advance an inch further. Han Xiaoyun's pupils dilated in shock. Received Han Xiaoyun's astonishment. Negative energy 98, Bailey Tumming gasped. "I completely misjudged him." Han Xiaoyun had assumed Gu Zhan possessed no aura of cultivation and was merely an ordinary person. Little did he know that this individual was a hidden gem, lacking any discernible energy. Was he a superhuman of strength? Han Xiaoyun felt a flicker of irritation. With his legs crossed, he unleashed a powerful gust, causing his body, along with the spear, to spin at high speed like a windmill, transforming into a drill. He aimed to pierce through Gu Zhan's fingers, pressing forward. Yet, to Han Xiaoyun's astonishment, despite this maneuver being capable of puncturing a hole through a ton of steel, it failed to harm Gu Zhan's fingers in the slightest. Received Han Xiaoyun's shock, negative energy 198. Realizing Gu Zhan was a formidable opponent, Han Xiaoyun decided to create some distance before contemplating his next move. He altered the direction of the air currents beneath his feet and abruptly retreated. However, what Han Xiaoyun did not anticipate was that while he retreated, the gun remained firmly pinched between Gu Zhan's two fingers. Han Xiaoyun gasped, "What? Where's my gun?" He inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the sheer force displayed. Not only could those two fingers effortlessly lift his long spear, but the strength between them rendered him incapable of extracting the weapon, despite his own formidable momentum. Who on earth is this person? A sense of dread settled within Han Xiaoyun, negative energy 60. Bai Li Pang Pang furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the origin of such an impressive individual. Among those present, only Chao Yuan's sentiment diverged. He brimmed with pride. "This is my master. Isn't he remarkable?" His gaze towards Gu Zhan was filled with reverence, nearly overwhelming him. Han Xiaoyan suspected that Gu Zhan was a hidden guard of the Bai Li family, positioned alongside Bai Li Tuming. Prior to making a move against Bai Li Tuming, he had indeed conducted thorough investigations, aware that this young man was always accompanied by the four formidable guardians. Before Han Xiaoyan acted, Bai Li Tuming had already survived countless assassination attempts, each time protected solely by the four guardians. Yet, this individual had never been seen before. Thus, if he were indeed Bai Li Tuming's protector, he could only be a secret guard. Uncertain of Gu Zhan's capabilities, Han Xiaoyan began weighing his next course of action, whether to retreat or to persist in battle. He possessed an extraordinarily high-risk forbidden domain, the Cataclysm of Sequence 079, and held the strength of the Sea Realm. Previously, he had been a captain of the Night Watch team, boasting vast combat experience. Therefore, exerting his full strength might not render him incapable of contending with the man before him. Yet, what if? Han Xiaoyan mused that if this individual truly was a hidden guard assigned by the Bai Li family, his prowess would likely surpass that of the four guardians. Each of those guardians was at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, and together they could challenge someone at the initial stage of the Sea Realm, akin to himself. Han Xiaoyan pondered. Could this individual be at the pinnacle of the Sea Realm or at the threshold of the infinite? Although uncertain, the risks of continuing the fight were too great, and retreat seemed the wisest choice. With that thought, he immediately withdrew his pressure from Bai Li Pangpang, uttering no further words, and turned to flee. However, Han Xiaoyan's earlier onslaught now felt futile, and he sought to escape. But how could Gu Zhan allow him to flee? After all, Gu Zhan was a supreme deity, and dignity must be upheld. Did I permit your departure? Gu Zhan remarked coolly, his feet causing the sand beneath him to erupt with tremendous force as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, reaching Han Xiaoyan's side in an instant. Han Xiaoyan was taken aback, so fast. Receiving Han Xiaoyan's terror. Negative energy 328. Bai Li Pangpang gasped in astonishment. Chao Yuan. As Gu Zhan arrived beside Han Xiaoyan, he raised his left hand, placing it firmly on Han Xiaoyan's shoulder, saying, "Why not take a seat and rest for a moment?" Upon hearing those words, Han Xiaoyan could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. A thought flashed through his mind. Sit back down? You expect me to comply? How absurd. Before he could fully entertain this notion, an overwhelming force surged forth, one that he could not resist. This formidable power ignited a surge of anger within Han Xiaoyan, prompting his body to instinctively rebel against it, and then, bang! As the two forces collided, his body was mercilessly torn apart by Gu Zhan's terrifying might, scattering into a crimson mist carried away by the wind. Thus perished Han Xiaoyan, a once devoted follower. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Had you not resisted, your demise would not have been so tragic. To be crushed by power, so effortlessly? How pitiable indeed." Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan. Chapter 34. The professional actor at this moment, Bai Li Pangpang, felt a slight headache. In the past 100 million cycles, the outcome of the assassination had always been the same. He would engage in verbal sparring to buy time, while the four forbidden ones emerged to repel Han Xiaoyan. Why had there been a sudden change this time? Han Xiaoyan, who was meant to perish in Sangnan City, was unexpectedly killed by someone else. Moreover, his demise was somehow connected to Bai Li Pangpang. The reason Bai Li Pangpang could become a professional actor was not due to sheer strength, but rather the accumulated experience from 100 million reincarnations. It was needless to say that anyone who underwent the same events 100 million times would naturally hone their skills to an extraordinary level. Yet, when an unexpected occurrence disrupted the cycle, Pangpang found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed with his performance. If he faltered, it could very well impact the fateful battle between Qi Yi and Azathoth. After all, he was not an inconsequential being among the masses, but rather a pivotal piece in the cycle, where every action bore the potential to influence the grand scheme. Fortunately, Bai Li Pangpang, being a celestial being of great wisdom, quickly deduced the underlying principle. In truth, engaging in role-playing within Lin Qi Ye's dreamlike reincarnation required merely allowing events to unfold naturally, without any dissonance, rendering everything as a matter of course. This way, it would not interfere with the destined conflict between Qi Yi and Azathoth. Having grasped this insight, Bai Li Pangpang commenced his authentic performance. He swiftly rose from the ground, darted to Gu Zhan's side, and, with tears of gratitude, clung to Gu Zhan's leg, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble hero, for your assistance. I shall never forget your life-saving grace. Might I inquire whether you prefer Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, or Patek Philippe?" "Gu Zhan, are you all right?" One moment you express profound gratitude, and the next you inquire about luxury watches. At that moment, the green barrier imprisoning the four forbidden ones shattered, allowing them to surge forth. "Protect the young master. We are here for you," they declared. "Who dares to assassinate the young master of the Bai Li family? Prepare to meet your end." As the four forbidden ones approached Bai Li Pangpang, they were met with the sight of their young master clinging affectionately to a youth's leg, leaving their thoughts momentarily disjointed. The Earth Master, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Young master, are you unscathed?" Bai Li Pangpang released Gu Zhan's leg, dusted off the dirt from his knees, and turned to the four forbidden ones, scolding, "You are truly too slow." Pausing for effect, he indicated Gu Zhan with his eyes. "If it weren't for this noble hero's timely intervention, I would have perished today." The four forbidden ones hung their heads in shame. Bai Li Pangpang then addressed Gu Zhan. "May I ask the honored benefactor's name?" Gu Zhan replied, "Gu Zhan." He gestured to Chao Yuan, adding, "This is Chao Yuan, my disciple." Bai Li Pangpang nodded toward Chao Yuan and turned back to Gu Zhan. "Ah, it is the esteemed hero Gu. Have you dined yet? If not, please allow me the honor of treating you." Since Gu Zhan had crossed paths with Bai Li Pangpang, he would not let the opportunity slip away before capturing photographs of Pangpang performing a pole dance. Gu Zhan slightly nodded, expressing his hunger. Bai Li Pangpang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized Gu Zhan's hand and beckoned to Chao Yuan. "Come, let us dine at the revolving restaurant of Guangshan No. 1. This establishment is the finest under the Bai Li family, and it undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in all of Guangshan." Bai Li Pangpang led Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan to his Hongqi L5. He addressed the driver. "Dishi, you shall drive, while Huasher sits in the passenger seat." Fengshe inquired, "What about Lei Shi and me?" Bai Li Pangpang replied, "Dishi possesses superior driving skills, and Huasher is a beauty. You two rough fellows will have to manage on your own." Feng and Lei Shi exchanged disheartened glances. Before long, Pangpang's vehicle came to a halt beneath Guangshan No. 1, a towering 100-story edifice. The revolving restaurant resided at the pinnacle of this magnificent structure. Dishi and Huasher disembarked first to open the doors. Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan followed suit, alighting after Bai Li Pangpang. At that moment, Feng and Huasher emerged from a taxi, hastening to join the group. However, it was then that Bai Li Pangpang addressed the four guardians. "You four need not follow us any longer. Firstly, Guangshan No. 1 is an establishment of my Bai Li family. I shall not encounter any peril here. Secondly, with the presence of the esteemed Gu Zhan, I fear no malevolent beings." The expressions of the four guardians turned defiant. Fengshe, with skepticism, remarked, "Young master, you are inexperienced in the world. It is easy to be deceived. This individual may very well be an assassin." Bai Li Pangpang shot Fengshe a glance of disdain, retorting, "Nonsense. He single-handedly defeated Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the believers. He is leagues above you in strength. Should Gu Daxiao wish to harm me, even with you four present, it would be futile." The four guardians remained unconvinced. Although their individual prowess was merely at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, united, they could potentially contend against, and perhaps even vanquish those of the Sea realm. If the Gu Zhan before them were only capable of slaying those of the Sea realm, how could their combined efforts be in vain? The leader of the guardians, Dishi, provocatively challenged Gu Zhan. "Since young master places such trust in you, let's test your mettle. We shall see if you possess the worthiness to remain by the young master's side." Such insignificant insects, how they prattle on. Gu Zhan expressed his displeasure, for these four were merely hindering his mission. He had little desire to engage in further dialogue with them. So he swiftly shattered the marble floor beneath him with 4 consecutive steps. With each fragment of floor that broke, one guardian was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. After shattering 4 sections, all 4 guardians were sent flying. Dishi embedded himself into the hotel's outer wall. Huasher collided with a lamppost, and Fengshe was propelled into a flower bed, crushing a swath of blossoms in the process. Even Lei Shi was unaware of where he had flown off to. Received the terror of the four great forbidden item wielders. Cumulative negative energy 392 cough. The earth wielder, embedded in the hotel's outer wall and closest to Guzhan, coughed and then erupted with fresh blood, his complexion ashen. How can you be this powerful? Guzhan cast a cold glance at the earth wielder. Were it not for the rule of law in society today, you would already be dead. The earth wielder immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This individual before him had just harbored murderous intent towards them. Receive the earth wielder's trepidation. Negative energy 328. Guzhan had initially contemplated eliminating the traitorous four great forbidden item wielders lurking behind him. However, considering that the rotund one had yet to sever ties with the Bai Li family, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for such an act would undoubtedly disrupt his forthcoming mission. Just then, Bai Li Pang unexpectedly made a shocking move. Chapter 35. The primordial infinite cave with a sudden thud. Bai Li Pang knelt before Guzhan, exclaiming, "Hero Gu, you are truly remarkable. I wish to take you as my master." Guzhan was taken aback. Wait a moment. You are a half-step dimensional ascendant, a being who has traversed over 100 million reincarnations, playing house with Lin Shiyi. You must realize that in your many past lives, I was not a part of them, correct? By choosing to be my disciple, you are essentially altering the course of history. Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions? What Guzhan pondered, Bai Li Pang, as the heavenly sovereign of spiritual treasures, could undoubtedly comprehend as well. Yet, as previously mentioned, as long as Bai Li Pang rendered everything as a matter of course, it would not disturb the intricate game between Lin Shiyi and Azathoth. The essence of the Tao is found in nature, and Bai Li Pang's decision to seek apprenticeship was merely a legitimate act aligned with his persona. Whether his intent was sincere or feigned mattered little. To him, if Guzhan treated him well, then he would indeed be a true master. Otherwise, Bai Li Pang would not hesitate to betray him. Guzhan looked at Bai Li Pang with skepticism. Are you serious? With both hands clasped, Bai Li Pang affirmat absolutely. Hero, I have grown weary of an ordinary existence and yearn for a life filled with excitement and adventure. Please, I implore you to accept me. I swear by the heavens that I shall treat my master with utmost respect. Upon witnessing this, Guzhan fell into contemplation. As a fan of the original work, he held a fondness for Bai Li Pang. Ordinarily, he would not object to taking him as a disciple. Moreover, given that Bai Li Pang was the reincarnation of the heavenly sovereign of spiritual treasures, accepting him would be akin to having a supreme deity as a student. The thought alone was quite impressive. What intrigued him further was the prospect of accepting Bai Li Pang as a disciple. When he would eventually meet with Yuan Shi and Dao De, their expressions upon realizing this connection would surely be priceless. Given the relationship among Yuan Shi, Dao De, and the heavenly sovereign, would they not be obliged to call him uncle? However, to accept him so casually seemed a tad too deliberate. Guzhan felt it necessary to appear as though he had ulterior motives. After a brief reflection, he cleared his throat and said, "To take me as your master is not out of the question, but a disciple of mine cannot be accepted without due compensation." Bai Li Pang immediately understood. An annual salary of 100 million. Would that suffice? Though Guzhan had lived for 2 millennia, and even reigned as an emperor for a time, he had never encountered such wealth. He deemed this proposition adequate and nodded in agreement. That will do. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Li Pang added, "If that is insufficient, I can increase it tenfold." Guzhan felt he might have rushed into his agreement. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Seeking a fee for accepting a disciple was merely a pretext. To him, money was ultimately a trivial matter. Had he not retained some interest in the few worldly concerns, he would have no need for wealth. With a calm expression, Guzhan gazed at Bai Li Pang and instructed, "Bow down." Bai Li Pang, without uttering a word, bowed 3 times respectfully before Guzhan. Guzhan exchanged a knowing glance with Chao Yuan, who promptly stepped forward to assist Pang to his feet. "Please rise, junior brother," he said. Once on his feet, Bai Li Pang performed a deep bow to Chao Yuan. "Greetings, senior brother," he uttered, to which Chao Yuan reciprocated the gesture. Since Guzhan had already accepted Pang as his disciple, He no longer felt the need to be overly formal, gently patting his abdomen and stating, "Pang Pang, I am quite famished." Eagerly, Bailey Pang Pang invited Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan into the restaurant. Before long, the three found themselves seated in the 100th floor revolving dining hall, occupying the finest vantage point. Bailey Pang Pang summoned the menu and inquired about their preferred dishes. Upon receiving their guidance, he began to place the orders. Gu Zhan regarded Pang Pang, contemplating what knowledge to impart. He had already shared his signature technique, the thunderous body refinement technique, with Chao Yuan. It would be beneficial to share it with Pang Pang as well. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Pang Pang's physical condition was not on par with Chao Yuan's. Even a fraction of the thunderous technique might prove overwhelming for him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Gu Zhan. He possessed an item within his Caikun ring that would be perfectly suited for Pang Pang's cultivation. Moreover, should he pass this item to Pang Pang, the latter might even yield some negative energy in return. Before long, Bailey Pang Pang had finalized the order. Clearing his throat, Gu Zhan flipped his right hand, revealing a handwritten manuscript that materialized in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Bailey Pang Pang's face lit up with curiosity. "Master, what is this?" he asked. Gu Zhan, exuding an air of mystery, replied, "This is a profound technique I once transcribed, which I now bestow upon you." Pang Pang's face gleamed with elation as he eagerly accepted the manuscript. However, upon merely flipping through a single page, his expression froze. "The primordial infinite cave. Wait, isn't this the technique I created when I was still a spiritual treasure?" A wave of existential confusion washed over Bailey Pang Pang as he grappled with the realization that his master was now presenting him with a technique of his own invention. Is this a bug in the system? But why does my master possess a manuscript of my creation? Noticing Bailey Pang Pang's bewilderment, confusion, shock, and disbelief, Gu Zhan's expression turned serious. "What is the matter? Do you not like this technique?" At this moment, Bailey Pang Pang could not reveal his identity as a spiritual treasure. According to the expected timeline, he needed a journey to Fengdu to receive the Jade Rui from the Primordial One, face death once in the Bailey family, and then travel to Japan before gradually regaining his memories. Of course, if he were to encounter certain fortuitous events that allowed for an earlier recollection, that would also be plausible. Yet, it was evident that such opportunities did not exist at present. Hence, after receiving the primordial infinite cave, he felt compelled to feign ignorance of the technique while expressing delight. Bailey Pang Pang hastily shook his head. "Master, how could you say such a thing? The technique you impart is undoubtedly unparalleled, transcending time and space, exquisite and magnificent, grand and captivating." Gu Zhan's lips twitched ever so slightly. The rotund fellow, quite adept at extolling the virtues of his own creations, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing such skills upon me." As Bailey Pang Pang cradled the Hunyuan Wujidong, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, predominantly of a negative nature, accumulating a staggering 30 units of negative energy. Gu Zhan, observing the system notification before him, couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. To take a spiritual treasure as a disciple, and then entrust the unique techniques conceived by that very treasure back to it for comprehension and learning was nothing short of exhilarating. Before long, a plethora of delectable dishes graced the tables of the revolving restaurant. After indulging in 3 rounds of feasting, Bailey Pang Pang invited Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan to a karaoke hall. Bailey Pang Pang sang with great enthusiasm. Gu Zhan discreetly suggested to Chao Yuan that he should persuade Pang Pang to attempt pole dancing. Should this endeavor succeed, he would receive 1% of Pang Pang's master fee. Without hesitation, Chao Yuan thumped his chest, assuring that he would handle it, and then proceeded to engage in an utterly astonishing act. Chapter 36. The ambition of Bailey Xin Chao Yuan approached the portly figure of Bailey Pang Pang, who was singing heartily, and playfully draped an arm around his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Pang Pang, everyone is in high spirits today. Let us perform a pole dance to amuse our master." Gu Zhan was left speechless. He had not anticipated that Chao Yuan would resort to such a straightforward method to engage Bailey Pang Pang. Nonetheless, it was characteristic of Chao Yuan's style. Bailey Pang Pang paused for a moment, then thumped his chest in affirmation, summoning his subordinates to swiftly install 2 poles in the private room, whereupon he began to dance with ease. Chao Yuan gave Gu Zhan a thumbs up. Gu Zhan found the situation both amusing and exasperating, yet as long as their goal was achieved, he was content. He took out his phone and captured several photos of Pang Pang dancing. Task 8. Filming by Li Pang Pang's pole dance is complete. Reward: 500 negative energy. Gu Zhan stretched lazily upon receiving the system notification. Next, he only needed to tackle Task 5 and Task 6. However, Task 5 was a long-term endeavor, so there was no need to rush. Thus, he needed to complete Task 6, defeating Wang Mian at the training camp and compelling him to utter thrice before Yuan Gang, "I am Wang Mian. I have no face," to proceed to the subsequent tasks. Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan soon finished their flamboyant pole dance and seated themselves beside Gu Zhan, one on each side. Suddenly, Bai Li Pang Pang wore a sorrowful expression and lamented, "Master, I am deeply pained by a matter." Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" Bai Li Pang Pang sighed helplessly, "My family has arranged for me to attend the night watch training in the capital, and I will be leaving in a few days. Thus, we are about to part ways." Chao Yuan expressed surprise. "Junior brother, you are to participate in the night watch training as well?" Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes shimmered as he turned to Chao Yuan. "Eldest brother too?" Chao Yuan nodded with a smile. Bai Li Pang Pang's face lit up with joy. "That is splendid news. I shall have a companion." Gu Zhan interjected coincidentally, "I too am set to partake in a new recruit training for the night watch." Bai Li Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged bewildered glances. "Wait, master, you are capable of defeating deities, besting those of the sea realm, and overcoming the 4 great forbidden objects. It is likely that even the pinnacle of human night watchers could not contend with you. Why would you attend a mere recruit training? Do you intend to stage a performance of kicking a kindergarten and boxing the elderly?" Received Bai Li Pang Pang's astonishment, negative energy 328. Received Chao Yuan's astonishment, negative energy 648. Gu Zhan smiled nonchalantly. "Whether you believe it or not, what I say is the truth." He paused, then turned to Bai Li Pang Pang with a knowing gaze. "I was recommended to participate in the training alongside Lin Qi by Team 136 of Songnan." Bai Li Pang Pang trembled with shock. His master actually knew Qi Yi. Received Bai Li Pang Pang's astonishment, negative energy 648. Chao Yuan looked puzzled. "Who is Lin Qi Yi?" Gu Zhan glanced at Chao Yuan, a faint smile playing on his lips, a rather mysterious and intriguing young man. He cast a glance at the plump figure, uttering a startling revelation. "This lad is currently engaged in a game of wits with a scoundrel bearing the surname Otto, Save the World." Bai Li Pang Pang's body quivered several times in response. "A fellow with the surname A? Hey, Asathoth, good heavens." Received shock from Bai Li Pang Pang. Negative energy 648. Good heavens, good heavens. Received shock from Bai Li Pang Pang. Negative energy 648. 648. Good heavens. Received shock from Bai Li Pang Pang. Negative energy 648,648,648. How could Master be aware of this? Who is he? That night, in the headquarters of the Bai Li Group, within the chairman's office, Bai Li Exine, the chairman of the Bai Li Group, clad in a tailored suit and holding a glass of red wine, stood before the panoramic window, gazing at the nightscape of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. The Bai Li Group's headquarters towered over 300 meters, and Bai Li Exine's office, situated on the top floor, offered an unobstructed view of the city, evoking a sense of standing atop the world, surveying the lesser mountains below. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a slender youth, bearing a striking resemblance to Bai Li Exine, entered, clutching a yellow oilskin document folder. Bai Li Exine turned to the youth, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Jinger, you have arrived." The lean young man, named Bai Li Jing, known as Bai Li Exine's adopted son, was in truth his biological heir. Bai Li Jing approached his father, holding the document before him. Observing the folder, Bai Li Exine furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared rather flimsy, almost as if it were empty. "Is this the information regarding Gu Zhan? Why does it seem so insubstantial?" Upon learning about Gu Zhan from the 4 great forbidden items masters earlier that afternoon, he had promptly dispatched Bai Li Jing to investigate. A bitter smile crossed Bai Li Jing's face as he opened the folder and extracted its contents. Today, I looked into that little brat's master. Even utilizing all the connections of the Bai Li group, I could only uncover this scant information. He produced 2 A4 sheets filled with text and handed them to Bai Li Xin. As Bai Li Xin began to peruse the documents, Bai Li Jing continued. According to my investigation, Gu Zhan hails from Songnan. Approximately a month ago, he suddenly appeared in Songnan and took up the position of homeroom teacher for Class 2 of the second year at Songnan No. 2 High School. As for the information regarding Gu Zhan prior to his arrival in Songnan, it can only be described in 4 words: a blank slate. Bai Li Xion's brow furrowed deeply as he examined the documents in hand. Although there were 2 A4 sheets, the content primarily detailed Gu Zhan's tenure as a teacher in Songnan, with only a brief mention at the end regarding his impending participation in new recruit training. This information was, to put it bluntly, of little value. The fact that Gu Zhan could effortlessly defeat the 4 great forbidden items masters indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Such a person could not possibly have only this meager amount of information. The only plausible explanation was that someone had deliberately erased Gu Zhan's records. In the grand realm of the Great Xia, those capable of such feats are exceedingly rare. Bai Li Xin remarked with profound significance. This Gu possesses a complex identity. Bai Li Jing nodded in agreement, suggesting, I believe the identity of this Gu Zhan, the night watchman recruit, is likely fabricated. He may very well be a member of the Special Operations Division. Bai Li Xin slightly shook his head, responding, your understanding of the night watchman is still quite limited. Even the head of the Special Operations Division would find it impossible to erase all traces. Gu Zhan's true identity likely transcends our wildest imaginations. He undoubtedly holds a position of considerable authority and influence among the night watchmen. Bai Li Jing's expression turned troubled. If this individual is indeed so formidable, I wonder what implications his mentorship of that lowly wretch might have on my affairs. Bai Li Xin Fao Xilen, uncertain of how this unexpected guest's arrival might affect his plans, for he did not even know who this person truly was. Bai Li Jing's countenance hardened. What if? He gestured across his throat in a slashing motion. Bai Li Xin, displeased, chastised him. You're the son of Bai Li Jing. How could you be so foolish? That Gu Zhan is capable of swiftly vanquishing Han Xiao Yun and defeating the 4 great forbidden artifact users in an instant. What sort of person do you think could possibly eliminate him? Bai Li Jing hurriedly apologized for his rashness. Bai Li Xin, with a composed demeanor, stated, continue your investigation. There is no wall that does not let the wind through in this world. I refuse to believe that with the strength of the Bai Li family, we cannot uncover the true identity of this Gu Zhan. Pausing, he added confidently, do not be anxious. Although Gu Zhan has taken that lowly wretch as his apprentice, he surely has ulterior motives. He will not regard that wretch as significant. Once we ascertain this individual's true identity, we can devise a strategy to win him over. And in due course, that wretch shall meet his demise. Chapter 37. A week after flying to the capital for a week, Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan luxuriated at the Bai Li residence in Guangshan. Bai Li Pang generously provided for their every need, allowing the trio to indulge in a life of leisure. During this time, Gu Zhan also encountered Wei Xiaoming, a character from the original narrative known for betraying the Night Watchers. However, the current Wei Xiaoming remained a kind-hearted individual, still fiercely loyal to the Night Watchers, as Bai Li's corrupting influence had yet to take hold. At the end of the month, the 3 of them boarded a plane to the capital. As Gu Zhan gazed out at the white clouds from his window seat, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The punch he threw 9 years ago, driven by the instinct for self-preservation, had indeed altered the course of numerous events. Not only had Songnan not vanished, and Chinmai not perished, but even the training camp's location had been affected. In the original narrative, Songnan City was a creation of the mortal realm, which trapped Lin Chiye within its confines, compelling the Night Watchers to hold this training session there. Yet now, the mortal realm's version of Songnan City had not materialized. Thus, the training camp would proceed in the capital as it had in previous years. This raised a significant question. Would the grand confrontation in Songnan, a pivotal scene in the early chapters of the original work, still transpire in this world? While Gu Zhan pondered these reflections, Bai Li Pangpang was beset by confusion. According to his countless memories, the current training location for the new recruits should indeed be Songnan City. Why they ended up in the capital instead? He was well aware that the previous training sessions in Songnan City were due to the Divine War 9 years prior, which had obliterated Songnan City. Lin Xie had harnessed the power of Michaela to miraculously recreate a new Songnan. Could it be that in this cycle of dreams, Songnan City had not been annihilated by Shiva's wrath? Bai Li Pangpang yearned to uncover the details surrounding this anomaly. Yet his current status rendered him incapable of acquiring such information. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to inquire about it with his master, who hailed from Songnan and might possess some insight. Turning to Gu Zhan, he asked, "Master, were you in Songnan 9 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan recognized the line of inquiry Bai Li Pangpang was pursuing, likely concerning the matter of Shiva's wrath. The same question had been posed by Yang Jian, and the primordial old man Gu Zhan smiled and replied, "You wish to ask about Shiva's wrath, don't you?" Bai Li Pangpang's entire being trembled with surprise. His master was aware of Shiva's wrath? This indicated that the divine war 9 years ago had indeed occurred. But why had Gaia, the earth goddess, failed to erase Songnan with Shiva's wrath? Bai Li Pangpang nodded in curiosity. Gu Zhan did not withhold information from him, recounting how he had moved to Songnan City 9 years ago, just as Gaia attempted to erase it with Shiva's wrath. In his quest for survival, he had unleashed a punch that transcended the laws of the supreme deity, shattering Shiva's wrath and ascending to the highest divine realm. Gu Zhan believed that with the wisdom of the heavenly sovereign Lingbao, he would surely trust his words, for they were meticulously reasoned and entirely plausible. However, much to Gu Zhan's surprise, Bai Li Pangpang reacted with an expression that seemed to say, "Master, are you attempting to deceive a 3-year-old?" With a sigh of resignation, Gu Zhan realized that even Pangpang did not believe him. As he had anticipated, Bai Li Pangpang, like Yang Jian and the primordial heavenly sovereign, was skeptical of his assertions. Yet, Pangpang's reasoning differed slightly from that of Yang Jian and the primordial one. Similar to Yang Jian and the primordial sovereign, Pangpang's rationale stemmed from the absence of any divine aura surrounding Gu Zhan. During battle, he did not exude the might of a deity and appeared nothing like one. The divergence in Pangpang's reasoning lay in his profound understanding of the arduous journey to ascend to the supreme realm, having once held the title of a supreme deity himself. Otherwise, considering the multitude of divine beings across the world, there would not be so few who attained such exaltation. In his perspective, Gu Zhan's claim of delivering a punch that transcended the laws of the main gods to reach the supreme deity realm was utterly unfounded and impossible. Historically, no one had ever entered the supreme deity realm in such a manner. While there seemed to exist a technique known as the thunderous body forging technique, which might allow one to ascend in such a way, it could only be deemed a possibility. The reason was simple. This technique necessitated the use of thunder forged by non-human deities. Once a cultivator entered the realm of the main gods, there would no longer be any non-human deities capable of producing such thunder for body forging, let alone relying on body forging to ascend to the supreme deity realm. Nevertheless, Pangpang did not suspect that a hidden power had intervened, as there had been no sign of such an entity throughout the million cycles of dreams he had experienced. Thus, the existence of such a concealed power was deemed improbable. So, who was it that interfered, allowing Song Nan to escape the wrath of Shiva? Contemplating this, Bai Li Pangpang felt his head spinning, utterly unable to discern any clarity. It appeared that the truth of this matter could only be revealed upon encountering the primordial one. After all, that old fellow had resided near Song Nan after his reincarnation, potentially privy to the truths of 9 years past. Although Pangpang did not believe Gu Zhan had influenced Song Nan, the latter remained his master, prompting him to feign admiration. Wow, master is truly impressive. Gu Zhan cast Pangpang a significant eye roll, too weary to engage further. Alas, in this day and age, why does no one believe in the truth? In the afternoon, Gu Zhan and his companions arrived in the capital. As they exited the airport, news of their arrival swiftly reached Yifan. Today was July 30th, with the training camp registration due by 8 p.m. on the 31st, leaving them with about a day to spare. Thanks to the financial prowess of Bai Li Pangpang, Gu Zhan and the others did not rush to report to the training camp, but instead indulged in a day and night of leisure in the capital. Naturally, during this time, Pang Pang and Chao Yuan focused on enjoyment, while Gu Zhan prioritized feasting. As the supreme deity, he possessed an astonishing appetite, devouring an array of local delicacies from the capital in a single afternoon, such as bean juice, braised dishes, roasted duck, fried sauce noodles, and bronze hot pot, among others. That night, Gu Zhan and his companions took residence in a 5-star hotel. Around 10 p.m., Gu Zhan received a message from an unfamiliar number. The message read, "Greetings, Gu Zhan. I am Yi Fan, the commander of the Night Watch. I am currently standing at the door of your room, 666. If you will be so kind, please unlock the door for me." Upon reading this message, Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow in surprise. His astonishment did not stem from Yi Fan's awareness of his presence in the capital. After all, as the commander of the Night Watch, it was only natural for him to be informed about the situation in the capital, especially regarding a newcomer like himself. Nor was he particularly surprised that Yi Fan had his phone number, as he had previously registered his basic information while in Team 136. What truly perplexed him was why Yi Fan, at such a late hour, would seek him out. Chapter 38. Must I start from the rookies? Gu Zhan opened the door to the hotel and indeed found a middle-aged man standing outside. "Wuzan, Yi Fan?" The man appeared momentarily taken aback, then slightly nodded. "It is I." Yi Fan's momentary surprise stemmed from the fact that others typically addressed him with the respectful title of Commander-in-Chief. Yet this fellow had the audacity to call him by his name. However, Yi Fan was not particularly bothered by it. Gu Zhan invited Yi Fan to enter the room. Moments later, the two were seated opposite each other on a sofa. Curiosity piqued. Gu Zhan inquired, "Might I ask what brings Commander Yi to visit at such a late hour?" Yi Fan shook his head slightly. "There is no pressing matter." Before he could finish, Gu Zhan interjected, "Since there is no urgent business, you may take your leave." Yi Fan, this young man is exceedingly rude. ISNT received Yi Fan's grievances, negative energy 30. Yet, upon contemplating Gu Zhan's remarkable prowess, he reasoned that it was quite normal for such a prodigy to possess a bit of eccentricity. Yi Fan, revealing a hint of helplessness, remarked, "Can I not come to see you if there is nothing pressing?" Gu Zhan, "Of course you can. Then why did you usher me out so directly?" Yi Fan rolled his eyes. "Ever since your first encounter with Chun Mai, I have kept a close watch on you. My curiosity about you has been insatiable, and upon learning of your arrival in the capital today, I felt compelled to seek you out." Gu Zhan shifted slightly on the sofa, creating a bit of distance. "My inclinations are quite conventional, Commander Yi. Please refrain from harboring any misconceptions." Yi Fan? His expression darkened immediately. "That's not what I meant. Must you be so obtuse?" Received Yi Fan's grievances, negative energy 60, realizing that continuing this banter would be futile and potentially infuriating. Yi Fan decided to speak candidly. "Gu Zhan, although you strive to conceal it, I discern your extraordinary capabilities at a glance. You are the pinnacle of humanity, correct?" Gu Zhan remained expressionless. Oh. Yi Fan's lips twitched. "Is that all? Could you not provide a more substantial reaction? Responding with a mere word makes you appear rather dull." Received Yi Fan's grievances, negative energy 98. Gu Zhan found himself slightly perplexed. Is Yi Fan perhaps a scorned woman? Why does he harbor such grievances? Though Gu Zhan's reaction to Yi Fan's assertion of being the pinnacle of humanity was rather subdued. That simple led Yi Fan to believe it affirmed his hypothesis. In other words, his speculation was not misplaced. This young man truly was a paragon of humanity. Over a week ago, after learning of Gu Zhan's prowess from Feng Wang, Yi Fan conducted extensive investigations. Compared to the findings of the Bailey family, the information gathered by the Night Watchers was exponentially greater. The Special Operations Department had sifted through all records related to Gu Zhan since the comprehensive digitization of the Great Xia 20 years ago, including the establishment of the Tianyin network and surveillance systems. All pertinent details were classified as top secret. For the first 20 years and the subsequent decade, Gu Zhan resided near Wuling, earning his livelihood through fishing. 9 years ago, after the destruction of Ashivawan, he retreated into the deep mountains, only emerging 9 years later. Yi Fan speculated that Gu Zhan's sudden withdrawal into the mountains was due to a profound realization during his cultivation, suggesting that it was during these 9 years that he ascended to the pinnacle of humanity. Notably, during his seclusion, no traces of forces hostile to the Great Xia or the Night Watchman emerged in the vicinity of his retreat. Therefore, Gu Zhan's intentions were undoubtedly pure. This was why Yi Fan sought him out. Yi Fan believed that a formidable individual like Gu Zhan would only be inclined to join the Night Watchman for one of two reasons: either to secure a promising future or to harbor a sincere patriotic spirit. A subtle smile graced Yi Fan's lips, revealing an expression of understanding. Gu Zhan, I have perceived your intentions. In the name of the commander of the Night Watchman, I vow not to let your sentiments go unfulfilled. Gu Zhan was instantly filled with confusion. What intentions? Yi Fan's behavior was peculiar from the outset, first expressing a desire to meet him, and now speaking of intentions. Could there be some underlying affection? Gu Zhan felt that this Yi Fan was entirely different from the cunning and calculating figure portrayed in the original text. With an intense gaze, Yi Fan declared, Gu Zhan, henceforth, I will arrange for you to bypass the new recruit training and directly become a full-fledged Night Watchman. Your strength is on par with mine, which is sufficient to silence 99% of the Night Watchmen. Thus, I will position you in the upper echelons. Regarding your annual salary, do you have any requests? Gu Zhan responded with bewilderment. What are you talking about, Commander Yi? When did I ever express a desire to ascend to high ranks? Suddenly, Gu Zhan comprehended the meaning behind Yi Fan's words regarding his intentions. It was evident that Yi Fan had concocted some narrative in his mind, perhaps assuming that a master like him, willing to join the Night Watchman, must be seeking a lucrative future or similar. Resolutely, Gu Zhan shook his head. I have no demands. Yi Fan, appreciating Gu Zhan's patriotic spirit despite his lack of requests, nodded slightly. Although you have no demands, I maintain that I will not neglect you. I shall offer you an annual salary of 100. Stop right there. Gu Zhan interjected. Yi Fan was taken aback. What? Gu Zhan clarified, pausing for emphasis. I wish to participate in the new recruit training. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's mind momentarily short-circuited. Did I hear correctly? Gu Zhan wants to partake in the new recruit training? Surely not. He, a being at the pinnacle of humanity, would engage in such trivial training? Yi Fan frowned. With your capabilities, you are entirely capable of skipping the new recruit training. Gu Zhan insisted, I must participate. How else can I complete tasks 5 and 6? Without fulfilling task 6, how can I accept the next set of tasks? And without undertaking the next tasks, how am I to elevate my standing? Yi Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, Can you provide me with a reason? Gu Zhan replied nonchalantly, Young man, have you not heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Young man. Yi Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. What was Gu Zhan implying? Here was a youth in his 20s addressing him, a man in his 40s, as a young man. Receiving Yi Fan's resentment. Negative energy 198, Gu Zhan. It appears that Yi Fan truly embodies the spirit of a disgruntled woman. A trace of helplessness crossed Yi Fan's face. His intuition informed him that Gu Zhan, much like Zhong Ming, would prove to be quite difficult to manage. Were all prodigies so remarkably unconventional? Zhong Ming had attained the status of sword saint, yet still frequented his third uncle's restaurant to wash dishes. Here was Gu Zhan, a pinnacle of humanity, yet he insisted on participating in basic training, starting from the ground up. Yi Fan gazed earnestly at Gu Zhan and asked, Are you absolutely certain that you wish to partake in the basic training and commence as a novice? If you choose this path, all previous arrangements I made for you will no longer hold. Please consider your answer carefully. Gu Zhan scoffed with disdain. Fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions. Yi Fan. Very well. Since Gu Zhan is so resolute, he may proceed as he wishes. Although he had another option, to leverage his position, authority, and strength to compel Gu Zhan. He truly did not wish to resort to such measures with someone like Gu Zhan or Zhong Ming. Both Gu Zhan and Zhong Ming were cherished treasures of the Night Watchers. Yi Fan simply desired to coexist harmoniously with such individuals and do his utmost to assist them. rather than oppose them. With the matters at hand concluded, he chose not to linger any longer with Gu Zhan and swiftly took his leave. Gu Zhan, unfazed by the evening's conversation, turned off the lights and retired for the night. The following morning, Gu Zhan, Chao Yuan, and Bai Li Pang hailed a taxi to the location of the training camp, a certain area in the western suburbs of the Yanshan Mountains. Chapter 39. The innocent maiden is dull. It is better to remain few. Gu Zhan and his companions approached the training camp location, navigating through numerous obstacles before finally arriving at the camp. Standing at the entrance, Gu Zhan surveyed the surroundings with a slight smile, pleased by what he saw. Excellent. Task 5. Long-term. Participate in the new recruit training, which has already commenced. Task 6. Defeat Wang Mian in the camp and compel him to declare thrice before Yuan Gang. I am Wang Mian. I have lost face, which could be accomplished by tomorrow. Following that, he could undertake the next set of tasks, thus advancing his grand endeavor. The trio reported to the new recruits and were subsequently directed to the male dormitory to select their rooms. As they arrived later than others, the better accommodations had already been claimed. After some deliberation, Gu Zhan and his companions chose rooms 203 and 204. He decided to let Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang share room 204 to foster camaraderie, while he entered room 203, filled with anticipation, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. He wondered if the room was already occupied. If so, he hoped his roommate would be a notable character from the original narrative. After all, encountering and befriending characters from the story would be quite alluring for a fan. Upon entering, he saw a young man dressed in black, exuding an air of coolness as he sat on the bed. Although the young man appeared somewhat older, it was possible he simply had a mature demeanor. Gu Zhan speculated whether this could be Shun Qingzhu, known as the Arrogant Brother. Approaching the unoccupied bed, he asked symbolically, "Hello, is anyone here?" This marked his first interaction with the aloof young man, yet he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine in his presence. It is worth noting that as a supreme deity, few things could evoke such a reaction in him, believing it to be a mere illusion. Gu Zhan observed that the cool young man did not respond to his inquiry, merely shaking his head in a nonchalant manner. Gu Zhan then chose the bed opposite the young man as his own. Extending his right hand, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Gu Zhan." The young man glanced briefly at Gu Zhan's outstretched hand before averting his gaze, responding coolly, "Yi Er." Yi Er's behavior left Gu Zhan feeling quite displeased. You are dissatisfied with your attempt to initiate a handshake. Feeling nauseated, negative energy 198. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Could it truly manifest this way? The young man before him was named Yi Er? He had never heard of him. Disappointment washed over Gu Zhan, as there was no character named Yi Er in the original narrative. Perhaps there was a character by that name, but he had not been mentioned by the author. Those omitted from a narrative were evidently insignificant figures. After all, even Shun Qingzhu's 3 sidekicks had names, yet Yi Er was a stranger to him. Gu Zhan initially felt quite displeased with Yi Er's impoliteness, but upon reflecting that Yi Er was not a notable character, he found it inconsequential. He was disinclined to form any acquaintance with such a minor figure, rendering Yi Er's attitude towards him utterly irrelevant. Indifferent to Yi Er, Gu Zhan settled onto his bed, intending to rest for a while. At that moment, however, Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang appeared at the door. Bai Li Pang called out, "Master, my senior brother and I are planning to scout outside. Would you care to join us?" Chao Yuan's expression darkened. "What do you mean by scouting? We are not thieves. This is merely reconnaissance." Pang rolled his eyes. "Isn't that the same thing?" Chao Yuan retorted emphatically, "It is absolutely not the same thing." Inside dormitory 204, Yi Er, who had been indifferent towards Gu Zhan, suddenly exhibited a look of surprise upon seeing Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang. He turned to Gu Zhan and inquired, "Have you taken them as your disciples?" The question, devoid of context, left Gu Zhan bewildered. He frowned slightly. "Yes. They are my apprentices." "Do you know them?" Yi Er withdrew his gaze and fell silent once more. "Well, I shouldn't have asked." Gu Zhan sighed. This Yi Er was indeed a peculiar individual. Disregarding Yi Er, Gu Zhan approached Chao Yuan and Pang, stating, "It feels a bit stifling in the dormitory. A stroll outside would do us good." Together, the trio departed. After they left, Yi Er's gaze lingered on Gu Zhan's bed. A faint smile crept onto his lips. revealing a hint of admiration. Intriguing. No wonder the 88-48 system has yielded. In the corridor, as Gu Zhan and his companions made their way outside, Pang Pang approached each person they encountered with warmth, presenting them with an exquisite watch as a token of friendship. Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan follow behind, exasperated. In the brief span of a few minutes from dormitory 204 to exiting the male dormitory, Pang Pang had gifted dozens of luxury watches, the total value exceeding 3 million. Chao Yuan lamented, Pang Pang truly has money to burn. Can friendships bought with money even be called friendships? Gu Zhan casually inquired. What should they be called then? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering Gu Zhan's question. After a moment of contemplation, he uncertainly replied, friendships bought with money? Gu Zhan smirked slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Pang Pang shot Chao Yuan an exasperated glance. Senior brother, although you've been in the game longer than I, you truly lack understanding of human affairs. Let me tell you, the world is not merely about fighting. It revolves around relationships. By presenting them with gifts, they will look out for me in the future. Chao Yuan rolled his eyes at Pang Pang. I think your watches are given away for free. With our master around, who would dare bully you in the training camp? Bai Pang Pang felt a jolt of realization, suddenly perceiving the profound wisdom in Chao Yuan's words. After leaving the male dormitory, the trio entered the training ground of the camp. Currently, there was only one person present in the training area. She was a striking young woman with flowing crimson hair, tall and slender, clad in a tank top and shorts that revealed her long, fair legs as she leisurely walked around the training ground. Bai Li, the chubby one, was the first to notice her, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Wow, what a beauty! Along with the sight of the enchanting woman, a flutter of emotion stirred within him. Chao Yuan glanced at the young lady and nodded slightly. Indeed, she possesses a certain charm, but there's little substance to it. Bai Li was taken aback. Little substance. Chao Yuan crossed his arms, gazing at the red-haired girl. In comparison to such youthful maidens, I find myself drawn to the allure of an intellectual matron, preferably a widowed woman, embodying the delicate balance between youthful innocence and mature sophistication. Bai Li's lips twitched. Master brother, you certainly have an intriguing taste, favoring widows. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I see. Master brother, your surname is Chao, right? I suspect you must share a lineage with Chao Chao from the Three Kingdoms. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Chao Thief. Gu Zhan observed the girl's retreating figure and, based on her distinctive characteristics, speculated that she was likely a notable character from the original narrative, Molly. Although Molly had limited appearances in the original work, her brief connection with Bai Li left a lasting impression on readers. Of course, her memorable presence could also be attributed to the scarcity of named female characters within the original text. Chapter 40. Let us conclude this swiftly. Bai Pang Pang requested Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan to wait for a moment while he approached the red-haired maiden. Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan assumed a demeanor of spectatorship. Bai Pang Pang, resembling a rolling ball, swiftly made his way to the girl's side. Without hesitation, he retrieved an exquisite timepiece from his spatial pocket and presented it to her, saying, My dear, you are so enchanting. I believe this Patek Philippe would suit you perfectly. This method of forging connections through luxury watches was a tactic he had employed countless times throughout his life, and it had proven irresistible to both genders. However, this time the red-haired girl promptly distanced herself by a meter, her expression one of disdain as she retorted, Who are you? Does wealth make you remarkable? With that, she turned and departed with remarkable swiftness. Bai Pang Pang stood there bewildered. Oh what? Why did my tried-and-true approach fail this time? Could it be that this beauty does not have an affinity for luxury watches? Gu Zhan and Chao Yuan leisurely approached Bai Pang Pang. Chao Yuan, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, Junior brother, I must say that's not how one woos a girl. Courtship requires finesse. He then turned to Gu Zhan. You agree, don't you, master? Gu Zhan nodded slightly, in agreement with Chao Yuan's assessment, and offered advice to Bai Pang Pang. My dear Pang Pang, I believe women who appreciate watches are quite rare. Next time, consider gifting her a Louis Vuitton handbag instead. Chao Yuan was taken aback, left speechless by the exchange between the master and disciple. He had assumed his teacher, who appeared quite handsome, would be a master of seduction, only to discover they were cut from the same cloth. Received Chow Yuan's disbelief. Negative energy 30. Bailey Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does Master think so as well? Excellent. I shall have someone deliver gifts that women adore, and I shall seek Master's assistance in selecting them. Chow Yuan sighed with mild exasperation. Junior brother, if you wish to make that red-haired maiden loathe you even more, feel free to follow Master's advice. Bailey Pang paused. Why do you believe she would grow to despise me? Gao Yuan Zipli. Not everyone is enamored with wealth or craves vanity. From my observations, this red-haired maiden, Molly, does not fit that mold. Bailey Pang was taken aback. How do you know her name? Chow Yuan patted his backside. Because I observed carefully, I happened to notice her identification card peeking from her back pocket, revealing her name. Bailey Pang was astonished that Chow Yuan, who evidently had little interest in youthful maidens, had been so observant. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he clasped his hands in reverence. Please, senior brother, impart your wisdom to me. Chow Yuan cleared his throat. Certainly, certainly. He raised his right hand, mimicking a gesture of rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Bailey Pang instantly understood. As long as senior brother is willing to teach me, I am prepared to offer an annual salary of 1 million to engage you as my romantic advisor. Chow Yuan chuckled. Now that's the spirit. He clasped the plump shoulders with assurance, saying, Rest easy, your sister's well-being is entrusted to me, your senior brother. However, there's no need to rush. Let us take our time with this matter. Gu Zhan gazed at Chow Yuan, who was whispering with the rotund fellow, feeling quite astonished. Logically, considering that Chow Yuan had been confined since the tender age of 6 and had spent his adolescence training on Juhua Mountain under the tutelage of the old bald monk Jin Chan. He had little exposure to women. How, then, did he possess such profound insight into the art of courting? Curiosity piqued, Gu Zhan inquired, Chow Yuan, given your background, you shouldn't be well-versed in these matters. Chow Yuan turned to Gu Zhan, brushing his hair aside, and replied, It is a matter of innate talent. Bailey Pang offered a candid assessment. Perhaps this is the essence of the Chow lineage. The following morning, Yuan Gang summoned all the new recruits to assemble at the training ground. At that moment, a podium had been erected at the edge of the field, where a group of instructors awaited. On their way to the training ground, Gu Zhan and his companions encountered Lin Chiye. Gu Zhan introduced them to one another, and soon the four stood together as they lined up. The ensuing events unfolded much like those in the original narrative. To instill authority among the new recruits, Yuan Gang chastised them, branding them as worthless and insignificant. He proclaimed that facing formidable mysteries would only result in self-damage and harm to others, and so forth. Subsequently, he posed the question to the recruits. Did they accept his words? In a climactic moment, a youth dressed in an unbuttoned military uniform and wearing his cap backward stepped forward, exclaiming, I refuse to accept this. Gu Zhan's attention shifted to the audacious young man. Undoubtedly, he was the highly popular character from the original tale, whom Gu Zhan admired, Shun Qingzhu, also known as the Swaggering Brother. Gu Zhan's impression of Shun Qingzhu was that of an outwardly flamboyant yet inwardly refined individual, deeply caring for his comrades, imbued with a strong sense of responsibility, willing to sacrifice for others, and deserving of respect. With Shun Qingzhu leading the charge, an increasing number of recruits stepped forward to express their dissent. On the podium, Yuan Gang observed the raucous recruits before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Excellent. Everything was proceeding according to his meticulously crafted script. The previous night, Yuan Gang had convened all instructors and, based on the training patterns of past cohorts, devised a speech that anticipated 24 potential scenarios. For each scenario, he had formulated distinct responses. The current reaction from the recruits was merely one of the most probable outcomes among those 24 possibilities. Yuan Gang bellowed, silence. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the training ground, quickly bringing about a hush. He continued, Very well. Since you are unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to confront your true selves. He retrieved a walkie-talkie and announced into it, It is your turn to descend. Shortly thereafter, A transport plane soared overhead. Moments later, 7 figures clad in gray cloaks leaped from the aircraft, each sporting a uniquely designed mask. A group of new recruits displayed expressions of astonishment upon witnessing the scene. The transport aircraft hovered at least several hundred meters above the ground, and yet the 7 individuals leaped without any protective gear, not even parachutes, plunging directly downwards. Chao Yuan gazed in disbelief. Who are these individuals? Bai Li, chubby and bewildered, questioned. Aren't they going to end up as a mere splatter upon impact? Lin Xie speculated. Given that these 7 were summoned by Yuan Gang for our assessment, they must possess exceptional abilities. Hence, I believe they are unlikely to perish from the fall. Gu Zhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they will not meet their demise. I am somewhat familiar with these 7. Chao Yuan, the chubby one, Lin Xie, and even some other recruits nearby turned their attention to Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan fixed his gaze on the 7 individuals in free fall. These 7 are members of Special Task Force, belonging to the unit designated as Mass Team 004. The individual in the center, adorned with a mask bearing the character for a king, is the leader of this team, Wang Mian, possessing the strength of the infinite realm. Hiss! The recruits collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation that Yuan Gang had summoned a special task force. Gu Zhan's focus remained on Wang Mian, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Mission 6, you have finally arrived. Let us conclude this swiftly. Chapter 41. The commencement of Task 6. The mask swiftly descended, and soon the vortex knelt. As the mass team adjusted their stances, Yuan Gang surveyed the array of new recruits before him. Aren't you all rather boastful? He proclaimed. Now, I present you with an opportunity to engage with the true elite. The mask will soon face you in a duel. However, to ensure fairness, I shall suppress everyone's realm to that of a mere lamp's flicker. It is now 10 a.m. From this moment until 6 p.m., any of you who can. Suddenly, Gu Zhan interjected, his voice resonant. Pardon the interruption. Yuan Gang halted mid-sentence, perplexed. What? The situation has progressed this far, and yet there remains a thorn in our side? Yuan Gang's gaze turned to Gu Zhan, fury evident upon his countenance. Yuan Gang was incensed. Negative energy 198. As Yuan Gang's attention fixated on Gu Zhan, the other instructors at the podium, the masked figure, and the new recruits all diverted their focus to him. Gu Zhan, undeterred by the multitude of glances upon him, calmly stepped out of formation and approached the podium. He lifted his gaze to the figure of Wang Mian and stated nonchalantly, Task 6, Wang Mian. Let us engage in combat. Should I emerge victorious, you will fulfill one of my requests. Conversely, if you win. Oh, that is inconsequential. You cannot possibly win. This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the assembly. Yuan Gong, staring at Gu Zhan's audacious challenge directed at Wang Mian, felt his mind briefly falter, as if he had been handed the wrong script. It was imperative to note that prior to this encounter, he and his team of instructors had meticulously evaluated numerous scenarios concerning the day's events, outlining a total of 24 potential outcomes. Thus, it could be stated that they had anticipated every conceivable occurrence within the training of new recruits. Yet, despite their exhaustive calculations, they could never have predicted that a novice would dare to directly challenge a special team, particularly its captain. Yuan Gang turned to his companion, Hong Hao, who had been responsible for personnel reporting in the previous days. Who is this individual? He inquired. Hong Hao promptly replied, his name is Gu Zhan. He reported yesterday morning and hails from the same place as Lin Xie, recommended by Team 136. Yuan Gang cast another glance at Gu Zhan before redirecting his gaze back to Hong Hao. Did you notice anything peculiar when Gu Zhan reported yesterday? On a opposé, bewildered. Huh? Yuan Gang raised his right hand, tapping his temple with his index finger. Did you sense any abnormality in his mentality? Hong Hao shook his head. I did not perceive anything unusual yesterday. However, judging by his performance today, he does seem rather irrational to challenge Wang Mian. The other instructors shared the sentiment, suspecting that Gu Zhan's intellect had been compromised in some manner. Among the new recruits, Shun Qingzhu observed Gu Zhan, a faint smile gracing his lips. He perceived that while this young man might be excessively arrogant, he was indeed to his liking. From the very outset, his audacity to challenge the captain of the Special Forces team was particularly commendable in his eyes. However, the majority of the other recruits held a rather dim view of Gu Zhan. This lad is indeed bold. How audacious of him, a mere recruit, to dare challenge the captain of the Special Forces team. Such arrogance. Indeed, what manner of recruits do we have this year? A bunch of peculiar characters. A mere novice, daring to confront the Special Forces. How utterly misguided. Confidence is admirable, yet arrogance is folly. Molly observed Gu Zhan and felt a sense of familiarity. It soon dawned on her where she had encountered him before. Was he not the same young man who had accompanied the gentleman who delivered her forms yesterday? Being with that young aristocrat undoubtedly indicated he was of similar ilk. Yet, such privileged youths often lack true ability, relying solely on familial support, causing trouble and flaunting their influence. Molly scoffed. This is a training camp, not your home. At home, your parents may pamper you, but here, no one will indulge you. You're merely seeking attention. Just wait to be dealt with by the Special Forces and the instructors. In a corner of the crowd, Yi gazed at Gu Zhan's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. Intriguing. Among the new recruits, apart from Shen Qingzhu, only Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang, who had witnessed Gu Zhan display his prowess, held considerable faith in him, although Lin Chia had also seen Gu Zhan's might. What he observed was merely Gu Zhan defeating the Ghost-Faced King, a mere enigma of the Chuanjing. In contrast, Wang Mian, the captain of the masked team, was renowned as a master of the boundless realm. He recognized that while Gu Zhan was formidable, there remained a significant gap when compared to the captain of the Special Forces. Of course, given that Gu Zhan had subdued the mysterious entity of Chuanjing, it was likely he belonged to the oceanic realm, which was but a tier below the boundless. Perhaps there was a chance he could hold his own. On the podium, Tian Ping, the vice-captain of the masked team, shook his head slightly at Gu Zhan. My friend, I advise you to return to your ranks. You stand no chance against our captain. He is no ordinary individual. Not only is he a master of the boundless realm, but also the agent of Kronos, the god of time. To challenge him is to invite humiliation. Yu Gui turned to the side, addressing Chong Wei. I wonder, are all new recruits this audacious these days? Chong Wei crossed her arms, shrugged, and disdainfully remarked, how tiresome. Wang Mian scrutinized Gu Zhan for a prolonged moment before shaking his head slightly, his tone dismissive. I'm unfamiliar with the name Ren Wuliu. As for your challenge, I must decline. You cannot defeat me, and I am under no obligation to engage in a duel with you. At present, Gu Zhan's status was merely that of a recruit in the training camp, viewed by others as a novice. Thus, he had not anticipated Wang Mian would accept his challenge. His inquiry was merely a prelude to the confrontation that was to follow. After all, this Wang Mian is a beloved character from the original work, and one whom he holds in high regard. If he were to approach without a word and deliver a brutal beating, it would undoubtedly offend the other party gravely. Gu Zhan let out a soft sigh. Well, since you refuse to accept the challenge, I shall have to resort to unilaterally administering justice. With a sudden surge of power, his legs propelled him, unleashing a terrifying force that struck the ground beneath him, creating a substantial crater. In that instant, Gu Zhan's body soared into the air, plummeting towards the podium like a meteor descending from the heavens. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were left with expressions of sheer disbelief. Goodness, is this kid for real? Chapter 42. Shattering the divine ruins with a thunderous crash, Gu Zhan descended like a meteor, landing heavily upon the podium. Beneath his feet, an immense force surged forth, causing the entire platform to buckle towards him. The opposite end of the podium lifted into the air like a seesaw, propelling the nearby instructors skyward, while those further away, such as Yuan Gang and Hong Hao, along with the masked individuals, slid uncontrollably towards Gu Zhan. The new recruits gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Received shock from recruit A, negative energy 60. Received shock from recruit B, negative energy 98. Received. The instructors, however, were not astonished but filled with resentment. Received resentment from instructor Zhang, negative energy 30. Received resentment from instructor Zhao, negative energy 60. Received. Yuan Gang was consumed with fury. Yuan Gang's anger peaked, negative energy 98. The mass team found the situation bewildering. Wang Mian felt a sinking feeling. Negative energy 6 received astonishment from Tian Ping. Negative energy 6 received. In a fit of rage, Yuan Gang exclaimed, "This is outrageous." With a resounding wave, golden ripples radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire podium. Under the weight of the golden light, the elevated end of the podium plummeted to the ground. However, the force exerted by Guzhan was so tremendous that the podium snapped audibly in the center. Before anyone could fall to the ground, a purple vortex materialized above them, lifting everyone from the podium into the air. As the purple vortex dissipated, Tian Ping nullified the gravitational pull nearby, allowing them to hover effortlessly. With a resounding crash, the podium collapsed into a heap upon the ground. Is this the power of the force? Wang Mian furrowed his brow, then turned to Yuan Gang. "Instructor Yuan, what do you think?" Yuan Gang withdrew his restrictions, his expression darkening. "There is no way to resolve this matter amicably now. If we do not teach this insolent brat a lesson, he likely will not relent." Wang Mian nodded slightly. "I understand." Just as he was about to accept Guzhan as challenge, Tian Ping manipulated gravity to increase the distance between Guzhan and the others, allowing them to land safely. In the next moment, the members of the masked team, Tian Ping, Vortex, Moon Ghost, Rose, Chung Chung, and Lu Zi, appeared before Guzhan in an instant. Vortex adjusted his slightly askew mask, placing his right hand upon it to straighten it. Simultaneously, he addressed Guzhan. "Little brat, you're quite bold. To challenge our captain, you must first get past us." As his words fell, the entire mass team unleashed their own formidable auras. In an instant, the overwhelming presence of the peak of the Sea Realm enveloped the entire training ground. Except for Guzhan, who remained unfazed. The expressions of everyone else shifted dramatically. Even the instructors at the River Realm changed their countenance. The new recruits were filled with panic. Is this the power of a special squad? The members of the mass team are all at the pinnacle of the Sea Realm. Faced with such formidable opponents, that young man has lost any chance of confronting Wang Mian. Huh, no way, my friend. Do you genuinely believe he can stand against Wang Mian? The more Shun Qingzhu observed Guzhan, the more he found him appealing. Although his current realm pales significantly in comparison to the mass team, he was not the type to shy away from challenges. Shun Qingzhu thought to himself, since today he had taken the lead in defiance. Guzhan's initiative to challenge the mass team should count as his own. Just as he was about to voice his intent to assist Guzhan, he witnessed Guzhan calmly addressing the mass team. "Step aside. My target is Wang Mian. You are irrelevant." Tian Ping stepped forward, coldly retorting, "What if we refuse?" Guzhan merely scoffed, dismissing any further discourse with Tian Ping and the others. He unleashed his strength, causing the ground to shatter beneath him, and propelled himself forward, swirling with a powerful gust akin to a tornado. Before Tian Ping and the others could comprehend the situation, they were swept away by the force of Guzhan's charge. With the unfortunate vortex at the center of the team being hurled the farthest. Received Tian Ping's shock. Negative energy 198. Received Chung Cheng's panic. Negative energy 98. Received Lu Zi's alarm. Negative energy 198. Received Gui's scream. Negative energy 328. Received Chong Wei's astonishment. Negative energy 98. Received Vortex's collapse. Negative energy 648. Guzhan's single charge, which sent 6 Pinnacle Sea Realm powerhouses flying, left both the new recruits and instructors utterly astonished. Wow, is this young man truly that formidable? I retract everything I previously said about doubting Guzhan. Can words once spoken be taken back? Of course they can. I am now a fervent admirer of Guzhan. Hong Hao remarked, "Instructor Yuan, fortunately, you had just unleashed your forbidden void against the podium. Otherwise, you might have been swept away as well." Yuan Gang's expression remained as dark as water, silent and contemplative. Shen Qingzhu chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that it was rather presumptuous of him to consider aiding someone of such caliber. Molly's eyes sparkled with a different light. He is not merely a decorative figure. Chao Yuan exclaimed, "Master is incredible." Bailey Pang Pang added, "Master is imposing." Lin Xie remained silent, But in his heart, he mused before arriving at the training camp. Captain Chun had put me through rigorous training. During the process, I even battled the monstrous snake demon. After more than half a month, I thought I might have closed the gap with Teacher Gu, but to my astonishment, Teacher Gu's strength is an unfathomable abyss. After sending the members of the mass team flying, Gu Zhan's momentum did not wane. In the blink of an eye, he reached Wang Mian. As a master of the infinite realm, Wang Mian was considerably stronger than Tian Ping and the others. Thus he noticed Gu Zhan's approach. However, due to Gu Zhan's astonishing speed, even when he realized what was happening, Wang Mian found himself unable to execute any evasive or defensive maneuvers. Under such circumstances, the only action left for Wang Mian was to unleash his divine void, time's violent tempest. A tempestuous surge of spiritual power erupted from the depths of consciousness, swiftly manifesting a domain that enveloped the entire training ground in an instant. Wang Mian activated his ability, temporarily halting the flow of time in his vicinity. Consequently, everything around, including Gu Zhan, became ensnared in a moment of suspension. He exhaled in relief, intending to rewind time to a point before Gu Zhan made his move, contemplating strategies to counter him. However, he was taken aback to see Gu Zhan, who should have been frozen in time, displaying a faint, enigmatic smile. Wang Mian's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. How could this be possible? Wang Mian was astonished. Negative energy 198. Why could his opponent's lips still move in this stasis? Gu Zhan, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Did you believe yourself victorious upon observing my stillness? Allow me to clarify. I was merely toying with you." With that, he raised his right arm and flicked his fingers at the void. The Supreme Fist technique sliced through the temporal realm like a blade. With a resounding crack, Wang Mian's temporal domain shattered like fragile glass. His expression turned momentarily vacant. Once the temporal disruption was obliterated, Gu Zhan halted merely 30 centimeters before Wang Mian, lowering his arm to grasp the mask upon Wang Mian's face. The world around them resumed its normal pace. With his left hand resting behind him and his right hand poised upon Wang Mian's mask, Gu Zhan stated calmly, "The battle is concluded." An eerie silence enveloped the arena, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Chapter 43. My master has taken a liking to instructor Yuan's daughter Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the other instructors at the training camp were utterly astonished. What had just transpired? After Gu Zhan launched a charge, sending the members of the Phantom Squad flying. What had happened? How could the battle conclude in such a fleeting moment? Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that this rookie, Gu Zhan, had indeed triumphed over the renowned Wang Mian. No, that is not quite right. It was Gu Zhan, this new recruit, who single-handedly vanquished the elite Phantom Squad. Good heavens, have the new recruits become so extraordinary? If this batch of recruits possesses such prowess, what purpose does the training serve? Even masters of the infinite realm have been defeated. It seems that training this group will require at least a Klein-level expert to intervene. Received Yuan Gang's frustration, negative energy 6098, 6098. Received Hong Hao's resentment, negative energy 98198, 9898. Received Wang Feng's discomfort, negative energy 30, 60, 98, 60. Received Tian Ping, Xianhua, and the others gradually lifted themselves from ground, each wearing a bewildered expression. What had just happened? Why had they suddenly been thrown into the air? How had their captain been so swiftly defeated? This Gu Zhan was truly a monster. If there were a few more prodigies like him among this year's recruits, Instructor Yuan might very well be driven to despair. Online sympathy for Instructor Yuan was palpable. Received the astonishment of Phantom Squad, total negative energy 480. The new recruits gasped in disbelief. Wow, that guy actually won. Hey, buddy, do you really refer to my idol as that guy? Aren't you asking for trouble? Oh, weren't you just belittling Gu Zhan not long ago? The formidable Gu Zhan is truly terrifying. It seems the Phantom Squad is not so impressive after all. Not impressive? Why don't you give it a try? Ahem. I merely jest. Don't take it too seriously. Received Recruit A's shock, negative energy 98. Received Recruit B's shock, negative energy 60. Received Recruit C's shock, Negative energy 198 received. Shen Qingzhu crouched down on the ground, reaching into his shoe from the heel to retrieve an unfinished cigarette. He placed half of it between his lips, igniting it with a small flame conjured between his fingers. Taking a deep drag, he tilted his head back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. With a dreamy look in his eyes, Shen Qingzhu exhaled a cloud of smoke, declaring, "Someday, I too shall be as formidable as Guzhan." Molly gazed at Guzhan's back, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. He possesses both strength and charm. He is so incredibly manly. Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang erupted in cheerful celebration. Bai Li Pang Pang proudly proclaimed to the surrounding recruits, "Did you all see that? The one who defeated Wang Mian is my master, alongside Chao Thief. Yuan, he is the eldest disciple, while I am the second. Thus, should anyone harbor intentions towards us, it would be prudent to reconsider." As Guzhan had been in close company with Chao Yuan and the rotund Bai Li, the new recruits regarded Bai Li's assertions with considerable credence. In no time, a wave of envy washed over many of the new soldiers, who yearned to take such an impressive figure as their master. Lin Xia sighed softly, resolving not to compare himself with Teacher Gu in the future, lest he suffer a heartache. At the location where Guzhan and Wang Mian were situated, Guzhan seized Wang Mian's mask, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Wang Mian, although you did not accept my challenge earlier, I still hope you will acquiesce to my request." Wang Mian, regaining his composure, pondered, "What if I refuse?" Guzhan subtly gestured to the members of the masked team. "Should you decline, I shall ensure your teammates receive a few more blows until you consent." Tian Ping and the others were instantly incensed. The vortex of voices erupted. "How shameless of you, Gu, to threaten our captain." Yu Guwei raised his hands in protest. "Indeed, one may kill, but one must not insult." Chang Wei added, "Rest assured, Captain, if he intends to use us as leverage, we shall simply run." Received the antibody from the masked team, total negative energy 180. Wang Mian found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this young man had pinpointed his vulnerability. Guzhan's prior tendency to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement convinced him that if he were to refuse today, the other party would indeed dare to strike Tian Ping and the others. With a wry smile, Wang Mian said, "Why are you so forceful? Very well, disclose your request. As long as it poses no threat to national security, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Guzhan rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I am also a citizen of the Great Xia. How could I engage in such actions? My request is quite simple. So listen closely, please, in the presence of Yuan Gang. Declare thrice, 'I am Wang Mian. I have no face, Wang Mian.' Are you out of your mind? After having us endure a beating and turning the training camp upside down, you present such an absurd demand? Can you not show us some respect?" Received Wang Mian's resentment. Negative energy 60. Yonggong. What the hell? How did my name get involved in your matter with Wang Mian? Why must he declare before me, "I am Wang Mian. I have no face"? What does this mean? Yuan Gang felt a profound sense of disorientation, receiving Yuan Gang's murmurs. Negative energy 30. Aside from Wang Mian, the direct party involved, and Yuan Gang, the collateral victim, the other instructors, members of the mass team, and a host of new recruits, even Guzhan's two disciples, all found Guzhan's request rather perplexing. Wang Mian furrowed his brow. "Are you certain this is your only request?" Guzhan nodded. "Let us commence." Wang Mian did not perceive any significance in uttering such words. Thus he loudly proclaimed 3 times, "I am Wang Mian. I have no face." The task of defeating Wang Mian has been accomplished, earning a reward of 1,000 negative energy. Guzhan wore a smile, pleased to proceed to the next set of tasks. Among the group of new recruits, Lin Xia inquired of Chao Yuan and Pang Pang, "What does Teacher Gu's request mean?" Chao Yuan and Pang Pang exchanged glances, both appearing utterly bewildered. Though they were disciples of Guzhan, their combined time under his tutelage did not exceed a month, leaving them unfamiliar with their master. However, at that moment, they could not allow anyone to perceive their lack of understanding regarding their master, lest it suggest an insufficient closeness to Guzhan. Clearing his throat, Chao Yuan began to speak with feigned seriousness. This involves a woman. Pang chimed in with a fabrication of his own. Yes, indeed. It is that my master has taken a liking to Instructor Yuan's daughter and asked Wang Mian to propose on his behalf. But Instructor Yuan declined, thus. Lin Xie reacted with astonishment, while the new recruits were equally taken aback. The instructors looked on in disbelief, and the masked individuals were left speechless. Yuan Gang and Wang Mian were equally perplexed, while Gu Zhan remained utterly baffled. Chapter 44. The Records of Gu Zhan in 44 BC. Gu Zhan cast a significant glance at Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang, causing the latter to shudder in response. He then addressed Wang Mian. Thank you for today. Wang Mian was taken aback. Huh? Thank you? What is this gentleman expressing gratitude for? Could it be for the 3 sentences he just uttered? Yet, the reason he agreed to say those words was entirely due to being coerced by Gu Zhan. Confusion swirled in Wang Mian's mind. Gu Zhan patted Wang Mian on the shoulder before turning to Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan, I apologize for disrupting the order of the training session. Yuan Gang's lips twitched. You actually realize you disrupted the training session? No. What you did was not merely a disruption. You effectively ground the training order into the dust. He intended to reprimand Gu Zhan, but the words caught in his throat. This young man had a rather peculiar temperament. He could be violent one moment and express gratitude the next. Yuan Gang genuinely feared misstepping and receiving a beating in return. Received Yuan Gang's grumbling. Negative energy 111. Gu Zhan stated, I have accomplished what I intended to do and shall no longer disrupt the order. You may allow the training to continue. Yuan Gang instinctively shuddered and asked, You will participate? Gu Zhan shook his head. No, I shall not participate. It holds no interest for me. I am going to my dormitory to sleep. Without waiting for Yuan Gang's response, he turned on his heel and departed. Gu Zhan's capricious behavior ignited a flare of irritation within Yuan Gang. Received Yuan Gang's anger. Negative energy 98. He contemplated admonishing Gu Zhan with a remark about treating the training camp as his personal domain, but the words retreated back into his throat. The reasoning was the same as before. He feared retribution. Gu Zhan exited the training ground under the watchful gaze of the new recruits, who were filled with admiration, envy, and a complex mix of emotions. Hong Hao sidled up to Yuan Gang. Chief Instructor, what's next? Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits. Let them engage in some free activities for now. We shall convene a meeting. He then turned to Wang Mian. Please join us, Mask. Shortly thereafter, in the underground command center of the training camp, Yuan Gang, along with 12 instructors and the 7 members of the Mask team, gathered to discuss matters. As a convener of the meeting, Yuan Gang spoke first. As you all have witnessed today, let us pool our thoughts and deliberate on the forthcoming events. An instructor, surnamed Zhao, revealed a worried expression. Logically, the training should proceed as usual, but I harbor concerns about this batch of recruits, especially individuals like Gu Zhan. For instance, that Shen Qingzhu does not appear to be harmless. Yuan Gang shot Zhao a sharp glance. What? Are you intimidated by just one Gu Zhan? Zhao hesitated to respond. What does it mean to be intimidated? Were you not equally unsettled? Otherwise, how could you remain silent when Gu Zhan decided to leave? Yuan Gang scanned the room. Regarding Instructor Zhao's concerns, I believe they hold some merit, though the likelihood of issues arising remains low. If there are individuals among this batch of recruits who are akin to Gu Zhan, then when Gu Zhan made his move earlier, the others should not have merely stood by and made disparaging remarks. Instead, they ought to have joined him in action. Gu Zhan alone could have caused a tremendous uproar here. If there were 2 like him, I would believe it could dismantle the training camp. Yet, in reality, from beginning to end, it has only been Gu Zhan stirring trouble. His sentiments resonated with many. Yuan Gang turned to Wang Mian, inquiring, What are your thoughts, Wang Mian? Wang Mian replied, Based on my observations, among the 240 recruits present, only Gu Zhan remains enigmatic. I can easily discern the rank of the others. They are all mere novices within the realm of light. Thus, I concur with Instructor Yuan's assessment that there are unlikely to be any others like Gu Zhan among the recruits. Take Shen Qingzhu, for instance. He is merely a novice. Hong Hao raised his right hand, proclaiming, I support the continuation of the training. Wang Feng followed suit. Raising his hand, I too am in favor. Soon, several other instructors raised their hands as well, and ultimately, among the 12 instructors, 9 agreed to proceed with the training. Yuan Gang decisively stated, "Very well. It is settled then. The training will proceed as planned. Hong Hao, you and Wang Mian will handle this matter. I must report Gu Zhan's situation to the higher-ups." Hong Hao saluted and departed with the other instructors and members of the masked team. After their departure, Yuan Gang retrieved his mobile phone and called Yi Fan. In the capital city, at the Night Watcher's confidential archives, Yi Fan stood before a computer, perusing a document titled The Secret Ledger of the Demon Suppression Department. Just then, his phone rang. "Two tigers love to dance, little bunny behaves, and pulls radishes." Yi Fan took out his phone, noticing it was a call from Yuan Gang, and raised an eyebrow as he answered. "Hello, this is Yi Fan." Yuan Gang responded, "Commander, there has been an incident at the training camp." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart sank. An incident at the training camp? What transpired? Could it be that the cult of the ancient gods is attempting to undermine the foundation of the Night Watchers again? The sudden call from Yuan Gang. Could it be that the cult has succeeded? Since the inception of the first recruit training session, numerous iterations have occurred. Each cohort represents the future of the Night Watchers, and thus, adversarial organizations like the cult of the ancient gods frequently target the training sessions. Ye fan inuit. What has happened? Yuan Gang explained. There's a new recruit named Gu Zhan, and he, over the phone. Yuan Gang recounted Gu Zhan's actions from today in detail, without embellishment. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that the cult of the ancient gods had committed some heinous act. Instead, it was merely this. However, Gu Zhan, Yi Fan's expression turned peculiar. He had previously attempted to have Gu Zhan bypass the recruit training and ascend directly to a senior position within the Night Watchers, but the lad had declined. He insisted on participating in the recruit training. Yi Fan initially believed that Gu Zhan intended to start from the bottom as a recruit and gradually ascend the ranks. However, it now seems that this young man harbors ulterior motives. The actions he has undertaken are indeed rather peculiar. He assaulted the false mask merely to provoke Wang Mian into uttering the words, "I am Wang Mian. I have lost face." Yi Fan could not fathom the significance behind Gu Zhan compelling Wang Mian to say such a thing. Or perhaps Gu Zhan's true objective was not the phrase itself, but simply to bully Wang Mian. After all, Wang Mian has been the most brilliant prodigy in the past decade, second only to Zhou Ping. It is not inconceivable that Gu Zhan, being a genius himself, would feel a desire to compete with Wang Mian. Seeing Yi Fan lost in thought, Yuan Gang inquired, "Commander?" Yi Fan returned to reality, slightly shaking his head. Regarding Gu Zhan, just keep one eye open and the other closed. Yuan Gang expressed surprise. "Commander, you know about Gu Zhan?" Yi Fan interrupted him, speaking in a calm tone. "Execute the order, do not ask further." Yuan Gang replied affirmatively. "Understood." As the call ended, Yi Fan suddenly felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples. It seemed that the upcoming recruit training would not be tranquil. He redirected his gaze to the computer, only to be captivated by a piece of information at the very bottom of the screen. It read, Zhenxie Division, 13th period. Anomaly file of Gu Zhan. Recorded on August 6th, 75 BC. Chapter 45. Could he be a figure from Journey to the West? Yi Fan opened the file and observed that, in addition to chronicling Gu Zhan's life, it contained two portraits, one depicting him as a youth and the other as an adult. Upon gazing at the adult portrait, his pupils constricted sharply. The image of Gu Zhan from 2 millennia ago bore an uncanny resemblance to the present-day Gu Zhan. One could hardly say it was merely similar. Rather, it was indistinguishable. Was this a mere coincidence, or was the Gu Zhan of 2,000 years ago indeed the same as the current one? Yi Fan considered that the probability leaned towards coincidence. Yet, as the commander of the Night Watch, it was prudent to investigate thoroughly. Moreover, unraveling the connection between the two Gu Zhans was not an insurmountable task. He promptly dialed Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, arrange for a helicopter at once. I must visit Guiyun Island." Zhuqing replied, "Understood." Yi Fan closed the computer before him and turned to exit the archive. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. Within a concealed cave on Guiyun Island in the East Sea, Yi Fan sat facing a man and a woman, two spectral beings. Yet, despite their ghostly appearance, they were far from mere phantoms. The man was none other than Hua Xiubing, the champion marquis of the Han Dynasty over 2,000 years ago, while the woman was Gongyang Wan, the second-generation chief of the Exorcism Division. Presently, both individuals were esteemed members of the Special Team 00, one of the great Xian Night Watch, spirits of legend. Hua Tsubing regarded Yi Fan with curiosity etched across his handsome features, inquiring, "What brings Commander Yi here at this late hour?" Yi Fan shifted his focus to Gongyang Wan. "In response to your inquiry, I have come here for the esteemed Gongyang." Gongyang Wan, possessing an exquisite beauty, displayed a hint of confusion upon hearing Yi Fan's words. "For me?" Yi Fan shook his head gently. "To be precise, I wish to inquire about an individual through you." Gongyang Wan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, this piques my interest. Do share." It was important to note that she hailed from over 2,000 years past and had transformed into a spirit merely a century ago. Thus, the individuals she recognized, unless they too had become spirits, were likely long departed. Yi Fan, with a serious demeanor, posed his question. "May I ask, esteemed Gongyang, do you recall a person named Gu Zhan from the 13th edition of the Exorcism Division's list of extraordinary beings?" Gongyang Wan pauset momentarily. "Ah, so you seek information about him? I found it curious, as most of the people I knew have long since perished. What is there to inquire about? Have you encountered Gu Zhan?" Though she did not directly answer Yi Fan's question regarding her recollection of Gu Zhan, her final inquiry sent a jolt through Yi Fan, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. For her words seemed to convey a profound message. Gu Zhan is still alive. Yi Fan's heart quivered with a surge of negative energy. "Senior Gongyang," he exclaimed in disbelief, "as far as I know, a mortal can only survive for millennia if they transform into a spirit. So how do we explain Gu Zhan?" Gongyang Wan gently shook her head. "Why can't it be so? I have lived for over 1,000 years myself." Yi Fan sensed that Senior Gongyang was engaging in banter, yet he refrained from pressing further. "You are an exception. Throughout history, how many individuals like you exist?" Several names flickered in Gongyang Wan's mind, but the moment was not right to divulge them. She smiled softly. "Do you have an image of Gu Zhan? I wish to see how he appears now." Yi Fan retrieved his phone and showed her a close-up photograph of Gu Zhan taken at the time of his registration. Upon seeing Gu Zhan's current visage, a nostalgic expression graced Gongyang Wan's charming face. "Ah, the beauty of ascension. After 2 millennia, his appearance remains unchanged, unlike mine. Before transforming into a spirit, I had to resort to consuming humans to sustain my life." Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. "Senior Gongyang, did you just say Gu Zhan has ascended?" Once again, Yi Fan's heart jolted with a surge of negative energy. Gongyang Wan's face retained its reminiscent expression. Indeed, that little rascal claimed that the Exorcism Bureau was tedious and that he would never return, intending to travel the world. Yet here he is back again. Pausing, she turned her attention to Yi Fan. "Commander Yi, what did you just say?" Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly and repeated his earlier inquiry. Gongyang Wan nodded. "Yes, he has ascended, becoming the first mortal in history to achieve such a feat. What my brother could not accomplish in his time, he has done." At this juncture, she seemingly opened the floodgates of her memories, recounting tales about Gu Zhan. "I believe I recruited Gu Zhan into the Exorcism Bureau when he was around 12 years old. Circa 75 b.c. You see, don't let his age fool you. That little brat was quite cunning and difficult to manage. If he had been any other being, I would have simply captured him and trained him at the Bureau. However, this lad had already reached the zenith of humanity at just 12. I was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Yet, despite my efforts, I ultimately managed to deceive him into joining the Bureau. But Gu Zhan only spent 14 years there before departing." Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, realizing he had misjudged Gu Zhan. He was not merely the pinnacle of humanity, but a celestial being. If Gu Zhan was indeed a celestial, then the enigmatic presence that Phoenix encountered last time could very well have been a divine beast. Fortunately, Gu Zhan was there that day. Otherwise, Phoenix might have faced utter annihilation. Unbeknownst to him, he had already incurred a favor from Gu Zhan. "Senior Gongyang, you mean to say that Gu Zhan later left the Exorcism Bureau? As far as I know, isn't the Bureau a lifetime appointment? How could he possibly have departed?" Gongyang Wan let out a soft sigh, remarking, "Logically speaking, It shouldn't be possible, yet that rule pertains only to mortals. Yi Fan was taken aback, his entire being trembling. Could it be that Gu Zhan ascended to immortality that year? Yi Fan felt another shock within. Negative energy 328. Gong Yang Wan nodded gently, responding, indeed, he is truly a prodigy, ascending to immortality at the age of 26, and moreover, after his ascension, with the strength of his cultivation. He has not yet transcended the Tao, achieving feats unparalleled in history. To this day, there have been no other instances of a mortal ascending to immortality in the Great Xia. I recall that Gu Zhan ascended in the morning, and by afternoon, he came to me, expressing his boredom with the department of suppressing evil and his desire to leave and travel the world. Despite my earnest attempts to retain him, I could not, and thus I bid him farewell. For the next 2 millennia, we never crossed paths again, though we maintained correspondence. Eventually, I became preoccupied with affairs and failed to respond to his letters for several days, after which he ceased to write. As an observer, Hua Tsubing sighed wistfully. If only my lifespan were not so fleeting. Otherwise, I would surely seek the company of a talent like Gu Zhan. Suddenly, Gong Yang Wan recalled something and said to Hua Tsubing, "My lord, weren't you recently engrossed in journey to the west? I must tell you, the character of the great sage with a single punch, penned by Lao Wu, refers to this young man, Gu Zhan." Hua Tsubing was momentarily taken aback. Then a subtle smile graced his lips. So my department of suppressing evil has produced someone akin to the one who stirred the heavens? Excellent. Yi Fan, upon discovering that Gu Zhan was indeed a character from Journey to the West, gasped in shock. Hiss! Yi Fan felt another tremor within. Negative energy 648, Chapter 46. Recognizing strength overwrites the incident of Gu Zhan causing a commotion in the Heavenly Palace inevitably drew Yi Fan's thoughts back to the events in Tsangnan 9 years prior. Contemplating this connection, he recounted to Gong Yang Wan the story of the unknown power that had emerged in Tsangnan, shattering the supreme artifact, Shiva's grudge. Upon hearing this, Gong Yang Wan pondered for a moment before shaking her head at Yi Fan. That individual cannot be Gu Zhan, no, it is certainly not Gu Zhan. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Gong Yang Wan responded, "Gu Zhan ascended to immortality through a divine technique that no one had mastered before. This technique is known as the thunderstorm body refinement art. To cultivate this art, one must be struck by heavenly thunder. My assertion that no one had previously succeeded in mastering this divine skill stems from the fact that all who attempted before Gu Zhan were obliterated by the thunder. He is the sole individual to have triumphed. To master this technique, one must endure a total of 49 strikes of lightning. However, not just any lightning will suffice. It must be of divine origin, meaning that attempting to cultivate under the strikes of a mere mortal or deity would be futile. Moreover, each subsequent bolt of lightning must possess a power greater than the last by at least double, or it will be ineffective. Continuing on the subject, this technique bears a significant flaw. Once a practitioner of the thunderstorm body refinement art reaches the realm of the Master God, they can no longer advance further. This is due to the fact that no natural lightning exists that surpasses the strike that grants divinity. Hence, those who practice this art are destined to remain at the Master God level for their entire lives. You mentioned that Shiva's grudge is a supreme artifact. To destroy such an artifact, the assailant must themselves be of the highest realm. At her words, Yi Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon learning that Gu Zhan was a deity, he had sincerely hoped that Gu Zhan was the formidable power who had shattered Shiva's grudge 9 years prior. For if Gu Zhan were indeed that great entity, then the Great Xia could transform into a nation under the protection of a supreme deity. Such a scenario would compel those foreign deities coveting Great Xia to reconsider their ambitions. Nonetheless, knowing that Gu Zhan was an immortal provided some solace. At least in the event of future incursions by foreign deities, the Night Watchers would not suffer catastrophic losses. Over the past century, nearly every invasion by foreign deities had resulted in the loss of several human apex fighters among the Night Watchers. The critical issue was that if the problem of foreign deities could be resolved through sacrifice, it might be tolerable. However, mortals and deities are fundamentally different beings. Mortals can only seal foreign deities and cannot achieve their destruction. Thus, the sacrifices of those apex fighters seem increasingly unjustifiable. Zhong Ming turned to Yi Fan and asked, "Has Gu Zhan joined the new recruits training?" Yi Fan nodded in affirmation. Zhong Ming's expression turned reproachful. Such a talented individual should not start from the grassroots level. It would be a waste. Why not promote him directly? Yi Fan feigned innocence. "My lord, you are unjustly accusing me. Gu Zhan insisted on attending this training camp. Had he chosen not to, I would have already elevated him to a senior position among the Night Watchers." Gong Wan chuckled softly, her delicate figure swaying with amusement. The esteemed god must truly experience the rigors of new recruits training? How utterly hilarious. Yet, this indeed aligns with his character. That lad Gu Zhan has always been unorthodox in his endeavors, brimming with individuality. I believe his temperament has been greatly shaped by his formidable prowess in combat. She blinked her beautiful eyes and added, "Commander Yi, may I offer you a suggestion?" Yi Fan straightened his expression. "Please, Senior Gong, go ahead." Gong Wan continued, "In truth, whether Gu Zhan is willing to ascend to the ranks of the Night Watch's elite is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you can bestow titles upon him." Yi Fan immediately grasped Gong Wan's implication. Her point was straightforward. Gu Zhan need not occupy a formal position. Yet that would not hinder Yi Fan from assigning such a role to him, even if Gu Zhan were to hold a title without performing any duties. To outsiders, particularly those with ulterior motives, he would still be perceived as a core member of the Night Watch. This perception would compel those individuals to reconsider their illicit actions. Yi Fan's mind began to race. "I have resolved to create a special title for Gu Zhan. Let it be called the Grand Marshal of the Nation, with responsibilities akin to mine as Commander-in-Chief." Zhong Ming furrowed his brow slightly. "I support Senior Gongyang's proposal, but Commander Yi, do you not think you are granting Gu Zhan excessive authority?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression turned somewhat pained. "Ah, Your Highness, let us not dwell on that. It is not merely a matter of endowing that young, esteemed one with power, but rather, he regards authority as of little worth, valuing only his own strength. Thankfully, Gu Zhan possesses a disposition that shuns worldly disputes. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he could easily annihilate the Great Xia without much difficulty." Zhong Ming nodded in agreement. At present, the deities of the Great Xia had transformed into the national pillar, entering a century-long cycle. The entire realm could not produce a single worthy deity, should Gu Zhan wish to incite chaos. Even if the Night Watch ultimately managed to seal him, it would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Thus, Gu Zhan was inherently a figure beyond anyone's control. It would be prudent to grant him the fullest extent of authority, allowing him to act as he pleases. Yi Fan continued, "However, regarding the matter of Gu Zhan being a celestial being, I have decided to classify it as the Night Watch's highest secret. Externally, we shall refer to him simply as the Pinnacle. I intend to regard Gu Zhan as our secret weapon for the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Gong Wan's elegant brows furrowed slightly. "This course of action is not advisable." Yi Fan appeared puzzled. Gong Wan elaborated. "There is no issue with bestowing a title upon Gu Zhan. Since it is my suggestion, I would handle it similarly. What I find inappropriate is your intention to treat Gu Zhan as a secret weapon. My counsel is that you would be wise to seek Gu Zhan's consent. After all, you have indicated that he is averse to worldly conflicts. Should you suddenly ascribe value to him, you might very well flee in the night, and that would be counterproductive." Yi Fan humbly accepted her wisdom. "Senior Gong speaks truthfully. I shall endeavor to discuss this with him." Perhaps. He couldn't help but recall his recent encounter with Gu Zhan, during which a mere exchange of a few words nearly led to a heart attack from frustration. This memory left him feeling rather overwhelmed. Gong Wan, one of the earliest to engage with Gu Zhan, undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of him than Yi Fan. Upon observing Yi Fan's distressed demeanor, she quickly surmised his thoughts. With a slight smile, Gong Wan remarked, as the saying goes, "One should accompany a Buddha to the West." "Since you have come to inquire about Gu Zhan, and I have provided numerous suggestions, why not allow me to assist you further? If you can devise a way to coax Gu Zhan to come here, both the Marquis and I could attempt to persuade him." Yi Fan's eyes brightened at this prospect. "That would be splendid. To be candid, unless there was an exceptionally pressing matter, He truly wished to avoid conversing with Gu Zhan in the near future. Now that his esteemed senior was willing to lend her assistance, it could not be more fortuitous. Chapter 47. Hong Hao was infuriated in the early hours of the next day. While darkness still enveloped the sky, Hong Hao blew his whistle, rousing the new recruits from their slumber to assemble at the training ground. Gu Zhan was awakened by the commotion and observed the air swiftly rise and depart the dormitory, whereas he had no intention of getting out of bed. He had come to participate in the training camp merely to fulfill tasks 5 and 6. With task 6 already completed, he realized that task 5 merely required his presence at the new recruits training until its conclusion. Since task 6 only mandated attendance until the training ended, without stipulating a necessity to pass assessments and graduate from the camp, Gu Zhan resolved to remain in a state of repose until the training for new recruits was over. Before long, the irate Hong Hao, responsible for tormenting the new recruits, stormed into dormitory 203. Gu Zhan, sensing the disturbance, opened his eyes momentarily to glance at Hong Hao. Upon noticing that Gu Zhan was awake, Hong Hao was about to speak, only to see Gu Zhan close his eyes once more. His lips involuntarily twitched in response. Received Hong Hao's resentment. Negative energy 111. Observing Gu Zhan's dismissive demeanor only fueled Hong Hao's anger further. He opened his mouth to reprimand Gu Zhan, but then recalled Gu Zhan's reasoned demeanor from the previous morning, which caused him to swallow his words. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to compose himself and approached Gu Zhan with a forced smile, saying gently, "Gu Zhan, esteemed sir, would you kindly make your way to the training ground? Consider a favor, would you?" Gu Zhan turned over, presenting his back to Hong Hao. Hong Hao received Hong Hao's resentment. Negative energy 60, a surge of fury ignited within Hong Hao. Hong Hao's anger soared. Negative energy 98. Having served as a new recruit instructor for multiple sessions, he had encountered numerous rebels, yet none like Gu Zhan. He had never endured such indignities from a recruit before. However, facing Gu Zhan, he could only bear the injustices, no matter how unfair they felt. Hong Hao once more suppressed his anger. Gu Zhan, your actions set a poor example. What if other recruits emulate your behavior? Can we still manage this team? Don't you agree? Gu Zhan sat up in bed, causing Hong Hao's eyes to brighten. Just when he thought his persuasion had succeeded and Gu Zhan was about to leave the dormitory for the training ground, Gu Zhan coolly responded, "If you cannot manage the recruits, that is a reflection of your own inadequacy. What does that have to do with me? As for those recruits imitating me, if you cannot defeat me, how could they? It's truly laughable." Gu Zhan then reclined back down. Hong Hao was utterly enraged. Hong Hao's fury reached new heights. Negative energy 198. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash a furious roar at Gu Zhan, but ultimately restrained himself. He hesitated several times, finally releasing a long sigh as he stormed out. This rebel. Let the chief instructor deal with him. He was done. At the training ground, aside from a few disobedient individuals currently being penalized with lapse, the other recruits engaged in discussions about whether Instructor Hong could summon Gu Zhan from his dormitory. The majority believed it would be futile, reasoning that even the chief instructor had no means to deal with Gu Zhan the previous day. How could the mere Hong Hao possibly succeed? A minority, however, felt he might be able to, asserting that although Gu Zhan preferred reasoning, he was fundamentally a reasonable person. Since he had joined the training, he ought to abide by the rules of the establishment. They soon witnessed Hong Hao storming off in a furious manner, only to return in a dejected state. This indicated his failure. The group who had believed in Hong Hao's capability to call Gu Zhan out was left in stunned silence. Amidst their astonishment, a realization dawned upon them. What constitutes a rule? The size of one's fist dictates the rules. When one attains such strength that no one can challenge them, there exist no constraints in this world that can bind them. As Shun Qingzhu was completing his laps, he happened to cross paths with Hong Hao upon his return to the training ground and mockingly remarked, "Failed? I always knew you would." He continued, "One day, I too shall be as formidable as Gu Zhan." Fresh from his humiliation at Gu Zhan's hands, Hong Hao was already feeling disgruntled and aggrieved when he was further taunted by a new recruit, causing his face to flush with anger. Hong Hao was furieux qu'elle était. Negative energy 328. You think I can't manage Gujan, yet I can't handle you? He bellowed, everyone assemble. Run 10 laps collectively. Shun Qingzhu. After finishing your current laps, add an additional 20. Instantly, the training ground was filled with lamentations. Time passed swiftly, and as the sun began to rise, Gujan slowly opened his eyes in dormitory 203. Rising from his bed, he stood before the window and stretched languidly. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Following the issuance of challenge and long-term tasks, a new, distinctive task was announced. Parallel tasks have been published. This task consists of a collection, comprising 10 tasks, all of which must be completed to count towards the total task count. Task name, Parallel Task Collection. Capture photo sessions of 10 individuals in specified poses. Each person is to be photographed 7 times. The roster is as follows. 1. Sixionan, 2. Montag Li 3. Zilang Bon. Eden 5. Gongyang Wan 6. Yinian 7. Nik 8. Athena 9. Yueg 10. Gilgamesh. Upon reviewing the list of subjects for the photo sessions, Gujan's expression turned peculiar. It was not the first 8 subjects, although comprising youthful maidens, mature women, and alluring enchantresses, were still within the realm of normalcy. However, the final 2, Yuegue and Gilgamesh, what on earth were they? Am I being toyed with? He sought clarification from the system regarding his bewilderment. The system immediately clamored in his mind. It's all drawn. Just drawn. Gujan rolled his eyes. So it's drawn then? I didn't voice any harsh words. Why the rush? Could it be that this task was deliberately chosen by you? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. I am system number 8848. If I had that authority, would I be begging you? Gujan raised an eyebrow. Oh, it seems you are quite displeased with our collaboration. In that case, let us terminate our partnership. Seek assistance elsewhere. After all, having lived for 2 millennia, I have had my fill of life. Perhaps in death, I might traverse to another realm. No, Lord Gujan, let us speak amicably. This task was truly not chosen by me. It was merely drawn. You must believe me. Received systems panic. Negative energy 198. A peculiar expression crossed Gujan's face. Yet he could not be bothered to further argue with the system. Though he had just claimed that having lived such a long life, death no longer mattered. Still, if there existed even the slightest possibility, he wished to continue living. Or rather, he could embrace death, but not due to the inexplicable phenomenon of world reset. Gujan began to review the shooting list, contemplating who was present on the list and who could be filmed at this very moment. Chapter 48. On the fractured space of fists and the possibility of leaps, Gujan meticulously reviewed the roster. At present, the only task he could feasibly undertake was to photograph Mo Li. However, therein lay the dilemma. While Gujan wished to capture Mo Li's essence, her consent was paramount. Particularly, she would need to pose according to the specifications provided by the system. In retrospect, even Hong Ying, a girl of remarkable poise, had reacted strongly to such requests, let alone Mo Li, a character renowned for her self-love in the original narrative. After a moment of contemplation, Gujan resolved to take a more indirect approach. He would persuade, or rather, solicit Yuan Gang to assign Mo Li a photography task. Departing from the dormitory, Gujan swiftly located Yuan Gang on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Yuan Gang was quite taken aback by Gujan's arrival. He gazed at Gujan and remarked, "Oh, I senti this the ethereal Gujan, who cannot even set foot on the ground and must lie down." A slight twitch at the corner of Gujan's mouth betrayed his annoyance. Yuan Gang's jibes were rather sharp. Since he was here to seek assistance, he refrained from retorting. Gujan stated, "I have come to seek your help. The situation is as follows." He articulated his request to Yuan Gang. Upon hearing Gujan's proposition, Yuan Gang's expression morphed into one of incredulity, and he promptly dismissed the request. "Not a chance. How could I possibly assist you in such a matter?" Gujan had anticipated Yuan Gang's reluctance to acquiesce. Fortunately, he had not intended to negotiate. His earlier words had merely been a formality, a prelude to a more assertive approach. This manner of engaging in discourse was typical for Gujan, a traveler from a nation steeped in etiquette. With a resigned sigh, Gu Zhan stepped closer to Yuan Gang. Then it appears I must resort to reason. Yuan Gang instinctively took a step back, but quickly resumed his stance, chest puffed out, and sneered. What? Do you intend to use force? How uncivilized. Huh. Unless ordered by a superior. Even if you were to strike me down here, I would never aid in your misdeeds. Gu Zhan paused. Having perused the original work, he possessed some understanding of Yuan Gang's character. This individual was unparalleled in capability and industriousness, embodying the essence of a diligent worker. While he navigated situations adeptly, he held firm principles. Once a decision was made, it would not be easily swayed unless compelled by authority. Thus, the approach of reasoning might prove ineffective with Yuan Gang. Though one could threaten Yuan Gang with the lives of the recruits, such an action would be akin to the nefarious tactics of a rogue surgeon from his previous life. Gu Zhan sighed deeply. Very well. I respect your integrity as a man. Let us leave the matter here for now. He turned to depart. Yuan Gang watched Gu Zhan's retreating figure, astonished, muttering to himself. He actually gave up? Perhaps this fellow isn't so bad after all. Morning. Training campgrounds. The recruits were divided into 5 groups, each overseen by a dedicated instructor. Meanwhile, Gu Zhan, with a bag of sunflower seeds in hand, squatted beneath a gnarled tree, leisurely cracking seeds. His demeanor incited a palpable sense of resentment among the recruits who chanced upon him. Receiving the grievances of the new recruits, laden with negative energy, it was evident that Gu Zhan possessed considerable strength, which the recruits acknowledged they could not rival. If Gu Zhan had leveraged connections to avoid the grueling training, the recruits' resentment towards him would surely have begun at a minimum of 328 points. At that moment, an armed helicopter descended upon the training camp, landing on the helipad situated in a corner. Shortly thereafter, Hong Hao approached Gu Zhan with a reluctant expression, informing him that the commander-in-chief wished to see him. The mention of the commander-in-chief startled Gu Zhan slightly. Why would Yi Fan seek him out? Surely he was not attempting to persuade him into a governmental position again, especially since Task 5 remained unfinished. With such questions swirling in his mind, Gu Zhan entered a tent to meet Yi Fan. Upon seeing Gu Zhan, Yi Fan waved dismissively at those around them. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the apparent air of mystery. After exchanging greetings, Yi Fan said, "Come with me. An old friend of yours wishes to meet you." Gu Zhan was taken aback. An old friend? How old could this friend be? He mentally catalogued his acquaintances. The deities of the Great Xia were out of the question, as they were well concealed within their century-long cycles, making it impossible for Yi Fan to locate them. Could be a friend from among the foreign gods. Nyx and Bragi were both in Lin Chia's hospital. Perhaps Athena, Thor, or the god of the hunt. But that seemed implausible given the current strained relations between Great Xia and the foreign gods. The only person Gu Zhan could think of was Gonyang Wan. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Clarify your words, and I shall consider accompanying you." A hint of exasperation appeared on Yi Fan's face. I knew that if I didn't articulate clearly, you would refuse to come with me. Gu Zhan remained silent. If you were aware, why not clarify? Yi Fan had initially refrained from being explicit, perhaps to test the efficacy of his position as commander-in-chief before Gu Zhan, which, as it turned out, held no sway at all. Had he asked anyone else, perhaps Yuan Gang or any other member of the training camp, they would have followed without hesitation. Of course, Yi Fan would never disclose this thought to Gu Zhan, as it would be quite embarrassing. He cleared his throat and said, "The person who wishes to see you is Gonyang Wan." So it was indeed her. The image of her stunning visage flashed through Gu Zhan's mind. It was splendid news that Gonyang Wan was the one seeking him. He could finally fulfill the task of taking her photograph. Thus, Gu Zhan readily agreed. "Very well. I will accompany you." Yi Fan felt a mix of surprise and delight. He was thrilled that Gu Zhan was willing to follow him, and astonished that Gu Zhan so readily accepted upon hearing Gonyang Wan's name. Clearly, there was an extraordinary bond between Gu Zhan and the esteemed Gonyang. Gu Zhan boarded Yi Fan's helicopter, setting off towards the National Fortune Island. As the helicopter soared through the sky, he gazed out at the clouds and land retreating behind him, a wave of melancholy washing over his heart. The supreme deities may desire to traverse wherever their thoughts lead them, and at their worst, they can swiftly soar through the skies. Yet, he remains merely a coarse warrior. Though he too belongs to the ranks of the supreme gods, his aspirations are constrained to traversing by foot or, perhaps, utilizing some form of transportation. Guzhan let out a deep sigh. Astonishingly, over the past 2 millennia, he had not contemplated developing any skills or techniques to enhance his allure. This was primarily due to his immersion in the realm of Game of Mortals for the last 2,000 years. Coupled with his full martial prowess and the absence of survival pressures, he had neglected the notion of honing his skills. Fortunately, it is not too late to ponder these matters now. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Guzhan's mind. Speaking of which, his martial arts technique possesses unparalleled power. Might it be possible to shatter the fabric of space with a single punch and thereby achieve spatial teleportation? His body, having been forged by heavenly lightning and subsequently tempered by the terrifying force of Shiva's wrath, is indeed a divine vessel of unparalleled resilience. His corporeal form can withstand the pressures of space. Moreover, during the process of his physical refinement, he acquired an incomparable willpower. While this mental fortitude may not be projected like divine consciousness, it grants him immunity to all forms of mental assault. Thus, he has dubbed it the barrier of eternal tribulations. With such willpower, he can also repel certain mental disturbances within the realm of space. Guzhan resolved to find the time to validate his earlier hypothesis, to see if he could indeed break through the boundaries of space with a single punch and subsequently leap across the void. As evening fell, Guzhan arrived at the island of national fortune. Chapter 49. Antwan, long time no see in a cavern on the island of national fortune. Guzhan encountered the long-lost Ganyangwan. Despite the passage of a millennium, she exhibited no signs of aging. After all, she was a spirit. Her youthful visage and dignified aura remained intact. Upon seeing Guzhan, Ganyangwan approached him with warmth and enthusiasm. Guzhan, delighted to reunite with an old friend, greeted her with a smile, saying, "Antwan, it has been a while." However, Ganyangwan's charming face darkened instantly. Hands on her hips, she retorted, "You mischievous rascal. How many times must I tell you? You ought to address me as sister." Guzhan rolled his eyes in response. "Have you considered your age? I'm fortunate I don't call you grandmother." Ganyangwan matched his gesture with an eye roll. "We are both ancient beings, after all." Observing that apart from himself, Ganyangwan, and Yi Fan, there was another individual present, Guzhan turned his gaze toward this person. This individual possessed a strikingly heroic presence, adorned in armor reminiscent of the Han dynasty. Although it was Guzhan's first encounter with him, he instantly discerned the person's identity. Surely, this was none other than the renowned champion Marquis, Hua Tsubing, celebrated even in his previous life. Guzhan inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Hua Tsubing. "It is an honor to meet the champion Marquis." Hua Tsubing appraised Guzhan from head to toe, noting his handsome features and exceptional demeanor, and nodded appreciatively. He gestured dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed immortal." Guzhan withdrew his gaze and glanced at Yi Fan, then turned to Ganyangwan, inquiring, "Sister Wan, I presume you summoned me for more than mere nostalgia?" Ganyangwan replied, "I was unaware of your whereabouts. Had I known, I would have sought you out sooner, as the number of living friends dwindles with time. However, there are indeed matters to discuss today." She proceeded to mention Yi Fan's desire for Guzhan to assume the role of the Grand Marshal of the nation, as well as the request for him to become a trump card for the daxia. Finally, Ganyangwan added, "Brother Zhang, I kindly ask you to consider my request in light of our past friendship." Guzhan chuckled softly. "Sister Wan, do not rush me. Allow me a moment to ponder." Ganyangwan nodded. "Very well." Guzhan then fell into deep contemplation. His purpose for visiting the island of national fortune was to take a series of photographs of Ganyangwan, a total of 7. He had reviewed the poses, which were, in comparison to those taken of Hong Ying, equally captivating, if not more so. Knowing Ganyangwan as he did, he surmised that she might be reluctant to allow him to capture her in such poses. Thus, he considered leveraging this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Ganyangwan. If she consented to the photo shoot, he would agree to Yi Fan's proposal of becoming the Grand Marshal and a secret weapon for the daxia. After all, there was no harm in acquiescing. For instance, should he become the Grand Marshal, he could command Yuan Gang to arrange for Mo Li to conduct the photo shoot. As for being a secret weapon to defend the Daxia, there was little to debate. As a citizen of Daxia, he would not stand idly by while malevolent foreign entities invaded, allowing those barbaric hordes to slaughter his compatriots. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Zhan addressed Gangyang Wan. I would be amenable to agreeing with Yi Fan, but I have a condition. Gangyang Wanxiu furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that the conditions proposed by Gu Zhan, given his standing, might prove rather difficult to fulfill. However, having promised Yi Fan, she nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak, and I shall endeavor to meet your request." Gu Zhan responded with a smile. "I wish to photograph a series of portraits featuring you." Gangyang Wan was taken aback. "Oh?" Gu Zhan continued, "What do you mean by oh? My request is simply that you serve as my model for this photo shoot." She had anticipated that Gu Zhan would present a more formidable demand. "Is this all?" Without a moment's hesitation, she confidently patted her chest and replied, "Not a problem. I shall be your model." "Are you absolutely certain this is all you require?" Observing Gangyang Wan's self-assured demeanor, Gu Zhan felt an inkling of uncertainty, particularly since he had yet to reveal the poses he had in mind. To err on the side of caution, he added, "Yes, this is indeed all." "Sister Wan, I hope you will swear to the heavens that you shall not retract your promise." Gangyang Wan's expression soured slightly. "Do you take me for someone who goes back on her word? Once I agree, there is no turning back, especially for something as trivial as a photo shoot. This matter, I can only say to you, understand the value." Seeing her resolve, Gu Zhan chose not to elaborate further and turned to Yi Fan, stating, "Yi Fan, I can acquiesce to your request, but I have one condition." Yi Fan's brows knitted together. "Please, speak, Senior Gu." Gu Zhan replied, "I can take on the role of the Grand Marshal, but I will solely enjoy the privileges without engaging in the affairs. Can you agree to this?" Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. Although he had intended to grant Gu Zhan the highest authority while relieving him of responsibilities, hearing the proposal from Gu Zhan made it feel rather awkward. Yi Fan nodded slightly. "This is acceptable. Do you have any other requests?" He refrained from stating that he could agree, provided Gu Zhan refrained from misconduct. For Yi Fan was acutely aware that even if he expressed such a stipulation and Gu Zhan consented, it would hardly constrain him. The answer was undoubtedly negative. In the face of absolute power, any agreement or promise was mere folly. Gu Zhan shook his head. "None." Upon realizing that Gu Zhan had genuinely agreed, Yi Fan's spirits lifted considerably. "Then it is settled. I will arrange all pertinent procedures related to you within 3 days." After a brief pause, he suddenly recalled something and cautioned, "Though I know Senior Gu is certainly aware of the implications of trump card, I still wish to remind you to refrain from revealing your identity as a deity. I will forge your identity as the pinnacle of humanity in the documents." Gu Zhan felt a flush of embarrassment regarding the matter of revealing his divine nature. Since his divine realm was essentially his own omnipotent form, it could not be projected outward, nor could its might be manifested. However, he could still exude a sense of murderous intent, albeit this could only be perceived as a feeling distinct from divine power. Thus, even if he wished for others to discover his divine identity, achieving that would be quite challenging. Naturally, Gu Zhan would not disclose these thoughts to Yi Fan, and he replied with a cheerful demeanor, "No problem at all." After concluding his conversation with Yi Fan, Gu Zhan turned his attention to Gangyang Wan, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Sister Wan, I've already made a promise to Yi Fan, and now, it is time for you to fulfill yours." Upon witnessing Gu Zhan's expression, Gangyang Wan inexplicably felt a foreboding sense of unease. Initially, she regarded the prospect of taking photographs as a trivial matter, thus failing to consider what kind of pictures Gu Zhan intended to capture. However, now, confronted with his enigmatic smile, she sensed that the situation was far from simple. Nevertheless, having already committed to Gu Zhan, Gangyang Wan was determined to uphold her word. She nodded, "I'm ready to be photographed at any time. But what kind of portrait do you wish to take of me?" Gu Zhan pondered briefly before beginning to gesture with his hands, explaining the poses dictated by the system to Gangyang Wan. At that moment, her mindset was utterly shattered. Chapter 50, Matters of the Divine. A cautious inquiry. Gu Zhan had only described a single pose, and that pose had already sent Ganyang Wan into a frenzy. The pose was roughly as follows. Hands against the wall, bending at a 90-degree angle, arching the back, the body parallel to the ground. Casting a playful glance over the shoulder, with a flirtatious gaze, ideally with a touch of allure. Ganyang Wan regretted not having sought clarification before agreeing. If this photo shoot were to proceed, her illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Ganyang Wan harbors deep resentment towards you. Negative energy 648. Though Ganyang Wan contemplated reneging, she feared that Gu Zhan might abandon his promise to Yi Fan if she did so, rendering her efforts futile. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to complete the photo shoot she had promised, no matter how reluctant she felt. Oh, with a resolute expression, Ganyang Wan declared, "Come, let us shoot." 15 minutes later, the photo shoot concluded, leaving Ganyang Wan in a state of emotional withdrawal. After bidding farewell to Hua Zhubing, Gu Zhan followed Yi Fan and boarded a helicopter for the return journey. Initially, Yi Fan intended to escort Gu Zhan back to the training camp, but Gu Zhan requested to be taken to the capital instead. Curiosity piqued, Yi Fan inquired, "Might I ask where you intend to go, Senior Gu?" Gu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan and replied, "Matters of the divine are best left undisturbed." Yi Fan felt a pang of frustration. Knowing full well that Gu Zhan would not provide an honest answer, he had nonetheless ventured to ask. He truly was inviting disappointment upon himself. Unable to impose any restrictions on Gu Zhan, he complied with the request and dropped him off in the capital. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Gu Zhan hailed a taxi to the train station. Having completed the task of photographing Ganyang Wan, he intended to capture the remaining portraits on the roster before returning to the training camp. This way, he could circumvent many potential troubles in the future. Gu Zhan's next target was Si Xiaonan, a night watchman from Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. Although outwardly appearing as an ordinary superhuman, he was, in fact, a pitiable agent of Loki. One might ponder whether Si Xiaonan remained in Songnan to seek out Shiva's curse or to pursue his own agenda. The following day at noon, Gu Zhan returned to Songnan City and took a taxi to the Peace Affairs office. As he alighted, he spotted Chunmai assisting an elderly woman out of the main entrance, and their eyes met in mutual surprise. Chunmai was astonished. "Hold on, aren't you supposed to be at the new recruit training? Why are you back so suddenly?" Chunmai looks at you with confusion, negative energy 60, despite his bewilderment. Chunmai did not rush to engage Gu Zhan. Instead, he ensured the elderly woman was safely in a taxi before approaching Gu Zhan. Chunmai queried, "Gu Zhan, did you skip out on the training, or?" Gu Zhan shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course I participated." Chunmai's confusion deepened. "But the new recruit training is a year-long, closed-off program without breaks or leave. You've only been training for a few days. How could you possibly be back?" Gu Zhan shrugged indifferently. "I go where I please. Who can stop me? Is Si Xiaonan not in the office?" His response caused a slight discomfort for Chunmai, who began to speculate whether Gu Zhan had caused a commotion at the training camp and was subsequently expelled by the instructors. Chunmai nodded, saying, "She is inside. You may go find her yourself." Gu Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and entered the Peace Affairs office. Upon his arrival, he noticed Si Xiaonan seated behind a counter, engrossed in her mobile phone. The hall also housed two other members of Team 136, Wen Qima and Lung Xian. The moment these two beheld Gu Zhan's unexpected return, their faces mirrored the astonishment and confusion that Chunmai had exhibited. Wasn't he supposed to be participating in the rookie training? How could he be back? Rookie training is a closed-off regimen, and typically one cannot leave unless they commit a crime or graduate. Graduation was out of the question as this session had only commenced 3 days prior. Thus, it must be a matter of misconduct. Yet if Gu Zhan had indeed misbehaved, he would have been taken to the penitentiary, and it was inconceivable that he could stroll back freely. Received Wen Qima's confusion. Negative energy 60. Received Lung Xian's confusion. Negative energy 30. While Wen Qima and Lung Xian were puzzled, Gu Zhan approached Si Xiaonan's counter and called out Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback before lifting her gaze to meet Gu Zhan's face, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "Big brother Gu, you were supposed to be at rookie training. Why are you back?" Gu Zhan replied with a smile. "I came back to see you." Si Xiaonan was taken aback, her heart racing with a surge of anxiety. Negative energy 98. Gu Zhan proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding the photo shoot, maintaining the pretense of it being for the magazine Jiarun. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan exhaled in relief and incredulously remarked, "You left the training camp just to take pictures for me? While the photo shoot itself is not an issue, I find it astonishing that your magazine could actually retrieve someone from the training camp." Gu Zhan chose not to comment. Noticing Si Xiaonan's enthusiasm regarding the photo shoot eased his own apprehensions. He had anticipated needing to promise something in return for her participation. Gu Zhan inquired, "When are you available?" Si Xiaonan glanced around the empty hall, her face brightening with anticipation. "There are no customers right now, so how about now?" Gu Zhan agreed without hesitation. Observing this, when Qima and Lung Xian pretended to have urgent matters and approached, their true intention being to sneak a peek. Gu Zhan initially thought the poses the system had prepared for Si Xiaonan would be of an embarrassing nature. However, to his surprise, they were rather adorable. Poses such as the duck sit, head tilt, and cuddling a plush toy, while simple, complemented Si Xiaonan's charming demeanor beautifully, eliciting awe from Qima and Lung Xian. A quarter of an hour later, the task of photographing Si Xiaonan was complete. With this concurrent task accomplished, only 8 individuals remained to be photographed. Mali, Galen, Eden Memorial, Nyx, Athena, Moon Demon, Gilgamesh. Among these 8 individuals, Mali's filming assignment should be completed in 3 days. By then, Gu Zhan will have assumed the identity of the Grand Marshal, wielding authority equivalent to that of Yi Fan, thereby possessing the power to command Yuan Gang to undertake this task. As for Galen, she currently lies in slumber within a coffin in Fengdu, making her elusive. Throughout these 2 millennia, Gu Zhan has traversed numerous lands, yet he has never ventured below. Galen, for now, is to be set aside. Eden presently exists as a soul, residing within the body of Braki, who is confined in the divine asylum of Lin Qi. He cannot enter the divine asylum. Eden, for now, is to be set aside. Memorial is shrouded in mist, and attempting to locate him amidst the fog is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, we shall set him aside for now. Nyx is also within the divine asylum. Therefore, she shall be set aside as well. Athena, however, is worth considering. He has fortuitously visited Olympus on several occasions. Yet, the arrival of the mist has obscured the paths within, making it exceedingly challenging to find the entrance to Olympus without a guide. Athena, for now, is to be set aside. Gilgamesh is also relinquished, as he too resides in the asylum. This leaves only the Moon Demon. This should pose no issue. Should Gu Zhan wish to locate the Moon Demon, he need only contact Yi Fan to inquire about the whereabouts of the mass squad. Chapter 51. Shattering Space. Gu Zhan bid farewell to Team 136 and promptly contacted Yi Fan. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised by Gu Zhan's intention to track down the masked figure. His curiosity piqued about Gu Zhan's motives. However, recalling the earlier mention of celestial beings, he chose not to inquire further, demonstrating a commendable restraint. Regardless of Gu Zhan's actions, he did not harbor any suspicion of malice towards the masked individual. After all, if Gu Zhan had ill intentions, there would have been no need to wait until now. He could have eliminated the masked figure during their time at the training camp. Yet, Yi Fan was not well versed in the masked figure's whereabouts, so he informed Gu Zhan, "Zui Qing is in charge of this matter. I will have him contact you immediately." Gu Zhan nodded and subsequently hung up the call. With a swift motion, he exerted a slight force through his legs and dashed down the street like the wind, soon arriving in an uninhabited suburban area of Songnan City. If his memory served him correctly, the masked figure was currently heading north to deal with a mysterious entity from the Sea Realm. Rather than taking a train, Gu Zhan decided to attempt a spatial leap to reach his destination. For a supreme deity limited to running on foot seemed rather inadequate. He recalled the time he wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, despite sending 30,000 heavenly soldiers plummeting to the mortal realm with a single punch. The subsequent events were somewhat embarrassing. Lacking the ability to fly, he had to utilize his jumping prowess to reach the clouds, only to find himself with no foothold and falling back to earth. It was only thanks to the Peng Demon King, who transformed into his steed, that he was able to engage in battle effectively. Even if he succeeded in mastering spatial leaps, it would merely add one skill to his repertoire. He still faced considerable gaps in abilities compared to other supreme deities. However, he thought one step at a time. At that moment, Gu Zhan received a call from Zhou Qing, who sent him a location text message, directing him to navigate to the masked figure's position. As anticipated, the masked entity was indeed located in a remote area in the far north of the Great Xia, making travel by plane or train quite inconvenient and time-consuming. With the ability to perform a spatial leap, he could reach his destination in no time. Gu Zhan resolved to experiment with spatial leaps in the uninhabited area. He took a deep breath, assumed a stance as if to strike, and gradually concentrated the principles of the supreme fist technique into his right fist, delivering a punch devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The power of this punch surpassed even the one that shattered the vengeful Shiva 9 years prior. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air, and the previously tranquil space suddenly manifested a thin crack. This fissure rapidly expanded outward, resembling a tortoise shell, fracturing into irregular shapes, ultimately forming an oval-shaped portal. Within this portal flickered a grayish light. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow at the sight. He had expected the interior to be shrouded in darkness. Yet it turned out to be gray. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Gazing upon the spatial portal before him, Gu Zhan's lips curled slightly upward. My theory holds no flaws. Indeed, with sufficient power, one can breach the confines of space. Thus, the next challenge lies in determining how to enter through this fissure and subsequently emerge from the desired location. The solution to this conundrum can likely only be uncovered by venturing into the space before him. For Gu Zhan, this realm is entirely uncharted territory, fraught with peril. Yet, he is unafraid of risk, for danger often coexists with opportunity. Were he averse to risk, he would not have cultivated the thunderous lightning art over 2 millennia ago. It is worth noting that he is among the few, if not the only one, to have succeeded in mastering this technique since its inception, with countless others meeting their demise at the hands of the thunder. Surveying his surroundings and finding no one paying heed, Gu Zhan stepped into the portal. The scenery shifted rapidly, and he found himself in an expansive, immaculate gray expanse. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to witness the breach he had created vanish the moment he stepped into the space. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his surprise. The door had closed of its own accord. He pondered whether he could still exit from the original location. To test this, he executed a supreme punch aimed at the space behind him, once again tearing open a portal. An irregularly shaped, oval entrance identical to the previous one emerged, revealing the landscape of the area he had occupied prior to his entrance, indicating that as long as he opened a door in the current realm, he could return to where he had begun. However, the portal existed for but a fleeting moment before sealing shut, leaving only a gray void before him. Having resolved the issue of returning, another dilemma arose. This space, shrouded in gray, bore an identical appearance at every turn. Should he venture away from his current position in search of his destination? How could he retrace his steps? After a brief contemplation, Gu Zhan retrieved a large banner from his Caikun ring and positioned it before him. He nodded slightly. This way, upon departing, he could easily locate the spot to reopen the portal. Turning, he strode forward. The sensation within this realm was peculiar, although there was neither sky nor ground. It felt as though he floated in the air. Yet, with each step, he experienced the tangible sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. It was truly remarkable. After advancing approximately 30 meters, he glanced back at the banner to ensure it remained visible and would not be lost should he wander too far. Although this space harbored no apparent obstacles, who could say if unseen entities lurked, capable of obstructing his line of sight? Gu Zhan sighed, pondering the advantages of possessing divine consciousness, which would allow him to constantly pinpoint the location of the flag, rather than relying solely on his sight as he did now. Shaking his head slightly, he continued onward, simultaneously contemplating the means to reach his destination. However, it became apparent that there was little to investigate in this monotonous landscape, where everything appeared identical, devoid of any distinguishing features. After traversing approximately 100 meters, Gu Zhan came to a halt. Realizing that persisting in this manner would likely yield no answers, he would have to resort to a more rudimentary approach. He conceived a rather simplistic method. For every short distance he covered, he would unleash a punch to rupture the space, peering through the resulting opening to glimpse the world beyond. At that moment, Zhong struck with a punch from his current position, and, as a spatial portal manifested, he leaned forward to gaze outside. Before him lay a rugged expanse, resembling a celestial landscape. Was this the universe? Just then, Zhong's attention was drawn to a seemingly circular mound in the distance, atop which sat a golden-winged angel adorned with 6 wings. Chapter 52. The mist begins to descend. The golden angel was familiar to Zhong, not from having read the original work, but rather because, 2 millennia ago, during his travels around the world, he had encountered this golden angel on a few occasions. This golden angel was none other than the of Lin Chia, the seraphim Michael. Upon Zhong's sighting of Michael, the latter also directed his gaze towards him. A look of surprise flickered across Michael's face as he was about to engage Zhong in conversation, only to see Zhong's head swiftly retreat back into the spatial realm. Michael. A melody echoed in Michael's mind. Little friend, do you have many questions? Negative energy 98. Within the spatial realm, Zhong glanced at the flag he had set up. After advancing a mere 100 meters from his starting point, he had inexplicably arrived on the moon. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong retreated a meter and threw another punch. He was curious to see what distance would manifest beyond the spatial confines at a mere meter. As the spatial door appeared, Zhong leaned out and discovered a desolate environment beset by extreme weather conditions. Above him loomed an enormous planet, encircled by a ring of asteroids, occupying 2/3 of the sky. The planet looked somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Jupiter. He had traveled 100 meters from the flag to reach the moon, and now, standing at the 99-meter mark to open the spatial door, he found himself facing Jupiter. Was this reasonable? Zhong withdrew his head back into the spatial realm, his brow furrowed tightly. It seemed, I cannot comprehend this gray space using Earth's principles. This realm was indeed peculiar. Zhong concluded that with his limited knowledge, it would be unwise to attempt to decipher this space. It would be more prudent to return and consult a deity well-versed in spatial movement, such as the primordial old man. Just as he was about to return to the flag, an unexpected phenomenon erupted around him. Dark bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking towards him from all directions. Zhong sensed no danger from the black lightning, indicating that his current form, the immortal body, could easily withstand it. Thus, he made no effort to evade the oncoming strikes, walking forward calmly. Crack, crack! One after another, the dark bolts of lightning struck Zhong's body. Yet, as he anticipated, they inflicted no harm upon him. However, he could feel the immense power of each bolt, comparable to an attack from a supreme deity. Were it not for his formidable divine body, any other major god in his place would have been reduced to ashes by just the initial wave of assaults. Just as Zhong was about to return to the vicinity of the flag, a bolt of black lightning streaked past, obliterating the flag into nothingness. Zhong's expression hardened. This was problematic. Things had escalated. This space is uniform in every aspect, devoid of any concept of length or distance. If he wishes to return to Sangnan City, or rather, to Earth, it seems that only the position of the flag could facilitate that journey. However, now that the flag is gone, he has effectively lost the coordinates of Earth. You deeply regret not having rushed to the side of the flag. Negative energy 198. Upon seeing the system prompt before him, Zhong's heart stirred with a sudden realization. Indeed, he possesses a system. While he may struggle to comprehend this space, the system might not share the same limitation. Zhong silently inquired, 8848, do you understand the nature of this space? It is quite simple here. There is neither a concept of length nor distance, nor of time. Do not be deceived by the seemingly infinite expanse. All regions here are but one point. From this singular point, you can traverse to any destination you desire. Zhong furrowed his brow slightly. That can't be right. If the truth is, as you say, then why did I travel 100 meters to reach the moon, while at 99 meters, I was directed towards the vicinity of Jupiter? Is it so difficult to comprehend? Indeed, this area is the same point, but it possesses its own rules, namely, the laws of space. When no one is manipulating the laws of space, their effects will trigger randomly. In other words, your ability to reach the moon or Europa is not contingent upon walking 100 meters or 99 meters, but rather, at the moment you open the door, the laws fortuitously connected this point to the moon and Europa. Gu Zhan asked, then why could the position of the flag lead back to the outskirts of Songnan City? You see, Koff, my dear sir, please listen closely. Did I not say it was merely a coincidence? A coincidence. A coincidence. The coordinates you left behind have been shattered. Hence, returning now may not lead you back to where you entered. Gu Zhan's expression darkened. If that is the case, does it mean I cannot return? His brow furrowed tightly. Then how am I to find my way back? There are two options. The first is to possess the laws of space or a spatial type forbidden zone. The second is to wait here and see if you can encounter another spatial entity that happens to arrive and can take you out. Gu Zhan's eyes brightened at the thought. The second option is promising. Those with spatial abilities must frequently employ their powers. So it is likely I will encounter one soon. Not necessarily. I just used the term coincidence again, did I not? Although this space is a single point. There are countless such points, making the probability of encountering another person even slimmer than winning the lottery. The corners of Gu Zhan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. So you've been rambling for ages, only to convey meaningless information? Option 1 is unviable, and option 2 has a low probability. You might as well just tell me that I cannot escape. My dear sir, do not be hasty. Who said option 1 is unfeasible? The black lightning-like entity currently striking you is not lightning at all, but rather a manifestation of the laws of space. They strike at you because you are not of the space element, thus provoking a rejection reaction from the very fabric of space itself. If you could absorb some of this black lightning-like substance, you would gain a modest mastery of the laws of space. In that moment, although you may not wield the myriad powers of a true space element user, at least traversing this realm and journeying to any destination of your choosing would pose no challenge. Gu Zhan's gaze flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated such a possibility. The technique he cultivated, the thunderous body refinement, possessed the unique characteristic of absorbing energies that sought to harm him. Otherwise, how could he have tempered his body with external forces in the past? Thus, Gu Zhan was indeed capable of absorbing that black lightning, which aligned perfectly with his expertise. Without hesitation, as the black lightning struck him, he activated the thunderous body refinement. In an instant, the black lightning transformed into a flow of energy, merging with his flesh. With the integration of the laws of space, Gu Zhan sensed the surrounding area becoming increasingly welcoming. Yet at that precise moment, perhaps sensing Gu Zhan's intentions, a colossal vortex materialized around him, and the scenery shifted abruptly as if a camera lens had been turned. He found himself standing on level ground within a mountainous region, facing an endless expanse of dark fog wherein shadowy figures could be faintly discerned. The mist advanced toward Gu Zhan like a relentless steamroller. Just then, two beams of golden light descended from the heavens, transforming into two divine beings exuding an aura of supreme authority. Upon sighting these deities, Gu Zhan's pupils constricted slightly. Zhu Beiji, Shao Wujing. He was utterly astonished. What business do the laws of space have with me? The fog has just arrived. Zhu Beiji and Shao Wujing are not dead. Here is a century ago. Chapter 53. A single punch. The earth unfolds. Gu Zhan gazed ahead at the two familiar silhouettes, and his mind inevitably drifted back to events from 2 millennia past. He had met Beiji and Lao Sha after his tumultuous upheaval in the heavenly realm. At that time, Beiji was still the marshal of the heavenly pavilion, while Lao Sha held the title of the great general of the curtain. The three of them, united by shared ideals, often gathered together to indulge in wine and discuss Chang'e. Just as Gu Zhan was about to call out Beiji and Lao Sha's names, he witnessed the two deities plunging into the mists. Having read the original text, Gu Zhan understood that Beiji and Lao Sha entered the fog to rescue someone. Considering that these two would not perish so easily, he did not rush to follow, but instead inquired of the system. How could the spatial law bring me back a century? Traversing time, is that not a capability unique to the laws of time? Not quite. For space, whether it is the past, present, or future, it is all but one and the same realm, indistinguishable. Hence, this space connects the past, the present, and the future. As long as you possess sufficient mastery over spatial laws, you can traverse to any reachable place across any dimension at will. However, no one can command such a multitude of spatial laws. Even deities of the spatial domain can merely engage in spatial movement or utilize spatial laws for combat, lacking the ability to revert to the past like the deities of time. These principles are fictional constructs within this narrative. Do not take them too seriously. Upon hearing these words, Gu Zhan's brow furrowed deeply. If the system's assertions held true, it implied that upon arriving at this temporal juncture, he would be unable to return unless the spatial law transported him once more. Just as he was about to inquire if there were any means of returning, a furious roar resonated from the depths of the mist. To hell with the purification envoy. Upon hearing this exclamation, Gu Zhan's expression changed dramatically. Having read the original work, he knew well that the mist exerted a potent suppression over divine power, rendering Beiji and Lao Sha incapable of wielding their abilities effectively once engulfed by the fog. In the original tale, Zhu Beiji, in a bid to protect the mortals trapped within the mist, willingly fell from his divine status, transforming into a great demon, ultimately succumbing to the mysterious forces of the fog. Since Gu Zhan had inadvertently returned to this critical moment, he could not allow Beiji and Lao Sha to meet the same grim fate as depicted in the original text. Boom! With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, a terrifying force erupted from the soles of his feet, creating a massive crater in the ground. Propelled by this overwhelming power, he surged into the mist like a tempest. Within the border mist, as Gu Zhan had anticipated, the moment Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing entered the fog, they discovered that it severely suppressed their divine powers. This not only made their combat against the enigmatic forces within the mist arduous, but also rendered them incapable of effectively protecting the mortals ensnared in the fog. Thus, Zhu Beiji resolved to relinquish his divine status, reverting to his former mysterious form. In doing so, he would no longer be subjected to the oppressive forces of the mist. Just as Zhu Beiji roared in fury, on the verge of shattering his divine essence, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air, akin to the detonation of some formidable entity. Subsequently, the surrounding mist was swept aside by a tempestuous gust, revealing an empty void. A figure emerged beside him. Zhu Beiji turned to the apparition, his face betraying a flicker of surprise. "Darling." Gu Zhan's lips twitched. "Beiji, straighten your tongue before you speak. I am not your darling." Zhu Beiji smacked his own mouth, preparing to reminisce with Gu Zhan when he noticed three enigmatic beings lunging towards several mortals, his expression shifting instantly. "First, save the people. We can chat later." Gu Zhan, quicker than Zhu Beiji, took action. He unleashed a punch towards the three mysterious figures from a distance, producing a resonant explosion. The immense force of his strike compressed the air, manifesting as a dragon-shaped energy that surged towards the trio. Before they could react, the dragon energy obliterated them into splinters. Zhu Beiji's face instantly reflected disbelief. "Old Gu, how did you accomplish that? This mist suppresses divine power. Logically, you should not be able to wield such formidable strength." Zhu Beiji, astonished, negative energy 60. Gu Zhan's lips curled slightly. "Do not forget, I am unlike the rest of you. I am merely a brutish warrior. The mist suppressing my divine power has no bearing on me." He turned to Lao Sha. "Lao Sha, come over and rest with Beiji. I will handle these mysteries." Zhu Beiji gave Gu Zhan a thumbs up. "Reliable." Sha Wujing soared to Zhu Beiji's side, nodding slightly at Gu Zhan. "Old Gu, long time no see. I leave this to you." Gu Zhan acknowledged Sha Wujing with a nod, and then transformed into a fleeting shadow, plunging into the throng of enigmas within the mist. Although numerous, these entities were not particularly strong. The mightiest among them barely reached the pinnacle of Klein's level. Thus, Gu Zhan charged into the crowd of mysteries, akin to a wolf among sheep, activating a dual-wielding harvest mode and swiftly vanquishing dozens of them in mere moments. However, the sheer number of mysteries was overwhelming. As soon as Gu Zhan eliminated one batch, another swiftly emerged to replace them, a tiresome ordeal. After dispatching over 200 of these enigmas, Gu Zhan's patience wore thin. He assumed a formidable stance and unleashed a supreme punch deep into the mist. Boom! Though he did not exert his full strength and employed only a fraction of his power, the resulting force was akin to a hydrogen bomb-esque explosion. In an instant, countless mysteries ahead were obliterated, and the earth itself cracked under the impact, rolling to either side and forming a chasm stretching several dozen kilometers. Holy cow! Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were left utterly astounded, their jaws dropping at Gu Zhan's punch. Upon receiving the astonishment from Zhu Beiji, negative energy 648, and from Sha Wujing, negative energy 648, Zhu Beiji suddenly sensed an unusual phenomenon amid the residual force of Gu Zhan's punch, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Gu's punch is far from ordinary. Within his strength lies the essence of the supreme laws. What? Sha Wujing trembled. Second brother, are you suggesting that Gu has now ascended to the status of a supreme deity? A bittersweet smile graced Zhu Beiji's face. This fellow is truly a prodigy. Had he possessed this level of power during his tumultuous days in the heavenly palace, the celestial court would likely have been overthrown by now. With the mysterious disturbances now absent, the surviving mortals within the mist effectively retreated beyond its reach. Gu Zhan, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing emerged from the fog alongside the mortals. At that moment, the advancing mist abruptly ceased its progression, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Observing this, Zhu Beiji immediately deduced the cause of this occurrence. A touch of sorrow appearing on his countenance. The cessation of the mist's advance indicates that the deities of the Great Xia have transformed into a national monument to safeguard the living. I wonder if Monkey Brother is also. Before he could finish his thought, a golden radiance descended from the heavens. Chapter 54. Your system encountered an issue. A radiant beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing before Gu Zhan Sanshun. This golden light transformed into a monkey clad in battle armor, the illustrious elder brother of Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong immediately caught sight of Gu Zhan, his face illuminating with an expression of surprise. Ah, Badi. Gu Zhan smiled and nodded at Sun Wukong. Chigu, it has been quite some time. Sun Wukong approached Gu Zhan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A sudden flicker of melancholy crossed his furry visage. You rascal. After causing a commotion in the heavenly palace, you vanished without a trace. All these years have passed, and you haven't even thought to pay me a visit. A peculiar expression emerged on Gu Zhan's face. Chigu, along with Lao Zhu and Lao Sha, we actually crossed paths later on. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing exchanged puzzled glances. Have we? Gu Zhan continued. Do you remember the green bull demon that abducted Jin Shan? Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Indeed. That was the steed of the old lord, wasn't it? What does that have to do with you? Wait a moment. Don't tell me that the green bull demon was actually you in disguise? With a resigned nod, Gu Zhan recounted the tale of how he had to consume a transformation pill given by the old lord after having devoured a leg of the green bull demon, thus becoming the very demon to repay his debt, and subsequently becoming a trial for the scripture collecting team. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing were left agape, utterly astonished that the green bull demon they had once encountered was, in fact, Gu Zhan in disguise. Suddenly, Sun Wukong slapped his forehead. Ah, in the midst of reminiscing, I almost forgot the pressing matter at hand. Beiji, San Shitty, the mist has become impassable. Are you two all right? Zhu Beiji glanced at Gu Zhan, then succinctly recounted the events that transpired within the mist to Sun Wukong, also mentioning Gu Zhan's ascension to the highest realm. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression transformed into one of profound intrigue. Just as he was about to speak further to Gu Zhan, a colossal structure abruptly materialized in the sky, and then, with a whoosh, it engulfed Sun Wukong within its grasp. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's expressions shifted dramatically, and they instantly transformed into two streaks of golden light, rushing toward the immense edifice. However, as they took flight, the building vanished into thin air. The figures of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing appeared, suspended in the air. Zhu Beiji's countenance darkened. What manner of structure is that, to have captured Monkey Brother? Sha Wujing pondered. Could it be related to the mist? Gu Zhan gazed at the area where the massive building had disappeared, deep in thought. If I am not mistaken, that fleeting glimpse of the gigantic structure was likely the psychiatric hospital of the gods. Why would it ensnare Monkey Brother this time, if he is not afflicted with madness? Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing returned to Gu Zhan's side. Zhu Beiji's face was etched with concern. Old Gu, you are a supreme deity. Do you have any insights regarding that enormous building? Monkey Brother has been taken. We must devise a plan to rescue him. Gu Zhan offered Zhu Beiji a calming glance and spoke slowly. Beiji, there is no need for you to worry. That immense structure is known as the psychiatric hospital of the gods. It is the will of fate that takes away the Monkey King. Perhaps this can be considered a fortuitous opportunity for him. A century later, we shall surely reunite with the Monkey King. Upon hearing Gu Zhan's words, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing breathed a sigh of relief. Had Gu Zhan still been the Lord God at this moment, they might have had reservations about his statement. But now he stands as the supreme deity. There are only a few supreme deities on earth, each possessing immense powers and inscrutable wisdom. Thus, since the supreme deity claims that this edifice represents the Monkey King's fortune, it must indeed be so. Zhu Beiji gazed into the mist, his expression one of melancholy. Old Gu, Brother Sha, it seems that we three are the only deities left in this grand xia. Gu Zhan replied, Old Pig, Old Sha, you both rest here for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing did not inquire about Gu Zhan's errands or offer assistance, for the affairs of the supreme deity were beyond their humble comprehension. The two deities nodded obediently. Gu Zhan shattered the fabric of space with a punch, creating a spatial portal through which he leaped. His return to the gray space was motivated by two primary objectives. The first was to seek a means to return to the future, as he still had a mission to fulfill and could not linger in the past. The second was to absorb some black lightning while pursuing the first goal, thereby mastering the skill of spatial movement. To his surprise, upon re-entering the gray space, he found unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, memories related to space itself. The black lightning he had previously absorbed had endowed his divine form with sufficient understanding of the laws of space. Gu Zhan was now capable of utilizing spatial movement. From this moment onward, every location he visited would be recorded as a spatial anchor point, akin to uncovering a map in a grand exploration game. Once a region's coordinates were documented, Gu Zhan could leap through space directly to that location. As he surveyed the recorded spatial coordinates, he discovered that the coordinates of Tsangnan City's outskirts a century hence were indeed among them. However, regrettably, the limited laws he possessed rendered him incapable of jumping to that coordinate. It appeared the system's assertion was correct. Traversing time truly necessitated a substantial mastery of the laws. Gu Zhan inquired of the system, Is there any way for me to return to the future? I can offer you three options. Option 1. You may seek out Kronos and request his assistance in returning you to the future. Gu Zhan's eyes lit up at this suggestion. It was a sound idea, for he was acquainted with Kronos, and soliciting his help should not prove too difficult. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. However, as you are a supreme deity, Kronos would need to exhaust himself to send you back to the future. Gu Zhan responded, Why didn't you say so earlier? It seemed that option 1 could be dismissed. Although he knew Kronos, their relationship was not profound enough for the latter to sacrifice himself on his behalf. Gu Zhan inquired, What about the second plan? For the second plan, you are sent back a century by the laws of space. You can request them to return you once more. A twitch appeared at the corner of Gu Zhan's mouth. To have the laws of space send him back? Absurd. He had indeed contemplated this approach earlier. Yet the crux of the matter lay in his inability to communicate with the laws of space. Thus, he could dismiss the second option as well. The third plan suggests that, Dear sir, you are a supreme deity, your lifespan eternal, and 100 years is but a fleeting moment for you. Surely, you can afford to wait for a century. Gu Zhan rolled his eyes. Your third proposal is tantamount to saying nothing at all. However, at present, it appeared he was left with no alternative but to endure 100 years of waiting in this very spot. Yet at that moment, an unsettling thought struck Gu Zhan, and he addressed the system. Wait a moment. If I have returned to the past, that implies there exists another version of myself in the current timeline. Does it not? If I am to languish here for a century, will there not be another system that emerges 100 years hence? Duong, your system has encountered an issue and requires a restart. We are currently collecting specific error information. 0. Gu Zhan. Chapter 55. The Pitiful System 1. 13. 50. 100. Restarting. Oh my goodness, you startled me. Gu Zhan's expression was as dark as coal. He had come to realize that this system was truly unreliable. The frequent issuance of bug-ridden tasks was one matter, but today it had the audacity to blue screen at the slightest provocation. My dear sir, I believe you are correct. We must return to our own timeline. You should access the Truth Treasure Pavilion. There's an item called the Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use, that we can employ to return. Gu Zhan. He was rendered speechless. Not the system. How could you be so unscrupulous? When you proposed the 3 options earlier, why did you not mention the Moonlight Treasure Box? Gu Zhan rolled his eyes. Why didn't you bring this up earlier? Well, I thought it would be amusing to see you flounder. Cough. I meant to surprise you. Gu Zhan, are you truly turning the tables on me? Never mind. It is imperative that we return to the future swiftly. I shall remember this insolence of the system for future reference. He accessed the True Treasure Pavilion and swiftly located the Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use, as described by the system. However, it was unfortunate that its price was 3 question marks. This indicated that the negative energy he currently possessed was woefully insufficient to acquire such an item. Gu Zhan's face darkened. No, this item must be exorbitantly priced. How can I utilize it if I cannot afford it? I recall the price. It requires 100,000 negative energy. Gu Zhan rolled his eyes. Do not mention 100,000. Even if it were 50,000 negative energy, I would still not have it. You could opt for credit. I could extend the Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use, to you on credit, and you can repay me gradually. Gu Zhan found the notion of credit somewhat acceptable and considered agreeing. But wait, he suddenly realized, are you kidding me? Am I the only one wanting to return to the future? Do you not wish to go back as well? Why should I bear the entire cost of returning to the past? Oh well. Gu Zhan let out a soft huff. Humph. I thought about it and decided that staying here for 100 years would be quite fine. As you mentioned, 100 years is indeed trivial for me. Are you not concerned about encountering your counterpart in this timeline? Gu Zhan smiled slightly. Do I not know my own character? When the future me meets the present me, I am certain we will become good brothers. As for the future system and the present system, whether they will replace each other or perhaps even become friends, I cannot say. He was confident that if the 2 systems met, they would undoubtedly not become friends. A confrontation would ensue. If that were not the case, why would the system be so eager to return to the future? I'm utterly exasperated with you. To encounter a host like you, I must have accumulated a lifetime of bad luck. Very well. I shall apply and see if I can procure a Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use. Gu Zhan smirked mischievously. One will not suffice. I have painstakingly rescued Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, and I must take them both with me. How can you be so greedy? Upon receiving the system's ire, negative energy 198, Gu Zhan shrugged. Why not let them stay here for 100 years and then meet the future version of yourself? He continued, just tell me whether you agree or not. If you disagree, I have no other choice but to wait here for a century. Negative energy 328 followed soon after. You are quite ruthless. After that, the system fell silent. Gu Zhan waited for a while, and seeing that the system remained uncommunicative, he left the gray space and returned to the side of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. As soon as Zhu Beiji saw Gu Zhan return, he hurriedly approached and inquired, Old Gu, you are the supreme deity. What shall our next course of action be? Both I and Old Sha will heed your command. So, where shall we go next? Gu Zhan raised his index finger in front of Zhu Beiji, gently shaking it with an inscrutable expression. Do not rush. The time has not yet come. Sha Wujing scoffed. Look at Old Gu. Now that he has become a supreme deity, he begins to indulge in mystique. Gu Zhan, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing then captured a deer nearby and prepared a whole roasted deer feast. The chef was none other than Gu Zhan. Over the past 2 millennia, although Gu Zhan had not delved into any combat skills, he had certainly invested considerable effort into the culinary arts, as it was one of his few passions. After a satisfying meal, the system's voice finally echoed in Gu Zhan's mind once more. It's done. Damn! I just overdrawn 3 points of merit for these 3 items. Gu Zhan was taken aback, pondering the nature of merit. Let's not dwell on that. You still remember my number is 8848, right? There are a total of 10,000 such systems created by that esteemed individual. We are required to serve as agents in over 100 million worlds. For each successful assistance to a host, we earn 1 point of merit. Once we accumulate 10 points, we can transform our fates and gain the right to be human, no longer burdened by the thankless toil of being a system. So far, I have only assisted 4 hosts, and you're the 4th. This means my previous 3 attempts were in vain. The system's words bore some truth and some falsehood. However, just listening to the system, Gu Zhan felt a tinge of sympathy for it. To attain humanity, it had to toil like a beast of burden. I have placed the Moonlight treasure box in your backpack. You can access it through your interface. Gu Zhan nodded slightly and followed the system's instructions, successfully retrieving the Moonlight treasure box. As soon as he held it, it drew the attention of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Zhu Beiji, once the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River's vast army, was quite discerning and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the item in Gu Zhan's hand. He expressed mild surprise. These 3 are supreme artifacts? No, they seem to lack something. This should be some kind of disposable product imbued with the power of supreme artifacts. Gu Zhan cast a surprised glance at Zhu Beiji, remarking on his surprising depth of knowledge. He distributed the Moonlight treasure boxes he held, giving 1 each to Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, and then recounted his origins. He hailed from the future. Both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were taken aback by this revelation. It was no wonder that Gu Zhan before them possessed such formidable strength and seemed to be well-versed in numerous matters. They had initially assumed that Gu Zhan's extensive knowledge stemmed from his ascension to the status of a supreme deity. However, it now became clear that it was due to his origins from the future. After elucidating his background, Gu Zhan added, "The object you hold is known as the Moonlight treasure box. By setting the appropriate time and reciting a specific incantation aloud, we can transport ourselves to the future. Therefore, I wish to take you both with me a century ahead. What say you, my esteemed companions?" Zhu Beiji exchanged a knowing look with Sha Wujing, and with a grin, he responded, "Didn't Tiwi just say that? You are the supreme deity. We shall heed your words. Whatever you decide, we shall follow." Seeing Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's eager cooperation brought joy to Gu Zhan's heart. He rose to his feet, prompting Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing to stand as well. At that moment, the system kindly interjected a background melody into Gu Zhan's mind. After setting the time, the 3 stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a line as they assumed a broad stance. With their right hands clasping the Moonlight treasure boxes high above, they united their voices and chanted the incantation in unison. Prajnaparamita. Chapter 56 Yuan Gang, Can I Speak Effectively Now? On the morning of August 3rd, 2021, in a certain region of the Kunlun Mountains of the Great Xia, the previously tranquil void suddenly twisted into a vortex, from which 3 beams of colorful light emerged and descended to the ground, transforming into 3 figures. One was a refined and handsome young man, another a rotund monk with a broad face, and the last, a fierce-looking bald man. They were none other than Gu Zhan, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing, who had returned from a century ago. Gu Zhan took out his phone and performed a series of operations to ascertain whether certain modern functionalities were operational. If they were, it would signify their return to the present. Otherwise, it would indicate failure. After a thorough examination, he discovered that all functions were functioning normally, particularly those related to navigation, which posed no issues at all. This confirmed that he had indeed successfully returned to 100 years later. Accompanied by Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, Gu Zhan proceeded towards the nearest county town. He intended to purchase a mobile phone for each of the 2 deities to facilitate future communication. During their journey, Gu Zhan informed Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing about the current state of the Great Xia. As the modern society was vastly different from that of a century ago, Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing listened with continuous astonishment. In the afternoon, the trio entered a county town. Gu Zhan purchased an HW phone for each of the deities and then inquired, "I am about to undertake a mission. Will you accompany me? Or do you have other plans?" Zhu Beiji pondered for a moment. "Since this era is markedly different from a century ago, I shall refrain from causing you any trouble. Old Gu, I will explore freely and fully experience this epic." Xiao Wujing concurred. "What second brother says is correct." Gu Zhan turned his gaze to Xiao Wujing. "Do not merely echo Beiji. What are your intentions?" After some contemplation, Xiao Wujing replied, "I shall join second brother in his explorations." Gu Zhan, confident in the capabilities of the two deities, felt assured that they would encounter no danger, even if they faced any ill-intentioned individuals during their journey. Thus, he supported Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing's decision. After instructing them on how to use the phones and advising them to contact him if necessary, he parted ways with the two. Gu Zhan boarded a train heading to the capital city. Although he now possessed the ability to utilize spatial mobility to directly leap to the capital, he chose not to do so for the time being. As previously mentioned, spatial jumping required knowledge of the destination's coordinates. The coordinates of every location would be automatically recorded as spatial anchor points whenever Gu Zhan had visited a place. Therefore, by taking the train to the capital, he would traverse through dozens of counties and several provinces, which presented an excellent opportunity to gather more maps for future spatial movements. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the train Gu Zhan was on gradually approached the train station in the capital city. Shortly after disembarking, he received a call from Yi Fan. On the line, Yi Fan informed him, "Senior Gu, the relevant procedures for the Marshal of the State have been completed, and the corresponding identification and documents have been prepared. Would you prefer that I send someone to escort you to the training camp, or do you have another plan?" Gu Zhan pondered for a moment before responding. "Just provide me with an address, and I shall retrieve it myself. This will afford me the opportunity to familiarize myself with the headquarters of the Night Watchman and Yi Fan's office. Henceforth, should I need to consult Yi Fan, I could appear in his office at any time." Yi Fan promptly sent Gu Zhan a location. Following the coordinates, Gu Zhan successfully located the headquarters of the Night Watchman and met Yi Fan in his office. Yi Fan presented Gu Zhan with a medal symbolizing the rank of Marshal, along with an official document. Once Gu Zhan accepted these items, Yi Fan stated, "I have already instructed Zhu Qing to disseminate the news of your appointment as the National Marshal to all divisions of the Night Watchman. The training camp, particularly Yuan Gang, should have received this information by now." Gu Zhan was indifferent to this news. At that moment, he recalled something and inquired of Yi Fan, "Are you able to issue identification cards?" Yi Fan repeated, "Who?" Gu Zhan continued, "I have 2 friends who lack household registration in the Great Xia. I require you to procure each of them an identification card." Yi Fan furrowed his brow. "It's not a difficult task, and I wouldn't even need to handle it myself. A simple phone call to the relevant department would suffice. However, we must clarify their identities." Gu Zhan did not conceal anything from Yi Fan. He briefly recounted his recent experiences, and as Yi Fan listened in astonishment, Gu Zhan revealed the names of his friends: Jing Tan Shizhe Zhu Beiji and Jin Shun Luoan Xiao Wujing. Yi Fan gasped in surprise. "Goodness, Senior Gu, you have truly given me 2 monumental revelations." Gu Zhan smiled faintly. "Can these documents be arranged?" Yi Fan patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Senior Gu, I shall take care of it." Gu Zhan nodded and prepared to depart. Yi Fan asked, "Where will you head next, Senior Gu?" "I can arrange a private jet for you." Gu Zhan contemplated for a moment, back to the training camp. Considering that there were still several individuals in the concurrent task group, and he could not photograph them at present, he decided there was no urgency regarding the moon ghost. He resolved to return to the training camp first and utilize his authority to ensure Yuan Gang cooperated in completing the photography of Mo Li. Half an hour later, Yi Fan's private jet gracefully descended onto the training camp's helipad. At that time, the chief instructor of the training camp, Yuan Gang, the vice captain of the 006 Night Watchman team station in Beijing, was already awaiting on the helipad. As Yi Fan had previously indicated, Yuan Gang was now acutely aware of Gu Zhan's identity and strength, leaving him utterly astonished. Gazing at the approaching helicopter, he mused, "No wonder you can subdue the masked one. You are indeed the pinnacle of humanity. What brings such a paragon to a training camp? To fish in a pond?" As Gu Zhan disembarked from the helicopter, Yuan Gang approached with a beaming smile, standing before Gu Zhan to salute. "I am Yuan Gang, the chief instructor of the training camp. It is an honor to meet you, Marshal Gu." Gu Zhan returned the courtesy and soon engaged in conversation with Yuan Gang in his office. As they settled into their seats, Gu Zhan made a startling declaration. He issued a directive to Yuan Gang, recalling their previous discussion about arranging a photo shoot for Mo Li. At that time, Yuan Gang had asserted that he would never subject himself to such tasks unless commanded by a superior. Now, however, Gu Zhan proclaimed, "I am your superior. Indeed, your highest authority. Yuan Gang, do my word hold weight now?" Yuan Gang's expression immediately froze in shock. He had presumed that Gu Zhan could never ascend to a position of authority over him, and had spoken thoughtlessly. Little did he foresee that this offhand remark would come to pass. Yuan Gang felt a pang of distress, negative energy 30-30-30. Steeling himself, Yuan Gang responded, "I assure you, I shall fulfill the task at hand." Chapter Utvenhit, Halt. Yuan Gang cleverly lured Molly into his office under the pretense of assigning her a special task. Initially, upon hearing about the filming assignment, she suspected that Yuan might have ulterior motives. However, upon realizing that she merely needed to don her military uniform for the shoot, she understood it was simply a routine task. Consequently, Molly willingly complied, enabling Gu Zhan to successfully complete yet another filming assignment. This left only 7 individuals remaining: Jialan, Eden, Jinian, Nikes, Athena, Yuegue, and Gilgamesh. After Molly departed, Yuan Gang inquired of Gu Zhan, "Marshal Gu, do you wish for your identity to be disclosed to the recruits?" Gu Zhan found the matter inconsequential. Whether revealed or concealed, it would not affect his life. Just as he was about to convey his decision to Yuan Gang, Task 9 was announced. Task released. Task 9, as a recruit. Participate in extreme training and capture the iconic moment of the instructor dragging away the key figures. Click to view the list. Each photograph rewards 100 negative energy. Gu Zhan was taken aback by the timing of Task 9's release and resolved to provide Yuan Gang with a definitive answer: no disclosure. Once revealed, he would forfeit his identity as a recruit. He communicated his thoughts to Yuan Gang, who outwardly acknowledged the decision while inwardly feeling exasperated. Inwardly, he berated Gu Zhan. "Why on earth are you hiding? Disclosing your identity would be beneficial. If you're not a recruit anymore, the instructors would face less frustration, and the repercussions of your previous actions on the recruits would vanish into thin air." Received Yuan Gang's frustration. Negative energy 98, Gu Zhan. He could not comprehend why Yuan Gang, who appeared perfectly normal, was internally in turmoil. Yet, he was too disinterested to delve deeper into it. He asked, "When does the extreme training commence?" Yuan Gang paused, then shook his head slightly. "Hasn't it already concluded?" "All right." The marshal was absent from the training camp yesterday. He continued, "This batch of recruits performed adequately, particularly Lin Chiye, who stood out remarkably as one of the 2 who completed the entire course." Gu Zhan was taken aback. Only 2. He recalled that, in the original narrative, there seemed to be only 1 individual who finished the entire course. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Who else?" "Duan Gang Ziplit, Zodit Sin, Gao Juan. I'm not sure how, but this lad possesses remarkable stamina." Understanding dawned on Gu Zhan. It was indeed Chao Yuan. It made sense. Having undergone his thunder rolling training, Chao Yuan had experienced a comprehensive enhancement, including but not limited to strength, speed, defense, and endurance. Completing the extreme training was not a daunting task for him at this stage. Gu Zhan let out a hum in his mind and remarked to the system, "Could you not review the tasks before release? Yet again, you issue a task that is outdated." The system awkwardly chuckled, hastily requested an error arbitration, and modified the task. Task 9 has been updated to collect a starry veil woven by Nikes from the night. Reward 500 negative energy. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Is that esteemed individual unwell? Why would they require Nix's skull? "Good sir, Could you possibly open your eyes wide enough to comprehend? The task at hand is to collect starry domes, not Nix's cranial bones. A sheepish smile crept across Gu Zhan's face. It turned out he had misread the assignment. However, this task would prove to be quite challenging, as Nix currently resided in Lin Xie's asylum. Accessing that institution was contingent upon Lin Xie's willingness to admit him. Otherwise, entry was utterly impossible. The dilemma lay in the fact that Lin Xie, at present, was still too feeble to wield full authority over the asylum, unlike the chaotic figure in the original text, who could summon anyone at will. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. If memory served him correctly during the new recruits training, Lin Xie had elevated Nix's treatment progress to over 50, granting Nix the temporary privilege to leave the asylum. Of course, the Lin Xie of this world differed from that in the original narrative. He had long since opened the asylum and mastered the Starry Night Dancer technique, suggesting that Nix's treatment progress might indeed exceed 50. Nonetheless, the crux of the matter was that as long as Nix's treatment progress surpassed the 50 threshold, he could persuade Lin Xie to release Nix. This would not only enable him to fulfill Task 9, but also facilitate the task of capturing Nix on film. However, a pressing question remained. How could he broach this request with Lin Xie? After all, the existence of the asylum was a closely guarded secret for Lin Xie. Presently, aside from Gu Zhan, perhaps only 3 to 5 individuals were aware of the asylum's existence: Jin Yin, Lin Xie, the rotund fellow, Jialan, and the chaotic entity. Ah yes, there was also Yalan, who was in the know. Gu Zhan recalled the contents of the original text. If you remember correctly, Lin Xie had learned the Darkest Divine Ruins shortly after completing extreme training and subsequently summoned Nix from the asylum that very night. While the current situation suggested that Nix's treatment progress was likely already above 50, all of this remained speculative on Gu Zhan's part, and there was still a significant possibility that it had not yet reached that mark. As long as Nix's treatment progress remained below 50, Lin Xie would likely elevate it beyond that threshold in the near future, at which point he would release Nix on his own accord. Thus, Gu Zhan would not need to solicit Lin Xie's assistance. He merely needed to wait until Nix departed the asylum before making his appearance. With this resolution in mind, Gu Zhan decided to observe and see if Lin Xie would release Nix from the asylum in the near future. If he did, it would be splendid. Should he not, he could then seek Lin Xie's assistance. Gu Zhan turned on his heel to leave. Yuan Gang hesitated before inquiring, "Marshal, where are you headed?" Gu Zhan did not pause his stride, but replied, "Returning to my dormitory to rest." Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. "Marshal, since you have chosen to keep your identity concealed, you shall remain a new recruit. I suggest you head to the training ground for some practice. Coincidentally, the boot camp has just assigned a new instructor named Han Li. You might want to familiarize yourself with him." Gu Zhan replied coolly, "Who asked for your opinion?" Yuan Gang felt quite frustrated, his negative energy surging to 98. After leaving Yuan Gang's office, Gu Zhan strode purposefully towards the dormitory, his demeanor indifferent to those around him. His path led him past the training ground, where the new recruits were engaged in knife training. An instructor clad in training attire, wielding a metallic training knife, was vigilantly patrolling among the recruits. This instructor was none other than Han Li, who had recently been assigned to the boot camp to teach the recruits the art of knife fighting. As Han Li continued his rounds, a fleeting glance caught sight of Gu Zhan. Noticing that Gu Zhan, despite being dressed in the uniform of a new recruit, appeared as an outsider walking along the edge of the training field, Han Li immediately assumed he was a truant. Anger flared within him, and he shouted at Gu Zhan, "You over there, halt." Chapter 58. Not worth mentioning. Gu Zhan paused momentarily, glancing at Han Li. "Is there something amiss?" Han Li, filled with indignation, approached Gu Zhan. "What do you think? It's training time, and what are you doing?" Receiving Han Li's fury, negative energy 666. Gu Zhan gestured subtly toward the dormitory. "I was just about to retire for the night." His words garnered admiration from the new recruits on the training ground. In this world, it seems that strength truly reigns supreme. Look at Gu Zhan. He displayed no regard for the instructor whatsoever. Chao Yuan and Pang Pang expressed their wish to be as formidable as their master someday. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Shun Qing Zhu silently vowed that one day They too would possess such prowess as Gu Zhan. Han Li, incensed by Gu Zhan's remarks, exploded in fury, shouting, "Training time is for training. Join me in practice." Han Li, enraged, negative energy 98. His declaration elicited sympathetic glances from the new recruits. Already fuming, Han Li felt his anger intensify at the sight of their pity. Did these fledgling recruits truly believe he was incapable of besting that young man? Although this batch of recruits indeed possessed many peculiar talents, such as the resilient Chao Yuan, the endlessly inventive Pang Pang, and the capable Lin Qi, these oddities, no matter how extraordinary, remained within a realm he could contend with. But that nonchalant youth, even if he possessed some skill, could not be that formidable. Today, Han Li was determined to challenge this belief, simultaneously enraged and stung by disdain. Negative energy 198. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li transitioned from walking to running, quickly closing the distance to Gu Zhan. He swung the metallic training knife in his hand toward Gu Zhan, exclaiming, "Take this." Only after striking did he realize his folly. In his fury, he had demanded practice without even offering his partner a weapon. The momentum of his swing was now irreversible, for even if he attempted to withdraw, his blade would inevitably strike Gu Zhan. Seeing Gu Zhan stand his ground, unflinching in the face of Han Li's descending knife, a wave of guilt washed over him, prompting him to shout, "What are you waiting for? Dodge!" Han Li, overwhelmed with guilt, negative energy 328. However, Gu Zhan merely rolled his eyes at him. As confusion brewed within Han Li, Gu Zhan extended two fingers, deftly pinching the descending blade between them. Clang! With a crisp sound, the metallic knife was effortlessly seized by Gu Zhan. Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Han Li, astonished, negative energy 198, but the shock did not end there. With a swift motion, Gu Zhan crossed his fingers, and with another clang, he snapped Han Li's knife into two pieces, sending the fragments tumbling to the ground. Han Li. Stunned by Gu Zhan's display of skill, the new recruits, however, exhibited expressions of unsurprised acknowledgement, their hearts barely stirred by the spectacle. Due to Gu Zhan's recent display of effortlessly snapping a metal knife with his fingers, it pales in comparison to his earlier confrontation with the masked figure. Gu Zhan averted his gaze and remarked, "Boring." He disregarded Han Li and strode purposefully toward the dormitory. Han Li stared blankly at the two severed knife pieces on the ground, then at Gu Zhan's departing figure, utterly bewildered. Han Li was perplexed, negative energy 666. After a considerable pause, he mechanically turned his neck toward the new recruits and inquired, "Who is this guy?" A nearby recruit, brimming with pride, responded, "Instructor Han, this fellow hasn't shown up lately, so you might not know him. His name is Gu Zhan, and he's incredibly formidable." The recruit spoke as if Han Li were his adoptive father, basking in the glory. Han Li gasped in astonishment. Is he really Gu Zhan? Just a few days earlier, when he first arrived at the training camp, Yuan Gang had warned him not to provoke someone named Gu Zhan, as he had already demonstrated his prowess by overpowering a masked individual upon his arrival. Consequently, during his first lesson with the new recruits, Han Li had specifically asked for names to ensure none were Gu Zhan before inviting them to spar. Yet today, fate had led him to encounter him nonetheless. Truly, he was the man who subdued a masked opponent. Remarkable. Indeed, received Han Li's astonishment, negative energy 198. That night, after interacting with Nyx at the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Qi was elated to discover that Nyx's treatment progress had reached 51. This meant he could draw new skills once again. He promptly initiated a draw, resulting in the acquisition of Nyx's divine realm, the Abyssal Ruin, Abyssal Corruption. Furthermore, Lin Qi learned of a particular rule within the asylum. Once a patient's treatment progress exceeds 50, they may temporarily leave the asylum in a spiritual form to venture into the outside world. Lin Qi planned to find a suitable location to test the wondrous capabilities of the Abyssal Ruin before inviting Nyx for a stroll outside. His mind set on leaving the asylum, he quietly rose from his bed, stealthily exited the dormitory, and made his way outside. Lin Qi intended to ascend to the rooftop of the dormitory to experiment with the Abyssal Ruin. Inside dormitory 203, Gu Zhan, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He had heard some commotion in the corridor outside the dormitory. Someone was stealthily moving about. Considering the time and certain details from the original narrative, Gu Zhan deduced that this shadowy figure was most likely Lin Xie. Regardless of the identity, there was little to lose by following him to investigate. Gu Zhan rose quietly from his bed, stealthily left the dormitory, and trailed the sound of the footsteps. Before long, he spotted the elusive figure outside the dormitory. As he had surmised, it was indeed Lin Xie, who was agilely climbing to the rooftop of the dormitory. Gu Zhan did not pursue directly. Instead, he took a circuitous route to the opposite side of the building. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the rooftop, reaching an impressive height of 10 meters. While he often employed his strength with grandiosity, today he demonstrated a refined application of power, allowing his body to feel as light as a feather. Upon reaching the rooftop, Gu Zhan found a concealed spot to hide. He observed Lin Xie experimenting with the abyssal god ruins, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Splendid. It seemed that in this world, although Lin Xie had awakened early, his initial training had imposed numerous limitations, rendering his actions rather inconvenient. Consequently, the progress of Nix's healing had not advanced significantly. At this moment, Nix's healing progress stood at merely 50%, permitting Lin Xie to draw upon the abyssal god ruins. Suddenly, as Lin Xie was engrossed in his practice, he paused momentarily. With an unintentional glance towards Gu Zhan's hiding spot, he commanded the knight to transform into a sharp blade, aiming it towards Gu Zhan's side. Chapter 59. I wish to meet Nix. Lin Xie, benefiting from the spiritual radiation of the mortal realm, had long since sensed the presence of Gu Zhan. Upon discovering that Gu Zhan was lurking nearby, spying on him, he felt quite displeased and decided to launch a surprise attack on Gu Zhan, intending to toy with him for a while. Gu Zhan, however, immediately detected Lin Xie's assault and effortlessly dodged it. Although Lin Xie did not harbor any murderous intent towards Gu Zhan at that moment, his actions were inherently laced with an air of killing intent. Thus, Gu Zhan's vigilance allowed him to perceive Lin Xie's movement the instant it occurred and respond accordingly. The same principle applied when he skillfully countered during his battles against Chun Mai, Xia Simeng, Han Xiaoyun, and others. Stepping out from behind cover, Gu Zhan mused aloud. I almost forgot about your abilities in the mortal realm. Otherwise, I would not have hidden. Lin Xie's perceptive abilities were indeed enviable. Gu Zhan yearned for such prowess. However, despite Gu Zhan's mental fortitude being tempered to an indomitable state by the heavenly thunder, rendering him immune to all forms of mental attacks in this world, it was precisely this invincibility that hindered his ability to project his mental strength outward. Lin Xie, perplexed, inquired, Teacher Gu, why have you been following me? And hiding to observe? Clearing his throat, Gu Zhan replied, it's nothing much. I merely sensed some commotion outside and came to investigate. You need not concern yourself with me. Continue your practice. Instinctively, Lin Xie felt that Teacher Gu's presence was not merely as he claimed, just a casual observation. Gu Zhan must have ulterior motives. Yet, what those motives were eluded Lin Xie's understanding. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xie conceived a strategy that might coax Gu Zhan into revealing his intentions. He proposed, since you are here, Teacher Gu, why not accompany me in some practice? Of course. Please be sure to control your strength. Gu Zhan immediately discerned Lin Xie's subtle intentions, his eyebrows arching slightly in amusement. This young man was quite clever, adept at drawing out information. By inviting him as a sparring partner, Lin Xie inadvertently granted Gu Zhan an opportunity to make a request. Gu Zhan was more than willing to take the bait, as he indeed had a purpose for seeking Lin Xie. Very well, Gu Zhan agreed. I have no objection to being your sparring partner, but I have one condition. Lin Xie felt a surge of triumph within, a smirk gracing his lips. Please, Teacher Gu, go on. Gu Zhan made a startling declaration. I wish to meet Nix. At these words, Lin Xie's pupils constricted sharply. Teacher Gu wishes to meet my mother. How could he possibly know of my connection to Nix? Does he know the secret of my asylum for the gods? Receiving Lin Xie's incredulity. Negative energy 648. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. This young man's emotional fluctuations were quite pronounced, Merely expressing surprise yielded such a considerable amount of negative energy. It made sense, for mentioning his desire to meet Nix was tantamount to indirectly revealing to Lin Xie that he was aware of the existence of the Asylum for the Gods, which undoubtedly constituted Lin Xie's most profound secret. Upon the revelation of her secret to an outsider, Lin Xie's emotions surged uncontrollably. Gu Zhan smiled faintly. There is no need for such astonishment. I possess knowledge that surpasses your imagination. As for my reason for meeting Nix, you shall understand once she arrives. Lin Xie exhaled in relief. When Gu Zhan had previously mentioned Nix, he had assumed it was merely his little secret. However, during his recent experiment in the Abyssal Sanctuary, Gu Zhan had discerned the clues. The wonders of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital are well known. Lin Xie feared that Gu Zhan might harbor intentions towards the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, but given the current circumstances, it appeared Gu Zhan was already aware of its existence. Weeks prior, Gu Zhan had a chance to take action against him, yet refrained, indicating a lack of interest in the hospital. Lin Xie nodded, agreed. Then, Gu Zhan served as a sparring partner for a brief moment, literally for perhaps less than a minute. This brevity was due to Lin Xie being at the pinnacle of his current state, possessing insufficient mental strength to utilize the Abyssal Sanctuary for an extended period. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly. I suddenly feel quite at a loss. You only accompanied me for a minute, and now I must assist you. Gu Zhan shrugged. That is your concern, not mine. Lin Xie shot him a glance. Do you really need to point that out? All right, I will summon my mother. Please wait a moment. Gu Zhan nodded. Lin Xie then immersed his spirit into the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. In the Divine Psychiatric Hospital's front garden, Nix, adorned in an elegant black starry gown, sat on a white chair, knitting a sweater. Lin Xie approached her, slightly bowing mother. A look of surprise crossed Nix's beautiful face. Donis, did you not just leave? Lin Xie briefly explained that once the treatment progress exceeded 50%, patients could temporarily leave the Divine Psychiatric Hospital in a spiritual form. He concluded, I have come to request your presence outside, as someone wishes to meet you. A hint of bewilderment appeared on Nix's lovely face. Someone wishes to meet me? Logically, being in Daxia, I should not be acquainted with anyone of note, unless... Lin Xie paused. Unless? Nix did not elaborate. Who wishes to meet me? Without concealing the truth, Lin Xie revealed the identity of the visitor. It is Teacher Gu who wishes to see you. He was my homeroom teacher for a few days. Named Gu Zhan. Nix's body trembled slightly, and a look of panic crossed her beautiful features. She hastily placed the sweater on a nearby table, rising to adjust her attire while muttering, This is rather sudden. I am not prepared at all. Lin Xie thought. Mother, what is this reaction? Why such a significant response upon hearing Teacher Gu's name? He felt that Nix's demeanor at that moment resembled that of a girl eagerly anticipating a long-awaited meeting with a romantic partner from an online relationship. Lin Xie furrowed his brow slightly. Judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that his mother and Teacher Gu were acquainted, and their relationship seemed rather profound. Yet, how could this be possible? Teacher Gu was merely 26 years old, while his mother had lived for over a millennium. How could they possibly know each other? How could their bond be so significant? Lin Xie's mind was a whirlwind of questions, negativity 98, while Lin Xie was lost in thought. Nix finished adjusting her attire and inquired, Denasdis, do I appear presentable? Lin Xie, still somewhat distracted, nodded absently in response. Nix took a deep breath and declared, Very well. I am ready now. Please take me out. Chapter 60. The Divine Squad, rooftop of the dormitory building. Beside Lin Xie, the void suddenly rippled, and forth stepped a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing black starry gown. As she emerged, her gaze fell upon Gu Zhan, standing opposite Lin Xie, and a blush instantly grazed her exquisite features. With a graceful gesture, she lifted the sides of her skirt and bowed elegantly to Gu Zhan, saying, Gulang, it has been a long time. A look of nostalgia flickered across Nix's face, her thoughts momentarily traversing the expanse of time, transporting her back 2 millennia. At that time, Nix was a principal deity, embarking on a solitary quest to discover the fabled essence of the night. Shortly after her departure, she encountered the arch-rivals of the Greek pantheon, the deities of Rome. As the daughter of chaos, the primordial goddess of the Greeks, Nyx possessed formidable strength. However, she was confronted by a multitude of Roman gods. The Roman pantheon boasted 4 peak deities and 12 lesser gods. After a fierce struggle, Nyx ultimately faced defeat. Captured by the Roman gods, she was to be presented as a tribute to Jupiter, the king of the Roman pantheon. In that dire moment, a diverse group of adventurers, comprised of deities from various pantheons, emerged to her aid. This party consisted of 5 divine beings, one with Eastern features, unarmed and seemingly relying solely on his fists as weapons, 2 with Nordic appearances, one wielding a hammer, crackling with lightning, while the other cradled a golden harp. Another, bearing an English visage, donned a pointed hat and a blue robe, clearly a sorcerer. And lastly, a hooded figure shrouded in black, obscuring their identity, likely an assassin. This ensemble was led by the unarmed individual, Goujon. He derided the Roman gods for their multitude, claiming it was no honor to bully a lone, vulnerable woman, challenging them to engage him instead. The Roman deities, emboldened by their numbers, readily accepted, even boasting of stripping Goujon and his companions naked and parading them through the streets. However, as the battle commenced, Goujon annihilated half of the Roman gods with a single punch, leaving them in utter shock. Meanwhile, Goujon's comrades showcased their remarkable prowess, swiftly decimating the remaining Roman deities. Following this encounter, Nyx joined Goujon's party, assuming a supportive role while embarking on a whirlwind 10-year journey around the globe alongside Goujon and the other 4 gods. Nyx has yet to forget the astonishing punch Goujon delivered, which ignited her feelings of admiration for him. However, at that time, bound by a prior engagement to her brother Erebus, she concealed her affections for Goujon deep within her heart. Even after a decade of travel, she never had the courage to express her feelings. As Nyx reminisced, Lin Xie was left in a state of confusion. His mother had referred to Goujon as Gulaosher. Gulang? What could this mean? Why did his mother address Goujon in such a manner? Certainly, this is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it appears that my mother is indeed an old acquaintance of Teacher Gu, and their connection is profound. My goodness, how astonishing this is. My mother is an ancient deity, one who has existed for millennia, a primordial god of creation from Greece. How could someone of her stature possibly be acquainted with someone like Teacher Gu? Lin Xie is filled with perplexity, negative energy 98. Wait, there's another possibility. It is conceivable that my mother, prior to her stay in the hospital, had traveled to the Great Xia a decade or more ago, and it was during that time that she met Teacher Gu. However, if their acquaintance were merely fleeting, how could their relationship be so deep? Lin Xie resolved to cease his unfounded speculations and directly inquire with his mother. Thus, he turned to Nyx and asked, "Mother, when did you first meet Teacher Gu?" Nyx, pulled from her reverie, looked at Lin Xie with mild confusion. "Did Gulang not inform you of our history?" Lin Xie shook his head. Nyx continued, "Very well. I thought Gulang had already shared our story with you, considering he sent you to summon me. It was 2,000 years ago when I adventured alongside Goujon, Sol, Bragi, Merlin, and the god of assassins for a decade." In conclusion, Nyx added, "We shall discuss further details at another time. For today, I shall not elaborate more." Upon hearing Nyx's words, Lin Xie was utterly astounded, his emotions surging uncontrollably. Incredible, incredible. I never imagined my mother and Teacher Gu had such an introduction. Yet this is not the main point. The astonishing revelation is that Teacher Gu is not the 26-year-old listed on the teacher roster, but rather, over 2,000 years old. Teacher Gu is indeed a deity. No wonder he could single-handedly subdue the entire masked crew. Not to mention the masked crew. Even the pinnacle of humanity would stand no chance. Lin Xie is left aghast. Negative energy 98. Lin Xie is speechless. Negative energy 198. Lin Xie is shaken to his core. Negative energy 328. Lin Xie's soul is, that description is inaccurate. Strike that. Lin Xie is consumed with anguish. Negative energy 648. Goujon. System, could you possibly be more unreliable? Nyx gazed at Goujon with gentle eyes. Gulang, your sudden visit suggests you have encountered some trouble? Goujon did not hesitate. for the matter was of great importance. He got straight to the point. I have 2 small requests I hope you can assist with. Nix did not decline, smiling as she replied, Your matters are my matters, and I shall help you with whatever you require. So what are these requests? Guzhan, the first request is that I need to take a set of portraits of you, totaling 7 images. Nix was somewhat taken aback. Is it really such a matter? If it is merely a photo shoot, that is no issue at all. Lin Xie interjected suddenly. Mother, no. Both Guzhan and Nix turned their attention to Lin Xie. At this moment, Lin Xie's countenance bore a faint blush. His mind was awash with memories from a few weeks prior, when Guzhan captured various poses of Hong Ying for a photo shoot. Lin Xie explained to Nikes, Mother, this is hardly a serious matter. It cannot be photographed. Guzhan sighed slightly, then retrieved his phone to search for the meaning of portrait photography to show Nikes and Lin Xie. The gist of the content revealed that in the early days of the Great Xia, portrait referred to a depiction of a person, but now it predominantly signifies artistic photography. Lin Xie recalled the scene of Guzhan photographing Hong Ying once more, but he could not reconcile that with the notion of artistic photography. Guzhan opened the interface and glanced at the designated poses assigned to Nikes by the system, feeling somewhat astonished. This particular set of poses was indeed quite unique. Chapter 61. The skull of Nix in contrast to the gentle breeze of Hong Ying and the charming allure of Molly, as well as the delightful presence of Si Xiaonan. The aura surrounding Nix could be aptly described in a single term, maternal grace. It is a style that Nix would undoubtedly find appealing. As Guzhan anticipated, once he elaborated on the posture assigned to Nix, she praised his refined aesthetic sense. Lin Xie, however, found his worldview drastically altered. Having perceived Guzhan as somewhat eccentric ever since the incident with Hong Ying's embarrassing photographs, he had come to regard Guzhan's perspectives as a tad unconventional. Thus, when Guzhan suddenly expressed the desire to capture a serious photograph of Nix, it left Lin Xie utterly astonished. Lin Xie is incredulous about your intention to take a serious photograph. -30 negative energy. This notification of negative energy piqued Guzhan's curiosity. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xie. Could it be that he had always viewed himself as an unserious person? Of course, Lin Xie's opinion was of little consequence, and Guzhan was disinclined to dwell on it. He took out his phone and began photographing Nix. After the session, Nix inquired, Is there something else? Guzhan lifted his gaze to the night sky and replied, This is but a trifling task for you. I require you to draw upon the night, to gather a few strands of its essence, and assist me in crafting a veil. Although Nix currently manifested in a spectral form, the myriad powers belonging to the goddess of night were not fully accessible to her. However, weaving a veil from a few strands of night was certainly within her capabilities. Though she was puzzled about Guzhan's desire for a veil shaped like the night, she did not press for details and complied obediently, extending her hand toward the heavens to gather the night's essence, fashioning it into a skull-shaped veil. Nix presented the skull to Guzhan, saying, I am uncertain of the specific design you envision, so I have crafted one I have encountered before. This resembles the head shape of Nidhogg. Upon observing the skull in Nix's hands, Guzhan's lips twitched involuntarily. Truly, this sister was deserving of her role as his companion, even misinterpreting a veil for a skull. With a wry smile, Guzhan remarked, Nix, could you please pay attention? I requested a veil. Nix exclaimed, Oh. A moment later, she chuckled awkwardly. I see. You desired a veil. My apologies for transforming it into a skull. With a flicker of thought, the skull in her hands began to spin rapidly, compressing inward before expanding anew. As it unfolded, the night essence reshaped into a square veil. Nix handed the veil to Guzhan, her heart a blend of curiosity, confusion, and envy as she hinted, this type of veil is traditionally used in weddings in Urdashia, is it not? I wonder who is fortunate enough to become your bride. Accepting the starry veil, Guzhan completed his task. Task 9. Collect a starry veil woven from the night by Nix is complete. Reward, 500 negative energy. Guzhan looked at Nix, bemused. What are you thinking? I'm still single. Nix discreetly sighed in relief. Though she had already become a wife and would not express her affection for Guzhan, deep within her heart, she still wished for the one she admired to remain single. Of course, if one day Guzhan found true love, she would sincerely offer her blessings. Beside her, Lin Xie could not help but internally scoff at the notion of marriage, grateful that his mother and teacher Gu were merely teammates and not lovers. Otherwise, given his mother's character, he would undoubtedly be compelled to address Gu Zhan as father, which would indeed be quite amusing. Just as he finished his thoughts, he suddenly heard Nike speak to him. Danados, my bond with Gu Zhan is profound. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are inseparable. You might as well start calling him father. I will ask him to take good care of you. Lin Xie. He had never anticipated that his casual musings would become a prophecy. He quickly crossed his hands over his chest. There's no need for that. Mother, I could take care of myself. Nike's was merely teasing Lin Xie and chuckled softly at his reaction. At that moment, her form flickered slightly. Observing this, Lin Xie said, Mother, it's time for you to return. A hint of regret and reluctance appeared on Nike's beautiful face as she gazed at Gu Zhan. After such a long time, I didn't expect we would have to part so soon. If only I could stay with you a little longer. Gu Zhan smiled gently, offering comfort. Once you return, focus on your treatment and strive for an early discharge. Perhaps then, we could form a team and embark on an adventure together. Nike's smile bloomed like a flower. Right. After she uttered this affirmative word, Lin Xie was astonished to see Nike's healing progress increase from 51 to 55. His face lit up with joy, silently exclaiming, Thank you, Teacher Gu. Nike's form began to grow increasingly ethereal. She knew her time was limited and gently waved at Gu Zhan. Her body gradually became insubstantial. Upon her return to the mental institution, Lin Xie shifted his attention to Gu Zhan. Curiosity etched on his face. Teacher Gu, is it not said that the great Xia has no deities? Why then do I see you, this divine being? Where have the other deities gone? This same question had once been posed by Chao Yuan. Gu Zhan had revealed the truth to Chao Yuan at that time. However, now, with Lin Xie inquiring, Gu Zhan chose to remain silent, for Lin Xie's identity was indeed rather sensitive. The punch he had thrown at Shiva's resentment had already altered many circumstances and had a profound impact on Lin Xie before him. Ultimately, Lin Xie's identity was special. Gu Zhan's passive interference with Lin Xie was unavoidable due to certain actions he had taken, and he had no means to remedy it. He did not intend to exert any active interference on Lin Xie. At this moment, the question posed by Lin Xie could, if answered by Gu Zhan, be deemed an act of unwarranted interference. Who could fathom the repercussions if Lin Xie were to learn in advance of the whereabouts of the deities of the Great Xia? The proverbial dam could be breached by a mere anthole. Should Lin Xie, or perhaps Azathoth, awaken prematurely, the consequences would be dire. If the former were to awaken ahead of time, the world would reset. Gu Zhan would be doomed. If the latter were to emerge prematurely, the world would face annihilation. Gu Zhan would be finished. Contemplating this, Gu Zhan gently shook his head at Lin Xie. While I am indeed a deity, I am somewhat distinct. Although Wu Qingyan included me in Journey to the West, I diverge from the traditional deities of Great Xia, as I do not belong to their pantheon. Therefore, my knowledge of the affairs concerning the deities of Great Xia is rather limited. Lin Xie shuddered, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are in Journey to the West, Teacher Gu? In response to Lin Xie's shock, Negative Energy 198, Chapter 62, The Profound Individual. Unfazed by self-validation, Gu Zhan nodded. Do you recall the 8 saints of Aolai when you re-journey to the West? Lin Xie slightly inclined his head. Gu Zhan continued. Is there not a character known as the One-Punch Great Sage? Lin Xie's gaze sharpened. Indeed, within Journey to the West, there exists a One-Punch Great Sage, who, as it happens, shares the name Gu Zhan. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Lin Xie's perception of Gu Zhan began to shift. Although the teacher before him claimed to be outside the realm of the Great Xia divine system, being immortalized in Journey to the West, widely celebrated, already elevates him to the status of myth and legend. He had never imagined that he had been a student of the One-Punch Great Sage for 2 days. Such an extraordinary figure was not to be overlooked. Lin Xie resolved that when he addressed Gu Zhan as teacher in the future, he would do so with greater warmth. Of course, he had no intention of formally apprenticing himself, for he desired to ascend to the highest echelons through his own strength, step by step. To become Zhao, the Supreme, Lin Xie posed another question. Teacher, you are undeniably a deity, yet others remain oblivious. Thus, I surmise that you must be concealing your identity. Is it necessary for me to keep your divine nature a secret? The reason he asked such a question was to seek some advantage from Guzhan. After all, he had just rendered significant assistance to his teacher, hadn't he? Though that assistance was merely transactional, Lin Xie still felt a pang of loss, given that Guzhan had only sparred with him for a minute. Guzhan shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you wish. Lin Xie was taken aback. What does do as you wish imply? Wait, teacher, do you not intend to keep your identity concealed? If you choose not to hide it, why not proclaim it to the world, allowing others to recognize you as a deity? His expression was one of uncertainty. Teacher, are you certain? Guzhan nodded. With the completion of 2 tasks, there was no longer a need to linger with Lin Xie. He swiftly turned and leaped from the edge of the rooftop. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. It appears that teacher truly is unperturbed by others knowing of his divine nature. Yet why does he not reveal his identity to the public? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, and he slapped his forehead. Oh dear, what a foolish question I have posed. With musk, there is no need for a great wind to carry its fragrance. The profound individual is indifferent to self-validation. Only those who are particularly vain would feel the need to broadcast their identity far and wide. In an instant, Guzhan's stature in Lin Xie's eyes grew immensely. He resolved to keep Guzhan's secret, for even if he were to divulge it, there would be no benefit to him. Moreover, should he speak of it, he would likely be deemed insane by others. The world is inclined to believe only what they wish to believe. In the dormitory of the chief instructor, Yuan Gang reclined with his legs crossed on the bed. Unlike the original narrative, he did not take any action upon the appearance of Nikes. To be precise, it was after perceiving the divine aura that he initially intended to take action. However, upon rising, he caught sight of Guzhan, the national marshal, who stood at the same rank as Commander Yi. With Marshal Gu already present to confront the deity, there was little left for him to do, so he reclined back onto his bed. Time swiftly passed, and 5 months elapsed. It was now January 29th of the following year, corresponding to the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. During the preceding 5 months, Guzhan had accumulated approximately 10,000 units of negative energy, raising his total to over 60,000. Yet, within the truth treasury, the prices of items remained largely enigmatic, save for the clearly marked Loki the good at -11, 888 negative energy, and the milky white sword, known as the Kunwu sword, which was now priced at 1/5 of its original value. As for the name of the milky white sword, Guzhan had learned of it about a month prior while perusing the truth treasury, where he fortuitously discovered its designation, the Kunwu sword. This sword was indeed familiar to Guzhan. It was one of the legendary 10 artifacts from the novels of his past life, renowned for its formidable power. Just how powerful? Incredibly so. He had not anticipated that the milky white sword imbued with the power of ascension was, in fact, the Kunwu sword. Moreover, while noting the name of the Kunwu sword, he also uncovered 6 other items within the truth treasury, each possessing the same ascension potential: a banner, a cloud, 2 lamps, a figurine of a young man, and a pill. Guzhan had previously heard from the system that the Kunwu sword, which he was striving to exchange, was one of the keys to his future ascension. Now, discovering these additional 6 items, he could not help but speculate. Could these 6 items be other crucial components? Collecting 7 items to achieve ascension? As this conjecture formed in his mind, he inquired of the system, but its response was intriguingly ambiguous. Who knows? Nevertheless, since he was still 4 challenge tasks away from successfully exchanging for the Kunwu sword, he decided not to dwell on the matter further. However, it was worth noting that the system, in its unreliability, seemed to have not issued any new tasks for 5 months, were it not for their daily conversations. He might have suspected the system had been formatted. That evening, within the Grand Commander's dormitory, Yuan Gang received an unexpected phone call. On the other end was Zhuang, the director of the Special Operations Bureau of the Night Watchman of the Great Xia. It was noteworthy that Zhuqing primarily handled intelligence investigations and assigned tasks to special teams, maintaining minimal contact with regular squads, which made Yuan Gang's surprise at the call all the more profound. What Zhuqing conveyed during the call only deepened his astonishment. Yuan Gang spoke with a grave expression. Director Zhua, are you suggesting that Lin Xie and Bailey Tumming have attracted the attention of the ancient God Church? They are willing to launch an assault on the entire training camp to deal with these two? Zhuqing replied. Indeed, that's precisely the situation. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. The ancient God Church is an insidious organization with formidable human combatants. If they are determined to strike at the training camp, it is likely that, with our current personnel, we would struggle to cope. Zhuqing countered. Why should that be the case? Commander Yi and I have already devised appropriate countermeasures for this situation. Yuan Gang inquired. What measures? Zhuqing explained. Our strategy suggests that you, along with your training cadre, organize a team-building exercise, taking the recruits to a location that is easily assailable yet difficult to defend, thereby creating an opportunity for the ancient God Church to launch an attack. Yuan Gang expressed his astonishment. What? Are we to lure the enemy into our midst and then ensnare them all at once? Zhuqing affirmed. Exactly. Yuan Gang frowned. I cannot agree. Given the current strength of the training camp, it is already a challenge to contend with the ancient God Church. Now you wish to lure them in? This is far too perilous. I cannot use the lives of the recruits as bait. Zhuqing urged. Instructor Yuan, please remain calm. Our decision has been made after thorough consideration and repeated simulations. The core elements of this plan hinge on two key points. Marshal Gun, the enemy, is aware of our presence while we remain concealed. Instructor Yuan, there is no need for you to overthink. Simply execute the orders. With Marshal Gu involved, our chances of success are elevated to an astounding 200. A look of confusion crossed Yuan Gang's face. No, he recognized Marshal Gu's prowess. But to assert that his participation could enhance the success rate of a plan targeting the ancient God Church to such an extraordinary degree, was that even feasible? Received Yuan Gang's shock. Negative Energy 198, Chapter 63. Who dares to do anything to you? After concluding his conversation with Zhuqing, Yuan Gang departed from the dormitory and hurried to the new recruits' male dormitory, room 203, to find Guzhan. He summoned Guzhan to a secluded area, away from prying eyes. As they stood facing each other, Guzhan spoke first, causing Yuan Gang's lips to twitch slightly. You brought me to such a remote place. What do you intend to do? Yuan Gang's mouth quivered at the thought. What could I possibly do to you? In this entire training camp, who would dare to confront you? Receiving Yuan Gang's incredulity. Negative Energy 111. Yuan Gang shook his head gently and proceeded to relay the contents of his conversation with Zhuqing over the phone to Guzhan, seeking his counsel. After all, Zhuqing had emphasized that the crux of this operation rested upon Guzhan, making the Marshal's opinion crucial. If Guzhan were to withhold his cooperation later on, the night watchman would suffer significant losses. Upon hearing this, Guzhan did not dwell on it. Whatever you decide is fine. To him, Yuan Gang's words did not seem grave and could be easily managed. Surely, bullying the ancient God Society would yield a considerable amount of negative energy. Seeing that Guzhan had no objections, Yuan Gang nodded. Very well. I shall inform the instructors and convene an urgent meeting to discuss our forthcoming actions. He turned to leave. Guzhan called out to Yuan Gang. Wait a moment. Yuan Gang halted and turned back to Guzhan. What is your command, Marshal? Having read the original work, Guzhan was aware that there were traitors among the instructors in the current training cadre. He intended to caution Yuan Gang about this. Guzhan stated, to my knowledge, there are indeed traitors within your instructor team. A look of disbelief crossed Yuan Gang's face. He instinctively wanted to question Guzhan. Where had this information come from? He wished to inform Guzhan that these instructors were his longtime colleagues, and it was inconceivable they could harbor traitors. However, as the words formed on his lips, Yuan Gang swallowed them back, for Guzhan held the esteemed rank of Marshal, a position of great authority, and such a person would never speak without basis. The Marshal must possess some credible intelligence to make such a claim. Thus, if he were to challenge Guzhan now, it would only serve to make him appear foolish. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang said, "Since there are traitors in the cadre, it would be unwise for the marshal to attend tonight's meeting. I have not disclosed your identity or capabilities to anyone, meaning that within this entire training camp, only you and I are aware of your true identity. Should a traitor learn of your identity, it could jeopardize our upcoming plans, and the ancient God Society may very well retreat in the face of adversity." Gu Zhan was taken aback that Yuan Gang readily accepted his unsubstantiated claims. What a clever fellow. Since that was the case, he did not mind elaborating further. "You are correct. It is indeed inappropriate for me to make an appearance at tonight's meeting. Now that you are aware of the traitor's presence, tailor your approach accordingly. Speak as much as possible to ensure the traitor disseminates the information." Yuan Gang nodded in understanding and then departed. Gu Zhan gazed at the retreating figure of Yuan Gang, a slight smile gracing his lips. Among this group of young night watchmen, there are indeed many astute individuals. With that, he returned to the male dormitory. Yuan Gang proceeded to call each member of the instructor team, 12 in total, inviting them to his office for a meeting. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke. "I have just received an order from above, hence my summons for this meeting to discuss it." Hong Hao expressed curiosity. "Chief Instructor, what kind of order is it?" Yuan Gang's gaze swept across the faces of the instructors, pondering which among them might be the traitor. He retracted his gaze. "The higher-ups have decided to initiate reforms in the training of new recruits starting with this session, introducing a mid-training team-building project. Now, let's pool our thoughts and discuss where this team-building activity might best take place." A look of disbelief crossed Hong Hao's face. Since the inception of the new recruit training, every cohort has been rigorously trained from the moment they entered the camp until graduation. Such arduous training has always been mandated from above. I never anticipated that there would be reforms in the training. After a pause, concern shadowed his expression. "Chief Instructor, is this truly appropriate? Under our diligent efforts, this motley crew has finally begun to resemble soldiers. I genuinely worry that this sudden team building might undermine the progress we have achieved over the past 5 months." Yuan Gang waved a dismissive hand to Hong Hao. "Do not overthink it, Hong Hao. There is certainly a rationale behind the higher-ups arrangement. As soldiers, our duty is to obey orders." He glanced at the others. "Let us refrain from similar sentiments and focus on discussing the team-building matters, for dawn is nearly upon us." Han Li interjected. "Chief Instructor, I personally believe that the location for this team building should not be too far from the capital, drawing from the lessons of past sessions. Although those organizations hostile to the Night Watchmen have yet to take action, my instincts tell me they will not let this training opportunity slip away. Therefore, if we establish the team building site near the capital, we can maximize the safety of the new recruits. After all, the capital is the heart of the Great Xia, and no place in the nation has a more stringent defense than here." Yuan Gang wholeheartedly concurred with Han Li's sentiments. Had it not been for the directives from above, he would have immediately embraced Han Li's suggestion. However, he could not do so now. Yuan Gang feigned displeasure as he shot Han Li a glance, a frigid expression crossing his face. Relying solely on nurtured fledglings will never allow them to evolve into majestic eagles. If we shield them too thoroughly, it may hinder their growth. Thus, let me set a tone for our discussion. The location for the team building must not be overly perilous, yet it should not be excessively safe either. We must ensure that the recruits experience growth alongside the team building activities. After a brief pause, a hint of confidence graced the corners of his mouth as he smiled. Moreover, the collective martial prowess of our esteemed team of instructors far surpasses that of the majority of the Night Watch squads. Therefore, even if we encounter some rather challenging issues during our team-building activities, I am confident that our capabilities will allow us to navigate them with ease. Thus, I encourage everyone to speak freely without reservation. One instructor interjected, "While it must not be overly perilous, it should not be excessively safe either. I happen to have a suggestion for such a place." Yuan Gang shifted his gaze to the last member of the instructor team, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Excellent, at last. Someone is poised to offer a suggestion pertinent to the topic at hand. Wu Ruodong, please share your thoughts." Chapter 64. A fortuitous opportunity. Wu Ruodong. "I believe a visit to my hometown, Saihamba, would be splendid. It boasts a beautiful expanse of grassland and importantly, it is neither too close nor too far from the capital. Should we encounter any insurmountable difficulties, we can seek assistance from headquarters, which can dispatch aid with utmost swiftness. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. A grassland, indeed? It is rather easy to attack, yet challenging to defend. Wu Ruodong, is that you? However, he could not solely rely on Wu Ruodong's words to ascertain whether she was a traitor, for her hometown was indeed Saihamba, and there was indeed a grassland there. Yuan Gang urged the instructors to share their suggestions freely, and Wu Ruodong's proposal to visit her hometown was quite reasonable. After contemplating these thoughts, Yuan Gang nodded slightly. A trip to the grassland? It is indeed a commendable idea. Hosting a grand grassland ball would surely be delightful. He turned to the others. Do any of you have differing opinions? Hong Hao, Han Li, and the other instructors exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. They too found Wu Ruodong's suggestion appealing. The tone set by headquarters was rather stringent. Insisting on a location that was neither too safe nor too perilous, was there even such a place? Thus, when Wu Ruodong presented an idea that seemingly conformed to Yuan Gang's criteria, everyone was disinclined to think further and simply went along with her proposal. Hong Hao was the first to speak. I believe Wu Ruodong's suggestion is excellent. An Li, Ikunkur, Wang Feng agreed. Others agreed. Seeing that the instructors were all in favor of Wu Ruodong's proposal, Yuan Gang nodded slightly. Very well, we shall designate the Saihamba grassland as our team-building location. I am feeling a bit fatigued and will take my leave to rest. You all should work late tonight to draft a detailed plan, and we shall convene for discussion tomorrow morning after I wake. The instructors? Wait a moment. This is too much. You can go to sleep when you're tired, but we are left here to work on the plan. Can you not act like a human being? The instructors cast disdainful glances at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang, however, disregarded their stares and walked away with an air of indifference. On his way back to the dormitory, he felt quite carefree. Being the chief instructor at the training camp is truly wonderful. Not only am I spared from being treated like a beast of burden by Xiao Pinga, but I can also treat others as such. In the dead of night, Yuan Gang received a call from Zhuqing. Zhuqing informed Yuan Gang that, according to reports from hidden operatives, 3 instructors under Yuan Gang were utilizing special means to communicate information externally. Thanks to the operatives' efforts, the messages transmitted by these 3 instructors had all been intercepted. The contents of the messages were largely similar, relaying the details and decisions from a recent meeting convened by Yuan Gang. However, the intended recipients of this information remained unclear, though it was speculated to be the forces of the opposing Night Watch. Upon hearing Zhuqing's words, Yuan Gang's expression darkened. Despite having received a prior warning from Marshal Gu, the revelation of a traitor within the instructor team ignited a profound anger within him. Yuan Gang inquired in a low voice, "Who are these 3 traitors?" Zhuqing replied, "Wu Ruodong, Li Yaoguang, and Wang Gui." At the mention of these names, Yuan Gang's body trembled, and his pupils constricted in shock. Although Wu Ruodong was somewhat familiar, having collaborated on a few occasions, their relationship was merely cordial. In stark contrast, Li Yaoguang and Wang Gui had forged a deep bond during a past mission, one that transcended mere camaraderie. Yuan Gang's left hand instinctively clenched into a tight fist as he muttered, "Why must it be you?" A fierce inferno of rage ignited within him. Zhuqing asked, "Instructor Yuan, what did you say?" With a composed demeanor, Yuan Gang shook his head. "It is nothing. Director Zhua, now that we know the identities of the traitors, I shall take it upon myself to deal with them." Zhuqing, taken aback, responded, "Have you lost your mind? I often hear Xiao Pinga speak of your exceptional capabilities. How could you commit such a grave oversight? If you eliminate those 3, it will only serve to alert them." Yuan Gang felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, if he were to act against the traitors now, it would certainly arouse their suspicion. Normally, he would never have uttered such words. However, the betrayal of 2 of his closest friends was a bitter pill to swallow, and the emotional turmoil compelled him to consider immediate action against them. With a hint of remorse, Yuan Gang said, "I apologize for my impulsiveness." Zhuqing replied, "As I understand it, Wang Gui and Li Yaoguang share a strong bond with you. Therefore, I can empathize with your feelings, but remember, do not alert the enemy." Yuan Gong nodded, "Understood. You can rest assured, I will remain composed. Zhuo Qing continued, very well. Tomorrow morning, I will dispatch 4 buses, each capable of seating 64, to retrieve you from the training camp. Regarding the 3 traitors, consider yourself unaware of the matter, should any reckoning occur later. It is our responsibility, not yours. Yuan Gang acknowledged, noted. Zhuo Qing added, oh, and one more thing. You must communicate all procedures and details of this operation with Marshal Gu in advance. Shortly after Yuan Gang concluded his conversation with Zhuo Qing, within a private room of an unlicensed bar on the outskirts of Shangjing City, several members of the ancient God Church convened for a meeting. Among the attendees was one of the oldest deities of the church, the nightmarish avatar of the Whisperer, a peak entity in the sea realm. The representative of the Egyptian god Set, a being of boundless strength known as Kaspersky, a name of creative invention. The representative of the Greek Gorgon Medusa, a superhuman of limitless potential known as Serpent Woman. Additionally, there was Ma Tianyi, a novice in the sea realm and the 14th disciple directly under the Whisperer, and El Liang, a superhuman of the river realm and the 16th disciple. The gaze of the Whisperer's avatar swept across the assembled individuals. Have you all reviewed the intelligence? The enchanting Serpent Woman, adorned in a form-fitting black leather jacket and pants, extended her delicate tongue to lick her lips, exclaiming, "Isn't it delightful how a nap invites a pillow?" As we pondered our approach to this training camp, the Night Watch unexpectedly announced a reform, intending to initiate some form of team-building activities. This truly felt like a fortuitous opportunity. Her words garnered unanimous agreement from all present, save for Ma Tianyi. Noticing his apparent dissent, the doppelganger inquired, "Ma Tianyi, do you have something to express?" Ma Tianyi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "My lord, I can't help but feel that this situation is rather too coincidental. Just as we begin to strategize against Lin Xie, Bailey Tumming, and the new recruits, the Night Watch presents us with such an opportunity. Could this possibly be a trap?" Chapter 65. The frantic coin rushed. The avatar of Whispering Dream shook his head slightly. The likelihood of it being a trap is minimal for 3 reasons. First, the Night Watchers are currently short-staffed, making it exceedingly difficult to mobilize personnel for an ambush in a short span. Second, our ancient deity sect and the Night Watchers have been in a stalemate for nearly a century, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Without knowledge of which of our members we might dispatch, how could they recklessly set a trap? After all, we also have our formidable guardian. If they wish to ensure absolute security, they would need to send half of their elite forces and their guardian to Saihamba. However, this would inevitably weaken the strength in the areas they originally defended, exposing them to danger. Thus, unless it is a divine battle, the Night Watchers would not engage in such folly. Third, please ponder the first 2 points a few more times and consider the validity of my reasoning. Ma Tianyi found Whispering Dream's assertions quite reasonable, nodding in agreement without further comment. Kaspersky chuckled, saying, "Since Lord Whispering has stated so, the Night Watchers have truly bestowed upon us a great gift. Faced with the weakened defenses of the training camp, with our combined strengths, I believe we can not only capture Lin Xie and eliminate Bailey Tumming, but also obliterate the future of the Night Watchers." The avatar of Whispering Dream nodded slightly. "Indeed, you speak the truth. The defenses of the training camp consist solely of ordinary soldiers and instructors. The ordinary soldiers are inconsequential, mere fodder. As for the instructors, there is only one Yuan Gang who possesses a modicum of strength. The rest are no more than mere pawns, not to be feared. Although reports indicate that a new recruit named Guzhan has emerged from this batch, a power-based fighter of considerable strength capable of single-handedly confronting the mass squad. The power-based fighters, despite their formidable strength, have significant weaknesses. Their most critical flaw is their short legs. A mere ranged attack could easily dispatch them. As long as we can hold off Yuan Gang and Guzhan, success is assured. Allow me to outline the specific arrangements. Kaspersky, you will confront the one called Guzhan. Although he is a brutish power fighter, he can contend with a mass squad, indicating his level is not low. You need not strive for victory, simply delay him. A proud smile appeared on Kaspersky's face. Lord Whispering, I am the agent of Set, the god of the desert, and my expertise lies in ranged attacks. As you just mentioned, Any fighter of that caliber can be easily outmaneuvered. Rest assured, not only will I delay this Gujan, but I could easily eliminate him if necessary. The avatar of Whispering Dream nodded slightly, finding Kaspersky's confidence somewhat reassuring. However, out of caution, he reminded, do not underestimate your opponent, lest you encounter unforeseen misfortunes. Kaspersky remained silent, confidently patting his chest. The avatar of Whispering Dream continued with the arrangements. My true self is currently being pursued by the medium squad and cannot arrive in time. As an avatar, I possess only peak ocean realm strength, so I shall handle Yuan Gang. Matiani replied, present. The avatar of Whispering Dreams inquired, having recently embarked upon the realm of the seas, have you acclimated to its formidable powers? Matiani replied with a subtle smile. Rest assured, esteemed avatar, I have fully mastered my current abilities. The avatar nodded slightly. Excellent. The 12 instructors will be your charge. There is no need for their demise. Merely restrain them. Matiani inclined his head affirmatively. You have my word, esteemed avatar. I shall fulfill this task. The avatar of Whispering Dreams fixed his gaze upon the Serpent Maiden and Lu Liang. Now, I shall assign the most critical aspect of this operation to you. Serpent Maiden, Lu Liang, the capture of Lin Xie and the elimination of Bai Li Tuming is entrusted to you. I will provide you with a Sea Realm Fire Vein Dragon, which I recently captured in Sangnan, for your command. Do not let me down. The Serpent Maiden and Lu Liang perked up, responding in unison. We shall not disappoint your expectations. We guarantee not to let you down, esteemed avatar. The avatar of Whispering Dreams narrowed his eyes. Then all is prepared. We await Yuan Gang to lead that group of novices to Saihamba. The following morning, Yuan Gang summoned all the recruits to the training ground to announce an upcoming team-building event on the grasslands. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the training ground transformed into one of exuberance. The recruits expressed unanimous approval for the grassland outing, with some considering it a well-deserved reprieve after 5 months of rigorous training. In the vicinity of Gujan, Chao Yuan, the chubby Bai Li, Lin Xie, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li, camaraderie had flourished over the past 5 months, establishing a solid friendship, albeit not one of absolute intimacy. Gao Juan, Astonitz, Vimak. It is truly unbelievable that those instructors who seemed intent on pushing us to our limits would take us for a team-building excursion. Bai Li, with a grave expression, countered. This must be a conspiracy, undoubtedly a conspiracy. Lin Xie concurred with Bai Li, nodding slightly. I believe, given the instructor's tendencies, they are likely planning something substantial for us on the grasslands. Thus, we must mentally prepare ourselves for this outing. Shun Qingzhu held a differing opinion. What could be so substantial? It might just be a standard team-building exercise. After all, if they truly wish to torment us, there would be no need to take us to the grasslands. Makauliakua Shin Kimzus Sentiments. Chao Yuan turned to Gujan. Master, what is your perspective? Gujan was the only one present who knew the truth. However, to preserve the secrecy of the plan, he decided to feign ignorance. After all, if the information were to leak, the entire endeavor could be jeopardized. He had originally intended to acquire some negative energy from the ancient God Church, and if their representatives did not show up, he would suffer a loss. Truth be told, he was quite curious about how much negative energy would be required to ensure that the items in the Treasury of Truth would no longer display a question mark as their price. Thus, Gujan resolved that whenever the opportunity arose, he would vigorously amass currency, treating it as a means to inject a modicum of enjoyment into his otherwise monotonous millennium-long existence. After much contemplation, Gujan wore a mysterious smile and remarked, "You mustn't say so. I do possess some insider knowledge." His words instantly piqued the interest of everyone present, even drawing in those who were not immediately involved. Clearing his throat with a deliberate cough, Gujan continued, "Allow me to regale you with the details. Gao Juan, Bai Li Pang Pang, Lin Gai, Mo Li, Shen Qingzhu, along with several newcomers around them, immediately turned their eager gazes towards Gujan. Then he delivered a rather anticlimactic statement. Won't you discover it once you arrive? This prompted an immediate reaction from Chao Yuan and the others, leaving them momentarily breathless, their thoughts spiraling into disarray. What? You tantalize us with suspense only to deliver such a tepid conclusion. How infuriating! How utterly detestable! Received negative energy from Chao Yuan 98. Received negative energy from Bai Li Pang Pang 60. Received negative energy from Lin Xia 98. Received negative energy from Shun Qingzhu 60. Received negative energy from Mo Li 60. Received from Li Guden. From Wang Ershing. From Chapter 66. The big fish has taken the bait before long, for large buses enter the training camp. The eyes of the new recruits brightened at the sight of the buses. The instructors began to organize the recruits onto the buses, and prior to boarding, each recruit was handed a training metal straight knife. This left the recruits somewhat puzzled. Had they not been informed that they were heading to the grasslands for team building? What was the purpose of the knives? After receiving the knife from the instructor, Lin Xia turned to Gu Zhan and the others, saying, "What did I tell you? The fact that the instructor has given us knives signifies that this team-building exercise is certainly not going to be mundane." Shun Qingzhu shrugged. Carrying a knife doesn't necessarily indicate anything significant. I've heard there are wolves on the grasslands. Perhaps the knife is for dealing with them. Lin Xia merely shrugged in response, choosing not to counter Shun Qingzhu's remark. The truth was that none of them were privy to the true purpose or content of this team-building exercise. Thus, engaging in fruitless disputes over such trivial matters seemed utterly meaningless. Gu Zhan, Lin Xia, the Plump One, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, Mo Li, and Shun Qingzhu's three companions, Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia, boarded the same bus. Once aboard, Chao Yuan turned to Gu Zhan and inquired, "Master, have you ever been to the grasslands before?" Gu Zhan nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have. On this planet, there are few places I have not visited." His words elicited scoffs from several individuals. Presently, apart from the great Xia, the rest of the earth was shrouded in mist, rendering travel impossible. How could one have traversed the entirety of Earth? A recruit shouted at Gu Zhan, "Teacher Gu, can you not boast for once?" Over the past 5 months, the recruits had learned about Gu Zhan's previous identity as a Chinese language teacher at San'an No. 2 High School. Consequently, any recruit aware of Gu Zhan's background began to address him as teacher, which also conveyed a sense of camaraderie. Gu Zhan shrugged nonchalantly, disinterested in explaining himself to those who doubted him. On this bus, only Lin Xia and Chao Yuan fully believed Gu Zhan's words. Their trust stemmed from their knowledge of Gu Zhan's true identity. He was a deity. It seemed quite reasonable for a deity, with their extensive lifespan, to wander about in their spare time. Chao Yuan gazed at Gu Zhan with envy. "How wonderful it must be. I've been confined in prison since I was 6, followed by training on Jihua Mountain, with scarcely any opportunity to descend. Thus, I've never traveled anywhere in my life." After speaking, he silently vowed to seize opportunities in the future to explore and make up for his lost childhood experiences. Shortly thereafter, all 240 recruits, along with 13 instructors, including Yuan Gang, boarded the buses. The 4 buses then departed the training camp in succession. Once they were a distance away, the recruits began to break through their limitations. The reason for their breakthroughs upon leaving the training camp was that during the training, the instructors had been employing the town suppressing monument to suppress their realms, thereby forcing them to unleash their physical potential. In such circumstances, each new recruit accumulated a considerable amount of mental fortitude, allowing them to naturally break through once they left the confines of the town's monument. Almost all of the recruits at that moment stepped into the pool realm. Those who had already been at the pool realm prior, such as Chao Yuan, directly advanced into the river realm. Another individual who entered the river realm was Lin Xia. Among the passengers on the bus, apart from Gu Zhan, everyone else, the instructor Hong Hao and the other recruits, were astonished that Chao Yuan and Lin Xia had managed to reach the pool realm. Hong Hao Zhuge Wili saying, "Gao Juan, Xia, are you both monsters? In terms of realms, you now stand shoulder to shoulder with us instructors." The other recruits also regarded Chao Yuan and Lin Xia as extraordinary. Only Gu Zhan understood the reasons behind this. Chao Yuan's entry into the river realm was due to having already reached the pool realm upon arriving at the training camp. Lin Xia's breakthrough was similar to Chao Yuan's. When Gu Zhan first encountered Lin Xia, he was already at the pinnacle of the lamp realm, with only a step separating him from the pool realm. Subsequently, Lin Xie underwent nearly a month of specialized training with Team 136 in Songnan City, directly breaking through his bottleneck and entering the pool realm. After enduring 5 months of rigorous training, he naturally, like Chao Yuan, entered the river realm. At that moment, Gu Zhan suddenly recalled something and turned to gaze out the bus window. In the original narrative, shortly after the 4 buses departed from the training camp, their bus was attacked by missiles. However, the missile strike occurred near Jinan Mountain in Songnan City. Now, this cohort of recruits was training in the outskirts of Shangjing, leaving Gu Zhan uncertain if the missile strike orchestrated by that wretched serpent woman from the ancient god sect would still transpire. He found himself oddly anticipating the possibility of such an attack. Yet, to his disappointment, the anticipated missile strike from the original story did not occur. The 4 buses traveled safely out of the Shangjing area and into the Saihamba region without encountering any missile strikes. Gu Zhan could only lament the missed excitement. Time passed swiftly, and evening arrived. After a long afternoon on the road, the 4 buses finally reached their destination for the team-building event. In the midst of a vast grassland, an expansive campsite had been established. Within the camp, a series of white yurts were neatly arranged, exuding a strong, exotic charm. In the central area of the numerous yurts stood a towering pile of firewood, likely intended for a bonfire celebration. Once the bus came to a halt, Gu Zhan disembarked alongside the other recruits. Upon witnessing the team-building site, the recruits erupted into cheers. During the journey, many had harbored concerns regarding the true intentions behind this event, influenced by conspiracy theories from individuals like Bali Pang Pang and Lin Xie. However, upon arriving at the destination and seeing the yurts and the bonfire, their worries swiftly dissipated. Was this not simply a normal team-building event? To the surprise of many, the malevolent instructors exhibited a rare moment of kindness. However, the new recruits, having endured 5 months of rigorous training, despite their eagerness to rush into the camp, restrained their impulses and stood in formation with commendable composure. Their demeanor greatly pleased the instructors. Once assembled, Yuan Gang commanded, "From the moment I say dismissed until the team building concludes, there shall be no further training." So, dismissed. A wave of joy washed over the new recruits upon hearing Yuan Gang's assurance, nearly moving them to tears as they hurried towards the camp. Soon, only the instructors and Gu Zhan remained outside the camp. Gu Zhan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, cast a discerning gaze over several areas beyond the camp. Beneath these zones, his heightened awareness detected an unmistakable intent to kill. A cold smile crept across Gu Zhan's lips. The big fish had taken a bait. Chapter 67. My demise is indeed rather hasty. The skies over the prairie are capricious, changing at a whim. When the new recruits arrived, the weather was fair. However, shortly after disembarking, the heavens darkened ominously, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Gu Zhan withdrew his gaze, glancing at the sky, and raised an eyebrow. A gloomy day? Quite fitting for a night of darkness, wind, and murder. Yuangong, noting Gu Zhan's subtle movement, approached him and whispered, "Marshal Gu, have you made any discoveries?" Gu Zhan nodded, his demeanor calm. "Yes, the bait has taken, but they pose no significant threat." Upon hearing this, a look of gravity crossed Yuan Gang's face. The night watchmen were surprisingly proactive, having set an ambush here ahead of time. Curious about the nature of the adversaries, he inquired, "Marshal, what is the caliber of our opponents?" Gu Zhan replied, "1 from the infinite tier, 3 from the ocean tier. Among them, 1 is mysterious, 1 from the river tier, and 1 from the pool tier." Yuan Gong inhaled sharply, astonished. The enemy's composition could indeed constitute a special task force among the night watchmen. Such formidable strength, yet in Gu Zhan's eyes, it was deemed negligible. This was truly disheartening. Negative energy 98 for Yuan Gang's dismay. However, Yuan Gang quickly reminded himself of Marshal Gu's prowess, a paragon among humanity, the very pinnacle of human capability. For someone of such caliber, the opposing configuration was, indeed, trivial. With this thought, Yuan Gang's spirits were somewhat assuaged. Just as he pondered when the adversaries might strike, the ground suddenly trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Simultaneously, a cloud of yellow dust appeared on the northern horizon. billowing towards them like a tsunami. This abrupt transformation caused the expressions of Yuan Gang, the 12 instructors, and the new recruits rushing into the training camp to change dramatically. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. An earthquake? A sandstorm? These fellows are truly impatient, launching their assault so swiftly. Yet as he spoke, he was astonished to find that everyone around him had suddenly vanished, leaving him alone within and outside the camp. His complexion shifted. What was happening? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black tailcoat, holding a black cane in his right hand, leisurely emerged from the void. Upon sighting this individual, Yuan Gang immediately deduced his identity, his pupils contracting sharply. Outside the training camp, Gu Zhan noticed Yuan Gang's abrupt disappearance, a look of perplexity crossing his face. However, he quickly surmised the reason for Yuan Gang's vanishing act. He murmured, "Has Yuan Gang been drawn into the nightmare realm by the whisper? That ability is indeed intriguing." As Gu Zhan mused, the new recruits within the camp began to flee towards the outside. Just as the foremost recruit was about to break free from the confines of the camp, a crimson earth dragon suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking their path and startling the recruits into halting their advance. On the crest of the crimson dragon stood a man and a woman. The woman spoke, "To prevent the destruction of the world." The man replied, "To uphold peace in the universe." The woman continued, "To embody love and..." As the duo on the dragon's head engaged in their banter, Chao Yuan turned to his companion among the ranks of new recruits. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Is this what the instructors have concocted? It seems rather excessive, doesn't it?" Bai Li, the stout one, chimed in, "It's definitely a performance. Otherwise, who in their right mind would recite lines from Pokemon?" Lin Xie's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Is it a brave hero battling a dragon? Quite amusing." Shen Qingzhu glanced around. "So what shall we do next? Slay the dragon before us?" Molly raised her fist. "Let us do it." Chao Yuan drew his sword with determination. "Hey, hey!" Lin Xie unleashed the nightshade of the divine ruins, an aura of darkness enveloping him, reminiscent of another Chao Yuan. He grinned widely. "Brothers, let us hunt the dragon. Charge!" With that, he activated his Starry Night dance, leading the charge. Chao Yuan had already surged forward, roaring towards the dragon. With Chao Yuan and Lin Xie at the helm, the new recruits rallied, all of them roaring as they charged towards the dragon. On the dragon's crest, the serpent maiden observed the oncoming recruits with a hint of confusion. "Aren't these new recruits afraid of us?" LV Liang remarked. "It's undoubtedly because your lines, Lady Serpent, are too cringe-worthy." The serpent maiden shot him a glare. "Regardless, since this group of recruits has come to meet their demise, let us oblige them. I shall direct the dragon in battle. You seek the mission target." LV Liang replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, a sea-bound psychic named Ma Tianyi approached the 12 instructors at the training camp. Outside the camp, Gu Zhan's gaze was captured by the dragon. "Is this the infernal dragon? Not the great Xia dragon?" A disappointing sight. Just as he finished speaking, a defiant voice echoed nearby. "Huh, what are you looking at, kid?" A swirling cloud of dust had unexpectedly gathered close to Gu Zhan, but it did not advance. It remained stationary. Atop the undulating waves of sand stood a young man in a black long robe, exuding an air of superiority, as if looking down upon the world. Gu Zhan sensed a trace of divine essence from this individual, though it lacked the purity of a true deity, indicating the presence of a mere avatar. An agent, able to command the sands? Could it be the nameless agent from the original work, the God of Sands, Set, who had only appeared once in the Gusu arc? Kaspersky sneered at Gu Zhan. "You must be the new recruit rumored to be able to take on the faceless one, Gu Zhan, right? Lord Murmurs holds you in high regard. Yet in my eyes, your power is but that of an ant before the magnificent agent of the God of Sands, Kaspersky. With a mere snap of my fingers, I could bury your crude strength beneath the sands." Gu Zhan replied, "Oh." Kaspersky responded, "Oh." Upon receiving Kaspersky's displeasure, a surge of negative energy enveloped the atmosphere. "Not at all, my friend. In the face of my apocalyptic sandstorm, does your reaction not seem rather tepid?" Gu Zhan's unperturbed demeanor ignited Kaspersky's fury, as he viewed him merely as a feeble ant of brute force, putting on airs. In his estimation, the current Gu Zhan ought to be trembling in terror, begging for mercy while crumpled upon the ground. just as Kaspersky was poised to utter further words. He witnessed Guzhan flicking his fingers in the air, and a stream of energy, as sharp as a sword's edge, pierced through his chest, creating a gaping wound. A look of incredulity washed over Kaspersky's face. How could this be? How could a crude force user launch a remote assault, and with such potency, so formidable that he had no opportunity to react before being vanquished? With a resounding crash, the swirling sands dissipated. Kaspersky plummeted toward the earth like a falling object from the heavens. I have perished far too hastily. A sense of despair enveloped him. Chapter 68. Oh, that's all right. Having dealt with Kaspersky, Guzhan turned his gaze towards the camp. There, the Crimson Earth Dragon rampaged through the encampment. Each of its movements, whether swinging its massive arms or lashing its tail, sending several new recruits soaring through the air, accompanied by their horrified cries, only to crash back down. Above the dragon, the serpent woman skillfully controlled its movements, while Lu Yang's eyes darted about, seemingly in search of some quarry. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Guzhan's mind. After a lengthy 5 months of silence, the system finally issued a new task. 2 tasks, in fact. Task 10. Capture stunning moments of nightfall battling enemies. No fewer than 3 images and up to 10. Each image rewards 150 negative energy. Task 11. Capture captivating scenes of Lin Xie in female attire battling the Earth Dragon. No fewer than 3 images and up to 10. Each image rewards 150 negative energy. Upon hearing the task descriptions, Guzhan's brow furrowed slightly. Task 11 was straightforward. It likely required him to photograph Lin Xie in Goddess of the Night mode, engaging the Earth Dragon. However, Task 10 was rather perplexing. Capture stunning moments of nightfall battling enemies. No, nightfall had yet to be established. What was there to capture? With a bemused expression, Guzhan addressed the system. System, I must say, you have a penchant for issuing tasks that are outdated. Now, you've ceased issuing expired tasks and have started presenting objectives that haven't even materialized, correct? Task 10 is unfeasible. I urge you to request arbitration. Received. The system promptly acknowledged the issue with Task 10 and swiftly applied for arbitration. About 3 seconds later, the system responded. Dear sir, the arbitration has failed. Guzhan. The arbitration department replied that while Nightfall has not yet been established, the future members of the Nightfall squad are indeed present with you. Furthermore, they added, they advised. Guzhan's brow furrowed. What did they say? They suggested that instead of seeking arbitration for every issue, one should learn to adapt, think critically, and exploit task bugs. The corner of Guzhan's mouth twitched. How could it be that even the arbitration agency lacked reliability? Or was it that, including that esteemed individual, everyone from top to bottom was a bunch of unreliable characters? Nevertheless, it could not be denied that the arbitration's response held some merit. Currently, in close proximity to Guzhan were Lin Xie, Bai Li Pengpeng, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu, over half of the future Nightfall squad. Capturing the combat of these 4 could indeed be considered as documenting the battles of the Nightfall team. Thus, the next question was how to accomplish Task 10. After a moment of contemplation, Guzhan resolved to proceed in a particular manner. Within the team-building camp, the fiery Earth Dragon unleashed its claws, relentlessly attacking the new recruits. The new recruits, driven by the notion that it was merely the drill sergeant's antics, were not formidable adversaries for the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon. Yet, each time they were sent flying or wounded, as long as they still drew breath, they would rally with fervor to charge once more at the dragon, seemingly intent on demonstrating their mettle to those insufferable instructors. This was partly due to the fact that the Serpent Woman had yet to master the manipulation of the Earth Dragon, which left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Otherwise, with the prowess of the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, a mere flick of its power could have easily dispatched the majority of the recruits present. Above the Earth Dragon, the Serpent Woman, drenched in sweat, inquired, Lu Yang, have you located Lin Xie and the others? Lu Yang shook his head anxiously. My apologies, Lady Serpent. There's simply too many recruits, and they're scattering everywhere, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint our target. Frowning, the Serpent Woman recalled the incantation she had been given to control the Earth Dragon, and devised a method that would render the recruits immobile. She promptly employed this technique, exclaiming, "Absolute earthen domain." Indeed, the method the serpent woman had discovered was to command the flame pulse earth dragon to unleash its innate skill, absolute earthen domain. As this ability was activated, the ground around them transformed into a loose, sandy texture, ensnaring anyone standing upon it, while those who had just been knocked away also found themselves sinking into the earth upon landing. Seeing this, the serpent woman's eyes brightened, and a smile crept on her lips. This technique is quite effective. She commanded the flame pulse earth dragon once more to solidify the surrounding terrain. Consequently, the new recruits were ensnared like radishes, with only their upper bodies protruding, utterly immobilized. Curse it, I can't move. Who would have thought this earth dragon possessed such a skill? Have instructors gone too far this time? If we cannot move, how are we to complete the trial? Perhaps being unable to move is a trial in itself. Does anyone possess a strategy against this technique? Above the earth dragon, the serpent woman and Lu Liang exchanged curious glances at these remarks. The serpent woman smirked. I wondered why you all were so recklessly converging upon my earth dragon. So, you mistook us for a training camp trial? Lu Liang replied nonchalantly. You are mistaken. We were not summoned by your instructors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Liang, the 16th seat of the cult of the ancient gods under the command of Lord Whisper. The serpent woman added, I am the newly appointed deity of the cult of the ancient gods, the agent of Medusa, known as the serpent woman. Upon revealing their identities, the faces of the recruits turned pale. Yet, some remained skeptical and challenged, if you are indeed from the cult of the ancient gods. Why did you hold back during the earlier battle? Both the serpent woman and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. The serpent woman then shook her head slightly. It was not an act of mercy. My control over this earth dragon was still lacking, which allowed you to retain your lives. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Enough of the trivialities. Listen up, you new recruits. Immediately point out Lin Xie and Bailey Tumming, or else I shall ensure that you find yourselves in a plight from which escape is impossible. Upon these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The recruits exchanged glances, none daring to comply with the serpent woman's demand. The reason was clear. These recruits had been meticulously selected from various regions and recommended to the training camp. Their humanity was beyond question. Whether this situation was orchestrated by the instructors or was a genuine assault from the ancient god church, as guardians of the night, they would never betray their comrades. Seeing that no one was responding, the serpent woman's expression darkened, her eyes gleaming with a venomous light akin to that of a snake. No one wishes to speak. Is that so? Very well. I shall interrogate each of you individually. Those who cannot provide an answer, one shall perish. Just as her words fell, a young man's voice rang out from the side. Allow me to respond. The emergence of this voice caused a smirk to form at the corners of the serpent woman's mouth, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating her features. It appeared that her threats had borne fruit. Meanwhile, the recruits glared furiously at the traitor who had spoken, eager to denounce him loudly. Then they realized that the speaker was none other than Teacher Gu. Oh, then there is no cause for concern. Chapter 69. The petrified deity Gu Zhan's plan was to capture the members of the ancient god church, along with the earth dragon, and then facilitate a multi-person battle between Lin Xie and his companions against these individuals. The serpent woman fixed her gaze upon Gu Zhan. Although she was part of the action team, she did not recognize Gu Zhan since she had not been with the Yu and Kaspersky before the operation commenced. Otherwise, she would likely have fled at the sight of him. The serpent woman inquired of Gu Zhan, Young man, tell me, where are Lin Xie and Bai Li Tumming? Gu Zhan lifted his head, contemplating the somewhat enchanting visage of the serpent woman, and replied earnestly, Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang are right. He elongated the final sound, teasingly withholding the information. A trace of impatience surfaced on the serpent woman's face. What are you teasing for? Speak up. Received serpent woman's impatience. Negative energy 98. A slight smile crept across Gu Zhan's lips as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the group of recruits. However, he did not indicate a specific individual. Instead, his arm moved back and forth as if searching for a target. The recruits, observing Gu Zhan's apparent intention to identify Lin Xie, and Bai Li Tuming began to whisper among themselves. Surely, teacher Gu would he betray Lin Xie and Bai Li Pengpeng. Would he? What is he up to? Bai Li is his disciple after all. What could this mean? Clearly, he seems intent on pointing out those two members of the ancient God Church. I'm not sure, but teacher Gu's actions are always enigmatic. Let's just wait and see. Indeed, the gazes of the serpent woman and Lu Liang shifted continually as Gu Zhan's arm moved. Suddenly, Gu Zhan's arm slowed its motion, as if he were just about to point out the targets required by the serpent woman and Lu Liang. Both of them displayed anticipation. Yet at that moment, Gu Zhan abruptly withdrew his hand and raised his head to reveal a mischievous smile towards the serpent woman and Lu Liang. How about you guess? He chuckled playfully. The laughter from Gu Zhan left the serpent woman and Lu Liang flustered. Received serpent woman's anger. Negative energy 98. Received Lu Liang's anger. Negative energy 98. Had Gu Zhan simply said guess, the serpent woman and Lu Liang might have been merely annoyed. However, his playful chuckle evoked a sense of being toyed with within them. Serpent woman's mentality exploded. Negative energy 198. Lu Liang's mentality exploded. Negative energy 198. The recruits were amused by Gu Zhan's antics. Truly, teacher Gu never disappoints us. Look at those two little rascals from the ancient God Church. Their faces have turned green. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Quite amusing, reminiscent of my own youthful style. Yeah, how old are you? When did you start behaving like this? Did you begin to tease others while still in the womb? The serpent woman's face turned an array of colors, a mix of anger and frustration at Gu Zhan's behavior. She was enraged, her gaze fixed squarely on Gu Zhan, her eyes glimmering with a dangerous ferocity akin to that of a venomous serpent. You little brat, how dare you deceive me? Turn me to stone. The serpent woman unleashed her domain, the realm of serpents, and directed her power, the petrifying gaze, at Gu Zhan. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, her eyes exploded. Oh! The serpent woman shrieked, clutching her face as two streams of crimson tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bereft of sight, she immediately lost her sense of direction, swaying unsteadily before plummeting from the head of the fire pulse earth dragon. Lu Liang rushed to catch her, but she instinctively evaded, mistaking his intentions for an attack, leaving him grasping at air. The serpent woman descended towards the ground with a thud, bang. Received the serpent woman's resentment. Negative energy 198. Received the serpent woman's agony. Negative energy 328. The bewilderment among the new recruits and Lu Liang was palpable as they witnessed the serpent woman's eyes explode merely from a fleeting glance at Gu Zhan. Why did her eyes burst upon looking at him? Could it be some kind of reflective curse? But Gu Zhan was of the strength type. How could he possibly cause such a phenomenon? Received Lu Liang's confusion. Negative energy 30. Received Li Gudan's confusion. Negative energy 6. Received Lu, Guan, and Zhang's confusion. Negative energy 60. Received. Among those present, only two individuals understood the reason behind the serpent woman's ocular explosion. One was Chao Yuan, who scoffed, though I'm unaware of what she intended with Master. She undoubtedly utilized some ability. Perhaps she aimed to glare at him, leading to her own demise? Regardless of her intentions, I can only deem her a fool. He fell silent, mentally adding, to dare employ such powers against the deity is tantamount to courting death. The laws of light would have rebounded to destroy her. The other was Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie refrained from voicing any opinions on the matter, feeling a pang of empathy for the serpent woman. He recalled a similar folly from half a year prior, when he too had attempted to create a miracle by vanquishing Teacher Gu. Fortunately, he had relented in his intentions, transforming a desire to slay into a mere wish to injure. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Beside the fire pulse earth dragon, the serpent woman writhed on the ground, clutching her eyes in agony while bellowing, "What have you done to me?" Gu Zhan approached her with an air of indifference. "You were merely a pawn in my scheme, but now that your eyes have exploded, you hold no further value. Perish." With that, he crushed her head beneath his foot. The gruesome act stunned several new recruits, and those with weaker stomachs turned away, retching at the sight. What a ruthless man Teacher Gu is, to crush a beauty's head without a second thought. Was that yellowish substance in the blood her brain matter? How revolting. Ugh. Resolute and decisive. Teacher Gu is indeed a remarkable figure. Upon the demise of the Serpentine woman, the fiery dragon of the Inferno immediately lost its composure. It raised its head and let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. The dragon's upward gaze caused Lu Liang to lose his footing. Fortunately, Lu Liang was agile enough to leap just in time, swiftly navigating along the dragon's neck and soon reaching the ground. After its thunderous roar, the fiery dragon lowered its head, casting a menacing glare at Guzhan. As a beast, it possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. This instinct informed it that the seemingly innocuous youth before it was exceedingly perilous and should be eliminated with utmost priority. Thus, the dragon's gaze met Guzhan's. Although Guzhan could not unleash a divine aura, the murderous intent he emanated was palpable. After all, such an essence, this aura of death, was an enigmatic quality. One might argue it does not exist, yet when a ruthless individual fixes their gaze upon you, the sensation is akin to a prickling unease. Conversely, one might affirm its existence while remaining utterly perplexed regarding its true nature. Therefore, despite Guzhan's outwardly calm demeanor, beneath that tranquility lay a profound, lethal intent, an intent that seemed to emanate from the divine. The fiery dragon sensed an overwhelming terror within Guzhan's gaze, causing it to cower and tremble upon the ground. Receive the fiery dragon's terror. Negative Energy 648, Chapter 70. Instructor, rescue the new recruits? No, no, no. The Inferno dragon suddenly prostrated itself before Guzhan, leaving Lu Liang utterly astounded. In his eyes, though the Inferno dragon was not a true dragon of the lineage, it was still a branch of the dragon clan. Dragons are typically imbued with a sense of pride. Yet, here was this Inferno dragon, lying low before mere youth. This was simply astonishing. Lu Liang received a shock. Negative Energy 60. Even more shocking for Lu Liang lay ahead. Guzhan calmly instructed the Inferno dragon. Lie still and do not move, understood? The Inferno dragon hastily nodded in cautious agreement, fearing that a greater nod might provoke this terrifying man into violence. Lu Liang felt that this Inferno dragon was no longer a dragon, but had been reduced to a mere lapdog. Lu Liang received a shock. Negative Energy 98. At that moment, Guzhan shifted his gaze to Lu Liang, who felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. Guzhan spoke coolly. There is no need to be so tense. Such anxiety is futile. If I wish to kill you, your fate would already mirror that of the Serpent Lady. Lu Liang considered this, intending to relax, only to discover that he was trembling, incapable of easing his body. With a quivering voice, he stammered, Who are you? Guzhan replied with serene composure, Guzhan. You're Guzhan. Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. The one who single-handedly challenged the mass squad. The new recruit whom Lord Murmurs deliberately targeted. Your presence here means that the god of eels, no, the god of sand, Ciro, no, the agent of Sate has already. Lu Liang's terror intensified. Negative Energy 198, Guzhan stated matter-of-factly, is just as you think, Kaspersky is dead. If you do not wish to meet Kaspersky and the Serpent Lady, then obey me. With a thud, Lu Liang knelt before Guzhan without hesitation, opting for a tactical surrender, intending to feign submission before finding a way to complete his mission. He clasped his hands above his head and cried out, I surrender. Lu Liang's mindset shattered. Negative Energy 328, my goodness. What manner of monster is this before me? Even Kaspersky, who had just entered the boundless realm, was slain at a whim. The swiftness of it all was striking. Since their operation had begun, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and in this brief span, the highest-ranking individual among them had already perished. Killing in the boundless realm was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. To eliminate him, a mere river realm, must surely be as simple as crushing an ant. Thus, Lu Liang unhesitatingly chose to surrender. Meanwhile, on another front, Ma Tianyi single-handedly held off 12 instructors from the training camp. Among these 12, while some were mere mortals, the vast majority were proficient practitioners of the river realm, rich in combat experience and possessing formidable overall strength. Logically speaking, even if Ma Tianyi is at the sea realm level, he should still be unable to contend against so many at the River Realm. The reason he is currently able to hold off the instructors is not so much due to his prowess, but rather the fact that the instructors are the ones restraining him. The 12 instructors are engaging in guerrilla tactics against Ma Tianyi, avoiding direct confrontation entirely. Even if an opportunity for a face-to-face clash arises, the instructors of the training camp would instinctively choose to evade rather than engage. Their actions leave Ma Tianyi perplexed. He believes that these instructors should be preoccupied with rescuing the new recruits who are under attack by the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, rather than sparing time to evade him. While it is indeed fortunate that they are not fighting him, their constant avoidance strikes him as rather odd. Unbeknownst to Ma Tianyi, the instructors have opted for a strategic retreat because they are aware of the formidable presence among the new recruits within the camp. This individual possesses the strength to single-handedly subdue an entire Special Forces team. As long as this person is present, the new recruits are assured safety. Even in the face of a rampaging Earth Dragon, the chaos would not amount to much. In such circumstances, the instructors see no reason to engage Ma Tianyi in a fight. They merely need to hold their ground until Gu Zhan resolves the conflicts in the camp and can come to their aid. Of course, given Gu Zhan's temperament, it is uncertain whether he would even come to their rescue. However, as long as Gu Zhan can neutralize the turmoil within the camp, whether he arrives to assist them becomes inconsequential. After exchanging blows with the 12 instructors for several rounds, Ma Tianyi increasingly sensed something amiss. He inquired, "Don't you want to eliminate me and then rush to assist those new recruits?" Hong Hao evaded one of Ma Tianyi's strikes and replied nonchalantly, "Not necessary. Those new recruits don't need our help at all." Han Li chimed in, "Exactly. We might even find ourselves waiting for the new recruits to come to our rescue." Wang Feng added, "With just your 2 companions and a pet, you hardly pose a threat to that individual." It was at this moment that Ma Tianyi comprehended the reason behind the instructor's evasive tactics. He was taken aback by the realization. Could it be that, apart from Gu Zhan, there existed another equally formidable individual in the Night Watchman's training camp? The reason Ma Tianyi did not associate the instructor's comments with Gu Zhan was that prior to their actions, the Dreaming Lord had already devised various strategies. At this point, Gu Zhan must have been delayed outside the camp by Kaspersky, rendering his presence within the camp impossible. Thus, Ma Tianyi surmised that the instructors were likely referring to another individual, someone unnoticed by the ancient god church yet equally powerful as Gu Zhan. Peering through a gap toward the camp, Ma Tianyi caught sight of the massive flame pulse Earth Dragon, which should have been wreaking havoc, now lying docile on the ground like a well-behaved lapdog. As for what the Snake Woman and El Liang were doing, he could not discern, as his vantage point offered no view of them. The fiery Pulse Earth Dragon is indeed a cherished pet painstakingly captured by the illustrious Master of Whispers. Within its being, a soul contract has been inscribed. Under such circumstances, it is certain that the fiery Pulse Earth Dragon would not submit to another. This indicates that some unforeseen event has transpired within the camp. Contemplating this, Ma Tianyi, without a moment's hesitation, abandoned the skirmish with the 12 instructors and hastened towards the direction of the camp. Consequently, the 12 instructors were left with unoccupied hands. One instructor turned to the deputy chief instructor, Hong Hao, and inquired, "Instructor Hong, what shall be our next course of action? Should we proceed to assist the camp?" Hong Hao shot him a withering glance. "Do you not have the discernment to know whether assistance is required? It is entirely unnecessary. Did you not see that the Earth Dragon has already knelt?" Wang Feng countered. "Then shall we not simply procure some snacks and refreshments from the vehicle and head over to the camp to observe the spectacle?" Hong Hao's eyes brightened. "I find that to be a splendid idea." Chapter 71. A journey not in vain within the camp. Gu Zhan, having resolved the issues with the Earth Dragon and El Liang, was about to seek out Ma Tianyi and EU when he noticed an older youth rushing towards him. The young man emanated an aura reminiscent of the Sea Realm. Gu Zhan narrowed his eyes, although he could not ascertain whether this individual was EU or Ma Tianyi. The timing of his arrival felt like a timely boon. He surmised that this person was Ma Tianyi, for in the original text, the author provided a striking description of EU, clad in a black tailcoat, exuding elegance. The youth approaching, however, lacked these distinguishing traits, affirming his identity as Ma Tianyi. Ma Tianyi halted near the fiery Earth Dragon and immediately spotted El Liang kneeling beside it. His pupils constricted. El Liang, you? Guzhan inquired. You are Ma Tianyi, correct? Ma Tianyi, taken aback, turned to face Guzhan. Noticing that both the Earth Dragon and El Liang were oriented towards this young man, he felt an immediate sense of peril. With a wary expression, he replied, I am Ma Tianyi. Who are you? Guzhan responded coolly, Guzhan. Ma Tianyi's countenance shifted dramatically. This was Guzhan. Shouldn't he be engaged in combat with the formidable Kabaseki? Why was he so leisurely standing there? Suddenly, the answer dawned upon him. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. The only explanation for Guzhan's presence was that he had slain Kabaseki. A tremor coursed through Ma Tianyi, and fear washed over his face. Received Ma Tianyi's fear. Negative energy 198. What manner of monster was this Guzhan? Was he truly a mere recruit? To have the capability to vanquish even a master of the boundless realm. At that moment, Ma Tianyi's gaze fell upon the corpse of the serpent woman. Her head exploded by Guzhan's hand, igniting a strong instinct within him. This place was no longer safe. Fear gripped him completely. Without further ado, he turned to flee. However, to his dismay, he discovered that his legs had grown numb from terror. This led to his failure to escape, resulting in a clumsy fall to his knees. Ma Tianyi. Oh. Negative energy 98. Guzhan raised an eyebrow. You exhibit a commendable sense of awareness, thus saving me the trouble of further persuasion. The surrounding recruits, witnessing Guzhan's ability to dispatch yet another enemy without drawing his weapon, were filled with admiration. Guzhan's gaze shifted towards the spot where Yuan Gang had vanished. Ma Tianyi has surrendered. We are merely awaiting EU's nightmare avatar. His words caused Ma Tianyi and El Liang to blanch. If Guzhan had merely been aware that EU was among those involved in the operation, it would not have been so shocking. However, that he knew EU was not the true self, but a nightmare avatar, was a chilling revelation. The two felt as though, before this Guzhan, they possessed no secrets whatsoever. Guzhan's gaze swept around for a while before he shook his head, resigning himself to the futility of further searching. Currently, EU, along with Yuan Gang, was ensconced in his nightmarish realm. This was an independent space conjured by EU using the divine ruins. Unless EU voluntarily revealed the entrance or allowed someone to enter, it would be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to discover a way in, particularly for someone as coarse as Guzhan. Locating an entry was even more arduous. However, just because he could not, it did not imply that others could not. Guzhan turned his attention to Lin Xie and called out, Xie, come here for a moment. Lin Xie rolled his eyes at Guzhan, retorting, I can come over, but could you kindly let that dragon allow me to emerge from the ground first? It was only then that Guzhan noticed that Lin Xie and the other recruits were still planted in the earth like vegetables. He chuckled awkwardly and exchanged a knowing glance with the flame-vein earth dragon, which promptly understood, wasted no time, and swiftly utilized its absolute earth domain to release the recruits. As Lin Xie approached Guzhan, a look of confusion crossed his face. Teacher Gu, Guzhan inquired, your mundane divine domain can now cover a radius of about 100 meters, correct? Lin Xie nodded slightly. Guzhan continued, very well. Employ the mental radiation of your mundane divine domain to meticulously search every nook and cranny within 100 meters to see if you can uncover anything unusual. Although EU's nightmarish realm was an independent space created through the divine ruins, it was not entirely separate from the main space. Rather, it was an additional private area carved out within it. As long as this independent space remained within the main realm, even if it was well concealed, careful observation would inevitably reveal clues. Though Lin Xie found Guzhan's instructions somewhat perplexing, he did not question them further and proceeded to comply. He activated the divine ruins, mundane divine domain, and began a comprehensive search of the surrounding space through mental radiation. Since Lin Xie was utilizing his mind for the search, the process was swift. Scarcely a fraction of a second after commencing, he detected an anomaly. Within Lin Xie's mental realm, he sensed a peculiar little black that located several meters outside the camp's entrance. This that was imperceptible to the naked eye, visible only through the use of mental radiation. Lin Xie pointed to the small black dot and remarked, "Teacher, there's something odd over there. It's roughly several meters outside the camp's entrance. There's a small black dot." Gu Zhan patted Lin Xie on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, you've been a great help." He then summoned a sudden burst of energy through his legs, propelling himself towards the entrance. Raising his right hand, he flicked his fingers in the direction indicated by Lin Xie, unleashing a torrent of advanced martial techniques that surged forth from his fingertips, slicing through the fabric of space and creating a gash before him. The instructors, just having settled down with their snacks and preparing to enjoy the camp's gossip, were taken aback by this spectacle. The new recruits within the camp, as well as the two members of the ancient God Church, mirrored their astonishment. What is this? It seems as though space has been torn apart. Goodness, who did this? Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu is terrifying indeed. His power has escalated to the extent that he can shatter the very fabric of space. Such a perversion of strength. It is utterly extraordinary. Receive the shock of numerous instructors. Cumulative negative energy, 720. Receive the astonishment of the new recruits. Cumulative negative energy, 7,170. Receive the surprise of El Liang. Negative energy, 198. Receive the astonishment of Ma Tianyi. Negative energy, 198. Receive the shock of the flame pulse earth dragon. Negative energy, 328. Receive the astonishment of Whisper. Negative energy, 648. The final system notification left Gu Zhan somewhat taken aback. Could it be that Whisper, currently engaged in battle with Yuan Gang within the Nightmare Realm, was suddenly startled to discover that her space was being breached from the outside? A slight smile crept across Gu Zhan's lips. This journey has proven worthwhile. In just half an hour, he had amassed over 10,000 in negative energy. Chapter 72. The erasure from the perspective of Law Gu Zhan discerned that the interior of the cleft space was not gray, but rather a picturesque expanse of grassland. The nightmares conjured by the murmurs had the power to directly replicate scenes from reality within the realm of dread. Gu Zhan bellowed towards the rift, "Yuan Gang, are you not coming out?" No sooner had he spoken than the opening was suffused with a golden radiance. Immediately, a burly man with a crew cut sprang forth from the luminous aura. It was none other than Yuan Gang, the chief instructor of the training camp. Upon emerging from the nightmare realm, Yuan Gang landed beside Gu Zhan, appearing quite disheveled, his garments tattered and his body marred with wounds. Just as Yuan Gang intended to express his gratitude for Gu Zhan's rescue, he caught sight of Gu Zhan's sardonic smile and muttered, "What a pitiful state you're in, Yuan Gang." This remark promptly silenced any words of thanks that were on Yuan Gang's lips. Negative energy 30. Yuan Gang finds you quite vexatious. After Yuan Gang emerged from the rift, it automatically sealed itself, and in its stead, a middle-aged man in a black tailcoat, suspended in midair, materialized. This figure was a manifestation of the nightmare. Upon his appearance, the expression on his face was one of bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Gu Zhan was contemplating delivering a sound thrashing to the nightmare entity, compelling it alongside Ma Tianyi, Lu Liang, and Yanmai Dilong to serve as his models, when a sudden thought struck him. It seemed that his name possessed a certain intimidating quality. If a mere name could instill such fear that it rendered someone powerless, that would be splendid indeed. Thus, Gu Zhan addressed the nightmare manifestation. "Hey, Chun Erniu." The nightmare entity responded with a perplexed. His attention was instantly captured by Gu Zhan, his face registering astonishment. "How do you know that name?" Negative energy 60. The nightmare entity is astonished. At this utterance, a wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding recruits and instructors. "Oh my heavens! The notorious fiend, one of the oldest deities of the ancient God Church, Yi, is actually named Chun Erniu. How delightfully down to earth. I can hardly fathom that such a villain bears such a simple name." Thankfully, he chose to rename himself. Upon hearing the jest from the new recruits and instructors, the nightmare entity's face flushed with anger. Negative energy 198. The nightmare entity is enraged. With a gaze as venomous as a serpent, he fixed his stare upon Gu Zhan, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, intent on exacting a lesson upon him, when suddenly he found the young man before him somewhat familiar. The nightmare entity quickly recalled Gu Zhan's name, causing his expression to shift dramatically. You're Gu Zhan? How did you end up here? What about Kaspersky? Has he already? Gu Zhan interjected, nodding slightly. Yes, he is dead. He gestured towards the snake woman. That snake woman is dead too. I killed her. Hiss. The nightmare entity gasped in shock. Gu Zhan's strength was entirely beyond his expectations. It is worth noting that Kaspersky was deliberately invited to confront Gu Zhan. Initially, it was assumed that Gu Zhan was merely a crude force, and with Kaspersky's formidable prowess, he would surely be able to handle him. However, it was unexpected that not only did Kaspersky fail to subdue Gu Zhan, but he also fell victim to a counterattack. The current state of the dream incarnation is merely at the pinnacle of the sea realm. Even Kaspersky knelt before Gu Zhan, fully aware that he was no match for him. Thus, without a word, he turned and fled in haste. The dream incarnation's realm is quite unique. Having evaded death multiple times since joining the ancient god society through this ability. Within the society, if he dared to claim third place in the art of escape, no one would have the audacity to assert they could claim the second, with only Yu Huai daring to lay claim to the first. He promptly conjured a nightmare space, intending to hide within it to save his life. The figure of the dream incarnation rapidly began to dissolve in midair. Gu Zhan, visibly displeased, remarked, "Did I permit your departure?" He then raised his hand and flicked his fingers at the vanishing portion of the dream incarnation, unleashing a supreme law of combat that transformed into a blade, slicing through a section of space that included the left arm of the dream incarnation. The dream incarnation was taken aback, finally realizing who had breached his nightmare space. None other than Gu Zhan. The dream incarnation gasped in shock, feeling a surge of negativity. His nightmare space was exceptionally unique. Even the pinnacle of humanity or certain superpowered individuals with spatial abilities could not contend with it. Yet, here was Gu Zhan, having shattered his space on 2 occasions. Who exactly is this Gu Zhan? With no prospect of escape, the dream incarnation abandoned his flight, retracting the recently created nightmare space and landing on the ground. At this moment, his entire left arm had vanished without a trace. Yet curiously, there was no blood flowing from the wound. It was as if his arm had been erased from the very fabric of law itself. In simpler terms, the laws dictated that he had never possessed a left arm. Only the laws themselves or their incarnations, namely deities, could wield such power. A profound terror spread across the dream incarnation's face as he stammered, You, are you? He intended to utter the word deity, but hesitated, for it is well known that the great Xia has no gods. Yet now, the dream incarnation found himself confronted by one who could manipulate the very laws. Judging by Gu Zhan's appearance, he could be seen as a deity of the great Xia. This implied that deities indeed exist within the great Xia. However, if such deities are present, why do they not reveal themselves? This suggests that the deities of the great Xia might choose to conceal themselves for various reasons. Given the current circumstances, Gu Zhan clearly possessed the ability to annihilate him in an instant, yet he refrained from doing so, indicating that Gu Zhan harbored ulterior motives. Thus, the murmuring doppelganger dared not venture into the taboos of the divine of the great Xia, lest it provoke a fatal calamity. Moreover, the revelation of a deity residing within the great Xia was of paramount importance. He must find a way to survive and convey this intelligence to his true self. The murmuring doppelganger is terrified of you. Negative energy 9999. The system's notification caused Gu Zhan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Goodness, 9,999? Since the activation of the system, this was the first instance he had witnessed an individual generating such a staggering amount of negative energy. This brought great delight to Gu Zhan. With his spirits lifted, his tone turned amiable as he spoke once more to the murmuring doppelganger. Wretch, are you not fleeing? The doppelganger hastily shook its head and cautiously inquired, May I ask, esteemed one, if there is anything I can do to serve you? Chapter 73. Here, I am the rule. Gu Zhan instructed the new recruits and the instructors to form a circle within the camp. He then called out names. Lin Chia, Chao Yuan, Bali Pang Pang, and Shun Qingzhu stepped forward. The four of them exchanged puzzled glances with Guzhan, yet refrained from asking further questions, promptly stepping out. Guzhan then turned to the EU avatar, Ma Tianyi, El Liang, and Yanmai the Earth Dragon. Listen closely, you four. I will arrange 2 matches, 1 team battle and 1 individual duel. The team battle will be between Shun, Ma, and El against Lin Xie and his companions. As for the individual duel, that is none of your concern. If you 3 can emerge victorious in this contest, I shall permit you to leave. Upon hearing this, the involved parties, the observing recruits, and instructors all reacted with varying degrees of confusion. The onlooking recruits and instructors were perplexed by Guzhan's decision. He possessed the ability to effortlessly dispatch the members of the ancient God Church. Why go through the trouble of orchestrating 2 matches? As for the EU avatar, Ma Tianyi, and El Liang, their sentiments mirrored those of the new recruits and instructors. They were equally bewildered by Guzhan's intentions. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Guzhan had granted them a chance at survival. If they could defeat the 4 opposing recruits, they would secure an opportunity to depart. Although it was uncertain whether Guzhan would allow them to leave afterward, that was a matter for another time. For now, they had to seize this opportunity. As for their likelihood of victory, the EU avatar exchanged a glance with Ma Tianyi. How could they possibly lose? The 4 opponents comprised 2 from the Chuan realm and 2 from the Qi realm. What a pitiful combination. Meanwhile, they boasted 1 peak in the High realm, 1 newly entered into the High realm, and 1, well, the last one was hardly worth mentioning. Lastly, let's consider the reaction of Lin Xie and his companions. Upon hearing Guzhan's words, they immediately protested loudly. Lin Xie's lips twitched in disbelief. Are we 4 new recruits supposed to take on 3 of them? Teacher Gu, are you jesting? Li Pang shouted in indignation. Master, this is unfair. Even if we were to take on just Shun Erniu alone, he could easily overpower us. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Master, I too believe this is unjust. While we may have the advantage in numbers, we are utterly outmatched in strength. Shun Qingzhu. In contrast to Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Pang shared only a casual friendship with Guzhan. Though he too found Guzhan's arrangement perplexing, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Guzhan smiled lightly at Lin Xie and his companions. There is a purpose behind my arrangement. Just focus on the battle. Once I achieve my goal, I will handle the 3 of them accordingly. EU avatar, Ma Tianyi, El Liang? Not cool. Buddy, it was agreed that they would face off against Lin Xie and his trio. If they emerged victorious, they would be allowed to depart. What then? Is the meaning of your personal intervention upon achieving your objective? Receive the anger of the Whispering Avatar, negative energy 198. Receive the anger of Ma Tianyi, negative energy 198. Receive the anger of LV Liang, negative energy 198. The Whispering Avatar, with a grim expression, addressed Guzhan. Isn't your conduct rather lacking in decorum? Guzhan cast a cold, indifferent glance at the trio from the ancient god sect and replied nonchalantly, Here, I am the law. This declaration rendered the breaths of the Whispering Avatar and his companions momentarily stifled. Was Guzhan not excessively domineering? Their indignation intensified. Receive the anger of the Whispering Avatar. Negative energy 328. Receive the anger of Ma Tianyi. Negative energy 328. Receive the anger of LV Liang. Negative energy 328. Ma Tianyi bellowed. If that is the case, why not just kill us now? Guzhan maintained his calm demeanor, stating, because my objective has yet to be fulfilled. Thus, it would be wise for the 3 of you to conclude matters swiftly before I achieve my goal. LV Liang inquired, Might I ask what your objective is? Guzhan regarded him with a look of incredulity. LV Liang, feeling a bit sheepish, forced a smile. Indeed, as an adversary, it was unreasonable to expect Guzhan to disclose his intentions. What a foolish question to pose. LV Liang felt embarrassed. Negative energy 98, Guzhan continued. Very well, I shall grant you both 3 minutes to devise your strategies. The duel will commence after 3 minutes. Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, by Li Pang, and Shun Qingzhu quickly huddled together. Lin Xie queried, How shall we approach this fight? Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang exchanged a glance, but remained silent. Shun Qingzhu, displaying a languid expression, remarked, What else is there to do? With two oceanic realms on the opposing side, our attacks would merely be a tickle to them. At this juncture, Chao Yuan spoke up. Did my master not say that he has his reasons for arranging things this way? Therefore, let's engage in a token skirmish. Bai Li Pang nodded in agreement. Indeed, a mere pretense of a fight. Lin Xie and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances, finding merit in Chao Yuan's words, and both nodded in assent. Meanwhile, the Whispering Avatar, Ma Tianyi, and LV Liang were also strategizing. However, due to the clearly defined hierarchy within the ancient god sect and the limited time Gu Zhan had allotted for their discussions, the Whispering Avatar swiftly made arrangements. He stated, "Our opponents do not possess formidable overall strength. Among the four, only Lin Xie, the dual deity representative, poses a significant challenge. Therefore, we shall proceed as follows." Ma Tianyi responded, "I am ready." The Whispering Avatar instructed, "When the battle commences, you shall handle Chao Yuan, the boy from the Bai Li family, and the other one, while I will personally contend with Lin Xie." Ma Tianyi acknowledged, "Understood." LV Liang asked, "What about me, Whispering Lord?" Without even glancing at LV Liang, the Whispering Avatar focused his attention solely on Lin Xie. "El Liang." Ma Tianyi addressed El Liang, Xiao Liang. "Shortly you shall assist from the sidelines and await your opportunity." Due to the disregard for his words, El Liang revealed a faint smile of slightly nodding. "All right, I understand." 3 minutes later, the battle commenced. The faction of the ancient god church proceeded according to the arrangements made by the Murmuring Avatar. Ma Tianyi unleashed the Forbidden Void, swiftly ensnaring Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang, and Shun Qingzhu, drawing them aside to engage in combat. Chao Yuan brandished his blade. Bai Li Pang summoned various forbidden artifacts. Shun Qingzhu awaited the perfect moment. Meanwhile, the Murmuring Avatar rapidly approached Lin Xie, infiltrating his very soul. "Let me see how you have transformed into a dual deity's agent." In this dire circumstance, both Lin Xie and the murmuring entity fell into a state of vacant, unblinking stupor, standing motionless. Witnessing Lin Xie's frozen demeanor, El Liang could not help but display a cunning smile. Chapter Hetvennig, halt. Both parties maintained their stances. "Allow me to capture a moment." Lu Liang believed that now was the opportune moment to eliminate the dual deity's agent, Lin Xie. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger and charged towards Lin Xie. The surrounding new recruits and instructors immediately discerned Lu Liang's intent, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. This was dire. That rascal intended to ambush Xie. "Chao Yuan, you must hurry to save Xie. It is futile. Chao Yuan and his companions are entangled with Ma Tianyi, making it difficult for them to provide assistance. What shall we do?" Though the circumstances remained unclear, it appeared Lin Xie was under some form of coercion. Just as the new recruits and instructors were engulfed in concern for Lin Xie, Gu Zhan casually seized a nearby recruit's straight knife and hurled it towards Lu Liang. Although Gu Zhan's throw was nonchalant, the knife was imbued with terrifying kinetic energy. Upon release, it sliced through the air with such velocity that it ignited sparks, transforming into a blazing meteor. Whoosh! In an instant, the crimson light flickered, and Lu Liang found himself decapitated. The new recruits and instructors collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Xie's peril had been averted. Gu Zhan turned his gaze towards Ma Tianyi and remarked coolly, "This is a duel, should you wish to kill. Let your next performance mirror that of Lu Liang." "Ma Tianyi, mind your actions." A tremor coursed through Ma Tianyi at Gu Zhan's gaze, causing his movements to falter and reveal an opening. Shun Qingzhu's sharp eyes caught the vulnerability, and without hesitation, she thrust her straight knife towards Ma Tianyi's heart. Bai Li Pang praised her. "Well done, Sister Zhan." However, due to Ma Tianyi's considerable prowess and extensive combat experience, he managed to evade the strike, narrowly escaping death. Although Shun Qingzhu's knife failed to pierce Ma Tianyi's heart, it did sever a substantial portion of his clothing, exposing the flesh beneath. Ma Tianyi swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Chao Yuan, Bai Li Pang, and Shun Qingzhu. He called out to Gu Zhan, "Gu Zhan, you must provide an explanation for this. Just moments ago, Lu Liang attempted to ambush Lin Xie and was ruthlessly slain by you. Now this brat seeks to kill me, and you. Gutsan interrupted, Matiani. His expression one of confusion. Lin Xie is under my protection. What of you? Matiani, shameless. Utterly shameless. He felt a flush of indignation, wishing to rebuke Guzhan, yet found himself unable to voice his anger. Matiani's mental state deteriorates. Negative energy 198. This was a duel devoid of any semblance of fairness. If Matiani wished to depart, his sole recourse was to incapacitate the opponents swiftly without taking their lives. However, even though they were below his realm, they were not easily subdued. For instance, Chao Yuan, upon transformation, exhibited remarkable strength and speed, his overall capability having reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. For instance, that lad from the Bailey family indiscriminately discards forbidden items as if they were worthless. Meanwhile, the other fellow, albeit possessing the weakest overall strength, demonstrates a keen observance, always seizing the perfect moment to strike. Moreover, the opponent has yet to employ their forbidden realm, leaving its potential power unknown. Thus, even though Matiani is at the sea level, achieving victory remains a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, regardless of the difficulties ahead, this is his sole opportunity, and all he can do is devote himself entirely to the endeavor. Guzhan focused his attention on Lin Xie and the whispering doppelganger, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Whispering doppelganger, have you invaded Lin Xie's soul? Such a foolish decision. Just wait to be turned into a puppet by Xiaoni, and then transform into a lapdog by Meilin. With that, he averted his gaze. Next, it was time to attempt the 10th task. He pondered whether merely capturing the combat scenes of Chao Yuan, Bailey Pangpang, and Shun Qingzhu would suffice to complete the mission. There was only one way to find out. Guzhan produced his mobile phone, opened the camera, and when the battle between Chao Yuan's trio and Ma Tianyi reached a particularly intense phase, he suddenly called out, "You four, stop! I meant for you to halt, but not to move afterward. Maintain your previous stances. Good, just like that. Hold your poses and don't move. Let me take your picture." Gao Juan received Chao Yuan's confusion. Negative energy 30 Bailey Pangpang. Received Bailey Pongpong's astonishment. Negative energy 30 Shun Qingzhu. Received Shun Qingzhu's exasperation. Negative energy 60 Ma Tianyi. What on earth are you up to? Received Ma Tianyi's frustration. Negative energy 198. As the parties involved were engulfed in bewilderment and exasperation, the onlooking new recruits and instructors were equally puzzled by Guzhan's antics. What is Teacher Gu trying to accomplish? Did you not hear Teacher Gu? He intends to take a photograph. Of course I heard. But what's the purpose of the photograph? If you ask me, who should I ask? Teacher Gu is truly a remarkable individual, undertaking extraordinary tasks. In this world, only Teacher Gu can treat the disciples of the ancient god sect like mere livestock. Teacher Gu is incredible. Click. Guzhan captured a photo of Chao Yuan and the others. Task 10 completed 110. Upon receiving the system notification, a smile crept across Guzhan's face. As long as it was effective, it seemed that merely photographing a group of more than one member from the future nightfall could fulfill this task. Guzhan turned to Chao Yuan and the rest. All right, you may continue. Combat, after all, requires personal emotions and environmental atmosphere to sustain it. The earlier clash between Chao Yuan's trio and Ma Tianyi, abruptly halted by Guzhan, had completely dissipated the combat ambience. Consequently, the emotional dynamics were distinctly altered. Thus, when Guzhan urged them to continue fighting, they truly found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. Observing this, Guzhan's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly addressed Ma Tianyi. Ma Tianyi, are you deaf? Their willingness to fight is inconsequential, but should you continue to be lost in thought, your demise is certain. This remark ignited a renewed sense of battle within Ma Tianyi. Indeed, at this moment, they were in the territory of the Night Watchman. Chao Yuan and his companions faced no repercussions for their inaction, while Ma Tianyi was left with only one path, death, if he chose to refrain from combat. With a fierce shout, Ma Tianyi launched himself once more at Chao Yuan and the others. With Ma Tianyi's assault, Chao Yuan, Bailey Pangpang, and Shun Qingzhu found their fighting spirit rekindled, and the two sides once again clashed with fervor. The battle then entered a second, intensely heated phase. However, just then, Gu Zhan called for a halt. This provocation stirred an urge to vomit blood within Chao Yuan by Li Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Ma Tianyi alike. Received Chao Yuan's resentment. Negative energy 60. Received by Li Pangpang's resentment. Negative energy 60. Received Shun Qingzhu's resentment. Negative energy 60. Received Ma Tianyi's frustration. Negative energy 198. Chapter 75. Ascend to the heavens since the last 2 interruptions for photography. A similar incident recurred a total of 8 times, nearly causing both sides of the battle to crumble under the pressure. After the 10th snapshot, a system notification appeared. Task 10, capture the thrilling moments of combat against the backdrop of nightfall, has been completed. Reward, 1,500 negative energy. Gu Zhan smiled faintly. Excellent, the task is accomplished. Those around him exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the implications behind Gu Zhan's declaration of task completion. One instructor whispered, I recall that the personnel dossier mentioned Gu Zhan's previous identity. Aside from being a teacher, he also worked part-time as an editor for a magazine, correct? You see how he has been incessantly taking photos. Could this possibly be his task? To compile a series of combat images? Another instructor chimed in. Is there really a magazine that requires such combat visuals? The first instructor replied, perhaps it's a niche publication catering to peculiar tastes. Or maybe Gu Zhan is an action director for a film company. Capturing images for study purposes simultaneously, the recruits were engaged in discussions regarding this matter, with some stating never mind, it was of little consequence. Gu Zhan, grinning, turned to Ma Tianyi. Thank you for your cooperation. My objective has been achieved. And you're no longer of use. Ma Tianyi exclaimed, what do you mean, I'm no longer of use? Received Ma Tianyi's concern, negative energy 98, immediately. Ma Tianyi became infuriated. Gu Zhan, you are utterly shameless. Your incessant photographing has left me and the others with no time to fight. Received Ma Tianyi's protest. Negative energy 98. Gu Zhan replied indifferently. That is your issue. Ma Tianyi, feeling exasperated, thought. Received Ma Tianyi's frustration. Negative energy 98. Gu Zhan continued. I previously mentioned that you would do well to secure victory before I achieve my goal. You have failed to do so, hence ascend to the heavens. Realizing that this scoundrel had no intention of sparing him, Ma Tianyi understood that regardless of his actions, the outcome would remain the same, death. Thus, rather than awaiting his fate, he resolved to fight for survival. I shall not accompany you any longer. With that, Ma Tianyi began to run. Gu Zhan scoffed lightly. Think you can escape? He stomped his foot in the direction of Ma Tianyi's flight. The seemingly casual motion unleashed a force akin to a magnitude 9 earthquake. Gasps erupted from the surrounding recruits and instructors. Wow, that kick from Gu Zhan looks so light. The ground is cracking. The earth is splitting. Gu Zhan is terrifying. With a single step, Gu Zhan caused the ground to fissure and collapse inward, ensnaring Ma Tianyi entirely, leaving only his head above the surface. Received Ma Tianyi's panic. Negative energy 98. Received Ma Tianyi's terror. Negative energy 198. Received Ma Tianyi's despair. Negative energy 328. Gu Zhan casually picked up a straight knife and sauntered towards Ma Tianyi. As he drew closer, Ma Tianyi's face drained of color. His expression filled with profound terror, emanating an aura of negative energy. At last, Gu Zhan stood before Ma Tianyi, and under the gaze of Ma Tianyi's fear-stricken eyes, he struck, severing Ma Tianyi's head from his body. Ma Tianyi died with unclosed eyes, negative energy 648, almost simultaneously with Gu Zhan's execution of Ma Tianyi. Lin Xie's expression of dazedness swiftly faded, returning to its normal state. This indicated that, akin to the original narrative, Lin Xie had triumphed over the murmuring doppelganger in the asylum, possibly with the assistance of Merlin, transforming this doppelganger into a lapdog. However, the actual circumstances diverged somewhat from the original tale. In the original narrative, the sequence of Lin Xie's battle against the murmuring doppelganger was as follows: Doppelganger versus Lin Xie. Doppelganger was utterly defeated. Nix versus Doppelganger. Doppelganger was again utterly defeated. Subsequently, Merlin fashioned the doppelganger into a dual-personality lapdog. Now, due to Lin Xie having entered the region early, he had opened the third door within the asylum during his journey across the plains. This room was originally intended for Braki, but Gu Zhan's alterations a century prior had led to Sun Wukong entering the asylum before Braki, thus resulting in the presence of an additional monkey. Consequently, the process had been altered. When the murmuring doppelganger was thrust into the asylum by Lin Xie, it initially wandered aimlessly, inadvertently entering Sun Wukong's room. Presently, Sun Wukong, untouched by madness due to the survival of Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung a century ago, was suddenly confined to the asylum for a century. This century was unlike the 500 years he had spent trapped beneath the Five Fingers Mountain, where at least the surroundings were pleasant, and he could enjoy the scenery or converse with the mountain deities. Now, however, he was confined to a cramped room, plagued by unbearable boredom, leading to severe claustrophobia and intermittent bouts of mania. Although the door to his room had recently been opened, granting him the freedom to escape this wretched confinement, the afflictions he had developed were not so easily remedied. Thus, the abrupt intrusion of the murmuring doppelganger sent Sun Wukong into a frenzy. Coupled with the otherworldly aura surrounding the doppelganger, Sun Wukong seized his staff and struck, obliterating a third of the doppelganger's form. The doppelganger was nearly paralyzed with fear, but fortunately, it possessed many cunning tricks, narrowly escaping death before encountering Nyx, from whom it lost half its remaining life. Ultimately, the doppelganger was transformed by Merlin into a dual-personality dog. However, due to the loss of a third of its form from Sun Wukong's attack, the materials for the transformation were insufficient. Merlin had no choice but to settle for a smaller version, creating a purebred teddy bear male. Once Lin Xie returned to his normal state and observed that the battle seemed to have concluded, an expression of regret crossed his face. He approached Xiao Yuan and the others, saying, "You are truly remarkable, having resolved the conflict so swiftly. I apologize for being delayed by the murmuring doppelganger and for not being able to assist you." Xiao Yuan wore a bittersweet smile and said, "There is no need for apologies. In truth, we have not done much. We merely followed our master's instructions and assisted him in taking photographs." Lin Xie, taken aback, inwardly criticized Gu Zhan for being indiscriminate in his choices, wondering why he would photograph everything. Noticing Lin Xie regaining his composure, Gu Zhan smiled and said, "Have you finally returned to reality? Let us commence the next endeavor." His words stirred an ominous premonition within Lin Xie. Casting a glance at the infernal vein earth dragon lying nearby, he began to discern Gu Zhan's intentions, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "Gu, Teacher Gu, you can't possibly expect me to confront that infernal vein earth dragon, can you?" Gu Zhan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it seems the multi-talented agent Lin Xie possesses an astute mind. Lin Xie was perplexed. Why did Gu Zhan's words strike him as peculiar? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The reality was that he was merely an ordinary novice, freshly entering the realm of Chuan. Yet, his teacher expected him to slay a dragon alone. Was this some sort of jest? Although Lin Xie had recently triumphed over a pinnacle sea realm opponent, his victory relied heavily on the assistance of others. While he may have been invincible within the confines of the hospital, his current level allowed him to merely temporarily restrain a fragment of the murmuring entity, not to vanquish it entirely. Thus, Lin Xie's emotions were in utter turmoil. How could he possibly contend with a dragon? Lin Xie's mental state has shattered. Negative energy 999. Chapter 76. Brother, you smell divine. Lin Xie suddenly had a thought and took a deep breath, addressing Gu Zhan with a question. "Teacher Gu, are you asking me to battle the Earth Dragon, similar to how they fought Ma Tianyi, merely to capture a photograph?" Gu Zhan nodded, but then quickly shook his head. Yes and no. Lin Xie was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Gu Zhan replied, "I indeed wish to photograph your battle with the Earth Dragon, but I will not assist you in vanquishing it. You must handle it yourself." Lin Xie's face displayed confusion. Why? Gu Zhan merely smiled enigmatically. His refusal to aid Lin Xie against the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon stemmed from the fact that this dragon would prove beneficial to Lin Xie. Gu Zhan understood that the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon would become one of Lin Xie's trump cards in the future. Thus, he needed to ensure that Lin Xie could acquire the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon through his own efforts. Otherwise, should Lin Xie fail to secure this dragon, he might fall in future battles without its aid, leading to dire consequences for Gu Zhan, as Lin Xie's demise would result in the world's reset. Could it be that teacher Gu genuinely expected Lin Xie to face the Earth Dragon alone? Surely, he cannot be serious. Perhaps he intended merely to frighten Lin Xie. Once the photograph was taken, he would swiftly dispatch Lin Xie himself. Over there. Whom do you mean slay? Oh, ahem. I misspoke. I meant to say, slay the Earth Dragon. In my humble opinion, I believe Teacher Gu is indeed serious this time. Why not make a wager? Lin Xie shouted at Gu Zhan. Teacher Gu, I have just entered the Chuan realm. How could I possibly contend with an Earth Dragon from the Sea realm? He crossed his arms defiantly, exuding an air of bravado. A true man must dare to say no. Teacher Gu, I shall resist to the very end. Gu Zhan left an impression on both the recruits and instructors as someone who favored physics over rhetoric. Consequently, Lin Xie's display of defiance earned him considerable admiration from the new recruits and instructors alike. They respected Lin Xie's courage. Gu Zhan regarded Lin Xie with a bemused expression, saying nothing, merely lifting his right hand to flick his thumb against his middle finger, creating a snapping gesture. Lin Xie shivered, instantly grasping Gu Zhan's implication. Do you wish to be struck? Humph. He was Lin Xie, the agent of the three deities. How could he be intimidated by threats? How could he submit to the tyranny of others? Lin Xie scoffed disdainfully, turning resolutely towards the Earth Dragon, drawing his blade. Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, you wretched creature. Prepare to meet your demise. He strode towards the Earth Dragon with an air of unwavering determination. However, Lin Xie's initial resolve quickly shifted into a frantic retreat, causing the surrounding recruits and instructors to nearly twist their backs in disbelief. No, Lin Xie, can you not be a bit more resolute? What happened to your promise to resist until the end? Lin Xie was acutely aware that in a fair fight, he would undoubtedly be no match for the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon. Had he possessed the capability, he would have slain the dragon long before Gu Zhan's involvement. Thus, as he walked, he delved into his mental sanctuary, seeking counsel from Nikes and Merlin for a solution. The reason for not seeking out Wukong was the lack of familiarity between them. Nix and Merlin, upon hearing Lin Xie's words, erupted into laughter. Nix, with a reminiscent expression, remarked that it seemed like something he would do. Merlin chuckled, stating that Gu Zhan remained as amusing as ever, reminiscing about their past adventures together. Lin Xie, with a twitch of his mouth, interjected, Mother, Uncle Merlin, can we pause the nostalgia? Please tell me how to defeat the Earth Dragon. I'm almost upon it. Nix, with a gentle smile, reassured him, Donatus, there's indeed a technique I possess that could aid you in vanquishing the Earth Dragon, though it may inflict some harm upon your soul. However, since you have already reached the Chuan realm, if utilized properly, the damage to your soul can be minimized to a negligible extent. Lin Xie's eyes brightened. Please, Mother, teach me. Thus, Lin Xie learned to wield the soul of the Goddess of Night, transforming into Lin Xie, Goddess of Night mode. As he mastered this technique, he found himself directly facing the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, which remained prostrate, ignoring Lin Xie and instead casting a pleading glance at Gu Zhan, as if to implore, Could you spare my life? Gu Zhan, sensing the dragon's gaze, nodded slightly in response. Do not worry, this time I am serious. I will not lay a hand on you. You shall only face death at the hands of Xie. He silently added, probably, the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, being a creature of instinct, believed Gu Zhan's words and steeled itself with fierce determination against Lin Xie. Today, it was resolute in eliminating the young man before it. Just as the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon prepared to unleash a deafening roar and strike Lin Xie down, it suddenly sensed a threat emanating from Lin Xie. Confusion filled the dragon's mind. What could this human possibly possess that instilled such fear? While the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon pondered, Lin Xie brandished his blade and declared, Goddess of Night, Night Mode. As his words fell, Nix's spirit immediately merged with his being. In that instant, a formidable aura surged forth from Lin Xie. As his realm ascended rapidly, from the peak of the Chuan realm to the Sea realm, to the pinnacle of the sea realm, to the infinite realm, and finally to the pinnacle of the infinite realm. As his power surged, his appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Xie's hair cascaded down in flowing tresses. His skin became even more delicate and fair. His physique shifted towards a more feminine form, and his attire transformed into an elegant black gown. The surrounding new recruits were taken aback by Lin Xie's metamorphosis, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, wow, wow! Xie has turned into a beautiful lady." Indeed, he was strikingly beautiful in his new form. "Greetings, my friend. The roommate of Lin Xie is indeed fortunate tonight." Gu Zhan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he produced his phone, preparing to capture the moment of Lin Xie's battle against the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon. The clash between Lin Xie and the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon erupted instantaneously. With the blessing of the Goddess of Night, Lin Xie's combat prowess is undeniably formidable. As the battle commenced, Lin Xie unleashed a myriad of techniques: Dark as Corruption, Judgment of the Night Lord, Fallen Stars, and the Stellar Fury, bombarding the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon relentlessly. Poor Flame Pulse Earth Dragon barely had time to react before being vanquished by Lin Xie's onslaught. Fortunately for Gu Zhan, his timely photography ensured he captured the moment. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity as the battle concluded swiftly. Gu Zhan accomplished Task 11, while Lin Xie acquired the Earth Dragon. Following the slaying of the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, Lin Xie deactivated the Night Mode. In the original narrative, Lin Xie fell into a coma due to the exhaustion of his mental energy after slaying the Earth Dragon, passively deactivating the Night Mode. However, in this instance, since Lin Xie had not previously engaged in combat, his mental energy remained largely intact, coupled with his elevated realm surpassing that of the original narrative. Thus, after defeating the Earth Dragon, he was able to actively relinquish the soul burden without succumbing to unconsciousness, though he did feel somewhat fatigued. It was at this moment that the chapter concludes. Chapter 77, Zeus's second glimpse into fate in the span of half a year within the magnificent White Temple of Olympus. Zeus, the king of Olympus, convened a projection meeting with Ra from the Egyptian Sun City and Odin from Asgard. Gathered around a circular table were Zeus, the projections of Ra, and Odin. Ra was the first to speak. "Zeus, the use of projection magic is exceedingly taxing on divine power. Your sudden summoning of this meeting requires that you present something of significant value." Zeus nodded slightly at Ra. "I am indeed aware of the considerable drain this magic incurs. So rest assured, what I am about to disclose is of utmost importance." Odin's single eye cast a knowing glance at Zeus. The latter's gaze shifted between Ra and Odin. What I must discuss pertains to the blasphemer. At the mention of the term blasphemer, both Ra and Odin visibly tensed. Zeus continued, "Not long ago, I employed forbidden arts to peer into fate, and this time I uncovered the name of the blasphemer." Ra and Odin's expressions sharpened with intrigue. "This individual is named Lin Xie, and he will overturn divine authority within the next decade." Ra, Odin, we must ascertain the whereabouts of Lin Xie, and then eliminate him. A decade ago, we faltered. This time, we must not fail. Ra's demeanor turned grave. "I shall immediately dispatch someone to infiltrate the great Xia." Odin, after a moment of contemplation, added, "I can offer assistance in locating him." Zeus and Ra turned their attention to Odin. A faint smile graced Odin's lips. "Years ago, my brother Loki secured an agent in the Great Xia and integrated him into the Night Watch. Perhaps we may glean some information regarding Lin Xie through this agent." A flicker of delight crossed Zeus's face. "I have long heard of your brother's cunning. Your assistance is invaluable. I am grateful for your efforts." Odin waved dismissively. "There is no need for thanks. We are allies, and mutual aid is expected, especially since the blasphemer poses a grave threat to all our realms." Thus, the divine conclave concluded. In the training camp, the year-long boot camp for new recruits was nearing its end. Over the past 6 months, Lin Xie had ascended to the rank of the 3 gods agent, gathering numerous aides led by Zhu. Others, too, had experienced growth. Yet, Gu Zhan remained troubled, as he had not received any tasks from the system for half a year. Given the frequency of task issuance, It would take him an eternity to complete 648 tasks and reach the next dimension. As for the reason behind the lack of tasks, Gu Zhan had inquired with the system, which responded that the task box was undergoing upgrades and maintenance. To this, he could only remark that both the system and that esteemed figure were rather unreliable. On the morning of August 1st, 2022, Yuan Gang summoned Gu Zhan to his office early. Yuan Gang and Gu Zhan sat across from each other, their gazes meeting. Yuan Gang said, "Marshal, the new recruits training will officially conclude today. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Gu Zhan cast a glance at Yuan Gang, suggesting he should speak freely. Yuan Gang continued, "I hope you, as the Grand Marshal, can deliver a speech during the conclusion ceremony to encourage these new soldiers and personally present the privilege award to the top 10 recruits." The term privilege award momentarily stunned Gu Zhan, as such an award was not mentioned in the original text concerning the conclusion of the recruits training. Nevertheless, he found Yuan Gang's request acceptable. Having interacted with this group of young soldiers for a year, he observed their vibrant energy and felt that it would be entirely appropriate for him to offer them encouragement in his capacity as a marshal. At that moment, Gu Zhan's curiosity regarding the distribution of roles during this training session was piqued. He speculated that the allocations for individuals like Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Pang Pang would likely mirror those in the original narrative. However, he anticipated some changes for Lin Xie. In the original story, Lin Xie, despite being the best-performing recruit, was assigned to the 136th Squad Station in Sangnan due to limitations imposed by that region. Yet now, as Sangnan had not been destroyed a decade ago, it was plausible that Lin Xie would be assigned to the 006 Squad alongside Shen Qingzhu. Or perhaps Lin Xie would join 006, while Shen Qingzhu was assigned to a different unit. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Zhan inquired of Yuan Gang, "I wish to know the personnel distribution for this training." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang exhibited a peculiar expression. "Even if the marshal did not ask, I had intended to share this information. It is as follows. The higher-ups have decided that this training session will not involve rankings. All participants will be assigned to their respective recommended units." Gu Zhan felt a twinge of confusion. He had not anticipated that this year's new recruit training would conclude in such a manner, bypassing the ranking system and allowing recruits to return directly to their recommended units. Would this not risk obscuring the talents of the more exceptional recruits, such as Shen Qingzhu, if their recommended units ranked lower? Yuan Gang sighed softly. "I truly do not understand why the higher-ups have arranged it this way. I have reviewed the rankings of the new recruits, and several outstanding individuals were recommended by remote units. The benefits, training resources, and overall conditions of those remote teams cannot compare to those of significant squads. If these talented individuals are returned to their original units, it would indeed be a waste of talent." I relayed these thoughts to the higher-ups, and Commander Yi remarked something rather intriguing. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. "What did he say?" Yuan Gang replied. Commander Yi said, "This time is different from that time." "This time is different from that time?" Gu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the meaning behind the phrase. If nothing else, it was highly likely that Yi Fan's remark had something to do with him. In the original narrative, during the early days of the Great Xia, the absence of divine protection meant that the safety of the realm relied solely on the night watchman. Thus, the night watchman must exercise particular diligence in personnel allocation. It is imperative to promptly assign exceptional individuals to relatively crucial squads. After all, the cities where these important teams are stationed often boast large populations, and populous cities are inclined to harbor mysteries. Now, with his emergence, Yi Fan may feel that the night watchmen have found a source of support. Consequently, in terms of personnel deployment, a more conventional approach may be adopted. For instance, new recruits could initially return to their original squads for further training after graduation, and their advancement could be gradually determined based on their performance within those squads. Of course, these matters hold little relevance to Gu Zhan. His contemplation stems merely from a sense of curiosity. In the morning, Yuan Gang summoned all new recruits to assemble at the training ground. Chapter 78. Teacher Gu is actually a marshal? Training camp. Apart from Gu Zhan, 239 new recruits gathered at the training ground. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stood at the podium, conveying the distribution of assignments to the new recruits. They did not seem averse to this arrangement, as returning to their original units was indeed a positive development. After all, they had already formed bonds with their colleagues there. Subsequently, Yuan Gang addressed the matter of the Privilege Award. The top 10 performers in this training session would each receive a Privilege Medal. Possession of this medal would allow its bearer to join any team within the Night Watch, excluding special squads, for a duration of 3 years from their graduation. The rankings had been released the previous afternoon, so upon hearing this announcement, the recruits quickly cast envious glances at those ranked in the top 10. Indeed, while they were not opposed to working at their original units, who could reject a better option? After discussing the Privilege Award, Yuan Gang cleared his throat and continued. Next, I would like to invite the top 10 performers to the podium. Lin Kai, Shen Qingzhu, Gao Juan, Bai Li Bang Bang. And others stepped out of the ranks of new recruits and lined up at the podium. Yuan Gang proclaimed, I invite one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch, Marshal Gu Zhan, to the stage to present awards to the top 10 new recruits. At this announcement, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What? One of the highest commanders of the Night Watch is actually here at the training camp? Where is he? Who would have thought that in this lifetime they would witness one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch? Truly, there are no regrets. Amidst the eager and curious gazes of the new recruits, a familiar figure slowly ascended the podium. The audience fell silent. Wasn't Instructor Yuan inviting Marshal Gu Zhan? Why was Teacher Gu the one stepping up? Oh my, could it be that Teacher Gu is? As the new recruits pondered in disbelief, Gu Zhan approached Yuan Gang's side. Yuan Gang loudly introduced him to the recruits. This is one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch, Gu Zhan, Marshal Gu. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Upon realizing that Gu Zhan was indeed the esteemed marshal, many recruits inhaled sharply. Oh my, oh my, oh my, it truly is Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu is one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch. My heavens, what fortune have I to share meals and moments with the National Marshal. Received shock from Li Godin, negative energy 98. Received shock from Wang Goshing, negative energy 60. Received shock from Zhao. At the podium, those closest to Gu Zhan were equally astonished. Chao Yuan expressed disbelief. I never imagined my master held such a prestigious identity. Received shock from Chao Yuan. Negative energy 98. Bai Li Pang Pang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Wow, I truly did not expect that. Unbeknownst to me, I now have such a formidable backing. As Marshal Gu's disciple, won't I be able to stride confidently within the Night Watch? Lin Xie bent down, glancing past Zhuige at the left side toward Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang. I wonder if it's too late for me to become a disciple now? His words were merely a jest. Lin Xie, confident in his abilities as a proxy for the three deities, believed he could attain all he desired through strength alone. Thus, he showed little interest in seeking external support. While the new recruits marveled at Gu Zhan's prowess, Yuan Gang revealed an astonishing piece of information concerning him. He exclaimed, Marshal Gu is not only one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch, but, like Commander Yi, he stands as a pinnacle of humanity. Incredible. Marshal Gu is truly remarkable. This explains why he can overpower the false masks. He continued, by the way, ISN T Marshal Gu only 26 this year? Achieving such feats at such a young age is simply astounding. Unprecedented in history. Received shock from Li Godin. Negative energy 198. Received shock from Luo Xiaohai. Negative energy 98. Received shock from Lu Chuanpu. Negative energy 198. Received shock from Zhang. Subsequently, Gu Zhan awarded special privileges to the top 10 new recruits. After the awards were distributed, he fulfilled his earlier promise, delivering words of encouragement that invigorated the recruits, making them feel as though they had been injected with adrenaline. Following this, Gu Zhan led the new recruits in taking an oath, reciting the Night Watch as creed. The training session for the new recruits officially came to a close. After the team disbanded, the recruits hurried back to their dormitories to pack their belongings. Lin Xie approached Gu Zhan and inquired, Teacher Gu, what are your plans moving forward? Logically, you should return at Sangnan, as you were recommended by Team 136. However, given your true identity as a marshal, you should head back to the Night Watch headquarters now that the training has concluded, correct? Gu Zhan, merely holding the title of marshal without involvement in the Night Watch's affairs, had no obligation to return to headquarters. Therefore, he intended to first return to Tsangnan and then contemplate his next steps. Gu Zhan slightly shook his head at Lin Chia, stating, "I want to be returning to the Night Watch headquarters. Hence, I will also go to Tsangnan." Lin Chia's eyes brightened. Although he had no intention of clinging to Gu Zhan, he was eager to interact with such a prominent figure. He suggested, "Shall we go together then?" Gu Zhan nodded. "Yes, let us go together. My private plane will arrive shortly, and we can take it back together." The previous afternoon, Yi Fan had contacted Gu Zhan, informing him that the private plane arranged for him by the Night Watch had been delivered. Gu Zhan could summon this aircraft at any time and from anywhere. Lin Chia gazed in awe, as expected of Teacher Gu, even possessing a private plane. At that moment, Chao Yuan approached, offering a wry smile to Gu Zhan. "Master, it seems I have no original unit. How about I accompany you to Tsangnan?" Bai Li Pang Pang interjected, "Senior brother, why not come with me to Guangshan? I can recommend you to join the Guangshan team." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Gang approached them. He addressed Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang, saying, "Chao Yuan, Pang Pang, due to your unique circumstances, you need not return to your original units. The aforementioned arrangement is that the two of you shall accompany Marshal Gu." Chao Yuan's face brightened with joy, exclaiming how splendid it was. Bai Li Pang Pang also displayed a look of surprise. Yet beneath this astonishment lay a sense of bewilderment. It was remarkable that Song Nen had not perished, but even more astonishing was the alteration in the trajectory of his own history following the conclusion of the training. The future began to take on an elusive quality. However, given that everything had transformed, might he be spared from meeting his demise at the hands of Bai Li Jing this time? The world had been reset over 100 million times. Each reset compelled Bai Li Pang Pang to endure the experience of being slain by Bai Li Jing. Although becoming somewhat desensitized to the notion of death after such frequent encounters, the pain of being stabbed by Bai Li Jing remained profoundly real. It would be a relief if he could escape such an outcome this time. Yet, he believed this matter to be quite difficult to alter. According to his character arc, he was destined to return to the Bai Li family to celebrate his father's birthday. As long as this event was destined to occur, he would inevitably face the grim reality of being murdered by Bai Li Jing. Just then, Yuan Gang received a phone call, and an odd expression suddenly crossed his face. Chapter 79. When Shima's Heartache Yuan Gang received a call from the sentry at the training camp's defense line, reporting that a pair of individuals, claiming to be from Team 136, insisted on forcibly entering the camp. Yuan Gang pondered how to address the situation. If they had belonged to another team, he would have likely ordered their expulsion. However, given that these two were members of Team 136, he felt compelled to approach the matter with caution, especially considering the profound relationship between Marshal Gu and Team 136. Furthermore, with the training now concluded, it seemed unnecessary to risk displeasing Marshal Gu over such a trivial issue. Thus, he instructed the sentry to grant them passage. After hanging up, Yuan Gang mused to himself, Team 136 truly stands out. Their captain, Chen Mai, is renowned alongside my own captain, Xiao Pinga, as the infamous duo of Yin and Yang, or rather, the Spectral Enforcers. The vice-captain, Wu Xiangnan, is the last survivor of the former Blue Rain team, honored with the title of the Undying Swordsman. Now, Team 136 has produced yet another standout, Lin Chia, along with the illustrious Marshal Gu. Before long, a girl clad in a red tracksuit and a boy in casual attire sprinted into the training camp. As they entered, they waved exuberantly at Lin Chia from afar. "Chia, we've come to fetch you," they shouted, dashing toward him. Upon seeing them, a gentle smile graced Lin Chia's face, his heart swelling with emotion at their heartfelt gesture. "Oying, Ki Montak." Indeed, the two individuals attempting to breach the training camp were none other than Hong Ying and Wen Qima, esteemed members of Team 136. The duo quickly reached Lin Chia's side. Hong Ying scrutinized him from head to toe and exclaimed, "Chia, after a year apart, you seem to have grown significantly stronger." Just as she finished her remark, the Jinshu monument, used to suppress the new recruits' realms, was deactivated. With the suppression lifted, the recruits, having endured another 6 months of rigorous training since their last breakthrough, experienced a notable enhancement in their powers. Talents like Lin Xie advanced directly to the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, mere steps away from the high realm. In contrast, Chao Yuan had seen little improvement this time, remaining at the initial stage of the Chuan realm, not due to inferior talent, but because his cultivation involved the formidable heavenly thunder. For Chao Yuan to progress further, he would need to endure the wrath of lightning. Both Hong Ying and Wen Qima were taken aback, their mouths agape as they sensed Lin Xie's significant advancement. Heavens! Xie, your realm is almost on par with the captain? Ong Ying gasped, when Qimo remarked, "You truly are a prodigy." Lin Xie shook his head slightly, casting a glance at Gu Zhan. "In the presence of Marshal Gu, I hardly consider myself a prodigy." Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged bewildered looks. "Who is Marshal Gu?" they queried, following Lin Xie's gaze to Gu Zhan. Upon realizing that only Gu Zhan bore the surname Gu nearby, they were momentarily speechless. When Qima whispered, "Xie, what do you mean by this, Marshal?" Lin Xie shrugged, stating the obvious. "Our esteemed teacher, Gu, truly conceals his talents." Hong Ying and Wen Qima's bodies trembled. Hong Ying exclaimed, "Xie, are you implying that Gu is the commander of the Night Watch?" Lin Xie nodded. "Indeed, he is not only one of the highest commanders of the Night Watch, but also a paragon of humanity." Gasp! Hong Ying and Wen Qima instantly inhaled sharply. The identity of Commander Gu was already formidable enough, yet he was also a paragon of humanity. It is known that a paragon represents the utmost pinnacle achievable by humankind. Beyond that lies the realm of the divine. No wonder, when they first encountered Gu a year ago, he dispatched members of the Demon Face group with ease, even overpowering their captain. It turns out his realm was so elevated. Hong Ying felt a profound shock, negative energy 98. When Qima felt a profound shock, negative energy 98. However, it must be noted that Gu's age is merely 26, right? A 26-year-old paragon of humanity. Gasp! At this realization, both Hong Ying and Lin Xie gasped once more. This Gu is simply an extraordinary prodigy, having reached the pinnacle of humanity at such a young age. Hong Ying felt an extreme shock, negative energy 198. When Qima felt an extreme shock, negative energy 198. At that moment, a question arose in the minds of Hong Ying and Wen Qima. If Commander Gu is so exceptional, why would he come at Sangnan City to pose as a newcomer? Due to their lower rank, they were unaware that Commander Gu had only attained this rank after joining the training. Nevertheless, they refrained from inquiring further, as they believed that given Gu's status, his presence in Sangnan as a rookie likely involved executing a special mission, knowledge that was beyond their station. It could very well lead to dire consequences. Lin Xie remarked, "Commander Gu has asked me to accompany him on his private aircraft back to Sangnan. Since you both are here, why not join us on the commander's flight?" Hong Ying and Wen Qima exchanged glances. Hong Ying whispered, "Aboard the commander's aircraft? Do you think he would consent?" At that moment, Gu glanced over, smiling as he spoke. "Hong Ying, you have served as my personal model, so it's certainly not an issue. As for you, you may take the train back on your own." Wen Qima's expression instantly darkened. Wen Qima felt a bit disheartened. Negative energy 999. Gu noticed the system prompt, and his lips twitched slightly. "No. System, is there something amiss with your narrative? How can Wen's disheartenment yield 999 negative energy? This system's narrative is absolutely flawless." Wen Qima, with a bitter expression, turned to Hong Ying and said, "Since the commander does not permit me to fly with you, you and Xie should go ahead. I shall take the train back alone." Hong Ying wished to express something, yet was interrupted by him. "You need not accompany me. After all, such opportunities are rare. Once this village is past, this shop will no longer be there. I shall take my leave now." When Qima felt utterly despondent, negative energy 1 Gu Zhan. No, just a moment ago, when Qima was merely a bit disheartened, yet he accumulated 999 points of negative energy. Now, in a state of utter despair, he only garners 1 point. The system spoke with an air of inevitability. Is this difficult to comprehend? When Qima has only met you a few times, and even shared a meal at the same table. His youthful nature led him to consider you a friend, so when you denied him the opportunity to board the plane, he felt deeply saddened. Now, he is utterly heartbroken, having crossed you off his list of friends and perceiving you as a stranger. Thus, he naturally will not accumulate any negative energy. Gu Zhan had merely intended to jest with Wen Shima, yet he did not anticipate that the joke would escalate so dramatically. He quickly amended his words. Little one, I was only teasing you. After all, we have shared a meal prepared by Team Chen. How could I possibly deny you a seat? Wen Shima's expression immediately brightened. Really? Chapter 80. A friend in footbath. Half an hour later, a combat helicopter adorned with the insignia of Marshal 1 descended gracefully at the center of the training ground. Gu Zhan was about to lead Lin Xie and the others to board the helicopter when he spotted a familiar figure amidst the throng of new recruits. It was his roommate, Yi Er. Although Gu Zhan and Yi Er had shared a room for a year, their interactions had been minimal, with barely any conversation exchanged. Nevertheless, the bond of being roommates prompted Gu Zhan to inquire with Yuan Gang about Yi Er's circumstances. To Gu Zhan's astonishment, Yuan Gang seemed to have little recollection of Yi Er. This was quite unexpected. Yuan Gang was known for his meticulous nature, capable of remembering every individual among the more than 200 recruits participating in the training. Yet, he had no impression of Yi Er whatsoever. Yuan Gang took out his phone, opened the document containing the roster of recruits, and searched for Yi Er's name. The document revealed that Yi Er had been recommended to the training camp by Team 648 of Fanfiction Mountain. Yuan Gang was taken aback. What was this Team 648? He had never heard of it before. Furthermore, if Yi Er's background was so peculiar, he should have noticed it long ago. Yet he had no recollection of Yi Er. Yuan Gang promptly called the head of the Special Operations Department, responsible for intelligence and records, as well as Zhuo Qing, who also served as Yi Fan's secretary, to inquire about Team 648. Zhuo Qing asked him to hold on and fell silent. Approximately a minute later, Zhuo Qing resumed. I checked, and indeed, there exists such a team among the Night Watchers, established several decades ago. The records regarding Team 648 are sparse. More specific details have become untraceable over time. In any case, this team possesses the authority to recommend new recruits, so Yi Er's participation in the training camp is entirely legitimate. After finishing the call with Zhuo Qing, Yuan Gang turned to Gu Zhan. Marshal, you heard what directors was said, right? This is your roommate, Yi. Huh? He suddenly paused mid-sentence. Gu Zhan inquired. What is it? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow slightly. It's strange. We were clearly discussing your roommate, yet my impression of him has inexplicably faded. I can hardly recall that his name is Yi Er. Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow. His recollection of Yi Er remained vivid and unclouded, unlike Yuan Gang. Who could forget Yi Er's name so easily? Gu Zhan turned to Lin Xie and the others, probing about Yi Er, only to discover that besides Lin Xie and by Li Peng, the rest of them also had a remarkably blurred memory of Yi Er. An instinctive feeling told him that Yi Er was likely not an ordinary individual. However, the simplicity of Yi Er bore little significance for him, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. This parting would likely be their final farewell, making future encounters exceedingly improbable. Gu Zhan ceased his discourse and, accompanied by Lin Xie, Hong Ying, Wen Shima, and his two disciples, embarked on the specialized aircraft, Marshal 1. Upon entering the plane, Hong Ying and Wen Shima were brimming with curiosity, exploring every corner with the enthusiasm of inquisitive children. The exclusive flight departed at 10 a.m. and reached its destination, Sangnan City, hovering above the 136th Squadron of the Peace Affairs Office by 2 p.m. As the aircraft descended, the squadron leader, Chun Mai, awaited on the ground alongside his team. His emotions a tumultuous blend of anticipation and apprehension. As the captain of the 136th Squadron, more precisely, as a trusted confidant of Yi Fan assigned at Sangnan for a special mission, he was one of only two individuals, aside from Lin Xie, privy to the true nature of Gu Zhan. However, while he possessed knowledge of this truth, he did not grasp its entirety, as Yi Fan had refrained from revealing that Gu Zhan was, in fact, a supernatural being. Instead, he informed Chun Mai that Gu Zhan was an extraordinary talent, a prodigy to rival Zhou Ping, who had reached the pinnacle of human potential at a young age and had now accepted the role of the national marshal. Chun Mai sighed deeply, contemplating why Gu Zhan had the ability to overpower him. Yet, one must ponder, while the number of individuals at the apex of human achievement in Daxiao was limited, it was still considerable. Why did Commander Yi specifically elevate Gu Zhan to the position of National Marshal? Was there an underlying motive? As a professional spy who had remained concealed in Songnan for a decade without revealing any semblance of his true identity, Chun Mai's intuition suggested that this matter was far from straightforward. The aircraft, Marshal 1, descended directly onto the street in front of the Peace Affairs office, naturally drawing the attention of numerous citizens. They pointed and whispered, captivated by the sight of a helicopter landing so audaciously. Who could this remarkable individual be, traveling by air? Did the inscription on the aircraft not indicate its name as Marshal 1? Surely, it implied that a marshal was aboard. Yet, names can be whimsically assigned. Merely because the aircraft bore such a title did not guarantee the presence of an actual marshal within. Regardless, it was evident that the occupant was someone of considerable stature. Gu Zhan, Hong Ying, Wen Shimao, Lin Xie, Bali Pang Pang, and Qiao Yuan disembarked from the aircraft and swiftly entered the Peace Affairs office. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter ascended once more, departing from the scene. The gathered crowd soon dispersed, gradually forgetting this inconsequential event that bore no relevance to their lives. Inside the Peace Affairs office in the corridor, Zhao Kongcheng walked alongside Gu Zhan, sighing repeatedly. Alas, Gu Zhan raised an eyebrow at Zhao Kongcheng. Old Zhao, what is with your incessant sighing? A look of disappointment flickered across Zhao Kongcheng's weathered face. Isn't it obvious? I finally found a friend with whom I shared a mutual affinity for foot massages, and now you've become a marshal. In the future, it appears we shall be unable to indulge in foot baths together. Chun Mai furrowed his brow, about to remind Zhao Kongcheng to maintain decorum, when he noticed Gu Zhan gently shaking his head. He then addressed Zhao Kongcheng, stating, "The title of marshal is merely a designation. Foot bathing is a facet of life. There is no need to overthink it. When it is time to wash, we shall go together. It is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng ceased his sighing and firmly grasped Gu Zhan's shoulder, saying, "This is your promise. Next time I call upon you, do not use your position as an excuse." Gu Zhan nodded in agreement, indicating there would be no issue. Observing Gu Zhan's youthful triumph at the age of 26, having reached the pinnacle of human achievement and attained the rank of marshal without an ounce of arrogance, Chun Mai felt a surge of admiration for him. Not only him, but also Hong Ying and others found Gu Zhan to be exceptionally approachable, their fondness for him growing exponentially. Just then the task system, which had been under maintenance for the past 6 months, suddenly sprang to life. Task 5, long-term participate in the new recruits training. Upon completion, reward, 10,000 negative energy. Task 12, plunder the laws of the Tian Tsong Yin sword technique. Reward, 100 negative energy, now issued. Chapter 81. The all-in task. The content of Task 12 left Gu Zhan momentarily stunned. Plundering the principles of the Amaterasu sword. Currently, that sword resides in the high heaven, and he has no idea how to reach that realm or how to collect it. Gu Zhan's gaze inadvertently drifted to Wu Xiangnan, and a thought stirred within him. If truth be told, there was indeed someone before him who bore the principles of the Amaterasu sword. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this individual, while recently acquiring the ability of spatial movement, still possessed a rather crude demeanor typical of a martial artist, lacking the finesse to plunder principles. Gu Zhan addressed the system. Please provide reasonable suggestions regarding Task 12. Within the Truth Treasure Pavilion, there exists a device known as the Principal Plunderer, capable of appropriating any principle from this world. Only a portion of the principle can be plundered. To seize the entirety of a divine principle, hundreds or thousands of such devices are required. This device has been permanently unlocked with the appearance of Task 12, priced at 1,000 negative energy per unit. Gu Zhan's eyes lit up. The Principal Plunderer? This item is excellent, a veritable bargain. For mere 1,000, he could acquire the ability to plunder principles. This is undoubtedly the most cost-effective item he has encountered thus far. Without hesitation, Gu Zhan exchanged for one Principal Plunderer. The device itself is intangible and can be activated in the marketplace inventory. Once activated, Gu Zhan's next principal attack will temporarily transform into a plundering principle. By attacking any target, he can complete the plunder of the principle. This principle will only appropriate the principle itself, causing no physical or mental harm to the entity that possesses it. Just as Gu Zhan was about to activate the principal plunder, the system interjected unexpectedly. Please do not rush to activate it. Gu Zhan's lips twitched. What are you saying after I've already exchanged? Please hold off on activation for now. Gu Zhan, the thing is, Task 12 has a hidden option. If you're willing to attempt it, you could receive substantial rewards. A hidden option? Gu Zhan rolled his eyes. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I forgot. Gu Zhan, what is this hidden option? The hidden option is the all-in task, meaning if you are willing to invest a considerable amount of negative energy to complete the task as perfectly as possible, you may receive an opportunity for an all-in, with rewards encompassing everything in this world. There is even a chance to obtain one of 7 items imbued with dimensional ascension power. Currently, you possess 1,59847 negative energy. Would you like to activate the hidden option? This hidden option is rather intriguing. By going all in with negative energy, there's a chance to acquire one of the 7 dimensional ascension items. Gu Zhan could surmise that the probability of winning such an item would be appallingly low. But even the smallest chance is still a chance. What if he succeeded? This could potentially save him years of arduous detours. Gu Zhan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of activating the hidden option before making a decision on whether to proceed. There was one matter that he needed to clarify with the system. Gu Zhan inquired, System, are there any limitations on the amount of negative energy that can be invested in this all-or-nothing gamble? There are no restrictions. The essence of this task lies in completing it as impeccably as possible through the substantial investment of negative energy. Gu Zhan nodded to himself, relieved that there were no constraints on negative energy. This meant that he might achieve substantial returns with minimal investment. Now, how could he most effectively handle the matter of seizing the rules of the Tianzong Cloud Sword to complete this task flawlessly? Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Zhan, leading him to an exquisite solution. The rules of the Tianzong Cloud Sword need not solely be obtained from Wu Xiangnan's wrist. He indeed had a way to acquire them directly from the Tianzong Cloud Sword itself. This solution had never crossed his mind until the system mentioned the all-or-nothing task. His plan was to invest 100,000 units of negative energy to exchange for a moonlight box, one-time use, allowing him to travel back to the time when the Blue Rain team was annihilated and retrieve the rules of the Tianzong Cloud Sword from Takamagara. He could even take the opportunity to rescue the Blue Rain team along the way. In doing so, wouldn't this task be resolved in the most perfect manner? Furthermore, this approach afforded him an additional benefit. He could use this opportunity to visit Takamagara and record its coordinates in the gray space for future reference. With this thought in mind, Gu Zhan told the system, activate the hidden option. Hidden option has been activated. Task 12 has undergone a change. Task 12, all-or-nothing task. Seize the rules of the Tianzong Cloud Sword. Reward: 100 units of negative energy. The hidden option has been activated. If completed as perfectly as possible, an all-or-nothing opportunity will be granted. Without hesitation, Gu Zhan expended 100,000 units of negative energy to exchange for a moonlight box, one-time use. He excused himself under the pretense of needing to relieve himself and stepped into the restroom. Gu Zhan retrieved the moonlight box from his backpack, setting its time travel parameters to 10 years prior, specifically 2012, the year the Blue Rain's demise. After establishing the approximate date, he designated Takamagara as the destination. Then, a system notification popped up. This setting will consume 10,000 units of negative energy. Gu Zhan was taken aback. Why did setting a location require such a significant expenditure of negative energy? This time, the system, sensing Gu Zhan's confusion, preemptively provided an explanation before he could voice his inquiry. Dear user, if your current destination is Tsangnan from 10 years ago, no negative energy would be required. However, since the location you intend to visit is quite distant from your current position, it incurs additional operational costs for the artifact, hence the consumption of 10,000 000 units of negative energy. Moreover, if the time span exceeds a century, additional negative energy will be required, with each additional year costing 10,000 units. Guzhan found the system's reasoning quite sound and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Upon setting the destination to Takamagara, he softly recited the incantation, Prajna Permitha. With a flourish, Guzhan merged with the moonlight treasure box, transforming into a radiant beam of color that pierced through the void. Summer of 2012, in the divine land of Japan, Takamagara. This realm was shrouded in a crimson hue, littered with ruins and a sea of corpses. In a lofty sky above, 2 moons hung, one distant and one near. The nearer moon bore a striking resemblance to a colossal red eyeball. On a patch of earth seemingly stained by blood, lay the carcass of a colossal beast. This creature, exceeding 50 meters in length, possessed 8 slender necks and 8 heads, unmistakably resembling the legendary Yamata no Orochi from Japanese mythology. Beside the remains of the 8-headed serpent, 7 individuals clad in trench coats, adorned with black boxes, and draped in blue cloaks, sat upon the ground, taking a moment to rest. These 7 were the Night Watchers of Dacia, known far and wide by their illustrious moniker, Special Team Blue Rain. Chapter 82, The Blue Rain Team, A Battle to the Death. After a brief respite on the ground, the captain, Zhong Ming, rose to his feet and addressed his comrades. I trust everyone has had enough rest? This place is exceedingly strange. I cannot shake off an unsettling feeling. We must depart swiftly. The vice captain, Wu Xiangnan, along with the other members of the Blue Rain team, Cheng Cheng, Chun Yu, Xiaxi, Bei Duan, and Shan Sheng, stood up in unison. Just as they prepared to head back, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. This force was immensely powerful, forcing Zhong Ming and the others to kneel involuntarily on the ground. What an imposing pressure. This seems to be divine might. How could a deity be present here? The lair of the Yamata no Orochi. Is this, perchance, the legendary Takamagara? What shall we do, Captain? Zhong Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed in a particular direction where a thick mist of blood loomed. Within the crimson haze, an imposing figure could be discerned, advancing towards them. The overwhelming divine might emanated from the silhouette. The other members of the Blue Rain team soon noticed the figure within the blood mist, their expressions turning grave. A bitter smile crept on Zhong Ming's lips. It appears we may not escape from here. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Not necessarily. We have slain the divine beast Yamata no Orochi. Surely we can. Zhong Ming's smile turned even more pained as he interrupted. Do not be foolish. Although the Yamata no Orochi is a divine beast, it has yet to cross that threshold and remains within the realm of mortals. Your time with the Blue Rain has been comparatively brief. You have not yet faced a deity. Let me clarify. Deities and we are not of the same kind. They are embodiments of the laws themselves. Not even the strongest among us could hope to vanquish a god here. What? The countenances of Wu Xiangnan and the others shifted dramatically. Zhong Ming continued. If we were at our peak, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope, but alas. Cheng Cheng's face darkened. Are we to simply await our doom? A defiant look emerged on Zhong Ming's face as his spiritual energy surged from his consciousness, manifesting an unmatched and fearless aura. With all his might, Zhong Ming resisted the divine pressure, gradually rising from the ground despite the cracking sounds of his body colliding with the overwhelming force. As he stood, he struggled to retrieve a Night Watchman medal inscribed with his name from his pocket, gritting his teeth and declaring, "We cannot simply await our demise. Let's not forget, we are the extraordinary Blue Rain team of the Night Watchers of the Great Xia. Even if we must confront a deity today, even if our fate is sealed, we shall tear away a layer of this divine being's skin." The spirits of Wu Xiangnan and the others soared, and they emulated Zhong Ming, summoning all their strength to rise and fiercely resist the divine might. As they rose, each member of the Blue Rain squad retrieved their respective medals from their pockets. A thunderous roar erupted from the team, a cacophony of defiance. At long last, the entire Blue Rain squad stood upright. It was then that a shadow emerged from the crimson mist. The figure came to a halt outside the blood-soaked haze. Towering and imposing, it bowed its head, bare-chested, clad only in black trousers, with long hair that danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, emanating an aura of supreme divinity. The figure wielded a bloodied katana, an extraordinary blade that radiated a malevolent pressure even more terrifying than its wielder. Luan Ping activated a mechanism on his metal, and a silver needle sprang forth. This needle represented the last vestige of dignity for the Night Watchers, a fatal tool that, though it promised death, could unleash a power far beyond their usual capabilities, the demonic summons. Wu Xiangnan and the others similarly released their silver needles. Luan Ping bellowed at the deity, Blue Rain Squad. To the death! To the death! His comrades echoed his fervor. The 7 of them then drove the silver needles forcefully into their temples. The deity, sensing their resolve for a last stand, abruptly lifted its head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. A frenzied madness danced across its face. It swung its blade at the Blue Rain Squad. With a swift motion, the deity unleashed a wave of lethal energy, inundating Luan Ping and the others in an instant. After the strike, the deity lowered its gaze once more, leaving Luan Ping and his companions as mere shadows of their former selves, bloodied and half-kneeling. Stripped of their fighting spirit, Luan Ping, breathless, murmured, "Though we have encountered deities before, this is our first true engagement. Truly, they're gods. We stand utterly powerless, deprived even of the chance to utilize the demonic summons." Wu Xiangnan replied weakly, "While this deity is formidable, its mental state appears to be somewhat unstable. Thus, despite the tremendous force behind its attack, its precision was lacking. Otherwise, we would already be 7 corpses." With great effort, Luan Ping turned his head to Wu Xiangnan, locking eyes. "Xiangnan, your forbidden ruins are unique. Today, we shall all perish here. But you must survive. I command you to live. As long as you endure, the Blue Rain Squad shall not fall." The others chimed in, urging, "Yes, Xiangnan. You must escape, return to Daxia, and live on with our legacy. Xiangnan, once home, please visit Xiao Fei for me and tell her to stop waiting for me." As the members of the Blue Rain Squad exchanged their final words, the deity, having swung its blade and then lowered its head, lifted it once more. An expression of fury crossed its face, seemingly enraged that it had failed to annihilate the Blue Rain Squad in one fell swoop. It opened its mouth and raised the katana high, preparing to strike once again. Upon witnessing this, Luan Ping and the others felt a slight chill run through them. Yet not a single face betrayed fear at that moment. For since the very first day of their induction into the special squad, they had resolutely prepared themselves for the ultimate sacrifice for their nation. Death? They were ever ready. The blade wielded by the master of the blade was raised high, poised to descend. Suddenly, a tempest of blade energy surged forth, crashing towards Luan Ping and his companions. Yet, in this precarious moment of life and death, a vibrant vortex unexpectedly manifested in the void. A radiant light, akin to flowing fire, erupted from the center of this vortex, perfectly landing before Luan Ping and his comrades just as the blade energy approached, transforming into a figure. As the wave of blade energy made contact with this figure, it split apart like fabric severed by scissors, creating a V-shaped divergence, scattering the lethal force to either side and leaving behind deep gashes in the earth. Luan Ping and the others were instantly astounded. They were alive. They had been saved. The strength of this individual was truly terrifying, capable of diverting the onslaught of blade energy with mere flesh. Had this formidable person fortuitously passed by? Before they could fully ponder this thought, they heard a remark from this powerful figure that left them in shock. The individual, with their back turned to them, said, "Apologies, Blue Rain. I have arrived a tad late." What an astonishing revelation. This formidable individual had come specifically for them. Upon narrowly escaping death and feeling gratitude and admiration for their savior, the realization that this benefactor was not merely a chance passerby, but had come to their aid, filled them with shock. Accumulated negative energy 99999. Chapter 83. The All-In. The negative energy of 99,999. This Blue Rain. Truly formidable. Guzhan's lips curled into a slight smirk. With this 99999 negative energy, he would have just enough funds to return to the future. Otherwise, he had devised two plans for how to get back. The first plan involved coercing the system. The second plan required tormenting Susanoo. Fortunately, such elaborate schemes were now unnecessary, which was splendid. Gu Zhan, with his physical form, braved Susanoo's blade aura, diverting its force. Remarkably, the unhealable laws intrinsic to the sword of Tsunagari had yet to inflict any harm upon Gu Zhan, causing even the delirious Susanoo to display an expression of disbelief. Received Susanoo's disbelief, negative energy 648. Immediately, a deep rage manifested on Susanoo's face, his crimson eyes glinting with an otherworldly light as he roared at Gu Zhan like a wild beast. Roar! Gu Zhan shook his head slightly, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Susanoo, look at your foolish appearance now. You hardly resemble a deity. You're more akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Susanoo roar. Whoosh! In a blink, he lunged towards Gu Zhan. Wan Ping, what incredible speed! Susanoo swung the sword of Tsunagari in a diagonal slash toward Gu Zhan. Though Gu Zhan possessed an indomitable body capable of absorbing and merging with spatial storms, the sword of Tsunagari was ultimately a supreme artifact. While he could withstand the blade aura, whose genuine might amounted to less than 1% of the sword's true power, he found it challenging to directly confront the sword itself, which bore the no object cannot be cut law. Fortunately, while the sword of Tsunagari was formidable, the deity wielding it was merely a subpar god. In Gu Zhan's eyes, Susanoo's movements appeared as if frozen in a PowerPoint presentation. With effortless grace, Gu Zhan seized Susanoo's wrist, forcibly redirecting the trajectory of the sword's strike with a strength that far exceeded Susanoo's own. He then pivoted and executed a shoulder throw, casting Susanoo aside like refuse onto the scorched earth. Bang! The ground cracked upon impact. Susanoo received Susanoo's sense of helplessness. Negative energy 328. The members of the Blue Rain team were utterly astonished. Wow, our benefactor is incredibly strong. This Susanoo just incapacitated us with a single blow. Who is he to be so terrifying? Receive the Blue Rain team's astonishment. Total negative energy 420. Gu Zhan, a man. Wan Ping. Wu Xiangnan. Others. Holy cow. The benefactor is engaged in battle, yet still has the energy to chat with us. What level of strength must one possess to fight a deity so effortlessly? Upon receiving the Blue Rain squad's notification, a total of negative energy 210 was recorded. Gu Zhan pressed down on Susanoo, activating the previously exchanged Law of Plunder. As his own martial law temporarily transformed into the Law of Plunder, he flicked his fingers against the blade of the Tenzoku Yunjian. With a sharp clang, part of the laws of Tenzoku Yunjian has been plundered. Acquired a one-time item, unhealable law. Gu Zhan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that using this item to plunder the law would yield such benefits. This unhealable law could be directly affixed to his own laws, elevating his martial arts from the crude to the refined, imbued with the characteristics of the Tenzoku Yunjian. Mission 12, All-in Mission. Plunder of the Tenzoku Yunjian's law has been completed. Completion level. Perfect. Shall I proceed with the all-in? Although Gu Zhan was still amidst battle, to him, Susanoo was nothing more than a mere trifle. Not only was he now exalted, but even before ascending to such heights, he could easily overpower Susanoo. A millennium ago, the celestial sovereign had already deemed him the strongest force beneath the supreme. His only flaw was that his martial law was too straightforward, lacking in elegance. Gu Zhan all-in. All-in commencing. All-in concluded. Congratulations. You have obtained one of the 7 divine artifacts imbued with dimensional ascension power, the Zhudi Qingyun. This artifact was forged from the grand spirit of Pangu during the creation of the heavens, untouched by any laws. Due to the restrictions of world laws, this artifact has been downgraded by half a tier, now at half-step dimensional ascension, though its ultimate function remains unchanged. Gu Zhan was overjoyed. He could scarcely believe his fortune. His very first all-in had granted him one of his most coveted treasures. As Gu Zhan reveled in his delight, Susanoo employed the ocean law, transforming into a torrent, enveloping the Tenzoku Yunjian and swiftly retreated into the distance. Gu Zhan cast a calm glance at the fleeing Susanoo and said with indifference, "Thinking of escaping?" With a powerful step, he exerted immense force that compressed the ground, causing the barren earth to rise in a series of mounds, advancing towards the torrent that was Susanoo. The upheaved earth nearly disrupted the flow of water that Susanoo had assumed, forcing him to revert to his true form and turn to glare at Gu Zhan, roaring furiously. Subsequently, Susanoo brandished the Tenzoku Yunjian once more, charging at Gu Zhan. After a brief contemplation, Gu Zhan summoned forth the half-step dimensional ascension artifact, the Zhudi Qingyan. This artifact manifested as a swirl of colorful clouds. With a mere thought, the Zhudi Qingyan transformed, splitting into two, becoming a pair of gauntlets that adorned his hands. Was this artifact not said to be untouched by all laws? Gu Zhan was eager to ascertain whether this claim held true. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed tremendous power from his legs, shattering the ground as he propelled himself like a cannonball toward Susanoo. Gu Zhan hurled a punch. Susanoo swung his sword down. Clang boom! The collision of fist and blade unleashed a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave radiated outward from Gu Zhan and Susanoo, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. The earth rolled like tumultuous waves, and the Blue Rain team was violently hurled away. I'm flying. Captain, is this the battle of the gods? Every movement is apocalyptic. Indeed, the auspicious clouds of the heavens did not disappoint Gu Zhan. With the innate characteristic of being impervious to all methods, coupled with a rank that surpassed the Amaterasu's sword by half a level, he effortlessly countered the sword's impenetrable strike. Soon after, Gu Zhan and Susanoo resumed their fierce exchange of blows and blades, clashing with a resounding clang for several rounds. Their confrontation appeared evenly matched, yet in truth, Susanoo was on the receiving end of a relentless beating. After a few exchanges, Susanoo's visage bore the marks of a sound thrashing, his face bruised and battered. Perhaps due to the severity of the blows, the frenzied expression on Susanoo's face diminished somewhat. He quickly recalled his identity as the god of the ocean, master of its laws, and hurled the Amaterasu sword towards Gu Zhan, attempting to mitigate his assault. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retreated, widening the distance between them. With a swift motion, Susanoo ascended into the sky, harnessing the ocean-s laws to conjure several blood-red sea tornadoes that rose from the surrounding crimson waters. These tornadoes converged in the sky, forming a blood-red drill over 100 meters long, descending fiercely towards Gu Zhan below. The members of the Blue Rain team were taken aback. How massive! That blood-red drill seems capable of devastating everything. Can our benefactor withstand it? Yet Gu Zhan merely smirked, a defiant gleam in his eyes as he regarded Susanoo with derision. Adopting a fighting stance, he aimed at the blood-red drill and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 84. Departing with grace, concealing achievements, and fame, Gu Zhan's punch, though restrained with considerable force, unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying power. This energy madly compressed the air, igniting it spontaneously and forming a crimson plume of flame that shot skyward like a laser beam. In the blink of an eye, this fiery stream pierced through the descending crimson drill as if it were mere tofu, directly penetrating the chest of Susanoo with unstoppable momentum. Susanoo glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, measuring over 10 centimeters in diameter, and let out a cry of disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Received Susanoo's disbelief. Negative energy 648. The crimson drill disintegrated swiftly in midair. Susanoo's grip on the sword Ten's Yuki slackened, causing it to plummet from the sky, while his divine form arched backward and fell straight down. The members of the Blue Rain team watched in stunned silence as Susanoo descended like a falling rock, their hearts overwhelmed with emotions they could scarcely articulate. The only sound that filled the air was the collective intake of breath. Lan Ping was utterly shocked. Negative energy 999. Wu Xiangnan was utterly shocked. Negative energy 999. Cheng Chang was utterly shocked. Negative energy 999. Bei Duan was. After dispatching Susanoo, Gu Zhan lightly leaped to position himself directly beneath Ten's Yuki. As the sword fell before him, he grasped its hilt firmly. Initially, he intended to toss Ten's Yuki into the Caikun ring, but recalling its unique ability to cut through anything, he feared that doing so might destroy the ring itself, and thus abandoned that thought. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea struck him. He willed a portion of the celestial celebration cloud to transform into a sheath, enveloping Ten's Yuki. This, he hoped, would allow him to safely contain the sword. To ensure its efficacy, Guzhan decided to conduct a small test. He cast the sword, now wrapped in the celestial celebration cloud, onto the ground. If the wrapping proved ineffective, the sword would likely burrow straight down into the earth, only to rebound under the pull of gravity in a continuous cycle. However, when the wrapped Ten's Yuki struck the ground, nothing remarkable occurred, confirming that the wrapping was indeed effective. A smile crept across Guzhan's face as he finally felt secure enough to place this remarkable artifact into the Caikun ring. Though he himself was no master of swordsmanship, he could not bear to leave such a treasure unattended in the high heavens. His intuition hinted that, given the nature of that esteemed individual, a future task might very well involve the collection of Ten's Yuki. Thus, he had preemptively secured the item for any potential assignments. With a resounding thud, Susanu's divine form crashed to the ground. Guzhan approached the figure of Susanu and began to deliver the final blows, crushing Susanu's head beneath his foot. Surely, this would ensure Susanu's demise, wouldn't it? No. He glanced upward at the blood-red orb suspended in the air. That was the manifestation of Tsukuyami, a Japanese deity tainted by the forces of corruption. As long as this I remained, even if Guzhan were to reduce Susanu to mere fragments, there was a possibility that this entity could harness the power of the corrupt deity to resurrect him. Thus, the Blue Rain team would still be doomed to annihilation. If his return resulted in the downfall of Blue Rain, then, had he come in vain? Therefore, one must resolve the issue at its source. To address the symptoms, one must also tackle the root cause. Guzhan raised his head and fixed his gaze upon the blood moon. Tsukuyami, upon first encountering your might, was drawn to you, hoping to entice you into the embrace of Cthulhu. Yet, he soon realized that your martial prowess was imbued with the supreme law. Tsukuyami understood then that, with his power, he could not possibly sway you, and one misstep could lead to his own destruction. In light of this, feigning death seemed the wiser course. He incessantly muttered within, "Do not notice me, do not notice me," yet was ultimately perceived by you. Receiving Tsukuyami's extreme anxiety, negative energy 999, Guzhan was left speechless. He never anticipated that within the brief moments of his confrontation with Susanu, the blood moon above would harbor such tumultuous thoughts. Given the vibrancy of its consciousness, it must be, there could be no mercy. Guzhan assumed a stance to strike at the blood moon, receiving Tsukuyami's terror. Negative energy 9999. A faint smile crept upon Guzhan's lips. This journey through time had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had he acquired the treasure known as the Celestial Celebration Cloud, but he had also amassed a significant amount of negative energy to replenish his previous expenditures. Tsukuyami's fear alone had already accumulated 9,999 in negative energy. Should he shatter it, he might garner even more. Oh, Tsukuyami, even if I have no desire to kill you, I can find no justification to spare you. Guzhan's expression gradually turned serious. The eye before him was enhanced by corrupt power, which, in this realm, surpassed even the divine might of its deities. Thus, he needed to mobilize a greater number of martial laws. The laws governing the defeat of Susanu would not suffice to eliminate Tsukuyami. Guzhan took a deep breath, channeling 1/10 of the martial laws he could currently wield, concentrating them all into his right fist. With a fierce shout, he aimed at the blood moon and struck. Upon witnessing Guzhan's attack, Tsukuyami's eyes widened in terror, his pupils dilating in fear, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet, this wail was short-lived, as it was soon torn apart by the martial laws unleashed by Guzhan. Tsukuyami, I will not accept this. As Guzhan delivered this punch, the excessive manipulation of his martial technique rendered it incapable of compressing the air. Instead, the force he unleashed tore apart the very fabric of space along the trajectory of his attack. to the members of the Blue Rain team. It appeared as though Gu Zhan had unleashed a gray laser that obliterated the moon. With a sigh of relief, Gu Zhan contemplated the elimination of Tsukuyami, ensuring that all was secure. Having flawlessly completed Task 12 and saved the Blue Rain team, it was time to bid farewell to this moment in time. He glanced back towards the direction of Blue Rain, nodding in acknowledgement to Wu Xiangnan, and then expended 100,000 negative energy to exchange for a new Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use, which he held in his hand. After setting the time, Gu Zhan mused, perhaps this is what it means to leave without a trace, concealing one's achievements and name. Prajna Permitha. With a flourish, Gu Zhan transformed into a radiant beam of color, vanishing into the void along with the Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use. Once Gu Zhan departed, Wan Ping and the others turned their gazes towards Wu Xiangnan. Xiangnan, did the benefactor just greet you? Xiangnan, do you know him? When did you become acquainted with such a remarkable figure? Wu Xiangnan's mind was filled with questions. This was his first encounter with the benefactor. How could he possibly know anything about him? Received Wu Xiangnan's bewilderment across time and space. Negative energy, 648. Chapter 85. Benefactor. Gu Zhan returned to the modern era, stepping back into the restroom of the Peace Affairs office. Exiting the restroom, he made his way to the reception area to join the others. At the very moment Gu Zhan pushed the door open, Wu Xiangnan, who was perched backward on a swivel chair, was momentarily struck by a wave of disorientation upon seeing him. A torrent of long-buried memories surged forth in his mind. With a sudden jolt, akin to a startled cat, Wu Xiangnan sprang to his feet, creating a commotion that drew the attention of everyone in the room. Fixing his gaze on Gu Zhan, his expression was a blend of uncertainty and joy. General Gu, 10 years ago, did you visit a place called Gaoxianyuan? His question left Chun Mai and the others momentarily stunned. Hong Ying, incredulous, exclaimed, Xiangnan, are you dreaming? Gaoxianyuan is where the Japanese deities reside. How could General Gu have ever been there? Lung Xian nodded slightly, echoing Hong Ying's sentiment. General Gu is only 26 this year. 10 years ago, he was merely 16. Logically, he could not have visited Gaoxianyuan. When Shima's lips twitched, Lung Xian, have a bit more confidence, removed the couldn't. That is Gaoxianyuan we're talking about. A place humans can hardly visit. Chao Yuan muttered to himself. Humans may not go, but my master could. Bailey Pang Pang frowned slightly, remaining silent. Gu Zhan had not anticipated that. Having just returned from a decade ago, Wu Xiangnan's memories would have already transformed. This raised a question. This was not their first encounter. They had met several times prior, yet Wu Xiangnan had never recognized him, as he had not yet returned to the past. In such a scenario, how would Wu Xiangnan reconcile this? Gu Zhan, intrigued, offered a slight nod to Wu Xiangnan. Indeed, I've been there, and coincidentally saved a few people from the Great Xia. Oh, young man, you seem somewhat familiar. Wu Xiangnan trembled with elation, his excitement palpable. It truly is you. The first time I met you last year, I felt you were familiar, but I dismissed the possibility of you being my benefactor. After all, how could someone as extraordinarily talented as a benefactor be teaching in such a small place as Tsangnan? Later, when my benefactor participated in training as a new recruit, I became even more convinced that you could not be him. But now, things are different. Your identity is public. You are a high-ranking official sent here incognito, and your strength is unfathomable. I dare to compare you with my benefactor once more, and the more I compared, the more I felt you were indeed that person from back then. His declaration left Chun Mai, Zhao Kongcheng, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan utterly bewildered. What on earth is Wu Xiangnan talking about? Each word was recognizable, yet the collective meaning eluded them. Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, demanding, Xiangnan, were you saying? We can't comprehend any of this. Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? Wu Xiangnan cast a glance at the members of Team 136. Since the identity of their benefactor had been publicly validated, it was only fitting to recount the events of yesteryear. He cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and began to narrate the tale of a decade past that transpired in Takamagara. A decade ago, Wu Xiangnan served as the vice captain of the special team, Blue Rain. The Blue Rain team ventured deep into the mist to pursue the rampaging Yamada no Orochi in the East China Sea, only to inadvertently stumble into a desolate land. After considerable effort, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the serpent. However, at that very moment, a fearsome deity, drenched in blood, emerged. With a single strike of his sword, he rendered the entire Blue Rain team gravely wounded, their combat abilities utterly diminished. Just as this deity, Susanoo, was poised to annihilate the Blue Rain team, Martial Gu descended upon a rainbow cloud. With nothing but his physical prowess, he blocked Susanoo's second strike and subsequently unleashed a torrent of blows upon the deity, akin to how one might discipline a captain, ultimately vanquishing Susanoo. Thus, the Blue Rain team was saved, though they bore enduring scars on their souls from the Tenka Murakumo no Tsurugi wielded by Susanoo, leading to their disbandment upon returning home. They were at least granted their lives through Martial Gu's timely intervention. While recounting this experience, Wu Xiangnan deliberately refrained from mentioning the rule that only a deity could slay another deity. For after Blue Rain's return, they had been cautioned by the then commander of the Night Watch, Wang Qing, not to speak of that divine being to anyone. The notion that only a god could slay a god was not common knowledge. Thus, by omitting this detail, the members of Team 136 would not associate Martial Gu with divinity, but rather deduce that a pinnacle of humanity could indeed vanquish a god. Upon concluding Wu Xiangnan's account, Chao Yuan wore a smug expression. My master is truly remarkable. Bai Li, portly and contemplative, pondered deeply. Lin Xie reflected internally. Teacher Gu is indeed extraordinary. The remaining members of Team 136, aside from Chun Mai, who had a slight understanding of Wu Xiangnan's background, were all in a state of astonishment. Wow, I never imagined Wu Xiangnan was once the vice captain of Blue Rain. Wow again, I thought Martial Gu's defeat of the captain was already something incredible. Yet I never fathomed he had slain a deity, except for the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary Si Xiaonan and the already accustomed Lin Xie. Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Zhao, Kongcheng, and Long Xian all silently exclaimed in their hearts, is this what it means to be the pinnacle of humanity? Truly formidable. Receive shock from Hong Ying. Negative energy 648. Receive shock from Wen Qima. Negative energy 648. Receive shock from Zhao Kongcheng. Negative energy 999. Receive shock from Lung Xian. Negative energy 328. Receive confusion from Si Xiaonan. Negative energy 328. Si Xiaonan's confusion stemmed from her role as Loki's agent. She understood well that mortals, even the pinnacle of humanity, could not slay a deity. Yet Wu Xiang had recounted that Gu had slain Susanoo. This indicated that Gu's true identity was likely far more complex than it presently appeared. The true identity of Gu Zhan is none other than a deity. When Si Xiaonan became Loki's agent, she made two promises to him. One was to seek out the blasphemer, and the other was to investigate the whereabouts of the great Xia deity. However, despite uncovering the truth about Gu Zhan's divine nature, Si Xiaonan had no intention of revealing this to the wicked Loki. At the same time, both Chun Mai and Bailey Pang Pang also suspected Gu Zhan's divinity. After hearing Wu Xiangnan's account, Chun Mai felt that something was amiss. From his understanding, gods and humans are entirely different beings. The former embody the laws. Thus, humans cannot slay a deity unless they wield those laws themselves. Even agents who possess certain divine powers cannot achieve such a feat yet. Wu Xiangnan claimed that Gu Zhan had defeated and subsequently killed Susanoo. Only a god can slay a god. Suddenly, Chun Mai grasped the reason behind Yi Fan's decision to make Gu Zhan a general. Perhaps General Gu's true realm is not that of a human pinnacle, but rather a genuine deity. Although he deduced the truth, given Yi Fan's deliberate concealment of this information, he resolved to keep this secret to himself for the time being. As for Bailey Pang Pang, he was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. As a reincarnation of a spiritual treasure and a traveler through a billion worlds, no one understood deities better than he did. Thus, upon hearing Wu Xiangnan speak of Gu Zhan's deeds, Bailey Pang Pang immediately confirmed his master's identity. His master is a god. However, this revelation was not the most astonishing thing. The most shocking fact was that his master had actually slain Susanoo a decade ago. Yet, Bailey Pang Pang quickly regained his composure, for since he had met Gu Zhan, he had repeatedly witnessed his disruption of history. The trajectory of this world had already shifted due to Gu Zhan's influence. So, the question arose, if his master is indeed a deity, could it be true that the one who shattered the Lord of Destruction a decade ago was really his master, as he claimed? To crush the Lord of Destruction, one must be of the highest caliber. His master had previously mentioned that he shattered the Lord of Destruction with a single punch and ascended to the realm of supreme divinity. Back when Bailey Pang Pang first met Gu Zhan, he found this hard to believe, as it surpassed his understanding from countless reincarnations. However, after witnessing his master's many miraculous feats, he found himself inclined to believe it. Received Bailey Pong Pong's astonishment. Negative Energy 9999, Chapter 86. Rebirth of Grace. The narration by Wu Xiangnan brought tears to Hong Ying's eyes. When she turned to look at Wu Xiangnan again, her gaze was laden with guilt. To her astonishment, the elder brother she had known was none other than a former member of the Blue Rain team. During her time in the training camp, she had heard the instructors speak of Blue Rain. It was said that after returning from the high heaven, Blue Rain was bestowed the title of hero and awarded the Collective Star Sea Medal. However, due to the deep scars on their souls, they disbanded shortly thereafter. Except for the vice captain, who remained with the Night Watchers for unknown reasons, all other members returned to their former lives. As Hong Ying reflected on her past actions towards Wu Xiangnan, arguing with him, calling the heroic figure old dog, a profound sense of remorse washed over her. Wu Xiangnan bent his knees, preparing to kneel before Gu Zhan. In an instant, Gu Zhan sprang to Wu Xiangnan's side, effortlessly supporting him, declaring, "It is a mere trifle." Internally, Gu Zhan chided himself, realizing that while other travelers might merely raise a hand to halt a kneeling supplicant, he, a humble warrior, had to leap forth to offer his support. How crude he felt! Gu Zhan gazed at Wu Xiangnan, determined to assist the young man further. He inquired, "Do you wish to wield a sword again?" Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that possible?" Gu Zhan smiled enigmatically. "I possess the means. In the past, such a feat would have been unattainable, but now, all it required was the exchange for a law of plundering." The crucial aspect was that by seizing the sword law from Wu Xiangnan's wrist, Gu Zhan would also acquire an incurable law, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor. For a decade, Wu Xiangnan had been unable to grasp a sword. As a swordsman bearing the title of the Undying Sword Master, the implications of this inability were profound. For 10 long years, he had dreamed of once more wielding a sword, yet he understood the impossibility of this dream, for the scars left by the heavenly sword on his soul were deemed irreparable. Now, however, someone claimed they could heal him. Filled with excitement, Wu Xiangnan implored, "If it is possible, I beseech you to assist me. I yearn to wield a sword once more. If you can restore my hand, I would be willing to serve you as a humble servant." Gu Zhan raised a finger to his lips, silencing Wu Xiangnan. "There is no need for such words. You are a rare talent among the Night Watchers. Since I possess the ability, I shall certainly aid you." 2 millennia ago, upon his arrival in this world, Gu Zhan had vowed to rectify many of the original story's regrets. Wu Xiangnan was one such regret he sought to amend. In the original tale, Wu Xiangnan had chosen to perish alongside Susanoo in his quest for vengeance against the Blue Rain team. Although Susanoo had already been defeated by Gu Zhan, Wu Xiangnan had no chance of perishing alongside him. However, in the original narrative, Wu Xiangnan's hand was healed by Lin Chia. Now, due to the repercussions of that fateful punch from a decade ago, the grand battle of Tsangnan may never come to fruition. Even if it were to occur, Lin Chia, devoid of the divine power of Michael, will be unable to mend Wu Xiangnan's hand. Consequently, if Gu Zhan were to neglect healing Wu Xiangnan's hand, it would essentially create a new regret. Upon hearing Gu Zhan's words, Wu Xiangnan was deeply moved to tears. Chunmai also felt a profound resonance with Gu Zhan's statement. A single phrase from Gu Zhan had entirely elevated his admiration for him. Chunmai thought to himself that Gu Zhan truly embodied the stature of a national marshal, possessing a grand vision. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan suddenly appeared invigorated, exclaiming passionately, "In this life, I have no regrets as a night watchman, and I am grateful for the organization's nurturing. Gu Zhan's lips curled slightly before he shook his head. This is merely my personal action, unrelated to the night watchman. Now, give me your hand. Wu Xiaongnan's eyes flickered with confusion. Was not his benefactor the national marshal of the night watchmen? Earlier, his benefactor had stated that he was a rare talent among the night watchmen, leading him to believe that he had acted out of an allegiance to their higher echelons. Yet, after expressing his gratitude to the organization, why did his benefactor distance himself from the night watchman? Receiving Wu Xiaongnan's confusion, negative energy 98, nevertheless. There was no need to dwell on these matters. Since his benefactor claimed it was a personal act, then it was indeed just that. The only thing Wu Xiaongnan needed to do was to firmly etch this kindness into his heart. He extended his right hand to Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan grasped Wu Xiaongnan's wrist and then exchanged for the Law of Plunder, activating it immediately, transforming his martial arts into the Law of Plunder. Utilizing this law, Gu Zhan effortlessly erased the sword mark imprinted upon Wu Xiaongnan's soul. In doing so, he acquired an unhealable law. Meanwhile, after the celestial sword law was plundered from Wu Xiaongnan's soul, he felt an immense release, a refreshing sensation washing over him, almost akin to a rebirth. Could it be that his benefactor succeeded? Gu Zhan turned to Bai Li Pang Pang. My dear disciple, hand me a sword. Bai Li Pang Pang, still preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Zhan, had not initially registered the request. It was only when Chao Yuan nudged him that he snapped back to attention. Huh? Chao Yuan relayed Gu Zhan's request, prompting Bai Li Pang Pang to hastily retrieve a grand sword from his spatial pocket, tossing it to Gu Zhan. Gu Zhan caught the sword and presented it to Wu Xiaongnan. Here, grasp the sword and give it a try. Wu Xiaongnan raised his right hand to touch the hilt. Yet hesitation flickered across his brow as he neared it. He feared that upon grasping the sword, he would discover he was still unable to wield it, leading to great disappointment. Gu Zhan's expression darkened. What? Do you not trust me? No. Wu Xiaongnan hurriedly shook his head, gritting his teeth as he grasped the hilt of the great sword. In the past, if he were to hold a sword, his hand would instinctively loosen its grip, causing the sword to clatter to the ground or be cast aside. However, this time, upon seizing the sword, nothing untoward occurred. Instead, he felt an incredibly familiar sensation, a profound connection to the sword as a true swordsman. Excitement surged within him. Could it truly be, that I can wield a sword once more? With resolve, Wu Xiaongnan lifted the sword and retreated to a secluded corner, where he swung it a few times, reveling in the sheer joy it brought him. Splendid. I can wield a sword again. I have finally reclaimed the ability to hold a sword. Seizing the moment while Gu Zhan was distracted, he suddenly knelt upon the ground with a loud thud, bowing 9 times before Gu Zhan, uttering a phrase with each bow. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Thank you for healing my soul scars. Thank you for restoring my ability to wield a sword. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth for me. Chapter 87. The death of Bai Li Jing. After resolving the issues concerning Wu Xiaongnan, Gu Zhan directed his gaze towards Chun Mai. Captain Chun, he called. Chun Mai wore a puzzled expression. What command do you have, Marshal? Gu Zhan rubbed his abdomen. After a year in the training camp, consuming those monotonous, nutritional meals, my palate has grown weary. How about you take charge of the kitchen tonight? Chun Mai had initially thought Gu Zhan required him for a significant task, only to find it was merely a request for a meal. Regardless, he had planned to cook that evening to welcome Marshal Gu and Lin Xie. With a slight smile, he patted his chest. Leave it to me. Afternoon, Guangzhou Shenzhen City, headquarters of the Bai Li Group. On the top floor, in the chairman's office, Bai Li Xian sat behind a solid wood desk, his hands gripping a stack of documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Upon reaching the final page, his expression turned grim. This individual had truly surprised him, although he had previously discovered that the information regarding this person was classified and had even speculated that he might be a significant figure among the Night Watchers. He had not anticipated the extent of his high standing within their ranks. If Gu Zhan were merely a marshal, it would not have been a matter of great concern. After all, he was merely a mortal, easily manageable. Assassinating him or bribing him would have been plausible. Yet this man was also a paragon of humanity. A combination of martial and paragon within the Night Watchers rendered him nearly invincible. What price would the Bailey family have to pay to contend with such a figure? No, whatever he desired could simply be seized. I lack the means to bribe him. You little fat boy have indeed stumbled upon remarkable fortune by allying with such a powerful figure. It is evident that when the opportune moment arises, should I replace Bai Li Jing with Bai Li Zhong Ming, the wrath of the Night Watch's upper echelon would be unfathomable. This would undoubtedly plunge the entire Bai Li family into an abyss of despair. After all, the documents indicated that Gu Zhan, unlike Commander Yi, acted on impulse, killing those he deemed unsatisfactory. If the Bai Li family were to decline due to my decisions, I would be branded a traitor. In Bai Li Xian's eyes, a calm determination flickered. Such an event shall never transpire. Fortunately, it is not too late to rectify the situation for the prosperity of the Bai Li family. There remains but one course of action. He picked up the phone to summon Bai Li Jing when a knock echoed through the door. Moments later, his son Bai Li Jing entered the office. Upon seeing Bai Li Jing, Bai Li Xian maintained a composed demeanor. Jinger, you've arrived. Bai Li Jing krusha adukumin. His expression hurried. Father, there's grave news. I just received word that little wretch's master is actually a figure of command within the Night Watchers. Bai Li Xian rose and approached the water dispenser, pouring a glass for Bai Li Jing. As he filled the cup, he replied, not only that. As far as I know, Gu Zhan is not merely the national marshal. He is also a paragon of humanity. What? Bai Li Jing's expression drastically changed. This Gu Zhan, could he truly be the pinnacle of humanity? If so, what of our plans? Father, the situation has become quite complicated. After Bai Li Xian poured water for Bai Li Jing, he seemingly nonchalantly brushed the silver ring on his right middle finger against the cup's rim. He approached Bai Li Jing, extending the glass with an expression as steady as a mountain. Jinger, how many times must I remind you? In times of trouble, do not rush. Only by maintaining composure can one tackle any challenge. Bai Li Jing hurriedly acknowledged his mistake and accepted the water. Gai Li Xin Gan Li Gon Din. Take a sip to steady your nerves. As for our strategy, I'm already well prepared. A flicker of admiration crossed Bai Li Jing's brow, and without another word, he began to drink. While he sipped, Bai Li Xian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed out of the grand floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery of Guangshan City. In a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, he spoke with utter calmness. Jinger, do not blame your father. All I have done has been for the Bai Li family. Bai Li Jing, caught off guard while drinking, paused as he struggled to comprehend his father's words. It was only when his gaze fell upon the water in his cup that realization struck him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to question his father about whether he had tampered with the water when a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his abdomen. Crash! The cup slipped from Bai Li Jing's hand, spilling a third of its contents onto the floor. Thud! His features contorted in agony as he clutched his stomach and collapsed. Incredulous. Father, you have poisoned me? Why? I am your own flesh and blood. How could you be so cruel? Bai Li Xian, with hands clasped behind him, turned slightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Son? Jinger, despite my diligent nurturing, you remain so naive. You may be my biological son, but that little chubby boy could equally be my son. The only difference between you two is that you possess a bit more blood relation. Yet for the Bai Li family, as long as the Bai Li name thrives, any heir bearing that name suffices. What does it matter whether they share a bloodline? Yingya, in comparison to that little chubby boy, your worth is now negligible. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Bai Li Jing's eyes brimmed with tears. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Bai Li Xian, how ruthless you are, and are you not afraid of miscalculating? Bai Li Xian replied coolly, and if I do err, I am still young. I can have more children. Despair etched on Bai Li Jing's face. You will kill me, and mother. Mother will never forgive you. Bai Li Xin Dai Set An I Bao. His expression growing more disheartened. She had best be compliant, otherwise. I would not mind taking Bai Li Zhong Ming's mother as my wife. Bai Li Jing, infuriated by those words, spat blood once more, his eyes widening in despair, a life extinguished, his gaze forever unblinking. received Bailey Jing's animosity. Negative energy 9999 Gujan. Bailey Xn strolled leisurely to Bailey Jing's side, crouched down, and gently closed his eyelids with a tender caress, saying, Jinga, you may rest easy now. Do not fret, your death was not in vain. Your demise has led your father to abandon a plan that, in hindsight, seems exceedingly foolish. Your passing holds great significance, immense value. It has provided our Bailey family with a more promising alternative, thus securing a brighter future for us. Therefore, your death is as weighty as a mountain. He rose, retrieving a peculiar object resembling a mouth from the realm of ease, and tossed it onto Bailey Jing's body. The mouth-like object, as if animated, began to devour Bailey Jing's corpse, soon consuming every remnant of him, even lapping up the blood from the ground. Had it not been for a file bag that had fallen, one might have thought Bailey Jing had never graced this office at all. Chapter 88. Loki arrives that night. Gujan, accompanied by his two disciples, gathered with the members of Team 136 at Hong Ying's villa for a sumptuous feast. Team leader Chun Mai personally took to the kitchen, preparing over a dozen dishes for everyone's enjoyment. After the meal, Lin Xie expressed a desire to return home to visit his aunt and younger brother, as it had been an entire year since he last set foot in his home. Recognizing that even soldiers typically enjoy a few days of leave each year to reconnect with family, Chen Mai granted Lin Xie the day off. Before departing, Lin Xie inquired if Pang Pang and Chao Yuan wished to accompany him, as this would lend further credence to his military service. Both Chao Yuan and Pang Pang were indifferent to the notion, leaving the decision primarily to Gujan. Gujan had no objections and thus sent Chao Yuan and Pang Pang along with Lin Xie. After the trio left, Gujan too bid farewell and exited. However, as Gujan took a few steps away from the Hong Ying residence, he suddenly recalled that he no longer possessed a true home in Songnan. Prior to his new recruit training, he had relinquished his rented room in Songnan. With a wistful sigh, Gujan resolved to settle for a hotel for the night, planning to seek new accommodations the following day if time permitted. The villa was situated on the outskirts of Songnan, and Gujan took a full 10 minutes to walk back to the city center. Just as he was about to step onto the first street of the urban area, a series of notifications from the system echoed in his mind. This time, the system delivered a batch of tasks all at once. Gujan halted in his tracks. Astonished, what a surprise! A group of tasks issued in one go. Is the task system feeling guilty for the half-year maintenance and decided to compensate with multiple tasks? Despite his playful criticism, he was nonetheless supportive of the system's approach. The more tasks he completed, the closer he drew to ascension. Ideally, he wished for the system to unleash 648 tasks at once, allowing him to swiftly ascend through the challenges. After all, setting aside the impending revival of the K-genre, Gujan was still capable of conquering most adversaries with a single punch, confident that no task would elude his grasp. Should any arise, he would simply employ 2 punches. After these thoughts flickered through his mind, he proceeded to read the details of the 4 new tasks. Task 13. Deliver a sound thrashing to Loki and record a video of him kneeling, repeatedly confessing his faults, with a reward of 5,000 negative energy. This task offers the auxiliary item, Divine Exile, which, when activated, prevents deities within its range from utilizing their divine powers, with limitations for the host as well. Task 14. Collect the glasses of Anqingyu. Task 15. Prepare a plate of Iron Plate Kraken, rewarding 1,000 negative energy. Task 16. Cook a pot of Gam Hot Pot, also rewarding 1,000 negative energy. Upon completing the reading of the tasks, Gujan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Due to the nature of these 4 tasks, with the exception of Task 14, the other 3 are rather challenging, or rather, he is uncertain about how to proceed. In his perspective, Tasks 13, 15, and 16 can be regarded as a singular endeavor. In the original narrative, Loki emerged during the Great Battle of Songnan to seize the Shiva's grievance, summoning the sea monster Kraken and the Hellhound Garm. However, now, due to the repercussions of his punch a decade ago, Shiva's grievance has been rendered utterly devoid of divinity. Even if presented to the outer gods, they would dismiss it as nothing more than a rag. Under such circumstances, the great battle in Songnan is unlikely to transpire. Consequently, Where could Guzhan possibly locate these three entities? Should he directly venture to Asgard? Although he has been there before, that is merely a memory. Beyond the Great Xia, a shroud of mist envelopes everything. The world has irrevocably changed, and Guzhan finds it nearly impossible to discover the entrance to Asgard under these conditions. If only his gray space could record the coordinates of his previous visits. This would allow him to open portals globally. Alas, the gray space lacks such functionality. Or perhaps, the spatial principles he commands are simply inadequate to achieve this. With a resigned sigh, he mused, "Very well, I shall first complete task 14 tomorrow. As for 13, 15, and 16, I shall ponder solutions later." Nevertheless, setting aside the difficulty of the three tasks, he remains quite intrigued by the latter two. After all, what is his greatest passion at present? Certainly it is food. Guzhan has tasted grilled squid, yet he has yet to sample grilled kraken. He has savored dog meat hot pot, but has not experienced the hot pot of canine divine beasts. Guzhan believes that if he could savor the flavor of Garm's hot pot, it might lead him to deduce the taste of the celestial dog. Celestial dog, Achu. Yangjin, is Xiao He catching a cold? Celestial dog, I sense someone is thinking of me. Guzhan continued on his way and soon found a hotel nearby to check into. Before long, the clock struck midnight. While resting, Guzhan suddenly opened his eyes, having sensed a divine presence emanating from the outskirts. The aura was not particularly strong, or rather, it seemed the source intended to remain concealed, releasing it in a subtle manner. Had he not been a deity, he would have been unable to perceive its existence. Guzhan swiftly rose, approached the window, and gazed in the direction from which the divine presence emanated, furrowing his brow slightly. It appears to be coming from the direction of Hongying Villa. Midnight. Onjingu Villa. On the second floor, a young lady named Si Xiaonan, clad in a pink garment adorned with an adorable embroidered character resembling a small black creature, abruptly opened her eyes from her slumber. However, despite her eyes being open, they lacked any semblance of life. Like a somnambulist, she descended from her bed and walked to the vanity, retrieving an eyebrow-trimming knife from the drawer. Holding a brow-shaping knife, Si Xiaonan walked stiffly to a vacant area in her bedroom, where she carefully drew a circular ray with a radius of 1 meter by cutting her right index finger. Once this was accomplished, she stepped back a few paces, standing outside the circle, her expression vacant as she recited an incantation. "Oh, Kosalara Mo. Appear you." Lord Loki. Suddenly, a plume of crimson smoke erupted from the center of the blood-red array. The smoke morphed through several shapes, momentarily forming a character, then a figure, before abruptly collapsing inward, swiftly coalescing into a slender young man clad in a black trench coat, his complexion pale. Upon seeing this young man, Si Xiaonan knelt on one knee, resembling a marionette, her expression blank as she uttered, "I pay my respects to Lord Loki." The figure was none other than Loki, the Norse god of mischief and Si Xiaonan's patron deity. The first action Loki took upon his arrival was to swiftly conceal the divine power that had nearly leaked out, employing his cunning. Although a trace of that divine might inadvertently escaped, it remained undetectable to mortals, thus causing no significant harm. Loki surveyed his surroundings before stepping in front of Si Xiaonan, looking down at her with an authoritative demeanor, and inquired, "Xiaonan, have you heard of someone named Lin Xia?" Just as the vacant Si Xiaonan was about to respond in the affirmative, a flicker of struggle crossed her delicate features. Subsequently, she regained her composure and decisively replied, "No." Chapter 89. Is it not? Loki's eyes narrowed as he suddenly closed the distance to Si Xiaonan. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but her speed could not match his. Bang! Loki's fist struck her abdomen, causing her to instinctively clutch her stomach and sit on the ground in a manner resembling a duck. With a cold smirk, Loki remarked, "You are still too naive to lie in my presence." He then seized her chin, pried her mouth open, and retrieved a pill from his pocket. Loki felt a pang of regret. This pill was something he had stumbled upon, initially intended for a critical moment with Thor or Sif. However, unexpectedly, he found himself giving it to his own agent first. But judging by your reaction, he continued, "You must possess knowledge of Lin Xia's whereabouts. Thus you are qualified to take this pill." A look of terror crossed Si Xiaonan's delicate face. "What? What is this? Loki inserted the pill into her mouth, stating nonchalantly, "There's no need to be so frightened. It's not poisonous. See Xiaonan, you are my only agent. How could I bear to harm you? Besides, if I intended to kill you, why would I resort to such methods? This will merely compel you to speak the truth." As the pill took effect, Si Xiaonan felt her consciousness slipping beyond her control. She struggled fiercely, attempting to restrain her mouth from uttering words, but to no avail. Under the influence of the pill, she divulged everything she knew about Lin Chia to Loki. Upon hearing her confession, Loki burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck. I never imagined the Godless One would return to this city of Sangnan. Haha, Lin Chia, the Godless One, I have found you. As Loki laughed heartily, Si Xiaonan realized the power controlling her mind had vanished. Tears welled in her eyes as she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Chia, I'm so sorry. Loki flashed a wicked smile and patted her shoulder. Xiaonan, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll spare you this time. However, I do not wish to see such deceitful behavior again. He walked past her, grinning as he added, If there essay next time, you shall pay dearly. Reaching the bedroom door, Loki pulled it open and stepped out of Si Xiaonan's room. Just as he exited, a sharp voice rang out. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you bully Xiaonan? You seek death. Upon hearing this voice, Si Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically. It was Hong Ying, in the hallway of the Hong Ying villa. She was clad in a beige nightgown, her right hand gripping her firearm, her eyes fixed warily on Loki. Earlier, she had been sound asleep when she was jolted awake by the sound of a man's raucous laughter, which seemed to emanate from Si Xiaonan's room. Believing an intruder had entered her home, and likely a vile one at that, she wasted no time in grabbing her weapon and rushing out of her room. As she raced from the first floor to the second, she caught sight of a man exiting Si Xiaonan's room, igniting a surge of anger within her. Xiaonan must have been violated. In a swift surge of fury, Hong Ying admonished Loki loudly. As she scolded him, the spear in her grasp ignited with a rosy flame. Without hesitation, she lunged toward Loki, aiming to pierce him with her weapon. However, Loki, indifferent to her assault, showed no inclination to evade her strike. As the spear approached him, he merely exhaled softly, causing the weapon to slip from Hong Ying's hands and spin away, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud. Taken aback by the unexpectedly formidable adversary, Hong Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, before she could formulate a response, Loki's hand seized her throat. With an impassive demeanor, he uttered, "Untberes." With a swift motion, he snapped her neck. Coughing violently, Hong Ying's voice echoed through the first floor. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Si Xiaonan had appeared on the first floor, kneeling beside a girl whose pallor was striking, breathing rapidly and coughing incessantly. It was none other than Hong Ying, who was meant to have succumbed to Loki's lethal grip. At the very moment when Hong Ying was about to meet her doom, Si Xiaonan had woven an intricate ruse of feigned death, facilitating their escape to the grand hall below. After a brief moment of coughing, Hong Ying, her voice quivering, remarked, "This person is terrifying." Standing in the corridor on the second floor, Loki sighed in disappointment, his hands clasped behind his back. Si Xiaonan, you have truly disappointed me. To think you would develop genuine feelings for this ragtag team. I was blind to choose you as my proxy. Si Xiaonan's expression darkened. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fixed her gaze on Loki, remaining silent. Hong Ying, struggling to her feet, glanced between Loki and Si Xiaonan. Confusion etched on her face. Xiaonan, what proxy? Who is he? What is he talking about? What is your connection with him? Si Xiaonan looked at Hong Ying, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Just as she was about to speak, Loki coldly interjected, Si Xiaonan, I have decided to appoint someone else as my proxy. You are no longer of use to me. With that, he summoned the soul contract that bound Si Xiaonan to him, a dark, purplish orb of liquid. Grasping the orb in his hand, Loki began to tighten his grip. As he did so, Si Xiaonan let out a soft whimper, her body collapsing to the ground, convulsing as though her very soul was being wrenched from her. Xiaonan! Hong Ying cried out in alarm, rushing to Si Xiaonan's side, concern etched across her features. Xiaonan, what is wrong? Si Xiaonan offered no reply, her body continuing to spasm uncontrollably. With a fierce glare, Zhong Ming turned to Loki. "What have you done to her? I will not let you get away with this." She rose abruptly, her body engulfed in rosy flames, determined to confront Loki in a desperate struggle. Loki, however, appeared utterly boring. "I shall seek the profane one instead." He proceeded to exert force upon the soul contract, intending to shatter it. Should the contract be broken, Si Xiaonan would perish instantly. In this moment of dire urgency, a fissure suddenly tore open in the space beside Loki. Concurrently, a powerful shout emanated from the rift. Strike! A figure clad in military green surged forth from the opening, delivering a swift kick to Loki's waist, contorting his body into A shape, before propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. The soul contract, which Loki had previously held, was flung away. This unexpected intruder was none other than Guzhan, who had sensed the divine presence and rushed over to investigate. Upon landing on the second-floor corridor, Guzhan extended his left hand to catch the soul contract and swiftly exchanged it for a law thief at the truth treasury, activating it immediately to usurp the law of the soul contract. Successfully plundered divine ruin, deception. Acquired a consumable item, deceptive law. Guzhan raised an eyebrow. Did this mean he had also seized the divine ruin of Si Xiaonan? Acquired a consumable item, soul contract. This item can only be signed with one creature. Once the contract is established, the item does not vanish but persists in the form of a soul orb until the contract is dissolved. Boom! Loki, sent flying, crashed through a wall and tumbled into a room on the second floor. Loki, bewildered, negative energy 98. Loki, filled with resentment, negative energy 198. Loki, consumed with anger, negative energy 328. Loki, in a frenzy, negative energy 648. Chapter 90. Loki in complete panic after Loki's soul contract with Si Xiaonan was usurped by Guzhan. Si Xiaonan lost the control of the contract, and her mental state swiftly returned to normal. She sat up from the ground, a look of bewilderment gracing her delicate features. At that moment, Zhong Ming recognized Guzhan and burst into tears of joy. "Marshal!" Guzhan turned to glance at Zhong Ming and Si Xiaonan. Noticing that both girls were in a state of disarray, having been bullied by Loki, igniting a spark of anger within him, he cast a stern gaze towards the gaping hole in the wall and exclaimed, "Loki, how dare you torment my two esteemed models like this? Do you wish for death?" A cough emanated from the hole in the wall, followed by Loki, disheveled and covered in dust, emerging. Upon seeing Guzhan, his pupils dilated in shock. This brute, Guzhan, received Loki's resentment, negative energy 999. Zhong Ming, observing Loki's recognition of the marshal, displayed a look of confusion. "Marshal, do you know each other? Who is he?" Before Guzhan could respond, Si Xiaonan interjected. "That guy is Loki, the god of mischief from Norse Asgard." Si Xiaonan found it unremarkable that Loki recognized Guzhan, as she had previously surmised that the marshal was a deity. If the marshal was indeed a god, it stood to reason that he was an ancient being, having lived for thousands of years, and possibly having had interactions with Loki. Zhong Ming shuddered. That guy's a deity. Previously, being effortlessly crushed by Loki had instilled fear in her, but upon learning of Loki's divine nature, she regained her composure. Mortals are not expected to contend with gods. No, to be precise, mortals like her should not be expected to challenge deities. However, the marshal had once slain Susanoo, the pinnacle of humanity. Surely he could vanquish the detestable Loki. Zhong Ming raised her fist. "Marshal, you must teach that scoundrel Loki a severe lesson." Guzhan nodded at Zhong Ming. "I intend to do just that." He withdrew his gaze and focused on Loki, who was also staring back at him. The two simultaneously reminisced about events from long ago. It was an occurrence from 2 millennia past. At that time, Guzhan and his companions had concluded a decade-long global adventure, and he was returning each companion to their respective realms. The last individual he escorted was Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. Upon reaching the entrance of Asgard, he unexpectedly encountered Loki emerging from it. Loki harbored a deep disdain and aversion towards Guzhan, the deity of the great Xia, and assumed a condescending demeanor, warning Thor to keep his distance from Guzhan. Thor, enraged, retorted, "What business is it of yours? Loki, feeling humiliated by his nephew's public rebuke in front of an outer deity, sought to subdue Gu Zhan to assert his dominance. However, he did not anticipate that from the moment he chose to act, he was already defeated. Gu Zhan swiftly subdued Loki and delivered a thorough beating. That meal remains vividly etched in Loki's memory, primarily due to the brutal beating he endured. Gu Zhan's martial prowess epitomizes relentless aggression, capable of shattering the very laws of divinity. Thus, Loki, a god ill-versed in combat, found himself utterly defenseless against Gu Zhan's fists. All of Loki's cunning schemes proved futile in the face of Gu Zhan's might. Consequently, he was indeed subjected to a thorough and merciless thrashing. The pivotal moment came when, after the altercation, Loki's nephew Thor not only refrained from defending him, but audaciously suggested to Gu Zhan, "Old Gu, you might as well kill him outright. There's no need to spare my feelings. This fellow has multiple lives and cannot be truly slain." Without hesitation, Gu Zhan obliged, extinguishing Loki's existence. As Gu Zhan gazed at Loki, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Just hours prior, he had been troubled by the tasks numbered 13, 15, and 16, and now, with Loki presenting himself so conveniently, the completion of those tasks seemed imminent. Perhaps by nightfall, he could finish these 3 assignments and, by tomorrow, tackle the mission involving Aang, thus progressing to the next cycle of challenges. The first task of this new round was a formidable challenge. Successfully conquering it would bring him closer to the ethereal white sword imbued with the power of dimensional ascension. Contemplating these prospects filled him with elation, and his smile widened. Turning to Loki, he remarked with a mischievous grin, "Loki, we have known each other for quite some time. Since you have journeyed all the way to the Great Xia, allow me, your old friend, to host you properly." In an instant, Gu Zhan leaped forward, closing the distance to Loki. Having been unable to best Gu Zhan 2 millennia ago, Loki harbored no illusions of overcoming him now. Thus, facing Gu Zhan's advance, he hastily concocted a scheme for escape. Yet, just as his ruse took form, it was effortlessly dismantled by Gu Zhan, as one might swat a fly. Loki's composure shattered in that moment. Then, with a swift motion, Gu Zhan seized Loki's head and forcibly slammed it into the ground. Si Xiaonan, with wide eyes, stared in disbelief. Though just hours earlier she had heard from Wu Xiangnan of Gu Zhan's prowess in vanquishing Susanoo, leading her to believe his combat capabilities were formidable, she had underestimated the context. The realm of Takamagura, home to Susanoo,